The original owner died after secretly consuming the discarded elixir. But when my soul crossed over, I started moving sack after sack of items back home because I awakened the freeloading system. And in just half a day, I reached the peak of an ordinary person's physical condition, earning spiritual stones equivalent to 2,000 days of the original owner's wages. For me now, cleaning the alchemy room is indeed a good job. I picked up a dark pill and observed it in the palm of my hand. Immediately, a line of small words appeared in my sight: abandoned forge body pill. Slightly bitter and astringent in taste. No effects whatsoever. May cause gastrointestinal discomfort when taken. Can be synthesized into inferior forge body pills. Making sure that his abilities were functioning properly. Feeling great, he continued searching in the scrap heap. In the end, he found a total of 8 discarded forging pills, synthesized them all, and obtained 4 inferior forging pills. Inferior body refining pill, slightly bitter in taste, strengthens the blood vessels when consumed, enhancing the physique, but may also cause gastrointestinal discomfort. Can be synthesized into a lower grade body refining pill. Looking at the 4 inferior body refining pills in hand, turning trash into treasure, feeling one's heart pounding, finally able to defy fate. Back home, I closed the door, took out the waistband from my arms by the moonlight outside the window, and neatly arranged the twisted and deformed charcoal pills on the table. Looking at the 4 relatively round pills placed there, a line of small characters immediately appeared in my field of vision: poor quality forging body dan, slightly bitter taste, strengthens the blood vessels, enhances physique after consumption, but may also cause gastrointestinal discomfort. Can be synthesized into forging body dan. With a thought in mind, the 2 low-quality pills on the table collided instantly, and with a faint white light flashing, a milky white pill appeared. As the gaze fell on the pill, familiar small characters appeared once again: body refining pill, slightly bitter in taste, promotes blood circulation, enhances physique when consumed. The original owner of this body has been weak and sickly since childhood, coupled with poor diet lacking in meat and fish, making the body even weaker. To live better, the first step is to improve one's physique. I picked up a body strengthening pill and swallowed it, feeling like I had just drunk a big bowl of hot soup, warming my stomach instantly. Immediately, all the discomfort in the body disappeared, and it seemed like the strength had increased significantly. Indeed, it's a good thing. After tasting the sweetness, I carefully put away the remaining body tempering pill and continued to process other waste pills. After a simple operation, I once again harvested 3 low-grade foundation pills and 2 low-grade spirit pills. I know the uses of these famous elixirs. The spiritual energy pill is for cultivators in the refinement stage to quickly restore their spiritual power. The foundation establishment pill, on the other hand, is quite rare and is the most coveted item for cultivators in the refinement stage. For ordinary people, selling just 1 foundation establishment pill would be enough to live without worries. If an ordinary person like oneself were to sell it in the market, it would very likely attract unwanted attention. Cultivators spare no means to achieve their goals. They might not only target one's food and drink but even ascend directly to the heavens. It seems too wasteful to consume oneself. Lying on the bed, I scratch my head, unable to come up with a win-win solution. In the end, it was decided to first hide the foundation establishment pill and spiritual energy pill, sell the body refining pill first, see how much it is worth, and figure out another solution if necessary. Cultivators don't value the body refining pill. The next day, upon opening the door, Iron Pillar saw Fongu outside, which made him stomp his feet in anger. Iron Pillar was not only a neighbor but also a good friend of the original owner. It was Iron Pillar's father who helped the original owner find Fongu to do odd jobs in the alchemy room. Why are you just getting up now? If you're any later, I'll have to deduct your pay. I held my stomach, pretending to be in pain, and said, help me take a sick leave. I have diarrhea. Okay? Iron Pillar responded with a grunt and ran off. Wait, what's up? Help me get some scrap pills back. Medicine rat. Last night, you stole my family's pancakes. Okay. The roadsides were already filled with stalls, and the air was filled with the voices of vendors selling various medicinal herbs, spiritual grass, martial arts techniques, and talismans. People came and went, each selecting their desired goods. After browsing around for a while, they finally entered a general store. As soon as someone entered, a shop boy immediately greeted them. Little brother, are you buying something too? Asterisk cough, cough, cough. Asterisk I didn't speak, just coughed violently until my ears turned red, then tremblingly pulled something out from my bosom. I want to sell this, how much do you think it's worth? The young servant frowned, impatiently saying, a body separating pill is barely worth 1 spirit stone. 1 spirit stone isn't even enough to buy a cultivation technique. What else can I do? Of course, I must continue acting. I coughed violently for a moment, and only when the other person thought I was almost done for, did I pull out a cloth bundle from my bosom. Ignoring the disdainful look of the servant, I leisurely unwrapped 7 layers of cotton cloth, finally picking up a pale green pill, my ancestral inheritance. Whether it can survive today depends on how much it can be sold for. The moment the servant saw the pale green pill, his eyes widened in surprise, and he exclaimed, "You have spirit chi pills? But these are low-grade ones, probably worth 10 spirit stones. 2 pills in total for 11 spirit stones. Do you want to sell?" "Sold." It wasn't until this moment that the servant's expression softened a bit. Then he asked, "Are you looking for spirit stones or do you want to buy something? The doctor said I won't live past 10 days. What do you think I can buy to survive?" "If you can't live past 10 days? If you truly want to survive, I suggest you buy some refining techniques. If you can step into the immortal path, you will surely attain longevity." In order to make a sale, the servant exaggerated, but deep down he knew that the path to immortality was not so easy. "Then I will buy the techniques for longevity." A moment later, several entry-level refining techniques were displayed on the counter: the Tsangsong refining technique, the Changchun Palace basic refining technique, and the Fierce Fire technique. Various cultivation techniques have different qualities and prices. Which one are you interested in? I remained silent, staring straight at the most shabby cultivation technique, the basic refining technique, the most fundamental introductory refining method with low success rate and efficiency, but can be combined with the 5 elements refining technique. Do you want to buy the basic refining technique? How many spirit stones? It's not expensive. Just 1 spirit stone will do. But this broken technique can't be cultivated at all. I suggest you buy the fiery technique, a refining method. The servant spat, but I insisted that I had a connection with the basic refining technique, and as long as it was identical, I wanted as many as needed. Seeing Qin Feng this kind of bravado, the little boy smiled with his eyebrows and complimented, "I also think that fellow Daoist has immortal destiny, at least the talent to ascend." Chapter 3 Synthesis. 5 Emperor's Qi Drawing Technique. Leaving the workshop, Qin Feng was carrying a bloated parcel, which was neatly packed with 8 basic Qi refining techniques. Back home, the first thing to do was to lock the door, then open the package and take out the basic Qi refining knowledge from inside. Now that Qin Feng had long been familiar with the book, after 3 rounds of synthesizing, the 8 basic Qi refining technique booklets had successfully turned into a thin book, the 5 Emperor's Qi Drawing Technique. 5 Emperor's Qi Drawing Technique, an extremely high-grade Qi refining technique of the Earth stage, with all 5 attributes cultivated together, and a strong and majestic sea of Qi. This technique should be pretty heaven-defying. Qin Feng didn't quite understand what the concept of an Earth rank extreme grade was, but through the textual explanation, he could probably understand it to mean very powerful. In order to step into the immortal path as soon as possible, Qin Feng sat under the window to watch the gongfu. The books are in traditional Chinese characters and are not too difficult to read. At noon, Qin Yu returned. She was carrying some bags and saw Qin Feng sitting under the eaves reading a book. Although she was curious but didn't bother, walked straight into the kitchen, and a few moments later the sound of a spatula rang out. Cultivating immortality can be hard. Qin Feng took the gongfu and read it for half a day. The words were understandable, but connecting them wasn't always possible. Not to mention the fact that it contains a number of acupuncture points that are completely baffling. It's difficult. Qin Feng sighed and put the gong method back in his room, then rushed all the way to the marketplace, purchasing many books and autobiographies about human body acupoints, as well as various books and autobiographies about immortal cultivation in the ground stalls. When he came back again, Qin Yu had already prepared the meal, and he could smell the aroma of the meal on the table from a long distance away. Stir-fried pork with green vegetables and tomato and egg flour soup. 2 simple small dishes plus rice. Hooked Qin Feng straight, drooling. "What are you doing out when it's time to eat?" Qin Yu blared angrily at Qin Feng before pushing the large bowl of white rice in front of him. "I'm going out to get something. What's the point of buying so many books?" Qin Yu didn't ask him why he didn't go to work today. She just felt that Qin Feng's behavior over the past 2 days was rather strange. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and said while eating, "Sister, I want to cultivate to become an immortal cultivator and then protect you. Can you do it blindly by yourself? I'll take you to Immortal Master Wang after a while. Until then." Qin Feng didn't accept or object. In case he was really slow to find the threshold, it was necessary to worship a master. Even if you have a 5 attribute wasted spirit root, you still have to have a dream, don't you? After dinner, Qin Feng was sitting in the courtyard reading a book while Qin Yu was sitting next to her doing needlework. It was getting dark. Qin Feng intended to put the book away to read it the next day, when he suddenly realized that a waxing glow lit up next to him. "You didn't used to love reading in school, but now you do." Qin Yu took out the oil lamp and set it on the shelf next to her, and pinched Qin Feng's shoulder with a doting face. Qin Feng smiled and didn't say anything. just concentrating on absorbing the contents of the book. It's late at night. Qin Yu had already gone to bed long ago, and Qin Feng was still sitting in the courtyard reading a book, as if he had forgotten the passage of time. He didn't put the book away until Tiezhu appeared at the door of the courtyard. "Brother Feng, you have to treat me to a big meal in the future." Iron Pillar was full of pride as he lifted a not-so-small package from the darkness and bragged about it. "When I cleaned the alchemy room today, I purposely swept through all the alchemy rooms, and it seems that there are still 2 bad pills inside that aren't very serious, and they can definitely drug your house rats clean." Qin Feng took the package and weighed it. There were at least hundreds of wasted pills inside. Qin Feng smiled and patted Tiezhu's shoulder. "Good work." Tiezhu smiled coyly. His face then showed an exasperated expression. "Brother Feng, let me tell you something, you shouldn't be angry." "What is it?" "Butler Zhao heard about yesterday's incident and asked me to tell you not to go." After saying this, Tiezhu took out more than 10 crystal clear things like grains of rice from his arms. "But they paid you for the work." "It's fine. Just as well I don't want to go yet." Qin Feng grinned and picked up half of the spirit crystals from Tiezhu's hand, then pushed his hand back. Tiezhu was instantly anxious. "Brother Feng, this is your wages. Why are you giving it to me?" Tiezhu killed himself not to want the rest of the spirit crystals. And in the end, after Qin Feng made up the lie that there were immortal masters who asked him to help catch rats, Tiezhu reluctantly accepted the spirit crystals. Forced to accept the spirit crystals, Tiezhu was a little embarrassed, patting his chest and repeatedly assuring, "Don't worry, Brother Feng, every day in the future, I'll help you bring back waste pills. Get back to rest." Qin Feng waved his hand at him. "Back to the room. Refill the oil lamp with grease and lock the door to the room again." Only then did Qin Feng open the package that Tiezhu had brought back with great anticipation, which was filled with hundreds of black pills in large and small sizes. Although they were waste pills, the size of each one of them was pretty much the same, and it only took a moment for Qin Feng to finish categorizing all of them. There are 4 types of elixirs this time. Synthesizing all of them, he obtained a total of 3 lower-grade foundation building pills, 6 lower-grade aura pills, 4 medium-grade face nourishing pills, and 3 body forging pills. The effects of the nourishing pill do not achieve eternal youth, but only delay aging. Qin Feng took out one and stored it separately, intending to let his sister eat it and find a way to get her spiritual roots in the future when he became an immortal cultivator. It is written in the book that after a certain level of strong cultivation can enable people without spiritual roots to have spiritual roots to embark on the path of immortality. Qin Feng sat on the edge of the bed and silently looked at the book, constantly familiarizing himself with all sorts of things about immortal cultivation. It's just dawning. There was a very small commotion coming from outside the house. It was Qin Yu getting up and going out to make a delivery to the clothing store. Qin Feng, who was silently looking at the book, suddenly heard a complaint from outside the window. "You don't know to put out the lights even when you're sleeping." "Really?" Qin Feng ignored it and just stared intently at the acupuncture point explanation in his hand, as there was an intuition within. "As long as you finish this book and then go back to the 5 Emperors Qi drawing technique, you might be able to find the doorway." After dawn, Qin Feng extinguished the oil to find out the 5 Emperors Qi drawing technique, sat by the window and continued to grope. After a night of painstakingly reading, finally separated the so-called acupoints of cultivation. The next step is to dare to look for the so-called Qi sense. Qin Feng sat on his knees according to the guidelines in the book and tried to sense the aura of heaven and earth. Immortal practitioners, picking the essence of the world's spiritual energy in their own body can prolong life. Spiritual energy out of the body can make 1,000 kinds of arts and crafts of all kinds of changes. However, these were too far away for Qin Feng. He couldn't even touch the doorway of Qi refining right now. The next days, Qin Feng meditated in his room at night, while during the day, he lied about going out to do work, and then looked for sparsely populated places to continue meditating to find Qi. In the blink of an eye 5 days have passed. Qin Feng made not any progress. This evening, the siblings had just finished eating when a group of uninvited guests rushed in from outside the courtyard. The leader was a man in his 30s wearing a long black robe, and behind him followed 2 guards. The moment you see a man, a panicked expression immediately appeared on Qin Yu's face, and Qin Feng frowned. This person was named Zhao Kang, possessing a Qi refining stage 1 cultivation level, a minion in charge of taxation at Qinghe Feng, with an extremely small mind and very difficult to deal with. Qin Feng was thinking about how to defend himself when Qin Yu asked first, "Is the immortal master collecting taxes early today?" Zhao Kang, however, changed his normal tone and said in a gentle tone, "There are still some days left in the tax collection, and I've come to give your siblings a chance." Chapter 4, the first level of Qi refining. A gift of opportunity? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and glanced at Zhao Kang, sensing that something was not good. This guy was never a good guy. How could he give favors to people for no reason? Qin Feng didn't believe it, but Qin Yu got curious. A few moments later the siblings realized what the so-called chance was. The Wang family, a large family in the next village, had produced a genius who had successfully worshipped in the everlasting sword sect last year, and the reputation of the Wang family had become famous in the neighborhood. Now Master Wang wanted to take a concubine. Zhao Kang took the initiative to be responsible for opening up candidates in order to flatter the Wang family. So he appeared here. Seeing that both siblings were silent, Zhao Kang said to Qinyu with a smile in his eyes, "Sister Qin was born with such a beautiful face that she will surely be able to meet Master Wang's eyes, and as long as she becomes a member of the Wang family, it won't be easy for Qin to learn how to cultivate immortality. Besides, Brother Qin is a 5-element miscellaneous spirit root the immortal sect is unwilling to accept. And the other loose cultivators up and down the Qinghe Square will certainly not be able to teach anything either. If Sister Qin nods, I'll have someone send the bride price tomorrow." Zhao Kang called sister and brother again, unusually polite. For a while Qinyu was a bit moved. She hadn't thought about herself, she just thought Zhao Kang had a point. The immortal sect was unwilling to accept Qin Feng. An immortal Master Huang could allow Qin Feng to step into immortal cultivation? Qin Feng's brows were furrowed, feeling that things were a bit difficult. Accepting this marriage is like letting her sister jump into the fire pit, and rejecting it would offend Zhao Kang on the spot, and possibly even the royal family. Just as the two ends were in a dilemma, Xinyu twisted her head and placed her gaze on Qin Feng. "Little wind, I think that with the royal family as your backing, you'll definitely be able to learn to cultivate immortality." Qin Feng shook his head at her before pulling out a spirit stone and slipping it to Zhao Kang, saying, "Immortal Master Zhao, my sister, she already has someone in mind. And I'd like to trouble you to go around again and help Master Wang choose a good one." Zhao Kang didn't pick up the spirit stone, and the enthusiasm on his face gradually disappeared as he said with a stern face, "Since you were given the chance and didn't want it, forget it." After saying that, Zhao Kang directly left with his people, not looking at the spirit stones since the beginning. After the group left, Xinyu's face instantly revealed a worried expression. "Little wind, if we don't agree to this marriage, we will offend many people. Don't worry sis, I'll figure it out." Qin Feng pacified his sister, then returned to his room to lock himself in once again. It is necessary to refine the qi as soon as possible. Otherwise, Zhao Kang wouldn't be able to pass this hurdle, let alone the Wang family. At this moment, Qin Feng sat on the head of the bed, only feeling irritated. It had been almost 10 days, and one had yet to find the qi sense in qi refining. In a fit of pique, Qin Feng took out 5 lower-grade Reiki pills from under the bed. Although he had quit his job in the alchemy room during this period of time, he was still able to obtain a large amount of waste pills every day through Iron Pillar. Now that the situation was urgent, Qin Feng wanted to try to find a chance through pills, but he didn't dare to eat what the cultivators ate, and he only dared to lick a small mouthful. Hiss! The coldness instantly spread through the mouth, followed by the coolness that went down the throat and straight into the stomach, and even the 5 viscera and 6 bowels felt a great coolness. The coolness didn't take long to wear off, though, and afterward I just felt refreshed. Again! Licking a mouthful of Reiki Dan once again, Qin Feng immediately began to cultivate cross-legged according to the Gongfu. Vaguely, Qin Feng felt that his body was wrapped in a cloud of milky white mist, and there were colorful points of light outside of these mists. The points of light were as fine as a cow's hair in huge numbers, and looked like fog after rain but much lighter than fog. The milky white mist on the body gradually dissipated, and those colored light points outside seemed to be attracted by some kind of slow approach towards Qin Feng, drilling into the body through the pores and traveling in the tendons and veins. Gradually, Qin Feng's consciousness was immersed in the sinews of his body, forgetting the passage of time. It wasn't until Qinyu, who was outside the door, knocked on the door and called for dinner that Qin Feng realized that he had been practicing all night without realizing it. Opening his eyes and seeing a thin layer of black dirt appear on his body, Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. It's finally almost done. Only a few more times of practicing to get all the impurities out of the body, and then he would be able to officially step into qi refining. Qin Feng immediately walked out of the room to take a shower. When he returned, Xinyu had already set up the meal. To avoid trouble, the small table for meals was moved into the inner room and the outside door was unlocked. It's just that today's food is worse. Only a dish of fried dry pickles with thin rice. Xinyu was a bit distracted during the meal as she said to Qin Feng, "Little wind, don't go out during this period of time. I'm afraid Zhao Kang will find trouble with you." Got it. Qin Feng happens to also do not want to go out. He is not easy to find. The knack of refining qi necessarily must be a drum to do so. On the way to eat, Qin Feng glanced along the doorway to his sister's room, which was stacked with 2 or 3 large bags. It looked like she had taken a few days of work at once, and wasn't planning on going out. Qin Feng's heart settled down quite a bit and instructed her that she didn't need to call herself for dinner, and after hurriedly finishing his meal, he went back to his room to continue his seclusion. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye another 5 days passed. This evening, at the entrance of the Zhao family's alchemy room in Qinghafeng, Tiezhu had just come out after finishing his work when he was stopped by Zhao Kang. Immortal Master Zhao? Seeing this guy, Tiezhu heard a burst of revulsion, but on the face had to squeeze out a smile. Immortal Master looking for me, what orders? Zhao Kang coldly asked. Qin Feng didn't come to do his work these days? Back to the words of Lord Immortal Master. Brother Qin is not feeling well and has not come. What is that thing you're holding? It's all the discarded pills that the Immortal Master adults in the Dan room don't want to bring home, medicine rats. Zhao Kang just interrogated a few sentences and let him leave. Tiezhu held his breath and hoofed it home. After returning to the village, Tiezhu immediately ran to Qin Feng's house and knocked on the door. Brother Wind, Brother Feng, Sister Yu, I'm Tiezhu. What's wrong? The one who opened the door was Qin Yu, who looked at Tiezhu with a puzzled face, unable to figure out what was so urgent. Where's Windy? Qin Yu knew that her brother was tossing around the matter of cultivating immortality during this time, so she casually said, he's sleeping. Tiezhu said with a face full of anxiety. Just now Zhao Kang inquired about Brother Feng in the alchemy room. Did he offend Zhao Kang? It should be fine. Tiezhu, you've been hungry all day. Hurry home and eat. Alright then, you tell Wind to come find me when he wakes up from his nap. After sending Tiezhu home, Qin Yu closed the door and absent-mindedly walked towards the house. Sis, you're worried about Zhao Kang. Ha! The sudden sound gave Qin Yu a shiver of fear, and seeing Qin Feng standing at the door with a mouth full of white teeth. She was instantly furious and raised her hand to painlessly slap Qin Feng. And you scare your sister, you bastard, to show you a little trick. Qin Feng had a mysterious expression on his face before placing his hand in front of Qin Yu, spreading his hand to slowly exert force. As the 5 Emperors' Qi drawing technique operated, a very small red glow slowly appeared in the palm of his hand. Seeing this scene, a look of surprise instantly appeared in Qin Yu's eyes. You into. Qin Yu's voice was so loud that if she hadn't reached out and covered her mouth, she would have let all the neighbors know. It was only after a long period of excitement that Qin Yu began to observe the changes in her brother, pinching her face for a while and pinching her arms for a while, as if she was worried that this was a fake. Certain that it was her brother, she giggled one more time before wrapping Qin Feng tightly into her arms. Only after Qin Yu calmed down did Qin Feng speak. Sis, I'm just getting started now, try not to let the word get out. I'll find a way to solve Zhao Kang's matter. Well, I'm going to make dinner. Qin Yu smiled and nodded, wiping her moist eyes and turning to walk into the kitchen. Today's meal was a hearty 3-course meal. Before eating, Qin Yu specially made some rice and incense to tell the good news to her late parents. I don't know if they can know that though. It was getting late. Qin Feng did not continue his seclusion and went to Qinghafeng with the remaining 2 spirit stones and 3 foundation establishment pills in his pocket. Zhao Kang is also at the first level of Qi refining stage cultivation, and his seniority as old must be treated with caution. During this period of time reading books, Qin Feng had already learned quite a few things. For example, in a battle between immortal cultivators, on the one hand, they compete in the strength of their spiritual power, and on the other hand, they compete in who has more and more powerful magic treasures. After traveling for more than 10 days, finally saw the hope of cultivating immortality. Qin Feng intended to get more magic treasures for defense when he went to Qinghafeng this time. Chapter 5. This man already has a way of taking his death. It was almost dark at this point. There were still people coming and going on the streets of Qinghafeng, only that there were many fewer people setting up stalls. There were ordinary people and immortal cultivators coming and going on the road, everyone going their own way, ignoring no one. Many cultivators wore wide black robes or a veil to cover their faces, and the rest of the people had the good sense not to go near them. This is because such people are very guarded, but any approach will cause offense. Qin Feng's brain only felt enlightened in his brain and immediately walked into a general grocery store. A few moments later, a man in a black robe walked out of the grocery store and silently blended into the crowd. I'm such a genius. Putting on the black robe, Qin Feng felt a sense of security. He was not strong, but this outfit could already make ordinary people not dare to think about him. On his way to find the store, through the gap at the front of the black robe, Qin Feng saw the iron pillar. He was grimy, his black clothes with a lot of footprints on them, carrying a small bag of black stuff, hurriedly passing by the marketplace. It looked like he was in trouble today. However, Qin Feng didn't have the chance to say hello and was prepared to ask when he got back. After Tiezhu left, Qin Feng walked into a store selling things for immortal cultivators in passing. The grocery store was chosen because there were no other customers inside, greatly reducing the risk of being targeted. This immortal master, what can I get you? Seeing Qin Feng enter the door, a 15 or 16-year-old myriad forest servant immediately greeted him, her purple robes hazily revealing her youthfulness. Although the young girl was beautiful, Qin Feng knew exactly what he was here for. After stuffing 2 pieces of freshly purchased beef jerky into his mouth, Qin Feng said vaguely while chewing, "Do you accept pills here?" "Collected. What kind of elixir does the immortal master want to sell?" The young girl leaned forward slightly, her head bowed as she waited for a reply. "Chikuden." Qin Feng finished speaking and directly pulled out a lower-grade foundation building dan from his pocket and set it on the counter next to him. Seeing the foundation building pill, the young girl's eyes revealed a flash of surprise, and then she quoted the price with a face full of sincerity. "Is this of the lower grade? If we're sure it's okay, our Strange Edge Pavilion is willing to purchase it for 400 spirit stones." 400? Qin Feng's expression within the black robe was ecstatic. He had previously worked in the alchemy room for 50 exhausting days to earn a spirit stone. Now a foundation building dan can be sold for 400 spirit stones, full equivalent to 2,000 days of wages. If Immortal Master feels that the price is low, Linger can add another 50 spirit stones to Immortal Master. Add another 50 spirit stones. Although Qin Feng didn't understand the market, he felt that this price was about right. "Yes, I have some shopping to do." Qin Feng directly asked for a yellow rank lower storage ring and 10 fire snake talismans commonly used by chi refining stage cultivators. The prices of these things he knew roughly because he had read about them in a book. The storage ring alone cost 300 spirit stones, the 10 fire snake talismans cost another 50 spirit stones, and there were still 100 spirit stones left. After buying something, Qin Feng was worried that he wouldn't be able to use the storage ring, but the young girl's service was attentive. She picked up a black bag from the counter and after taking out 100 spirit stones, she loaded it into her brand new storage ring along with the fire snake talisman in front of Qin Feng. Only in the end did he hand the storage ring to Qin Feng. "Thanks a lot." Qin Feng once again stuffed a piece of beef jerky into his mouth, took his storage ring and directly turned around to leave. The magic weapon hadn't been bought yet, but Qin Feng didn't dare to sell it again. Through the young girl's eyes just now, one could sense that foundation building pills were a rarity in Xinghe Feng. If you sell too many at the same time, you'll get shoplifted without being targeted by thieves. Qin Feng didn't immediately leave the marketplace, but instead wandered around blindly while his hand was in his black robe constantly practicing taking and putting from his storage ring. Only after strolling around to make sure no one was following him did Qin Feng stop in front of a ground stall with no customers. There were many small spells and various feats on the stalls. The owner of the stall is a dark-skinned young man, is holding a book to read with great interest. Some people come and do not say hello. Qin Feng ignored him and picked among the many books by himself. Fireball, Rolling Stone, Water Dragon, Deadwood Spell, Blazing Sun Kung Fu. There were all kinds of spells, feats, and secret books to dazzle one's eyes. Cultivators practicing spells with the same attributes as the aura they cultivate will have twice the cultivation speed with half the effort, and the opposite if they are different. Qin Feng was a 5-element spiritual root, and the 5 Emperors Qi drawing skill that he practiced also practiced all 5 types of spiritual Qi at the same time, and the spells that represented the 5 attributes of the 5 elements could be practiced by Qin Feng. Qin Feng selected for a long time and then fell in love with a thick book on one of the many books that had the 18 techniques of refining Qi horizontally written on it. The name alone is rather overbearing. Qin Feng took the books and wanted to look at them, but the stall owner pressed his hand with a bamboo stick. The bamboo stick was very thin but carried an extremely heavy force. The stall owner looked at Qin Feng with dissatisfaction and said contemptuously, "Why don't you people know the rules?" Qin Feng froze for a moment, instantly understood and opened his mouth to ask, "How many spirit stones?" 30. Taking out 30 spirit stones and placing them on the stall, the stall owner put away the bamboo stick and collected the spirit stones again, then continued reading. Qin Feng was too lazy to talk to him and directly put the book into his storage ring and turned around, back to the village. It had been dark for quite a while. Qin Feng passed Tiezhu's house when he found that his house lights are still on. Vaguely can hear his mother's intermittent crying. The main door was just left ajar and unclosed, and the smell of soup and medicine could be smelled the moment he pushed it open. Qin Feng walked into the doorway of the house. 4 or 5 Hans inside immediately threw a cold gaze, while Tiezhu's father squatted in the doorway and smoked dry cigarettes with a sad face. Qin Feng asked Tiezhu's father somewhat anxiously, "Uncle Han, what happened?" Han Tinio glanced at Qin Feng expressionlessly and said coldly, "Tiezhu was beaten up by Zhao Kang." Qin Feng frowned and took a step inside, standing in the doorway of the hall to be able to look into the inner room. Tiezhu mother lying on the edge of the bed crying simply cannot see Tiezhu's face, can only see the bed green pillow with something stained black. Pillow next to a small package of black things. Qin Feng's frown deepened. What is Zhao Kang doing to beat up Tiezhu? And this family seems to have a great hostility to himself. I'll him up when I practice my spells. Qin Feng's teeth clenched before he turned around and ran back to fetch his things. Although he hadn't gone to the alchemy room to do his work during this period of time, Qin Feng had synthesized quite a few treasures through the iron pillars. There were body-forging pills and chi and blood pills that mortals could take. and even the golden Niu Huang pills that the rich used to save their lives. A few moments later Qin Feng returned. The 3 elixirs were ground into powder in 3 bowls. Seeing that Qin Feng had come again, the few Hans in the house seemed to have discussed the situation and directly blocked the doorway. Tiezhu Yang also walked out when she heard the commotion and roared at Qin Feng with a face full of anger. "Whoa! Your family is a scourge. Auntie Teen Yo, what do you mean by that?" Seeing Qin Feng pretending not to know, Tiezhu Yang immediately pointed at his nose and gave him a crazy tirade, which Qin Feng probably understood. Just now, Zhao Kang came here and directly beat off half of Tiezhu's life without saying a word, and also threatened that either Qin Feng's family would move out or Tiezhu's family would move out. It only took a moment for Qin Feng to understand. What a vicious way to sow discord. This person has already taken the way of death, but saving Tiezhu is important now. Qin Feng did not talk nonsense with them to protect the overlapping bowls in his hands and directly squeezed inside. After entering the first level of the qi refining stage, his physical quality had improved greatly, and a mere 3 or 5 village men couldn't stop him at all. When he came to the bedside, Tiezhu was already out of breath. Qin Feng hurriedly picked up the nearby soup as water and poured in the 3 types of elixir powders in turn, in order for the medicinal power to take effect quickly. Qin Feng couldn't care less about whether it was useful or not and grabbed Tiezhu's hand to channel spiritual power into him. Ahem. A few moments later, a pained expression appeared on Tiezhu's face, and his chest began to rise and fall violently. With a pained expression, he got up and lay on the edge of the bed coughing, thumb-sized clots of blood coming out of his mouth one after another. Not sure which part worked either, but good to be alive. Chapter 6, Han Tiezhu wants to do something big. Tiezhu woke up. Qin Feng left. "I was just in too much of a hurry to go home and pick up the medicine, and I didn't even have time to see how Qin Yu was doing." Knowing the cause of the matter, Qin Feng was worried about his sister's state, saying that she had already been scolded by Tiezhu's spirited mother. "Sis, are you asleep?" Qin Feng came to Qin Yu's door and knocked on the door. There was no movement inside, and with his ears perked up he could barely hear the sound of even breathing. "It looks like it's asleep." Without much delay, Qin Feng returned to his room and lit the oil lamp. From under the bed, he took out all the pills he had hoarded during this period of time and put them all into his storage ring. Then he continued to cultivate the qi drawing skill. Practicing spells would emit light, so Qin Feng planned to wait until daytime to try again. Day 2. At the dawn of the day, Qin Yu woke up early and packed up the sewn clothes to go out for delivery. Qin Feng, who was in cultivation, heard it clearly. If what happened last night hadn't happened, Qin Feng might have been worried about his sister's safety, but Zhao Kang had used such dirty tricks, so he shouldn't come to the hard way in a short time. The qi drawing skill operated for 2 large circumference days. Qin Feng felt that not long after, another footstep sounded outside. Qin Feng guessed that it should be his sister coming back. She walked into the house, and after a few moments of silence there was another rustling sound, as if she was rummaging for something. Qin Feng felt that something was wrong and stopped cultivating and immediately walked out of the room, only to see the house in the middle of the house parents of the spiritual seat has disappeared. Other objects have been put away into a brand new big bag. Qin Yu was now packing up her things in her own room, constantly loading things into her sack. "Sis, what are you doing?" Qin Feng stood at the door and shouted. "Brother, let's move. We're not staying here." Qin Yu did not raise her head, just focusing on boring her head to pack up her things, only stopping when Qin Feng came up to stop her and said with red eyes, "Let's move somewhere else. My sister can support you just as well." When she was saddened to the extreme, Qin Yu still habitually treated Qin Feng as a child, even forgetting that her brother was an immortal cultivator. Seeing his sister being bullied, Qin Feng did not feel good in his heart. He tilted his head and said, "Sister, this matter has been dealt with. Tiezhu let me save back last night, probably these 2 days. I can get Zhao Kang dead." The latter sentence, Qin Feng's voice was extremely low, but it was filled with bone-chilling cold. Hearing this, the clothes in Qin Yu's hand fell to the ground at once as she stared at Qin Feng with a face full of tension and said, "Brother, don't do something stupid like that. Killing people pays. It's a woman after all." Qin Feng sighed and wiped her tears clean before saying with a forced smile, "Then don't be sad and don't cry." "Yes," Qin Yu agreed in a single breath, and Qin Feng nodded before helping to set back all the objects that had been put away. Although he verbally agreed, Qin Feng decided to go out to the mountains after dinner in a while, take a fire snake talisman to try out its power before practicing other spells. Within the last 2 days anyway, Zhao Kang must die. "What are you guys doing with that?" Just as the siblings were busy, a woman's slightly embarrassed voice rang out from the doorway. Qin Feng twisted his head to look at it. Tiezhu stood in the doorway with a silly smile on his face, while Tiezhu's mother stood back at a loss for words, her hands constantly squeezing the basket containing eggs. "Brother Feng, you're really listening to Zhao Kang's plan to move. I won't live if you move." Tiezhu had an angry look on his face and walked up in 3 steps to open the bags and help set things up. Qin Yu, on the other hand, looked at Tiezhu and Yang awkwardly. Although the unpleasantness between the two yesterday was a misunderstanding, the countrywoman's scolding was ultimately unpleasant. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Sister, Auntie is sending us eggs, you should hurry up and pick them up." "Xiao Yu, Auntie's chickens come in 2s a day these days, so I'll send some over for you to help eat." An embarrassed smile appeared on Tiezhu Yang's face. Qin Yu looked at Qin Feng before taking something to fill the eggs. "Xiao Yu, Auntie was wrong about yesterday. Auntie apologizes to you. I'm not angry anymore, but you still have to bring a couple eggs to my Windy tomorrow." Well. The two women gave each other the benefit of the doubt. Qin Yu walked into the kitchen with the eggs while Tiezhu stayed behind to help Qin Feng set things up. Only when everything was cleaned up and sat down to rest did he look at Qin Feng with a serious face. "Windy, I want to do something big and not be ordinary." Tiezhu was filled with despondency, while Qin Feng directly rolled his eyes and said, "I don't even want my 5 spirit roots immortal sect. You don't even have spirit roots and you still want to fly to the sky? Brother Feng, there's actually a secret I didn't tell you." "You got secrets, kid?" Qin Feng looked at Tiezhu with surprise. This kid had been following his ass since he was wearing open pants. He didn't expect the city to be quite deep. "Say, what's the secret? Do you think I'm powerful? A few days ago when I was delivering herbs in the Dan room, I ran into an immortal master who said that my bones were amazing." "Pust, what are you laughing at?" Qin Feng rubbed his cheeks, then patted Tiezhu's head in a serious manner and said, "You kid, first solid 2 years. Within 2 years brother must take you to live a good life." These words came from Qin Feng's heart. With synthetic ability beside, 2 years later one can become a senior cultivator in the qi refining stage at the least. So Tiezhu, a life of prosperity is still not easy? I'm not kidding. Windy. Tiezhu frowned at Qin Feng and seemed a bit angry as he continued. "That immortal master said that when he was a child, he also had no spiritual roots like me, but now he can kill refining stage cultivators indiscriminately." After listening to Tiezhu speak, Qin Feng also understood in his heart, that person is probably an evil cultivator, and also an evil cultivator who is very old. As for whether taking Iron Pillar as a disciple is a way to take over and be reborn or if he really wants to pass on the mantle is unknown, since the refined Qi stage can kill indiscriminately. "Can you get him to help us kill Zhao Kong?" "He can't. I'm still the one who sent him away after the alchemy." Tiezhu skimmed his lips, then stood up and headed for the door, and Qin Feng followed and sent him to the door. He turned around, his eyes firm. "Brother Feng, I know that there are good and bad immortal cultivators, but don't worry, no matter if I'm good or bad I won't forget your saving grace." After saying that, Tiezhu went home. Not surprisingly he should go home to say goodbye to his parents as well. Little Tai Dan. "Qin Feng, it's time to eat." Qin Yu came out from the kitchen with 2 plates of dishes, and when she saw Qin Feng standing alone in the doorway, she immediately asked, "Why don't you keep him for dinner? He was busy going on an errand." The boy. On the way to dinner, Qin Feng urged Qin Yu not to go out and excused himself by saying that he was going into the mountains later to help Tiezhu look for herbs. When he went out, he happened to see Tiezhu going out as well. His small frame was carrying a large package and he was saying goodbye to his parents. Sensing Qin Feng's line of sight, Tiezhu twisted his head around to grin, revealing a mouthful of white teeth before bouncing towards Qing Hafeng. "I'll see you later, little iron egg." Qin Feng waved his hand at his back before turning his head in the opposite direction. Projected by day. It was time for Zhao Kong to come to the village to collect taxes for the past 2 days. Perhaps for the sake of corruption, Zhao Kong was alone when collecting taxes. "I must learn the ways of the immortal cultivator as soon as possible." Chapter 7 Golden Sword Technique Minor Achievement. Chonghapang is built on the mountain with Wulong Mountain at its back. So is Chonghap Village. Get out of the village. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, Qin Feng drilled headlong into Wulong Mountain. The mountains are overgrown with trees and weeds. From time to time, small beasts ran by on the road, but Qin Feng ignored them all and just buried his head in the road. There were occasional hunters on the outskirts of the mountain range, and Qin Feng was reluctant to expose his identity, so he could only go inside the mountain range. After entering the first layer of the qi refining stage, Qin Feng's physique had far surpassed that of normal people, and he was even more fit as a fiddle than an old hunter of many years. The use of spiritual power to enhance the strength of the feet was very costly, and after half an hour the spiritual power had been exhausted. It's good to be in the place already. In front of them was a piece of cliff face with a cave overhanging 2 or 3 meters from the ground, with a vine hanging down next to it just big enough for a person to climb up. The other day during qi refining, Qin Feng had gone up through here. Once again came here Qin Feng, lightly familiar. Hands like a spirit ape grabbed the vines in 3 or 2 steps and drilled into the cave. The inside was extremely spacious, with a skylight opening above. A few wild monkeys saw someone come in and immediately slipped away along the vines hanging down from the skylight. Time is running out. Now we have to be extravagant. Qin Feng's face was full of pain as he took out a Reiki pill from his storage ring. The moment the elixir was ingested, the Reiki Dan instantly transformed into a majestic spiritual energy to rapidly replenish the Qi Si. At this moment, there were 5 rays of different colors floating in Qin Feng's Qi Si, corresponding to gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Ordinary miscellaneous spiritual roots cultivators could at most cultivate 2 types of spiritual energy at the same time, but Qin Feng cultivated a different gong method that allowed him to do so at the same time. After his spiritual energy was restored, Qin Feng began to select the spells recorded in the Hengqing 18 techniques. This book was an autobiography written by a peak Qi refining stage loose cultivator, in which each of the 18 powerful spells he had learned in his life were recorded. According to the book, learning these 18 spells would make you invincible amongst Qi refining stage cultivators. Earth Wall Art, Water Shield Art, Golden Sword Art, Fire Dragon Art, Tai Rejuvenation Art. The 18 types of spells were basically commonly used by Qi refining stage cultivators, but unusual cultivators simply didn't have the energy to practice so many medium spells. Qin Feng also felt a pain in his brain. It would take an unknown amount of time to learn all of this, and in the end, Qin Feng chose the Golden Blade technique and the Earth Wall technique. 1 attack and 1 defense, together with the Fire Snake Talisman. I don't believe I can't fix Shao Kang that. A cozy expression appeared in Qin Feng's eyes before he began to recite the Golden Blade technique mantra and finger technique. Unconsciously an hour passed. Only after memorizing the Golden Blade technique's mnemonic and finger techniques did Qin Feng begin to hold his breath and try to execute it. When the metallic spiritual energy was running into the hand that was pinching the finger technique and matching it with the mantra, Qin Feng could feel the metallic spiritual energy on his hand gradually going berserk. 2 breaths later, Qin Feng suddenly eyed the stone wall in front of him and struck out viciously with 1 finger. Golden Blade technique. Boom! In a flash, there was a golden glow blooming in the air, and the spell failed. Grass. Qin Feng adjusted his emotions and began to continuously pinch and practice the Golden Blade technique again. The more times he failed, the more excited Qin Feng became. If it's too easy, it's easy to wonder if you're cultivating a fake immortal. After an hour, the Golden Blade technique failed to cast. After half a day, the Golden Blade technique failed to cast. Late afternoon, Golden Blade spell casting succeeded. A 3-foot-long golden knife appeared out of thin air in front of Qin Feng in the void and flew towards the stone wall in front of him to slash. Bang! The stone wall emitted a slight vibration while debris continued to fall. Look carefully toward the place where the knife was hit. The golden blade directly split a gap as if it was splitting tofu. This thing is really powerful, but it kind of really consumes spiritual energy. The moment the Golden Blade technique succeeded just now, Qin Feng felt that all the spiritual energy in his body was instantly drained out, and his eyes almost fainted as his eyes went white. If it wasn't for the Aura Dan, I guess I could stay here tonight. While recovering his spiritual energy, Qin Feng was also summarizing his spell casting know-how. A few moments later, Qin Feng began to continuously cast the Golden Blade technique again, succeeding 5 or 6 times in a row before stopping. At this point, it was getting dark outside the cave. Qin Feng knew that the Earth Wall technique was hopeless today, but he still had to try the Fire Snake Talisman before leaving. Boom! Suddenly there was a burst of intense red light emerging from inside the cave, and it was only after a while that Qin Feng came out of it with a gray head. Power is fine, just a bit too wide of an attack range. When Qin Feng returned home, it was already completely dark. The courtyard still had the familiar glow of the fire pit, and Qin Yu sat beside it sewing her clothes. Brother, you're back. Ha! I'll go get you some food. Seeing Qin Feng come in from the doorway, Qin Yu immediately got up and walked into the kitchen. The meals were all hot in the pot and could be eaten as soon as they were brought out. After dinner, Qin Feng returned to his room, lit an oil lamp, and began practicing the convergence of breath technique. Kung Fu like turtle breath is used by mortals to pretend to be dead. Only the astringent breath technique can truly astringe the aura of the body, so that people can't guess the realm and the aura of the body. One night passed. Qin Feng barely learned the breath convergence technique, and as long as he kept his breath converged at all times, he would always be able to master it after a while. The next morning, Qin Yu was cooking in the kitchen and Qin Feng was sitting in the doorway fuming. During this period of time not only did he enter the first layer of the Qi refining stage realm, he also learned the Golden Blade technique and the breath convergence technique, in addition to an extra storage ring as well as a variety of pills. The most important thing was that there were still 9 fire serpent talismans left. This thing is powerful. At that time when he used it, Qin Feng felt that the moment the fire snake talisman burst, if he took a few more steps forward he could probably be killed on the spot. I wonder if Zhao Kang can carry it. Qin Feng sat on a small bench with his hand on his chin in deep thought. and without realizing it he actually laughed. Doodle doodle. There was a dense sound of footsteps from outside the courtyard. After a few moments, several people in black robes walked in under Zhao Kang's leadership. Each man held silks and parcels in his hands, and the two men in the center carried a red box. Brother Qin, you guys should have figured it out during this time, right? Master Wang has sent someone to place a bride price. Let's see where to put the things. Zhao Kang was holding a folding fan in his hand, and beside him stood a middle-aged man with a goatee. It looks like these people are from the Wang family. Qin Yu in the kitchen probed and immediately walked out. Immortal Master Zhao, are you mistaken? We never agreed to this marriage. Qin Yu's face was full of difficulties, and the man with the goatee gave Qin Yu a surprised look and said with a smile, Lady Qin is really as beautiful as the rumors. My master really wants to marry Lady Qin. He will definitely not treat you badly in the future. Please don't worry, Lady Qin, Zhao Kang said again with an expressionless face. The Wang family has already chosen a date. The first day of next month is a good day. Come over to pick up the people at that time. Prepare yourselves. A few people didn't care about the attitude of Qin Yu's siblings, put down the bride price and left. Among these people, there was no one who rejoiced more than Zhao Kang. He had been stuck at the first level of the qi refining stage realm for a long time. This time, if the Wang family is on the good side, the talented disciples of others will come back, and as long as they give a little guidance, they will be able to break through the cultivation level. Ugh, what a way to go. Qin Yu looked at the bride price in the courtyard, anxious round and round. Qin Feng's eyelids drooped, did not say. The Wang family was nothing more than a clan member who had worshipped the everlasting sword sect. Other than this clan member, the rest of the Wang family were all mortals. What's so awesome about it? They were formidable, and their own fire snake talisman was not yet formidable. Chapter 8. It's good to be young and fall asleep. The next afternoon, Qin Feng was sitting in the courtyard reading a book, and he could vaguely hear a burst of chickens and dogs in the entire Qinghe village. Someone screamed in agony, Mr. Immortal Master, I'm the only one in my family who can move. Can we collect this year's taxes later? If you don't pay your taxes and he doesn't pay his, the Immortal Masters of the Clear River Place will let you work? Cut the crap and hand over the road guide if you don't pay the Spirit Stone. Didn't they pay taxes in past years before they gave out work permits? How come we're charging for road signs this year? These are the words of the Immortal Master of the Clear River Place. To hand them over or not? The countryside mortals were like fish and meat on a knife board in front of Zhao Kang, the immortal cultivator, and could only be slaughtered. Qin Feng had witnessed this countless times since he was a child, and had long since gotten used to it. Brother, this is our tax. When the man comes later, you can give it to him. Qin Yu walked out of the room, stuffed a cloth bag into Qin Feng's hand and went back to the house. The cloth bag contained 8 egg-sized milky white diamond-shaped stones, which were spirit stones. A few moments later, Zhao Kang walked slowly to Qin Feng's door and just glanced at it before turning his eyes to the next house. What's going on? Qin Feng frowned as he chased after Zhao Kang and asked, Lord Immortal Master, why don't you collect my family's tax? You boys are blessed. Your taxes have been paid for you by the Wang family. Zhao Kang finished speaking and headed towards Tiezhu's house. During this period of time, Tiezhu's parents didn't have the heart to go to the workshop market to do labor because of Tiezhu's matter. The odds are that you can't afford to pay your taxes either. A few moments later, there was a cry of chickens and dogs from the next yard. Qin Feng immediately ran over to take a look. Tiezhu's mother fell to the ground and cried, and his father blocked the doorway with a kitchen knife in his hand. Zhao Kang was casting a spell with a weird talisman seal in his hand. If he were to let him finish casting the spell, it was estimated that 2 lives would be spilled in blood on the spot. Immortal Master Zhao. Qin Feng immediately rushed forward to block it while shoving the package in his hand into Zhao Kang's hand. I'll pay the taxes on their house. You cross? Zhao Kang glanced at the cloth bag in Qin Feng's hand, and the murderous aura in his eyes diminished a lot. Alright, but remember to buy your sister some good food during this time. Don't let the Wang family down. Zhao Kang patted Qin Feng's shoulder and continued to the next house. Little Wind, your spirit stone, we will find a way to return it to you. Tiezhu's parents looked at Qin Feng with complex expressions and were about to kneel down for him on the spot. Uncle and aunt, don't be like this. I'm a good brother with Tiezhu. I'll definitely take care of what I can when he's gone. Qin Feng calmed the two before turning to leave. When the tax is collected, it was completely dark. It's about 4 miles from Clear River Village to Clear River Place. A smile filled Zhao Kang's face as he walked back to Qinghe Feng. Today I made another 100 or so spirit stones. This Qinghe village is really a blessed place for me. It's a shame you can only collect the tax once a year. It's just not possible to think of other taxes. As Zhao Kang hurried along, he kept tossing an egg-sized heavy pouch in his hand. It was dark all around. A cold wind came, and Zhao Kang suddenly shivered. This situation is best suited for an ambush sneak attack. Wouldn't it be dangerous if someone in the bushes sneaks up on you? Glancing at the reeds beside him, Zhao Kang felt a chill at the bottom of his heart, immediately put away his Qianquan bag and accelerated his steps towards Qinghe Square. Why does it feel weird today? As Zhao Kang quickly hurried along, he always felt as if something was wrong. Immortal Master Zhao! There was a sudden shout from the tall reeds nearby. Zhao Kang twisted his head to look over and was shaken. Woohoo! All he saw was a small red snake about 3 feet long coming towards his chest, and he didn't even have a chance to react before it hit him. Countless flames instantly exploded, and the eye was filled with fire snakes. The fire snake charm? It was the last time in Zhao Kang Brain's life that he used his brain. Immediately afterward, his body was wrapped in flames, and in the blink of an eye, he burned to a charcoal, then fell back to sleep. It's good to be young. Qin Feng jumped out of the bushes, darted around Zhao Kang's body, got the Qianquan bag and then quickly fled toward the distance. Although Zhao Kang's crime is great, but for the first time to deprive others of their lives, Qin Feng still felt his heartbeat accelerate, very nervous. Qin Feng didn't dare to go home immediately. He found a reed bush outside the village to hide in for half the night, and waited until it was almost dawn before sneaking back to his room. With Zhao Kang dead, will there be an investigation into this? Qin Feng lay on his bed and began to think. There were a lot of immortal cultivators coming and going around Qinghe Square, but they were rarely seen fighting in a big way, so there should be some kind of agreed-upon rules binding them. However, Qin Feng was too lazy to think about it, sitting on his bed and started practicing until Qin Yu called for dinner before he went out. Meal time. Outside passed a group of men in brocade suits with swords hanging from their waists visiting around. A middle-aged man with a stout body and high bulging temples who came to Qin Feng's house. With just one glance, Qin Feng could tell that he wasn't an immortal cultivator, but he was definitely an expert among ordinary people. The middle-aged man asked with an expressionless face, "Did you see any suspicious persons last night?" Suspicious persons? No. Qin Feng's face was filled with doubt and Qin Yu's face was also filled with panic, fearing that this group of people had come to trouble them again. If you see any suspicious persons, immediately go to Qingefang to report to the police, the man said casually and left. There was also a government office in Qingefang, only the status was much worse compared to that of an immortal cultivator. Reporting to the police? No immortal cultivator investigated Zhao Kang's death, just the magistrate to deal with it? Just as Qin Feng was puzzled, Tiezhu Yang ran in with a face full of gossip and said to Qin Yu, "Something big happened last night." Qin Yu absent-mindedly asked, "Auntie, what is it?" "I heard that the Wang family from the next village was exterminated last night." Qin Feng stretched out his chopsticks and prepared to clip the meat. The chopsticks shook and the meat instantly fell off. He hadn't even made a move yet. Who the hell had wiped out the Wang family in advance? Qin Feng did not react, but Qin Yu asked with a face full of surprise. "Really?" Tijuana said in a colorful voice. "It must be true. The officials are now going around investigating the murderer. I reckon it's because the Wang family is bullying men and women everywhere, and some immortal master lord couldn't stand it, so he took action against them." Tiezhu Yang was full of cozy dejection, while Qin Yu was looking at Qin Feng with a puzzled look on her face, her eyes somewhat odd. When Tiezhu Yang left, Qin Feng immediately proved his innocence. "Sister, it really wasn't me. Who said it was you?" Qin Yu rolled her eyes and grunted under her breath as she went to the kitchen to fry 2 more eggs for Qin Feng. The siblings were happily eating when another person came to the door. Only this time, it was a graceful young girl who came, wearing a long purple dress and holding a small compass and a black incense candle. Qin Feng recognized the identity of the young girl at a glance. The other man didn't recognize him, just walked into the yard with a puzzled look on his face and then stood in the doorway of the house, only to see that the thick smoke produced by the burning of the black incense was like recognizing people and drifting straight towards Qin Feng. Chapter 9, The Pavilion of Wonderful Fate. Seeing the pretty-looking little girl standing at her door, Qin Yu immediately stood up and asked in a gentle tone, "What's the matter with this girl? Coming to my house?" The young girl didn't say anything, she just looked straight at Qin Feng, at the same time freeing up one of her hands and flipping it over. A 3-inch-long purple compact flying sword instantly appeared in her hand. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu instantly realized that this pretty little girl in front of her was an immortal master. Qin Feng's face also darkened, and he was most depressed as to why the smoke from the burning black incense would float onto him. There's obviously no wind either. The young girl looked at Qin Feng with a puff of air and said as she pointed her flying sword at Qin Feng's head, "Hand over the 5-spirit skill and this immortal ant will let you die a quick death." Is there a misunderstanding in that? I really don't know what the 5-spirit skill is. Qin Feng looked at the other party with a bewildered face while skillfully raising his hands up. "The god-seeking incense has found you. And you're still sophomoric?" Qin Feng glanced at the black incense in her hand. The smoke was still spreading to his side. "That's add up. I really don't know the 5-spirit technique." Qin Feng is full of depression. The heart also realized that it may be Zhao Kang messed up, did not wipe his ass. He snatched his Qianquan bag. "Humph, you just weaseled your way out of it. The young girl's eyes revealed an expression of contempt as she pinched her hand once again, and the smoke on the god-seeking incense instantly reversed its direction and floated directly towards Qin Feng's room. It wasn't until then that Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The Qiankuan bag itself had long been hidden in the corner outside, and there was nothing in the room now. The young girl slowly walked towards the room while Qin Feng and Qin Yu followed her over with puzzled faces. The only thing left in the house besides a simple bed was a large closet. A few used, crumpled balls of paper were discarded at the foot of the bed, and the young girl kicked them away in disgust before locking her eyes under the pillow. Because the smoke from the god-seeking incense stays there at this point, the young girl pointed her small flying sword at Qin Feng and threatened, "Go! Take something out!" Qin Feng walked to the side of the bed with a face full of disdain and put his hand into the pillow to feel around, while arguing with a face full of depression. "Don't I know my room well enough? It's in here. There really is something." Qin Feng slowly lifted the pillow, revealing something underneath it. A waxy cowhide book. A small porcelain vase. There's a dried, bloody handprint on the book, and the porcelain vase carries quite a bit of it, but it's dried and blackened. The room was silent for a moment, still saying, "It's not you. I'll let you know the price of lying now." The young girl's voice instantly pulled up quite a bit, and the flying sword in her hand was also pointed straight at Qin Feng's brow. "It's really not me." Qin Feng immediately printed his hand onto the bloody handprint on the book and explained, "Look, my hand is a lot bigger than this hand." When comparing them, Qin Feng noticed that the index finger of that bloody handprint was somewhat bent, and his eyes instantly flickered. I'll try again." The young girl took away her sword to personally compare Qin Feng's hand with the bloody handprints, and then examined the pills in the porcelain bottle. She was relieved to make sure nothing was missing. "Count yourself lucky. It's probably because someone thought they couldn't escape that they hid the stuff in your house. Daring to rob the stuff we sell at the Strange Edge Pavilion is looking for death." The young girl muttered and took another look at the compass pointer in her hand to make sure that the man in front of her wasn't lying. Then she gathered her things and left. It all came and went so quickly that the siblings didn't speak the entire time. "Windy, is it really not something you robbed?" Qin Yu looked at Qin Feng with a worried face. Today, there were people from the government office and immortal cultivators looking for something, which made her feel a bit disturbed. "I'll ask." Qin Feng was also puzzled in his heart and immediately chased out the door to the young girl and asked, "Lord Immortal Master, what exactly is going on here?" Perhaps because she felt that she had just pointed her sword at people a few times in an impolite manner, the young girl turned around and said casually, "Last night, someone went to the Wang family to kill and rob people, violating the rules of my Strange Edge Pavilion." After the young girl left, Qin Feng was still filled with confusion. What are the rules of Oddfellow's court? And, just now that handprint looks like it was left by Iron Pillar because that's what his left index finger looks like. Whatever. Qin Feng twisted his head back and took advantage of Qin Yu's inattention to quickly dig Zhao Kang's Qiankuan bag out from the corner, then headed straight to the back of the mountain. After hiding the Qiankuan bag, Qin Feng ran to the river again and washed it vigorously. Late afternoon. The entrance to Clear River Place. A cultivator wearing a black robe stood in front of the stall owner selling herbs and took out a spirit stone and asked, "This Amma, do you know what the rules are at the Pavilion of Strange Fate?" "I don't know." "This brother, do you know what the rules of the Pavilion of Strange Fate are?" "Isn't just a store that sells stuff?" After inquiring for half a day, Qin Feng probably knew the rules of the Strange Edge Pavilion. The backing of this store seemed to be very hard, and if he bought something from his house and was robbed or killed for his treasure, the Strange Edge Pavilion would be responsible for getting it back. They would also help escrow in cases like the Wang family's extermination and wait for other descendants of the Wang family to come and get it. Tiezhu, what the hell are you doing destroying the Wang family on the line to rob things? For a while, Qin Feng felt his head hurt a little. That handprint left on the book will later become an important clue in the search for the murderer. Tiezhu will definitely be in trouble in the future. Unfortunately, Qin Feng doesn't know where he is either. "What can I get you?" In the Oddfellows Court store. Qin Feng had just walked in. The young girl in purple greeted her. Still, she was the one who looked after the store. "I'd like to buy something. I heard that you have after-sale service for the things you sell at the Strange Edge Pavilion." "That's natural. What would you like to buy?" The young girl didn't understand what after-sale service was, but she could probably guess some of the meaning. Qin Feng chewed on the beef jerky, feeling a bit troubled. This kind of after-sale service has some security, but there is no privacy left. The fact that people can find things naturally means that they can find buyers in the future. Seeing that the black-robed man was hesitating, the young girl opened her mouth again to explain. "Is fellow Daoist worried about being followed by the Strange Edge Pavilion? Our Strange Edge Pavilion is a branch of the Spirit Realm's Immortal Edge Building, and would not do such a heartless thing at all." "Well, I'm going to sell the Foundation Building Pill." Qin Feng flipped his hand and took out 2 Foundation Establishment Dan from his storage ring and placed them on the table. "This is a lower grade Foundation Building Pill? If it's not a problem, Our Strange Edge Pavilion is willing to purchase it for 400 spirit stones. I've already inquired. The selling price of the foundation building pill in other stores is 1,000 spirit stones. The trick was broken up. And the young girl said again with her face unchanged. How about 850 apiece then? If other stores can afford that purchase price, I'll double compensate you. Selling price of 1,000, acquisition price of 850. Xin Feng felt that this price is appropriate, but it is a pity that the last time by her pit. This girl looks small and cute, but she's really ruthless when it comes to pitting people. What do you want to buy? Fellow Daoist? Is there a formation? Yes. Any primary flying swords? Yes. The 2 foundation establishment pills were sold for 1,700 spirit stones, and Xin Feng was considered to have money in his pocket. It was natural to consider raising one's cultivation level when one had money. In the young girl's puzzled expression, Xin Feng chose 2 primary misty formations and 4 primary spirit gathering formations. After you buy it and synthesize it yourself, you can get an intermediate maze formation and an advanced spirit gathering formation. If you buy it outright here, there can be more than a tenfold difference in price between beginner and intermediate. Is that all you need? Aha! A total of 6,850 spirit stones. So expensive? Xin Feng was filled with depression and was about to take the last 8 foundation establishment Dan from his storage ring when he suddenly asked with a flash of insight. How many spirit stones can you offer to acquire a top-grade foundation building pill? Chapter 10, Extreme Foundation Building Pill. Realize Wealth Freedom. The purchase price of a mid-grade foundation building pill was 2,000 spirit stones apiece, and 5,000 spirit stones for the top grade. Xin Feng didn't know if this girl had continued to pit herself, but it was more cost-effective to sell the top-grade foundation establishment Dan anyway. Underneath the black robe, Xin Feng flipped one hand and instantly took out 4 lower-grade foundation establishment pills. Lower-grade foundation building pill, when taken by a person who has reached the full round of the chi refining stage, it can strengthen the body and has a 10% chance of breaking through to foundation building. Can be synthesized, medium-grade foundation building pill. After synthesizing the 2 medium grades, Xin Feng continued to synthesize the upper grades, but at this time a burst of fragrant aroma uniquely belonging to the elixir came from under the black robe. Extreme Foundation Building Pill, when taken by a person who has reached the full round of the chi refining stage, it can strengthen the body and has a 70% chance of breaking through to foundation building. It has reached the top level and cannot be synthesized again. 2 medium-grade pills directly synthesized into an extreme grade? Smelling the medicinal scent, Xin Feng's eyes revealed a touch of excitement, and the young girl in front of him also revealed a curious look. After pondering for a moment, Xin Feng had opened his mouth and asked, "Then what if what I want to sell is an extreme-grade foundation building Dan? How much?" The young girl had a curious expression in her eyes and pondered for a moment before saying, "The extreme-grade foundation building pill can be sold for at least 10,000 spirit stones, 12,000. All right." When he left the Strange Edge Pavilion, Xin Feng had a few more sets of primary formations and 4 yellow-rank lower-grade flying swords, as well as more than 6,000 spirit stones in his storage ring. This deal was a good deal for Xin Feng. The only thing that made people feel regretful was that the 5 spirit skill was in the Qi Yuan Pavilion. Xin Feng didn't dare to open his mouth to ask about it, fearing that he would let her guess it. Although the Strange Edge Pavilion had no malicious intent, Xin Feng knew that he was now risk-resistant. Any risk could tear apart the small family of 2, yourself and your sister. At this time, it was already dark, and there were many fewer people coming and going in the marketplace. Xin Feng found an alleyway to remove the black robe from his body before walking back down the path. Halfway there, he suddenly felt movement behind him. Xin Feng twisted his head to look, only to see a man with a low stature wearing a black robe following behind him. Even after being discovered, the other party didn't have much of a reaction. Still standing straight there, without any semblance of a living person's breath on his body. Instead there was a putrid smell. Feeling his scalp tingle, Xin Feng bravely opened his mouth and asked, "Your Excellency is looking for me for something?" "Windy, it's me." The hoarse voice came from under the black robe, as if the iron sand was rubbing in a pot to make the hairs on one's back stand up. Xin Feng probably guessed 6 or 7 points in his heart, but still did not say anything, just looked at him silently. The black-robed man also stopped talking and stiffly raised his hand to pull out a heavy package from his arms and tossed it in front of Xin Feng. "Take me home for me. I can't see them right now." The toothsome sound resounded once again, and Xin Feng's brows instantly furrowed into a ball. He had just guessed that it was Tiezhu, but was worried that it was Tiezhu's dead ghost master who had taken over his body. Now that he still remembers his parents, there should be no such thing as being taken over. Xin Feng opened his mouth and asked, "Tiezhu, why are you in this hellish state? Pitted by that mother ******* ing immortal? No, he was practicing in corpse kung fu. The inheritance was given to me." Xin Feng didn't understand what in corpse gong was, but he could probably guess through the literal meaning that it was either refining other people's corpses or making himself into a corpse. Looking at Tiezhu this way, it should be the latter. Xin Feng made sure that the package on the ground was fine before picking it up and loading it into his storage bag. Seeing the package instantly disappear, the black-robed Tiezhu froze for a moment, and Xin Feng also froze. You become a cultivator? The friction couldn't be heard as sad or happy, but it could be heard as surprised. Xin Feng nodded, then turned to him and asked, "Did you do what happened to the Wang family? They want to marry sister you. Die. Then you also robbed the 5-spirit skill under my pillow?" Tiezhu didn't say anything else, just nodded. A warm current crossed his heart. Xin Feng felt that this emotion was a bit on top and said with a forced smile, "You are like this and still think about me. This love brother Feng will remember for you. Later when you are back to normal, brother Feng will take you to drink and eat meat, and then go to drink a flower wine." Good. Tiezhu nodded before he turned around and slowly lay down on the ground. And in that instant, Xin Feng saw a lot of black fluffy hairs growing on the necks of the exposed feet, like some kind of beast. He left without having a chance to look closely at the iron pillar. He landed on his hands and powered up on his hindquarters, blinking like a wolf and disappearing from view. When I got home, the lights were out at Tiezhu's house next door. In order to make the two old men no longer worry about Tiezhu, Xin Feng directly pushed open the courtyard of his house and then knocked on the door. When a large bag of spirit stones was handed over to Tiezhu's father and he was informed that Tiezhu had become a disciple of a certain small immortal cultivation sect, the middle-aged man's eyes instantly turned red. Sadness is followed closely by joy. He immediately took out 10 spirit stones to return the tax that Xin Feng had helped pay 2 days ago. Xin Feng said that Tiezhu had already given it to him before he let it go. Only after leaving Tiezhu's house did Xin Feng slowly make his way back to his own home. Zhao Kang is dead. The Wang family is destroyed. The small fire pit in the courtyard also appeared, and Xin Yu was sitting by it, sewing clothes. "Brother, what are you doing at Uncle Han's house?" Xin Yu asked while she was busy with the needlework in her hands. "Tiezhu entrusted me to deliver spirit stones to them, and went to explain a few things. There's rice still hot in the pot. Are you hungry?" "Hungry." Xin Feng grinned. Xin Yu put down what she was holding and pinched Xin Feng's face again before she got up and went to the kitchen to serve the food. A large bowl of white rice covered with some leftovers and 2 fried eggs. Xin Feng ate his meal in silence while watching his sister do her needlework. It was only after a while that Xin Feng spoke. "Sister, why don't you stop working in the future? With the spirit stones I have now, the two of us won't be able to spend them all in our lifetime. What's the point of people living without moving? Only pigs eat and sleep all day." Xin Yu skimmed her mouth, not caring in the slightest how many spirit stones Xin Feng had. "That's fine, but you do less work too, so you don't wear yourself out." After dinner, Xin Feng pulled Xin Yu back to the house and forced 20 spirit stones as well as a face-nourishing pill on her. Only after doing this did Xin Feng return to his room. "Light the oil lamp and then take out all the items you purchased today. 2 sets of elementary misty formations, 4 sets of elementary spirit gathering formations and 4 flying swords. Elementary Lost Trail Formation. The formation can confuse cultivators below the 3rd level of Qi refining stage after execution, without any attack power. Can be synthesized. Intermediate Maze. Synthesize. Intermediate Maze Formation. After the formation is cast, it can confuse Qi refining stage cultivators, making it impossible for them to walk into the interior of the formation. The difference between beginner and intermediate is so plain and simple. One just interfered with the line of sight, and the other made it impossible to enter the interior of the formation. After putting the Misty Tracer formation into his storage ring, Xin Feng proceeded to synthesize the Spirit Gathering formation and Flying Swords. A few moments later, he obtained a set of high-level Spirit Gathering formation and a yellow-rank upper-grade Flying Sword. Advanced Spirit Gathering formation, gathering heaven and earth's spiritual Qi inside the formation. The concentration of spiritual Qi is 5 times denser than the outside world. Yellow-ranked top-grade Flaming Sword, powerful, more energy-saving. Can release flames inside the flying sword to burn the enemy when used. Flying swords and magic weapons and so on are not much different. Against the enemy is basically more than who's durable and who's advanced. Only when the actual battle can see the effect. However, the Spirit Gathering array gave Xin Feng a great shock. With 5 times the spiritual power added, 1 day of cultivation inside the array was equivalent to 5 days in the outside world. With this Spirit Gathering formation, I should be able to quickly increase my strength even with a 5 spirit root. Satisfied, Xin Feng put the things into his storage ring and planned to immediately set off to the cave in the back of the mountain to cultivate. As he walked out the door, Xin Feng noticed out of the corner of his eye a dark shadow flashing from his yard to the alley next to him, along with a strong fluctuation of spiritual energy. Immortal cultivator? And not at a low level? Xin Feng was shocked in his heart and pretended to yawn as he walked into the outhouse to pee before continuing back to the house to sleep. Qin Feng didn't sleep after getting back into bed, his two eyes quietly staring out of the window. A few moments later, the dark shadow appeared again, but it just stood motionless in the yard, seemingly observing something. Chapter 11, Breaking Through the Second Level of Qi Refining. Giggle. Qin Feng heard the sound of Qin Yu opening the door from outside. Ugh. It's not like the kid bolted the door. With a grumble, she yawned and slowly headed outside towards the outhouse. Qin Feng secretly held a small flying sword in his hand. His heart was in his throat. If that black shadow dared to make any unusual moves, even if he died, he would go out and fight. The moment Qin Yu went out, the black shadow disappeared once again. A few moments later Qin Yu returned, bolted the door gently, and then returned to her own room. It wasn't until then that Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, and the black shadow appeared again on the window pane, drawn out in the moonlight. Not knowing what the other party wanted, Qin Feng did not intend to act rashly, but Qin Feng could guess that this guy was perhaps investigating the cause of Zhao Kang's death, or perhaps a relative of the Wang family? The night passed, and it wasn't until almost dawn that the dark shadow disappeared completely. Qin Feng woke up early and sat under the eaves of the house to read a book, and only after eating did he take all his things and run toward the mountains behind the village. Bang! The cave. Qin Feng attempted to maneuver his flying sword to slash at the stone wall, instantly scaring the few wild monkeys into taking the road and fleeing. This strike directly consumed close to a third of the spiritual energy within Qin Feng's Qi. Flying swords waste more spiritual energy than activating talisman seals. I'm still too weak. Qin Feng sighed, then took out the Misty Tracer formation from his storage ring and set it up around the cave. This formation had a total of 36 small flags and 18 large flags. After they were all inserted in their designated positions, the entrance to the cave instantly disappeared, and it looked like there was just a stone wall in front of it. Qin Feng held an egg-sized stone in his hand and injected spiritual energy into it, and the formation instantly opened to reveal the entrance to the cave. After entering the cave, Qin Feng set out the spirit gathering formation again, and the two sets of formations alone took half an hour. The moment the spirit gathering formation took shape, Qin Feng clearly felt that the aura within the entire cave was much denser. There was also a steady stream of more auras rapidly gathering from all directions. 5 times the spiritual power. It's really cool. Qin Feng sat down in the spirit gathering formation to run the 5 Emperors Qi drawing skill, and in an instant, thick spiritual Qi drilled into his body along his pores. After a wisp of spiritual energy entered the body, it traveled through the tendons and veins, washing the dirt from the body until it finally returned to the Qi sea. At this moment, in Qin Feng's sea of Qi, 5 strands of spiritual energy of different colors were slowly rotating, and as more spiritual energy was absorbed, the 5 strands of spiritual energy were also growing. The spirit power of an ordinary first-level Qi refining stage cultivator was simply not enough to harness a flying sword, but Qin Feng possessed 5 channels of spirit power, and harnessing it only consumed 1/3 of his spirit power at a time. This made Qin Feng both happy and sad. Simultaneously cultivating 5 kinds of spiritual power later on, one's own spiritual power will be 5 times that of a normal person. But what about foundation building? What about the firstborn? These were things Qin Feng didn't dare to think about. Right now he only wanted to raise his strength a little faster. With the spirit gathering formation, Qin Feng's cultivation speed was fast. Unconsciously the day passed. Late afternoon. Qin Feng came home on time for dinner. Qin Yu knew Qin Feng's status now, so she didn't ask him about it and just cooked silently. Night. The dark figure appeared again, still just standing quietly in the yard like yesterday. The other party didn't act abnormally, and Qin Feng didn't intend to startle the snake. It was like that for 10 days or so. This afternoon, Qin Feng sat cross-legged within the spirit gathering formation, frantically absorbing the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth. At this moment, every spiritual energy in his body was very large, and there was a vague feeling that it was going to split. Almost broke through. Qin Feng was overjoyed in his heart and continued to absorb spiritual energy by running his gongfu with all his might. Boom! The 5 spiritual forces within the Qi Sea exploded like firebombs, the strong impact causing Qin Feng to feel a surge of qi and blood. After stabilizing once again, each spiritual force became 2, and now Qin Feng possessed a total of 10 spiritual forces within his body. Second level of Qi refining stage. Finally broken through. Qin Feng's face was flushed with excitement as he reached out and clenched his fists to try the physical changes. The 5 senses and 6 senses are lighter, and the body's reaction speed and strength are much stronger. Cultivating immortality for about a month to break through the second level of Qi refining. I'm still too much stronger than the likes of Zhao Kang. Qin Feng excitedly stood up, then walked out of the formation and ran wildly towards the mountain. After another breakthrough in his realm, his speed was now comparable to that of an ordinary beast, fast becoming a shadow in the dense forest. Qin Feng didn't go home immediately. Instead he rushed straight to the place where Zhao Kang's Qiankuan bag was hidden. The Qianquan bag had the divine sense left behind by Zhao Kang on it, so outsiders couldn't open it. But now that Qin Feng's realm had broken through, he was able to directly and violently refine his divine sense and take the Qianquan bag for himself. Squeak! The gray squirrel was lying on its back, burrowing under a tree, and sensing a two-legged human approaching, it climbed straight up to the top of the tree in a puff of smoke, then looked warily at the human below. It was relieved to see that the other was just digging under the tree, plowing through the leaves and digging out the dirt again. A dark red Qianquan bag instantly appeared in the field of vision. Qin Feng beautifully placed the bag into his chest. The moment he turned around, Qin Feng bent down violently. Bang! The large tree was penetrated by a golden flying sword shadow, directly blowing out a waist-thick hole. I hate people who engage in sneak attacks. Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of tree dregs and already held the fiery flying sword in his hand. A figure slowly stood up in the grass on the slope not far away. The other party was a woman around 30 years old, and in her hand, she was also cupping a golden talisman. At this moment, she had an angry expression and stared at Qin Feng with a murderous look on her face. You curmudgeon dared to harm my senior brother Zhao. Today I'm going to arrest you back to the division to wait for your punishment. Zhao Kang, a casual cultivator, still has a master? In an instant, Qin Feng guessed the cause and effect. Probably this female cultivator had found the place where she had hidden her Qianquan bag, and then stood guard here. Through the fluctuation of spiritual energy just now, Qin Feng felt that his opponent's realm was higher than his own, and that he could not be defeated. Zhao Kang deserves to die, Qin Feng said with an expressionless face and then flew towards the mountain. The woman's face revealed a look of contempt as she slapped a green-colored talisman seal onto her legs, her entire speed skyrocketing as she closely followed behind Qin Feng. You think you can get away with this? If you obediently bind your hands we will still consider giving you a good time. The woman threatened Qin Feng as she chased after him. Although that golden talisman was extremely powerful, for some reason she didn't use it anymore and just followed closely behind. Qin Feng had planned to run in the direction of the misty tracer formation, but on second thought, he thought better of it. This woman could die anywhere, just not near her cave. On second thought Qin Feng changed direction and ran towards another hill. One chased the other and both were extremely fast. The woman following behind was also getting more and more alarmed the more she chased after him. A mere cultivator at the second level of qi refining was able to run wildly for such a long time using spiritual power plus? Another few moments passed. Qin Feng ran to the vicinity of a huge boulder, which had 3 big words written on it: Wangjia Town. Bang! Qin Feng rested his legs and stomped violently. The whole person scurried behind the boulder like a rabbit. Is that all you can do? The woman stopped sharply and stared contemptuously at the other end of the boulder. Here it is. Qin Feng's voice rang out from this end of the boulder, while 2 small dark red snakes flew rapidly towards the woman. Bastard! How dare you sneak attack? Sensing that the energy fluctuation of the fire snake was not bad in terms of power, the woman was so angry that her face turned white and she hastily cast a golden light to protect her entire body. Behind the boulder, Qin Feng was worried about not being able to kill the other party, and gritted his teeth and inspired 2 more fire snake talismans, one on the left and one on the right, in an encircling style toward the woman to kill. Chapter 12, 2 Killings of Immortal Cultivators. The power of the fire snake talisman was enough to threaten Qi refining stage 4th level cultivators. Qin Feng couldn't figure out what realm his opponent was in, so he inspired 4 of them one after another in one breath. Boom boom! The first 2 fire snake talismans violently impacted on the woman's light shield, instantly blasting out several cracks in that light shield. It's not enough. Qin Feng once again decisively cast 2 fire snake talismans towards the woman to kill her, while at the same time sacrificing his fiery flying sword to frantically infuse spiritual energy into it. Buzz! In an instant, the flaming sword's light sword, its body glowing red like a hot iron, while Qin Feng began to pinch his fingers in preparation for the use of the golden sword technique. I don't believe I can't fix you. Although he was full of confidence, Qin Feng still had no bottom in his heart. Asshole! Inside the light shield, the woman who had fallen into a disadvantageous position saw Qin Feng's spells attacking one after another, and immediately turned pale. She quickly took out the golden sword talisman seal and pinched her fingers, similarly blasting towards Qin Feng. Boom boom boom! 2 fire snakes, one on the left and one on the right, once again bombarded the light shield, which instantly broke apart. The golden sword talisman seal inspired by the woman then clashed with the 2 fire snakes at the very back. In a flash of fire, the golden sword talisman seal was directly consumed by the fire snake, and the aftershock from the explosion directly lifted her several feet away. And that's when the woman saw another reddish flying sword and a golden long sword coming towards her in unison. Fellow Daoist, forgive me. I can pretend I don't know about Zhao Kang. Qin Feng did not say anything and secretly applied a large amount of spiritual energy to the fiery flying sword and golden blade technique once again. Seeing this, The woman's mind was in turmoil, and she once again cast a light shield in an attempt to resist. Click! The golden blade technique slashed fiercely at the light shield with a thick momentum, instantly splitting numerous cracks, followed by the fiery flying sword attack. The light shield that was already cracked was instantly pierced through by the flying sword, and along with it, her torso was also pierced with fist-sized holes, which were now cooing and bleeding. Who the hell are you? The woman's face was filled with horror as she looked at the bloody hole in her chest, trembling unceasingly. Qin Feng didn't say anything and just watched quietly. After 2 breaths, the woman's leg stumped and she fell to the ground, never moving again. Qin Feng glanced at her corpse. The other party's realm was a bit higher than his own. Refining her storage bag was more troublesome. If he took her storage bag, it would also be a hot potato. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng decided to hide her storage bag in a tree hole. After this was done, it was quickly left. Halfway, Qin Feng found another ravine to start refining Zhao Kang's Qin Kuan bag. With equal cultivation levels, the divine sense left behind by a person who had already died was naturally no match for Qin Feng. It took half an incense stick of time to completely refine Zhao Kang's Qin Kuan pouch, which contained 1,386 spirit stones and a blue egg-sized diamond-shaped stone. Through the density of spiritual energy, Qin Feng guessed that this should be the so-called medium-grade spirit stone. Beyond that, there were also a number of lower-grade inferior flying swords, 3 lower-grade yellow-rank spells, clearing pills, divine traveling talismans, and other primary items. A single middle-grade spirit stone was worth 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Qin Feng hadn't thought that Zhao Kang was this rich and put everything into his storage ring before turning around and hurrying home at a fiery pace. Darkness. There is still the familiar small fire pit in the yard, and there are still sweet and savory meals. However, Qin Feng didn't feel as at ease as before. As he got stronger, the more crises he saw. It was still unclear what the black shadow in the courtyard was. The clansmen of the Wang family who had worshipped the everlasting sword sect would surely come back to seek revenge as well as the master behind Zhao Kang. What realm was he in? This night, Qin Feng spent it staring at the window again. The dark shadow outside the window still stands in the yard, so that it will disappear when someone passes by or when Qin Yu rises. Half a month passed in a flash. Qin Feng's strength finally broke through to the 3rd level of the qi refining stage. When returning home that day, a figure in a black robe blocked Qin Feng halfway. Iron Pillar? Brother Feng, yesterday I sneaked back to the village to see my parents, and I noticed that sister you didn't seem right. After a long time, Tiezhu's voice had returned to normal, only that his body was still a bit stiff, and countless black pressurized hairs could be seen under his black robe. My sister? What happened to her? Every time you leave, a person dressed in black will go to your house and then Sister Moon will close the door until you are almost back. That person will leave. Yesterday I also thought it was an accident, but during the night the man in black was also guarding your yard. And this you didn't realize? Tiezhu's tone was full of complexity, with a few moments of helplessness and a few moments of skepticism. For a while Qin Feng was also confused. Men in black? Male or female? Is it possible that my sister has a boyfriend? But that's moving a little too fast, isn't it? Windy, what now? Tiezhu's tone was filled with worry, and it was obvious that he and Qin Feng had thought of the same thing. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng opened his mouth and asked, Tiezhu, how is your strength now? It shouldn't be a problem to deal with the 4th level of qi refining. Then let's brothers join forces tonight and see what he's all about. That's what I came to find you for. Don't let sister you be tricked. Back home, Qin Feng did not immediately go into his room to read, but sat next to him and silently observed Qin Yu doing her needlework. The breath was smooth and there was a special fragrance on his body. Qin Feng did not die and observed again with the qi surveying technique that he had practiced for the past 2 days. But no matter how you look at it, your sister is still a virgin. And there's not even the sweetness in her face or her eyes that you get when you're passionately in love. Brother, what's wrong with you today? Feeling that Qin Feng's eyes had been resting on her, Qin Yu thought that her face had blossomed and immediately reached out to touch her face. Sis, no one's come after us in the meantime, have they? No. Qin Yu was answering the questions, and Qin Feng was watching her breath with his qi surveying technique. But the combination of factors proves she's not lying. After a few moments of small talk, Qin Feng went back to his room to sleep, while Qin Yu continued to work until the glow from the fire pit faded before returning to her room to rest. Night. A gale was blowing around. Even from inside the house you could hear the branches and weeds rustling around the perimeter. The moonlight was bright, and Qin Feng slept in his bed staring intently at the window. The flying sword, fire snake talisman and 3 aura pills were placed by the bed. All the things that could be used were all laid out. Qin Feng secretly decided in his heart that as soon as he moved his hands in a while, he would directly fire away. Together with the iron pillar. Even if they couldn't kill each other, they could still cause quite a commotion. This place is extremely close to the Qinghe Square. As long as the noise made by the people responsible for the management of the Qinghe Square will surely come over to check. Only after making sure that he had all the items he needed to prepare for battle did Qin Feng return his gaze. A black shadow had appeared on the window at some point. No matter how violent the gale was, the shadow remained motionless. Damn, that's too much bullying. Qin Feng bit each of the 3 Reiki pills in his mouth, took his flying sword and stabbed it directly through the window gap. In the dark, the fiery flying sword blossomed with a red light and killed straight towards that black shadow. In order to prevent the other party from escaping, Qin Feng directly opened the window and jumped out in one step. Bang! When the flying sword was about to stab the black shadow, it was suddenly crushed by a huge force and bounced out directly. Qin Feng's mind was connected to the flying sword and was traumatized almost simultaneously. This time, a dark, beast-like figure suddenly sprang out of the grass outside, 2 sharp claws glinting in the moonlight. Go to hell! Tiezhu's icy voice rang out, and Qin Feng immediately inspired 2 fire snake talismans to kill towards that black shadow. Just at this time, Qin Yu hurriedly ran to the courtyard with an anxious expression. Stop it all. Chapter 13. A real sister becomes a half-sister? Bang! The black shadow didn't make a move, but the iron pillar was directly bounced off by a huge force. This scene directly gave Qin Feng a dumbfounded look. The full force of his own and Tiezhu's strikes hadn't even gotten to the bottom of the others. How strong should that opponent be? Although the scene was full of gunpowder, it gradually calmed down with Qin Yu's appearance. The black shadow stood still, and it was only then that Qin Feng had a chance to see the other party. The black robe hat was uncovered, and it was barely possible to see that the other party was a woman. She looked to be in her 30s, with excellent posture, and was currently looking at herself with an admiring look. The most crucial thing was that she actually bore a slight resemblance to Qin Yu. Realizing that the matter was not simple, Qin Feng immediately turned his head to Qin Yu and asked, Sis, who is she? Qin Yu smiled and stopped Qin Feng behind her, whispering, It's a misunderstanding. I was thinking about when to tell you, but I didn't think you'd find out. Luna, did something happen? The lights in Tiezhu's house next door came on, and soon a figure appeared in his yard looking this way. Tiezhu glanced deeply towards the figure before turning into a black shadow and disappearing completely into the grass, while the black-robed woman flashed into the house ahead of him. Qin Yu shouted to the next door, Auntie, nothing is wrong. Little Win just accidentally knocked over the rice bowl. I thought, what's wrong? Get some rest early. You still have to go to the workshop market tomorrow to get your meat. Yes. Back to the house. After lighting the oil lamp, the house gradually got light. The woman sat quietly on the stool, her face full of curiosity as she surveyed Qin Feng. Qin Yu brought a cup of water and placed it in front of the woman, saying in a gentle tone, Mother, drink water. Mother? Hearing this title, Qin Feng's eyes rolled up in surprise as he turned to the woman and asked, You're my mother? The woman took a sip of water before she smiled and shook her head. 24 years ago I had just given birth to Xiaoyu, and I happened to have some business to attend to, so I entrusted Xiaoyu to your parents to take care of on my behalf. I just didn't realize that only 20 years have not seen. The big brother and big sister are already gone. You can also follow the small moon to call mother if you want. My sister isn't even her own? Qin Feng, heart shocked, do not know how to express what kind of emotion. Qin Yu was unconcerned about walking to the front, and embraced Qin Feng, said gently, Little Wind, don't worry. Sister won't leave you behind. In the future we'll still be the same as before. Qin Feng's face was flushed red as he broke free from Qin Yu's arms, then awkwardly snapped his head straight. There was a flash of purple light in the woman's pupils as she looked at Qin Feng before she said in surprise, You were born with 5 spirit roots to be able to reach the 3rd level of qi refining. It's considered an exceptional talent. Qin Feng felt a little depressed. The breath convergence technique that he had practiced for so long was seen through at a glance. It was considered practiced in vain. Seemingly able to guess what Qin Feng was thinking, the woman smiled and said, Ask whatever you want to ask. I'm Xiaoyu's mother, surely won't harm you guys. May I ask what realm Senior's cultivation has reached? You were able to reach the 3rd level of qi refining in just 1 month, and you can afford a high-level spirit gathering formation and a flying sword, so I guess you have your own strange encounters. So you'll have to work on yourself if you want to know my cultivation level. However, the kung fu practiced by your friend is a bit special, so in the future, he should be hunted down by the righteous cultivators without fail. It's getting late. You siblings should rest early. I'll take my leave. After saying that, the woman got up and left. Qin Yu hurriedly chased after her. Mother, sit down a little longer. Qin Feng felt like his brain was about to explode. He had deliberately hidden himself for so long, and he had even deliberately made an intermediate-level misty tracer array to hide his cave. I didn't expect people to see through it at a glance. The immortal cultivation world really is full of talents. It took a long time before Qin Feng calmed down. After all, he was too weak. If he was stronger enough to be a little bit stronger, He should be the one to see through her at a glance. It was good that people didn't mean any harm and reminded about Tiezhu. Windy. Xinyu ran in from outside with a face full of joy, then habitually pinched his face and said happily, "Tomorrow I'll be able to go to the Square Market Smoke and Rain building to work as a laborer, with food and housing included for 3 spirit stones a month, so you'll be able to go about your business without worry." Smoke and Rain House? I've never heard of this place before. I'm not sure exactly what it's for. Mother said it's a store run by an old friend of hers, and told me to just go ahead and go. And if you miss me, go to Smoke and Rain House and look for me. What is your mother's name? I don't know. I heard someone call her out the other day as if her last name was Li. Qin Feng carefully interrogated for a long time again, and probably sorted out the whole story. The odds were that the black shadow he had first spotted was here to find Xinyu, and immortal cultivators had more than enough means to find their own bloodline. Then the woman began to appear frequently in the life of Xinyu, accompanied her shopping during the day, and did handmade work. After getting acquainted and then used the method of blood drops to prove the relationship between the two. Qin Feng had just watched it as well, and the odds were that the mother-daughter relationship between the two was not fake. The shock of having one's own sister turn into a half-sister was still quite a big one for Qin Feng. However, it was good that the other party's status was extraordinary, so it wasn't an insult to her sister. After chatting for a while and explaining that she should rest early, Qin Feng went out. The wind howled outside the house. The grassy branches and leaves made a clattering sound every now and then. Qin Feng went straight to the grass outside his house and expressionlessly kicked at the dark shadow's ass underneath. "Don't hide it. People have seen all our bottoms." Tiezhu rubbed his butt and rolled over to sit on the grass, asking in a puzzled tone, "Brother Feng, what the hell is going on here?" Qin Feng did not explain and directly put his hand towards Tiezhu's black robe hat. He tried to dodge but could not get past Qin Feng fast enough. Moonlight. Tiezhu's eyes were glowing red. His face was as white as paper. His skin was suffused with black stuff like spiderwebs, and from his neck onwards to his entire body was covered with black looks, shaped like a monster. "Brother Wind, I'll scare you with this look." Tiezhu tried to put his hat back on, but Qin Feng opened his hand to him. "Scared chicken. I watched you grow up. Now it's just a few more hairs," Qin Feng said without a care in the world, but in his heart, he felt a bit shocked, because Iron Pillar now has no heartbeat and no blood flow. The only difference from a dead person is that he can move and is still conscious. Sensing that Qin Feng's attitude was still the same as before, Tiezhu's eyes instantly became moist. "Don't be a man and cry." Qin Feng rolled his eyes and asked him again, "I'm going back to my cave to cultivate now. Where are you staying these days?" Tiezhu fell silent, a stiff, embarrassed expression on his face. "You don't have anywhere to go?" Chapter 14 Opening of the Smoke and Rain building in Qinghe Square. The two rushed along at an extremely fast speed, with one running with all his might and the other landing on all fours like a wild beast. It was only a matter of moments before Qin Feng brought Tiezhu to his cave. The cave was a simple environment, with nothing else but the spirit-gathering array. Tiezhu said with envy in his eyes, "Brother Feng, I can't believe you got the spirit-gathering formation. Your cultivation speed will definitely be much faster in the future." Qin Feng was not proud and said to Tiezhu in a serious manner, "I can't use it all by myself. If you can use it together. I walk a different path than you and don't need Reiki." A bitter smile appeared on Tiezhu's face. Then he found a clean place to prepare for a good night's sleep. Qin Feng looked curiously at Tiezhu and asked, "What is the technique you cultivate? Take it out for me to take a look." "You want to practice too? But I don't recommend you to practice. Sister Yu still needs you to take care of her." Although his mouth was reluctant, Tiezhu still pulled out a crumpled book from his bosom. The corpse refining technique. Corpse refining technique, putting a dead body on the ground and coming back to life. Refining oneself into an indestructible corpse. Entering the way with a corpse. Slow progress in cultivation. Need to suck a lot of blood. It turned out to be a vampire-like practice. I have always been curious about the principle of Iron Pillar's cultivation, and now I have sort of straightened it out. Qin Feng wasn't worried about Tiezhu killing innocents indiscriminately. He was only worried that his cultivation was too low and that he would be hunted down by those so-called righteous paths in the future. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng said to him, "I know a high-ranking person who will improve the technique. Your corpse refining technique is too low level. I will give it to you later when it is improved." "Okay? Whatever. I have it memorized anyway." Tiezhu waved his hand without a care in the world, then directly lay down on the ground and huffed. Qin Feng didn't say anything else and directly started cultivating with all his might. The moment the 5 Emperors' Qi drawing skill was in operation, the spirit-gathering formation sensed the lack of spiritual energy within the formation and immediately began to absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth, allowing the formation to maintain 5 times the spiritual energy within it at all times. After a few hours, Iron Pillar rose from the ground in an extremely odd gesture. The black lines on his face became more black at this point, even his lips became black. So hungry. Brother Feng, I'm going to look for food, Tiezhu muttered, then walked straight out of the cave. Only after the figure completely disappeared did Qin Feng open his eyes and silently loaded the 2 fire snake talismans in his arms into his storage ring, then continued his cultivation. Tiezhu came back after dawn. His face had returned to normal. His stomach was round, and he smelled strongly of blood, but not of human blood. After coming back, Tiezhu also sat down in the corner inside the cave and began to cultivate, not disturbing anyone since the beginning. Tiezhu, I'll go to the workshop first. Qin Feng gave a cry to Tiezhu before quickly leaving the cave towards the workshop. After a few moments, Iron Pillar opened his eyes and pulled a pair of dark, metallic glowing, sharp claws from his arms. After looking at the paw for a long time, Iron Pillar raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Chagrined. Brother Feng treats me so well that I'm still defending myself against him. I deserve to die. King Afang was unusually lively in the early morning. On both sides of the street, vendors had long set up their stalls to wait for those who were destined to be there, and the stores on both sides of the street were open. But there were very few customers who logged on. Qinghe Square was ultimately remote, and it was the lowest in terms of aura and location. So where could there be many immortal cultivators gathered here? Qin Feng put on a black robe to wrap himself up tightly, then chewed on beef jerky and slowly followed behind Xinyu. She looked around as she walked, squeezing through 2 streets before seeing her destination on a remote corner. It was a small 3-story building with a reddish color, and above it hung a plaque with the 3 big words Smoke and Rain Building written in a strong and vigorous manner. There was a lot of rice, noodles and meat at the entrance, and countless people from the lower classes were lining up to receive it. This is it. Xinyu had a joyful expression on her face, pinching a sword-shaped jade pendant in her hand as she excitedly walked inside. The boy at the door had wanted to stop him, but immediately changed his face when he saw the jade pendant in the other party's hand. What are you here for? This girl? This scene was clearly seen by Qin Feng, who was standing at the back, and he secretly had a guess in his heart. I'm afraid this Smoke and Rain Building is not a friend at all. In all likelihood Qin Yu's mother related to. Guest, today our Smoke and Rain Building in Qinghafang has just opened. If you buy a sword today you can get a 20% discount. Buy a sword? Buy what sword? Air. If you have enemies who are not convenient to come out by yourself, you can come to our Smoke and Rain Building to buy a sword to help you out. The price of the sword is based on the strength of the target. Qin Feng's heart was clear. See, the meaning of the Smoke and Rain House should be an open killer organization. In order to test each other's details, Qin Feng casually asked, Yuaning stage cultivators, can they be killed? The boy's face changed a bit and his expression was disgruntled. If this guest can afford the price, we'll sell even Yuaning stage swords. If you're just flirting it's better to go elsewhere. Qin Feng nodded, then directly turned around and left, the odd behavior causing the boy to complain about several obscure things one after another. This Smoke and Rain House's people are also wonderful. Obviously not immortal cultivators, but there is a strange aura on their bodies. Cultivation world is really blossoming. Qin Feng sighed, then walked straight to the largest cultivator store in Qinghe Square. The corpse refining technique that Tiezhu cultivated was too cold, so Qin Feng wanted to see if he could buy a few copies of the same and then help him synthesize a high-level cultivation technique. It's strong on its own, but it's not a bad thing to have a reliable helper. I'm sorry sir, we don't have what you're looking for here. The one who received Qin Feng was a middle-aged man, who just took one look at the refined corpse technique. Face immediately sank. No even. Qin Feng did not want to cause more trouble and directly turned around to go down to the next house. I'm sorry, but we don't have this kind of stuff in our store. Even evil cultivators dare to come out and buy things in broad daylight? After hitting the wall several times in a row, Qin Feng was about to give up when he suddenly saw the Qiyuan Pavilion in front of him. It's a small store, but it's a familiar one. Qin Feng straightened his black robe, chewed on his beef jerky and swaggered in. The young girl inside also recognized him at once, and her eyes lit up. Fellow Daoist, you're here again? What do you want to buy this time? Qin Feng didn't say anything and just silently placed the corpse refining technique on the table. The book cover of the corpse refining technique was dirty and torn, and carried an unpleasant fishy odor. The young girl frowned, and Qin Feng reached out to cover his nose in embarrassment. Doggone Tiezhu, not hygienic at all. Fellow Daoist, your appearance does not look like an evil cultivator. How can you have this thing? And this kind of gongfly is not accepted by our Qiyuan Pavilion. The whole Qinghafang is estimated that no one accepts it. Qin Feng asked without a care in the world as he chewed on his beef jerky. I want to buy it. Can I get it? It's also harder to buy. This kind of thing is rarely sold even though it's the most basic technique among evil cultivators. 500 spirit stones a book. Deal. The young girl's face was joyful. Then she patted her chest and said, Linger, do more business than everyone in the entire Qinghafang combined. If you have any other business in the future, you must remember to come to me. The other party promised so painfully Qin Feng but did not have much joy. But on the contrary, he secretly regretted in his heart. The price is given high. Qin Feng asked for a total of 3 copies of the corpse refining technique and paid a total of 1,500 spirit stones. Zlinger excitedly ran back to the house of rummage. Just a few moments to take out 3 identical refining corpse skill cultivation techniques. After putting away all 4 corpse refining skills, Qin Feng placed his gaze on Zlinger again. What else does the Taoist want? Alchemy furnace. Foundation building Dan Dan formula. True fire charcoal and medicinal materials. Chapter 15. Immortal cultivation is not fighting and killing. The alchemy furnace and the foundation building Dan Dan formula were both worth a lot of money. And of all the things, only the true fire charcoal and the medicinal herbs for refining were slightly cheaper. Qin Feng asked for 30 sets of materials for refining the foundation establishment pill, 20 fire snake talismans, and exchanged them for a slightly more spacious yellow rank middle grade storage ring. Altogether it cost a total of over 36,000 spirit stones. Empty the dry deposit not to mention. Even the previous iron column to help steal those waste Dan synthesized pills are all used to spend. When I left Qingafeng, Qin Feng hummed a little song in contentment. He himself seemed to be poor now, but with 30 sets of foundation establishment pills refined, he would be able to obtain at least 100 or so wasted pills, synthesized again by his own psychic means. It would be another huge fortune in the near future. As his sister wasn't at home right now, Qin Feng simply didn't go home and rushed straight to his cave. Upon arriving at the place, Qin Feng was instantly dumbfounded, only to see that another opening had been cut into the stone wall next to his cave, which probably had the beginnings of a sort of 3-roomed room. At this moment, Tiezhu was lying on his back at the mouth of the cave studying something, and when he saw Qin Feng return, he immediately came over with something. It was only when he got closer that Qin Feng could see that what he was holding was a sheepskin with a similar pattern of pinholes stabbing out of it. Brother Feng, help me see if this map is real? Tiezhu took the sheepskin full of confusion looking at Qin Feng to ask for advice. Because this goods on the private school time like to run to pull out the bird eggs. Recognize the words are all that Qin Feng teach. The map only wrote Shun Tian Fu Jin Ming Mountain 6 big words. In addition to many strange patterns, Qin Feng cannot understand. Odds are it's real. Right. What's this chart? My deadbeat master said that this is the sitting place of a Jindan stage evil cultivator, hiding a lot of good things. Why don't we go there after a while? With our current cultivation level, a random organ can kill us, not to mention the others. Let's talk about it later. Qin Feng rolled his eyes, then pointed to the 3-room apartment next to him and asked, are you planning to live there permanently? Iron Pillar grinned showing his sharp fangs and chuckled. I don't know where to go besides here. If you move in the future you must remember to call me. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Back inside the cave, Qin Feng directly combined the 4 corpse refining techniques into 4, 2-in-1. Polar Corpse Emperor tips, to corpse says Tao. Cultivation of God. Need to absorb the fury. Yin. Turbid. Miasma gathered in the body, to restrain all the Yin. After being synthesized, the Polar Corpse Emperor technique was countless times stronger than the Yin Corpse technique, both in terms of cultivation method and evilness. The most important thing was that the cultivation speed was fast, not second to Qin Feng's current 5 Emperor Qi drawing skill. After handing over the fused-out Gungfu to Tiezhu, Qin Feng returned to his cave residence to begin closed-door cultivation once again. The cultivation speed of the 5 Emperors Qi drawing skill was fast in itself, and with the addition of the advanced spirit-gathering formation, Qin Feng's cultivation was growing by leaps and bounds. In order to solve the problem of spending spirit stones, in his spare time Qin Feng would also set up his alchemy furnace and try to make pills. Just inexperienced at the beginning. All the herbs were burned to ashes, even the waste pills were not left. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng's cultivation had finally broken through to the 5th level of the Qi refining stage. In the sea of Qi, 5 different colors of spiritual energy slowly rotated, and there was an abundance of spiritual energy. Stretching his body slightly, his bones clicking, Qin Feng only felt a surge of refreshment. The cultivation breakthrough was followed by a stronger body. He felt like he could easily punch a cow to death right now. Just as Qin Feng was planning to go out of the cave to get some fresh air, an explosion suddenly resounded from outside the cave of Tiezhu next to him. The explosion was followed by many angry curses. Rats! After harming my senior brother and sister, you still dare to build a cave here? Quickly come out and suffer death. If you don't show up within 3 breaths, don't blame us for blowing down your dog hole. Qin Feng walked to the entrance of the cave and looked out through the misty tracer formation, only to see a group of differently dressed young cultivators blocking in front of the Iron Pillar cave in a murderous manner. Behind him stood an old man with a full head of white hair and a goatee to hold down the fort. The old man's gaze was somber and his body revealed an extremely strong aura. Qin Feng could tell at a glance that this old man was extraordinary. It was at least around the 6th level of the Qi refining stage. Seemingly sensing that someone was looking at him, the white-haired old man immediately turned his head, but he could only see a stone wall, and couldn't help but let out a puzzled sound from his mouth. Why did it feel like being watched when it was obviously empty? Without much thought, there was a sudden burst of black smoke coming from the cave. You're looking for death by trespassing into this honorable cave. Iron Pillar's figure instantly appeared at the entrance of the cave. His eyes blossomed with purple light, his mouth vaguely had fangs retracting, and his long ink-like hair flew behind him. Just standing at the entrance of the cave, the black aura on his body began to spread around as if it was alive. The young cultivators standing at the front were shocked when they saw the scene and immediately retreated behind the white-haired old man. You are an evil cultivator? You are dead. My master won't let you go. The young cultivators clamored, and the white-haired old man's face changed slightly as he immediately clasped his fists and bowed to Tiezhu and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin Feng, goodbye." "What did you call me?" "Fellow Taoist Qin Feng." "Venerable Qin?" The white-haired old man was full of doubts, while Tiezhu was frowning without saying a word. Pust. Next to him within the misty tracer formation, Qin Feng almost burst out laughing when he saw this scene. There was a high probability that this group of people were Zhao Kang's division, having two of their disciples killed one after the other, and now they were looking for them. It's the right place, but it's the wrong grave to cry on. Seeing that their master had no intention of making a move, the group of young cultivators immediately became impatient. "Master, he's an evil cultivator. Good and evil are not mutually exclusive. Master, hurry up and take action to get rid of this devil." The white-haired old man glared at them before he compensated with a smile and said to Tiezhu, "The disciples are young and unintelligent. Don't be offended by fellow Taoist Qin. I came here today to ask fellow Taoist Qin if he has seen my rebellious disciples Zhao Kang and Chenling. Seen it, killed it, so what?" Tiezhu's gaze was gloomy as he stared at the old man, his voice hoarse as if 10,000 ghosts were roaring. These two people in the Qinghe Fan long oppression of the people. Evil. Qin Taoist friends, to get rid of it is also considered to clean up the door for me. The old monument white Wang is not grateful. Farewell. Elder Bai Wang once again clasped his fists and bowed, then turned around and left without looking back. It was only until everyone left that Tiezhu retrieved the black smoke and sat at the entrance of the cave, looking at the direction where Qin Feng was in a depressed manner. "Brother Feng, why didn't you come out just now? We can surely leave them all together." Qin Feng covered his stomach with a smile on his face and walked out from within the misty trace formation, following the example of the old man by Wang, who clasped his fists and bowed. "Why is fellow Taoist Qin so angry? Ugh, I can take the fall for you on this one. What bad luck." Tiezhu sighed helplessly, then fished out a dark red Shenkuan bag from his bosom and threw it into Qin Feng's hand. A few days ago, when he went into the mountains to hunt, he came across a female corpse that had been gnawed and disfigured by wolves, and at the time he thought it was strange. Who kills a person and doesn't take away what's on the body? Now that's something to know. However, Tiezhu still had a grudge against the group of people just now, and the duck that had been sent to the edge of his mouth just flew away. "Tiezhu, you have to remember something. Cultivation of immortality is not considered humane, but it is definitely not a fight. It's not easy for everyone to cultivate. Sometimes it's not necessary to have to fight to the death, but you can't be on guard. I'll go and get you 2 sets of formations later." After saying that, Qin Feng went straight to the Qinghe Square Market, leaving Tiezhu sitting in the cave entrance meditating. Immortal cultivation isn't fighting and killing? Then what is it? Tiezhu held his chin in one hand and mulled over the meaning of the words. Chapter 16, Taoist White Wang. Death. As he passed by Qinghe village, Qin Feng glanced at his home in passing. The remains of the eaves and walls were broken, and the fire had left a black ash, and what was left that could not be burned had been mingled into the ruins. At the previous location of the courtyard's entrance, at this time, there stood a middle-aged man in his 30s who was carrying a flying sword. He didn't move a muscle, as if waiting for something. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes at the middle-aged man, a strong fury emanating from his body. Only after determining that there was no breath of his sister inside did Qin Feng ask the man in a deep voice, "Dude, did you do this?" The man was still about to get angry, but after sensing the uncommon spiritual power fluctuations on Qin Feng's body, he instantly dumbfounded and explained, "This is a misunderstanding. My master, Taoist Bai Wang, ordered me to stay here and wait for immortal Emperor Qin to return and compensate him with 1,000 spirit stones. I'm Qin Feng. Go back and tell your master that there are my parents' spirit seats as well as 3,000 spirit stones in here. If you don't want to die, then obediently bring over 5,000 spirit stones or you won't rest until you're dead. Aren't you an evil cultivator?" The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feng with a face full of horror as his feet began to move to the side uncontrollably before he ran off in a puff of smoke in the direction of Qinghe Feng. Qin Feng was too lazy to explain so much, and unhurriedly followed the middle-aged man, intending to personally ask for the spirit stones. Halfway through following him, Xinfeng sensed that something was wrong. Every 3 or 5 steps on the road, you could see the body of an immortal cultivator. It wasn't like this before. Could it be that something big has happened? Xinfeng was secretly puzzled in his heart as he followed the person in front of him into the marketplace, and after passing through a few more alleys, he eventually entered a set of expansive mansions. Master! Master! Someone is looking for us! The middle-aged man's ass rushed into the courtyard and let out a loud shout, and immediately 5 or 6 athletic figures came out. The mansion was filled with the smell of incense and candles, and a few moments later Elder by Wang walked out of the main hall. Seeing Xinfeng's fierce anger, he didn't get angry, but instead arched his hand and bowed, a set of processes done before he opened his mouth to ask, "This fellow Daoist, you say you're Xinfeng? You burned down my home and you still don't know who I am?" Xinfeng couldn't care less about being polite or not at this time, and directly cast the Qi-looking technique to observe Elder by Wang's bottom. Qi refining 6th layer would attribute cultivator. It's not as bad as killing a dog, but it's not a problem to take it down within 5 rounds. Feeling the deja vu of Xinfeng's gaze, a look of surprise instantly appeared in Elder by Wang's pupils. That day in front of that devil cultivator's cave, he had also felt this kind of gaze. Elder by Wang instantly realized that he had worshipped the wrong mountain, and that this one seemed to be even worse than that devil. After reacting, Elder by Wang immediately smiled repeatedly and said, "Fellow Taoist Qin, don't be offended. This is indeed a misunderstanding. I'll compensate you with 5,000 spirit stones." After saying that, he pulled off a Qinkuan bag from his waist and held it in his hand, put spirit stones inside and then threw it to Xinfeng. Snap! Xinfeng did not reach out to pick it up, but instead allowed the bag of spirit stones to fall to the ground before reaching out and pointing at a young woman next to him. "You take out the spirit stones inside." "Good." The woman shivered and immediately picked up the bag and took out the spirit stones. "No more, no less, a total of 5,000. Looks like I'm the one making a big deal out of it." Xinfeng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, but at that moment, the woman suddenly trembled and foamed at the mouth. The scene was instantly silent as Xinfeng and Taoist by Wang looked at each other. After a few moments of silence, Xinfeng directly held up the fiery flying sword with one hand and pinched the golden blade technique with the other. The starting hand alone is extraordinary. The white-wing old man suddenly changed his face and said, "Fellow Taoist, this is within the Qinghao marketplace. Immortal cultivators are not allowed to make a move. Don't worry, I won't make too much noise." Xinfeng's face turned cold as the fiery flying sword and the golden blade technique killed towards the opponent in unison. Fear appeared in Taoist White Wang's eyes, and he immediately cast the earth wall technique to block in front of him, while slapping a divine walking talisman onto his body with the intention of buggering off. "There's no way I'm letting you walk away." Xinfeng stared at him coldly, and the hand that was originally holding the flysword had already pinched out a finger trick at some point. With a hard look in his eyes, Taoist Whitewing took out another talisman seal that was wax yellow in color and emitted a gleaming golden light and injected spiritual energy into it. Buzz! In an instant, a huge transparent golden bell enveloped Taoist White Wang, directly blocking the fiery flying swords and golden knives. A golden bell talismanic treasure? You wouldn't have to consume such a good thing if you had immediately compensated me for the spirit stones. Xinfeng's eyes revealed a look of regret as he once again performed the golden blade technique to slash towards the golden bell, while the fiery flying sword also tirelessly slashed at the top of the golden bell. "This golden bell talisman treasure of mine won't be able to break open even if it's a foundation stage cultivator, so it's better for fellow Taoist Qin to save his strength." With a contemptuous expression, Taoist White Wang was about to lift his leg and walk away immediately. Suddenly his face changed before he realized that his feet had been entangled in a tough vine at some point. This was Xinfeng's newly learned wooden vine technique. "Master!" Seeing Taoist White Wang fall into the wind, the 10 or so disciples beside him all became red-eyed and took out flying swords and talismans with the intention of attacking Xinfeng. Right at this moment, a large amount of black mist suddenly filled the courtyard, while an overbearing to the extreme voice rang out, "Move again and I'll suck you dry." Iron Pillar's eyes emitted a purple glow, and his cloaked appearance was appalling. The young disciples who were originally afraid of him instantly didn't dare to move. You're all in this together." Seeing Iron Pillar appear, a look of fear immediately appeared in Taoist by Wang's eyes. Tiezhu glanced at Taoist by Wang's golden bell shield, then glanced at the fiery flying swords that kept attacking. "Brother Feng, let me help you. It's too slow for you to mess up like this." As the words fell, Tiezhu was already on all fours like a wild wolf pouncing towards Taoist by Wang. Bang! 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 The black mist around the golden bell can only hear the dense knocking sound, seems to have countless claws scratching the iron pot. In just a few moments, a crack appeared on top of the golden bell shield. In Taoist White Wang's view, it wasn't the golden bell that cracked, but his heart, and he immediately shouted, "Fellow Taoist, how about we stop here? two fellow Taoists. Iron Pillar did not respond and attacked more frequently. Qin Feng also silently maneuvered his flying sword to increase the force of his attack. Click! The golden bell shield shattered and reformed into the form of a talismanic treasure. Taoist White Wang's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly pinched his fingers to try to cast spells to resist, but he was directly pierced through his chest by the fiery flying sword. Run! Someone in the crowd shouted. At this time they couldn't care less about Iron Pillar's intimidation, running faster than one another. Qin Feng walked up and lightly began to touch the corpses, while Tiezhu walked into the house to sweep. Only after sweeping away all the valuable things did Tiezhu ask worriedly, "Brother Feng, you know about your family, right? The old guy and I are even." Tiezhu said again with a face full of gravity. "Just now when I was going down the mountain I stopped by to look for food, and I saw that a lot of immortal cultivators had died in the mountain. I don't know what has happened during this period of time. Why don't you go back, and I'll ask around and see what's going on?" "Yes." After leaving the alley, Qin Feng immediately walked towards the direction of the Smoke and Rain building. Recently, there has been a great deal of order in the vicinity of Qingafang, so something big must have happened. Smokehouse must know the original reason. Chapter 17, Why is it so hard to live in peace? Drill out of the alley and walk down the street. Qin Feng realized that there were many fewer vendors setting up stalls on the roadside, and even the people on the street were fewer. Whether it was the common people or the cultivators, all of them came and went in a hurry, and the air was filled with a heavy atmosphere. "Looks like you still can't stay closed for too long." Qin Feng felt a blankness in his heart, a feeling of being disconnected from society. The entrance to the Smoke and Rain building was very cold. Countless small boys were busy packing and packing their bags, and they didn't even notice that someone had broken in. Walking into the halls of the smoky house, what needed to be moved inside had already been moved. Qin Yu was sitting inside the counter, looking sad, and her body's aura was very different from before, as if she had practiced some kind of special lineage. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Then he opened his mouth and shouted, "Sister, what are you doing?" Qin Yu lifted her head to look at it and immediately walked out from inside the counter with a smile on her face. "Brother, where have you been all this time? I've searched for you several times but couldn't find you." Qin Yu wrapped Qin Feng in her arms and then reached out to touch here and pinch there, fearing that she was missing an arm or a leg. "Sister, I just went on a retreat to cultivate for a period of time. Then I came back and felt that the atmosphere wasn't quite right. What exactly happened?" Qin Yu turned around and poured a cup of tea and handed it to Qin Feng before sighing. "I've been looking for you all this time with the intention of telling you about it. It used to be fine, but half a month ago my mother received a message that the Emperor of the Golden Kingdom had joined forces with the Haoran sect to set up the Tai formation within the Golden Kingdom in order to change his destiny to enter the immortal path against the heavens. This formation is said to be able to plunder the chi of celestial beings, and once it is opened, there will be no more aura within the big formation, and the folk will face all kinds of natural and man-made disasters. All those who got wind of it have been migrating all this time, and in short, the Golden Kingdom cannot be stayed in. When faced with various formations, spiritual power and other sayings, Qin Yu was able to speak eloquently, clearly having learned a lot in the Smoke and Rain building during this period of time. "So where are you guys planning on going?" "The Smoky House is based in Zhao, but I'm going with you, and I'll go wherever you go." She reached out and smoothed the hair on her forehead behind her ear before smiling at Qin Feng. A bitter smile appeared on Qin Feng's face before he silently drank his tea. He had intended to purchase some more things. Has been in the back of the mountain cave permanent residence. After the cultivation up and they get a few acres of medicinal fields and so on. Did not expect the dog emperor of the Golden State to come to this hand. Qin Feng didn't care about anything like the Haoran sect or the Golden Emperor. He only cared about his sister's safety. After all, one has only one family member in this world. His sister. After finishing his tea, Qin Feng asked for a map. The map was carefully depicted, with the country's dynasties, sect forces, and cultivation clans all labeled in detail. Qingafang happened to be in the northern part of the Golden Kingdom. On the map it belonged to the southernmost part of the immortal cultivation realm. 300 miles to the north was the territory of the Zhao kingdom, and the further north one went, the more abundant the spiritual qi became as well. After looking at the map, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. How can it be so hard to make a home for yourself and live a peaceful life? Qin Yu stood next to the counter with one hand pinned to her chin and a blank expression. If you don't go to Zhao, at least you have to leave Jin before you can do so. Sister is on a different path than you now. Following you will only become a drag. I don't care where you go, you can't go too far away from Zhao. And you have to talk to me if you're going to go out of town. Qin Yu twisted her head, a hint of pleading in her eyes. In the past 2 or 3 months, her life has been turned upside down. Although she hadn't suffered at Smoke and Rain House, and her mother hadn't treated her poorly, Qin Yu still missed the old days of living in a thatched hut even more. Don't worry sis, I'm sure I won't stray too far from you. After contemplating for a moment, Qinfeng still decided to migrate in the direction of Zhao. For one thing, it's not far from my sister. Secondly, it is convenient for Tiezhu. If he is going to go, certainly want to bring his parents with him, and Zhao is just right. The siblings chatted for a while and went to a nearby restaurant for a meal before parting ways. Too big array will be activated at the latest half a month. Although it will not immediately die, smoke and rain house is doing business. It must be immediately evacuated. In order to put Qin Feng's mind at ease, Qinyu said a lot of things about the smoke and rain mansion. For example, she practiced the Dao of entering the Dao by killing, similar to Tiezhu's corpse Dao, in addition to the ghost Dao, compassion Dao, and incense and fire god Dao. Smoke and rain building owner named Li Qingqing once assassinated 3 Yuaning stage cultivators and so on. Knowing this news, Qinfeng was happy, because the stronger Li Qingqing is, the safer her sister will be. Only then can she cultivate without any distractions. As for where to cultivate, it didn't matter to Qinfeng. Back to the cave. Qinfeng wanted to tell Tiezhu about this news first, but nay, the other party was not at home. The only thing in the cave was a messy pile of grass that looked similar to a boar's nest. Qinfeng returned to his cave to cultivate, and it wasn't until the evening that Tiezhu returned, slowly carrying half a fan of wild boar meat. Clunk! Throwing the boar meat to the ground, he pulled out quite a few more seasonings from his arms before shouting at Qin Feng's cave. "Brother Feng, come out and let's roast some meat." When Qin Feng walked out of the cave, he had already put up a fire, and he didn't know where he got a kitchen knife and was cutting meat. Only when the roasted meat was bubbling with oil and emitting flavor did Qin Feng take out 2 jars of wine from his storage ring. "Brother Feng, I don't know how to drink, you can drink by yourself." Tiezhu slurred, tore off another boar leg and began to gnaw furiously. Qinfeng nodded and ate while telling Tiezhu about the Golden Kingdom and the Haoran sect. When he was told that the Tai array was going to absorb the chi of the Celestials, causing the people to suffer, Tiezhu immediately felt that the meat in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Doggone Emperor, cultivating immortality is cultivating immortality. What's the point of wreaking havoc on my parents? And what's more, the bull Haoran sect. Sooner or later I'll get them dead one day. Tiezhu was chewing meat in his mouth, and the red light in his eyes was flashing. If an outsider saw this scene, he was only afraid that he would be scared and pass out on the spot. Seeing that he seemed unconvinced, Qin Feng consoled him. "We're too weak to do anything but run right now. You'd better work hard on your cultivation. In the future, if you become an immortal demon, not to mention a country's living beings, even sacrificing the entire heaven and earth will be no problem. Time is so urgent. I still have to go to the Golden Ming Mountain to seek my chance." Tiezhu had an anxious expression before he turned to Qin Feng again. "Brother Feng, I'll go back later and inform my parents to pack up their belongings and wait at home. How about we go to Jinming Mountain tonight?" Jinming Mountain, Shuntian Province, is about 100 miles away from Qinghifan, and a day's round trip is completely enough if things go well. The probability was that the sitting place of a Jidan stage cultivator still had a lot of good things. He himself cultivated immortality, and Tiezhu was an evil cultivator, so there was no possibility of sharing the spoils. "So we leave at night? Good. The sooner the better." Tiezhu's face was so happy that he immediately dropped the roasted meat in his hand and flew towards Qinghe village. Qin Feng, on the other hand, went to Qinghe Fang and bought some fire snake talismans, divine walking talismans, and various other talismans. "I'm thrilled to see 3 rushes just after the new book was released, so I'm going to start updating 10,000 words a day starting tomorrow, and try to make every day count." Chapter 18, Night Attack on Jinming Mountain. Night. In the dense forest at the back of Qinghe village, 2 black shadows were rapidly weaving in and out. A black shadow landed on all 4 limbs with swift strength, and every time after landing, it was able to catapult out extremely quickly, and a leap was several feet away. The other black shadow was running normally. With light footwork, each step could easily span a distance of 8 or 9 feet, and its speed was slightly better than that of a fast horse. Wow! The dark jungle was out of reach, with only the crunch of dry leaves as his feet hit the ground. 100-mile journey was only an incense burner's time for the 2 of them. "It seems like the Jinming Mountain is up ahead." Tiezhu stood on a boulder and excitedly pointed to the large rooster-like shaped mountain in front of him. Jinming Mountain is in a remote location. Dozens of miles around are deserted. Coupled with the cover of the night, this is the best time to find treasure. "Let's go." "Windy, you'd better keep your voice down, in case there's any closed-door cultivation nearby." Hearing this, Tiezhu was also immediately alert and looked around carefully. The 2 slowed down their speed and slowly approached towards the direction of Jinming Mountain. When you get to the place, Tiezhu took out the map and looked at it carefully for a couple of moments, then took out a small white porcelain bottle from his pocket and took out some powder and smeared it on his nose. Immediately after that he started sniffing around. Such a plain and simple operation directly gave Qin Feng a dumbfounded look. Is your method reliable? Hey. Sure, it's no problem. That's all my deadbeat master taught me. Tiezhu smiled smugly, then continued to use his nose to search for the place where the Jiedan stage cultivator sat. As the minutes ticked by, Iron Pillar smeared the powder 2 more times in quick succession before stopping. Found it! Right up front where the chicken's butt is. Tiezhu excitedly pointed to the large slope in front of him. And according to the shape distinction, that position was indeed the position of a large cock's ass. Just as he was excitedly preparing to go over, Qin Feng suddenly changed his face drastically and pulled Tiezhu back. Windy, what's wrong? Qin Feng did not say anything and anxiously glanced at the surroundings before directly pulling Tiezhu and running towards the mountain stream next to him. The mountain stream was low and surrounded by rocks perfect for hiding. After hiding in the mountain stream, Tiezhu also felt that something was wrong and said in a depressed manner, "It's so hard to come and find treasure once, but I didn't expect others to come too. Probably passing through. Wait and see." Qin Feng hid in a gap in the boulder and stared out tightly through the gap. Both of them held their breath and used the breath convergence technique to reduce their breath to the weakest. Not long after, a burst of air-breaking sounds rang out from outside the mountain stream. Hearing the commotion, Qin Feng and Tiezhu looked at each other and frowned at each other. Those who could fly were at least at the foundation establishment stage or above. Click! A woman dressed in black landed sharply next to the mountain stream, her footsteps heavy. She looked around, and then without hesitation, she walked towards the inside of the mountain stream. Although the spiritual energy in the woman's body was chaotic, it was not a star stronger than the average qi refining stage cultivator, and with just a glance, one could tell that she was a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Only now she was at the end of her tether from her injuries, or she wouldn't be hiding here. Qin Feng felt his heart pounding and really wanted to rush out and slap her to tell her that there was someone here, but he was afraid of the pursuers behind him. Ha! The woman had just taken 2 steps and immediately stopped. She glanced suspiciously in the direction of Qin Feng and Tiezhu before decisively choosing another boulder crevice, obviously having discovered the two. Brother Feng, what should we do now? Tiezhu's face was full of tangles. His hands tightly gripped a pair of black claws. Just now, if it wasn't for Qin Feng holding him down, he would have rushed out. Let's wait and see. If we can't, we'll run that way. Qin Feng reached out and pointed to the gap next to him. As long as he drilled out, the sky would be the limit. Seeing that the other party had already discovered it, Qin Feng simply stopped pretending. Turning over his hand, he took out 5 fire snake talismans from his storage ring and held them in his hand, while at the same time affixing 2 more divine walking talismans to his legs. Qin Feng's movements were very light, almost noiseless, but Iron Pillar was different. He kept rummaging around in his storage ring for something, his 2 black clawed weapons clanking under his feet. If you don't want to die, stop. The cool voice came from the other side of the mountain, and only then did Iron Pillar collect himself and pick up his 2 paws again. Just then, there was another cracking sound from outside. Soon there was something like a wooden boat about 3 feet long floating outside the mountain stream. Above them stood 5 or 6 young men and women wearing green robes and carrying flying swords in their hands. Although the spiritual power fluctuations on these people were not as powerful as the woman just now, they were better than the number of people, and they were at least at the qi refining stage great perfection level. Qin Feng hid behind a rock, squeezing the fire snake talisman tightly in his hand. This time, people outside are starting to talk. This is where the demon girl just disappeared. She might be hiding nearby. Don't worry, everyone. In order to catch that demoness, I brought my master's heavenly questioning disc. This time she definitely won't be able to escape. Only the man standing at the front end was seen holding a palm-sized purple compass. As the spiritual energy was injected into it, the pointer on the compass immediately turned. Tinkerbell! A sudden crunch rang out from the mountain stream and the scene was instantly silent. Qin Feng frowned and looked at Tiezhu, who immediately shook his head to indicate that he did not make the commotion. At this point, the 5 people outside had already jumped off the flying boat in unison, holding various weapons and vigilantly observing the locations inside the mountain stream where people might be hiding. The man at the head had a cold expression and shouted, "Demoness, as long as you hand over the seized longevity grass, our longevity sword sect can consider letting you off the hook." Quiet. The mountain stream was as silent as death, and there was no movement. Before this, Qin Feng had already discussed with Tiezhu. As long as the other party did not make a move, he did not make a move either. A shrinking violet may be a bit of a wimp, but it will live a long time. So at this point, an awkward atmosphere filled the mountain stream. What's the point of talking nonsense with her? Senior brother, let's do it. Since you're not going to do anything until you're forced to do something, we'll take your head and go back to hand in our mission. A flash of anger appeared on the man's face, and he immediately took out a pair of sun and mother rings and shot them towards the side of the mountain stream in unison. The remaining 4 all launched their attacks at the same time, and the boulders inside the mountain stream were instantly slashed with cracks. You guys really think I, Mr. Ding, am soft? Just as the boulder was about to take it, she struck. She slowly stood up and cast a shield onto her body before casting her flying sword to parry the opponent's attack. There was too much of a difference between the two realms, and she could easily deal with it even if she was at the end of her strength. He was also able to throw two egg-sized, black, round, hidden weapons at a few people at his leisure. Pust! The orb landed on the ground and immediately erupted into countless black smoke. Everyone be careful. This is spirit-devouring smoke. The moment they saw the black smoke, several people from the everlasting sword sect's faces changed drastically and immediately retreated backwards. At this time, she twisted her head again to look at where Qin Feng and Tiezhu were hiding. I almost forgot there were you two little rats. Pust! Another black concealed weapon struck Qin Feng as soon as the iron pillar will be launched into the gap leading to the outside, and then catalyzed a fire snake talisman shot at the demoness. A set of processes to complete Qin Feng before jumping into the gap and began to run. Elder brother. There are two people running away, could they be her accomplices? Whatever. Let's kill this demon girl first. Chapter 19. A family member pits his own family. At the foot of the Golden Mingle Mountain, the black-clothed woman and the crowd of the everlasting sword sect fought passionately. Qin Feng and Tiezhu escaped from the mountain stream but didn't go far. Instead they ran to the opposite side of the mountain. The two men sat on the grass at the highest point of the hill, quietly watching the movement at the foot of the opposite hill. Iron Pillar said with interest, Brother Feng, let's kill them later and destroy them all. We'll go treasure hunting after they're gone. We can't be too flashy if we want to live long. Although killing and seizing treasures was exciting, Qin Feng had more far-reaching plans. The country of Zhao is within the clan area of the everlasting sword sect, so if this results in a karmic consequence in the future, the days will not be able to stop again. Besides, the Wang family's ass hadn't been wiped clean yet, and one should never take the initiative to cause trouble in such a situation. He himself was only at the 5th level of the chi refining stage now. His strength was too weak. As a traveler, Qin Feng preferred to develop indecently. Half an incense stick later, the fight on the opposite side of the hill ended. Although it was far away, but both Qin Feng and Tiezhu could see it clearly. The everlasting sword sect's people suffered heavy losses, and only two of them left in their flying boats. The woman in black herself was injured. After this battle is like a candle in the wind lingering, but where Qin Feng and Tiezhu have the slightest evil thought she cannot go away. Tiezhu patted his chest with a pained expression and said, I'm so heartbroken. That woman must have a lot of good things on her. Just let her run away. Iron Pillar's look of loss left someone speechless. Immortal cultivation is to mix and match who lives longer, not to fight and kill every day. But unfortunately, he doesn't understand these truths yet. Only after watching the woman in black disappear into the sky did Qin Feng silently turn around and walk in another direction. Brother Feng, you're going the wrong way. We're going to Golden Ning Mountain. Come back tomorrow. Just pass through here today. Why? Tiezhu was full of doubts, but still flew to follow Qin Feng away. Half an hour later, a black-clothed woman stepped out of the grass at the top of Jin Ning Mountain. The same person who had fought with the everlasting sword sect's disciples earlier. Those two should be passing through here. So it seems I was overly concerned. The woman glanced suspiciously at the opposite side of the mountain. Then she turned around and stepped on her flying sword and flew low, disappearing into the darkness of the night. It had been 3 hours. The sky is fish-belly white, and the sun rises to illuminate everything. The grass at the top of the hill. Tiezhu maintained his astringent state and nibbled on beef jerky, while Qin Feng stared intently at the opposite side of the mountain. After finishing the third stick of beef jerky, Tiezhu impatiently urged, Brother Feng, she's almost really gone. Let's hurry up and get moving. If we delay any longer, the Great Array is going to activate. All right. Qin Feng put away the misty tracer formation before he and Tiezhu walked in the direction of Golden Ming Mountain. As the saying goes, an uncle can't be tolerated. And in case the woman is still lurking around, it's really time to send her on her way. One doesn't want to cause trouble, not fear it. The mountains are heavy with moisture. The weeds carried dew on them, and the tree branches and leaves were ticking with drops. As soon as the sun shone, the mountains were filled with a dense fog. Upon arriving at the location he had found yesterday, Tiezhu took out a small, dark red flag with numerous lifelike ghosts and monsters painted on it. After inserting the small flag on the ground, Tiezhu drew a pattern around it with blood on the ground again, and recited words with his mouth. Heaven's gate does not open to the ghost gate. 10,000 souls help me to the gods platform. The infinite ghosts of 10,000 souls decline. As the incantation was added, the ghosts and monsters on that flag began to hideously distort and constantly hissed as if they had come to life, causing Qin Feng's scalp to tingle as he watched. It's scary. No wonder the evil cultivator is not popular. Who else would not be scared to look at this? A few moments later, more than 30 black mist balls flew out from the flag and began searching around the entire mountain. Tiezhu wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then with a face full of excitement, he picked up the flag and showed it to Qin Feng. "Brother Feng, look at my magic weapon." "What is it?" "This is the legendary 10,000 soul streamer. There are very few that can refine this, and I'm one of the very few that got lucky." Tiezhu laughed and waved the 10,000 soul streamer, and instantly black fog gusted, and a pandemonium swarmed the demons. Qin Feng frowned and took a few steps back, not hiding the expression of disgust on his face. Tiezhu felt that he couldn't keep his face, and hurriedly explained, "Don't look at this thing as scary. There are many benefits. What's in it for me? Tell me if you have any enemies in the future." And put his soul into the 10,000 soul streamer to do my bidding for eternity. "You call that a favor?" Qin Feng didn't bother to talk to him, and used the chi-looking technique in his eyes with the intention of finding out what was going on. It's a pity that the Taoists are so shallow that they can't see the doorway at all. Just then, a cloud of black mist suddenly exploded in the grass next to it, and a rough slab of stone blew out of the ground. There were a dozen black grooves on it that looked like a symbol. Finally, Tiezhu put away the ghost directly with a move of the 10,000 soul streamer, and then walked over excitedly. As the 2 gourds of boar's blood were poured onto the stone slab, the ground immediately began to tremble. Immediately after, the stone wall next to it lit up with a nebulous glow, obviously the entrance. It wasn't until then that Qin Feng could see that the pattern was a formation. What Tiezhu had just done was the equivalent of a thief opening the door to someone's house. Entering the stone wall is a deep, bottomless downward passage. Oil lamps hung from the stone walls on either side of the passage. As the light shone in, an oil lamp immediately lit up, much brighter but oppressive. "Something's not going to happen, is it?" Qin Feng was somewhat abashed. "If you have the ability to synthesize yourself, what good things can't you get? There's absolutely no need to take that risk." "Don't worry, Brother Feng. This place is a bit scary for you righteous cultivators, but I'm here." Tiezhu patted his chest and said confidently, "The dead ghosts inside and I are equivalent to my own family, so what are you afraid of?" To show that it was okay to be reliable, Tiezhu walked directly in front to open the way. Qin Feng, on the other hand, followed behind to maintain a distance of 2 to 3 feet, while pinching the golden bell talisman treasure obtained from Taoist White Wang in his hand ready to activate it. Nearly at the end of the passage, 3 arrows with spirit power enchantments suddenly shot out from the stone wall beside iron pillar. Bang! 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 Thumb-thick arrows pierced his shoulder, stomach and neck. Qin Feng's heart tightened and he immediately rushed up. "Is everything okay? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's a good thing I'm dead." Iron Pillar cursed and pulled out his arrowheads and threw them hard on the ground, spat twice at the wall, and then continued on with 3 holes in his body. Bang! 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 Without taking a few steps a few more arrows shot out. Tiezhu backhanded 2 of them but was still shot in the chest. Asterisk 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 your ass. I'll come in here later and I won't break you into pieces, I'm your ing breeder. Tiezhu's forehead veins rippled and he pointed inside the passageway and just cursed, while Qin Feng was filled with speechlessness. "You call that family?" If the strength of the evil cultivator is almost the same, it is estimated that he would have become a hedgehog by now, right? The last few steps Qin Feng walked with trepidation, and Tiezhu rushed down directly in anger. At the end of the passage, there was a huge cave that had been artificially excavated. The ground was densely packed with rotting white bones, surrounded by stone tables and benches. Farther down the stone bed sat a ragged, white-boned skeleton on its side. Iron Pillar pulled his black claws out of his arms and cursed. "The dead thing shot me with 4 arrows. I'll take your name if I don't knock you to pieces today." "Yes?" There was a clicking sound coming from that skeleton, and only after it turned around did Qin Feng see that there was a blue flame burning in its orbital bone. At this instant Qin Feng felt creeped out. Where the hell is the sitting place? Clearly is the old immortal enclosed waiting for the destiny. Chapter 20, Show Me Something. The white bones appeared to be alive, sitting quietly on the bed and watching, with only the flames in their eyes pulsing. Qin Feng wanted to see through its strength, but he couldn't. "Brother Feng, be careful. I'll deal with him." Tiezhu stared at the white bones with a deadly stare, and the purple light in his eyes instantly filled out. It looked like Tiezhu was planning to fight him. So reckless. "I'm just old, not dead, and I really want to know who told you that I've been seated." The white bones didn't move in any way, but the skeleton could emit a pale voice crashing back and forth in the cave, which was extremely horrifying. Tiezhu didn't say anything. His body was filled with black mist, and he directly took out the 10,000 soul streamer and sneered. "Since Senior is not dead, then enter my 10,000 soul streamer to be the main flag." 10,000 souls? It's a bit interesting. The white bones were not the least bit fearful. Ghostly flames flickered in their eyes, and soon a spirit appeared in front of the stone bed. He was shrouded in black mist, couldn't see his face, but this time he could see his general strength. There was no spiritual power fluctuation, but it was strong. Iron Pillar breathed in sharply and directly made a vicious move of the 10,000 soul streamer. Kill. Dozens of souls drilled out of the 10,000 soul streamer, also bubbling with black gas, hissing as they killed towards the old man. Tiezhu, hold on for a while. Xin Feng gave a reminder, then directly took out the black robe and put it on his body, and took out 8 fire snake talismans from his storage ring. Elementary fire snake talisman. When a fire snake strikes a target, it can inflict a large amount of damage, enough to threaten a cultivator at the 6th level of the chi refining stage. Can synthesize intermediate fire serpent talisman. After all 8 fire serpent talismans were synthesized, Xin Feng obtained 4 intermediate fire serpent talismans and then synthesized 2 advanced fire serpent talismans. Advanced fire serpent talisman can produce a soul shock after hitting the target, enough to threaten early stage Jieden cultivators. Can be synthesized into a superb fire serpent talisman. And synthesize? Xin Feng squinted his eyes and glanced at the 2 advanced fire snake talismans in his hand. The handwriting on it has become a golden color. Paper body red, as if 2 from the fire prison. Just hold in the hand can feel the inside of the horror of the temperature. Enough to threaten early stage Jieden cultivators. Xin Feng hesitated. If you synthesize it again, you have 1 less chance to attack. Brother Feng, hurry up and attack his skeleton. Just then, Tiezhu turned his head and shouted at Xin Feng before charging towards the old man with his bare hands. Tiezhu was covered in black mist. A black meridian emerged on his face, and black mist lingered on every punch he blasted out. But the old man was able to deal with it calmly. Kid, lend me your body for a year. How about the old man accepts you as a disciple? The old man's tone was hoarse, and Tiezhu suddenly hit harder. His punches as dense as a rainstorm. It's ing rampant. Xin Feng threw the fiery flying sword towards the old man with a vicious fling. The flying swords burning with flames stabbed directly towards his chest, but the other party didn't dodge and still had the flying swords attack and then penetrate his body without the slightest effect. This old man should be in a spirit state now. Xin Feng was surprised in his heart and hurriedly reversed his flying sword to attack its skeleton. Kid, you're really taking yourself too seriously if you're a 5th level chi refining cultivator who also wants to attack my father. The old man gave Xin Feng a contemptuous look before continuing to wrestle with Tiezhu again. It looked like he wasn't going to care about himself. What a ing look down. Xin Feng was so angry that his chest was stuffy, and his fiery flying sword slashed fiercely on top of the skeleton. Tinkerbell. A sound of gold and iron clashing came out, and the fiery flying sword was directly bounced off. Brother Feng, show us some more tricks. As long as we destroy his skeleton we'll win. Iron Pillar took the time to remind him of this before slamming another hard punch into the old man's nose. Of course, he didn't feel good about himself. I'm on the means. Xin Feng took a deep breath and directly activated the advanced fire snake talisman in his hand. The old man's soul next to him wanted to come over to stop it but was pulled back by Tiezhu. Buzz! A buzzing sound came from the void, and the fire snake talisman looked like it had come to life, directly transforming into a 3-foot-long red serpent, its body blossoming with terrifying temperatures locking the skeleton. Advanced talismans all start differently. Xin Feng felt that this wave was stable. The old man who was still full of disdain was suddenly in a mess and said in a hurry, 2 little friends, how about you stop here and I gift you with a chance? Dog, killing you the chance is ours too. Without waiting for others to speak, Tiezhu was the first to reply, while he struck even harder, as if he was strangling with a lifeless stern spirit. Xin Feng didn't hesitate any longer and directly maneuvered the fire snake to fiercely slam towards the skeleton on the stone bed. The moment the fire snake rushed out, Xin Feng immediately ran towards the corner passage at the back. Next moment, the entire passageway resounded with rumbling explosions, and debris fell from time to time around the stone walls. Cough cough. Inside, a wolfish sound came out of Tiezhu's mouth, while the old man was motionless. Only when it was quiet inside did Xin Feng head back. The stone wall was blown out with a big hole. The bones had long been blown into pieces, and only a few pieces of bone crumbs and a dark black storage ring proved that there had once been someone here. Brother Feng, you're hitting too hard. You almost killed me too. Iron Pillar body robe broken. Face was burned, pitch black hair roots curled up. Is woefully spitting mouth stone powder. What about the old man? It's already been collected by me into the 10,000 soul streamer. Tiezhu grinned. Then with a face full of excitement, he took out the 10,000 soul streamer and flicked it out. Deceitful. You are simply too deceitful. The old man had an angry expression in his eyes, but he couldn't do anything to attack. He was now controlled by the 10,000 soul streamer and could only be reduced to a puppet even if he was unwilling. Hurry up and open your storage bag. Your master. I'm awesome. I'll let you mix up a ghost emperor in the future as well. Iron Pillar raised his leg at him and kicked him directly to the heel of the broken stone bed. The killing intent in the eyes of the old man's soul flashed crazily, but his body was uncontrollably picking up the storage bag and lifting the spiritual prohibition on it. The chamber was quiet again. one after another. The old man took out a bunch of scrolls and books from his storage ring, and then all kinds of magic weapons, talismans, spirit herbs, pills, and various other items. What was most alarming was one of the small black flags. The pattern engraved on it was exactly the same as Tiezhu's 10,000 soul streamer, but the condensed ghost chi was even more dense and long-lasting. This 10,000 soul streamer is not bad. In the future, by fusing the ghosts inside my power will definitely increase greatly. Brother Feng, feel free to pick whatever you fancy. This 10,000 soul streamer is useless for you to take, so it's mine first. Tiezhu picked up the 10,000 soul streamer on the ground and loved it, while Qin Feng set his eyes on those pills and scrolls. Qin Feng was not polite and picked 3 items out of the many. A copy of the Thousand Dan Sutra, a copy of the Xian Primary Flying Thunder Sword Technique and a set of intermediate Thousand Bird formations. Seeing that Qin Feng had picked just this much, Tiezhu immediately became anxious and said angrily, "If you say it's to be divided equally, you'll have to take all the things used by the righteous cultivators inside, and all the things used by the evil cultivators will go to me. It's not like I'm fighting anyone. I can't use a lot of things." Qin Feng waved his hand to make an appearance of not caring before turning around and walking towards the exit of the passageway. Tiezhu was righteous enough and Qin Feng truly considered him a friend, that's why he only picked 3 things. I just hope he has a long road ahead of him. Re-entry to the golden sounding mountain. It was already noon outside. The sun was blazing and the mosquitoes were raging. Qin Feng twisted his head and glanced at the stone wall at the back that was restored as before, a look of regret in his eyes. This was definitely an advanced formation, but unfortunately, the current means couldn't take it away at all. Tiezhu came out of the formation with great excitement, then gave Qin Feng a flying sword in his hand. This is the Xian rank primary magic weapon running Thunder Sword, a set with that flying Thunder Sword technique. I just missed it. It's just sitting there, you purposely didn't see it, did you? Okay, hurry back. Tiezhu grinned, then said to Qin Feng with a face full of gravity, "I lied to my mother before, saying that I joined the Coyote gang in Shuntian province to learn martial arts in there and earn spirit stones. If they ask Brother Feng about your side, you don't want to reveal anything. Well, I'll talk to Auntie." Tiezhu is no coward. Just for a moment, the two turned into black shadows again and swept towards the Qinghe Square 100 miles away. Chapter 21, Order of the Mountain Master. The mountains and forests are more crowded during the day. From time to time, you will come across 3 or 2 cultivators rushing along the road, and occasionally there are hunters with longbows and hunting dogs, or pharmacists carrying medicine chests to collect medicine. It was only when they were about to arrive at Qinghe Fang that Qin Feng and Tiezhu removed the black robes from their bodies and changed back into their normal clothes. When he was about to arrive at the back of Qinghe village, an old man and a young girl came face to face in the dense forest. The old man was dressed in brown cloth with a felt hat on his head. The young girl was dressed in a long purple dress, and the whole body revealed a jumpy, girlish air. Qin Feng recognized the identity of the young girl at a glance, and not wanting to deal with her could only burrow into the grass next to her and pretend to be convenient. Stop! Just as Qin Feng half stepped into the grass, the young girl also recognized Qin Feng. What are you two sneaking around for? A scrutinizing expression appeared on Linger's face as she quickly stepped forward to size up Qin Feng and Tiezhu. You want to be in charge of peeing too? Qin Feng looked at him with a speechless face while covering Tiezhu's left shoulder. Linger blushed for a moment, then threatened. Last time you pretended to be an ordinary person, but now you can't pretend anymore, can you? Qin Feng rolled his eyes lazily, ignoring her, while Tiezhu kept scanning over Qin Feng and Linger with a curious expression. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed unwilling to pay attention to herself, Linger changed the topic and said, "Now that the immortal cultivators of Qinghe Place have all run away, why don't you guys run away?" Qin Feng said indifferently, "Wasn't this stopped by you? If you guys want to go to the nearest country of Zhao, this girl has a batch of mountain master orders of the everlasting sword sect in her hand, and sells them to you for only 10,000 spirit stones apiece. Do you want them? The order of the mountain master?" Qin Feng was filled with doubts, and when Linger saw that the other party was interested, she immediately explained the original reason for the mountain lord's order. Recently, the news that the Haoran sect had set up the Tai formation in the Golden Kingdom had spread throughout the cultivation world, and many cultivators were migrating. More cultivators meant more difficulty in managing under the clan, so all the major clans rejected cultivators and stragglers. Everlasting Sword Sect even promulgated a mountain master order. Will be under the jurisdiction of each mountain are counted up to sell ownership. There is a token will be able to get the recognition of the clan. No token if you get into trouble caught will be dealt with from a heavy. Qin Feng now simply cannot pull out 10,000 spirit stones, can only stop. Do not believe that the sky and earth, Murphy still cannot find a place to stay. Tiezhu, who was standing next to him, however, was moved, and he opened his mouth to ask, with the mountain lord's order, Is it possible to bring your family along? As long as it's a monk. Seeing that the two had no thoughts of purchasing anything, Zlinger didn't stay too long and left directly. Zhao's cultivation world was unwilling to accept cultivators or stragglers, so this was not going to be a good thing. Tiezhu, however, was sullen. Qinfeng also feels that things are a bit tricky. Although stepping into the cultivation means that from now on the immortals and mortals are separated, but really want to abandon parents regardless of who cannot do. Back in Xinghafang, Tiezhu went back to the village, while Qinfeng went to the Smoke and Rain building, only to not find Qinyu. Back to the village. The family has been reduced to ashes. In addition to the sister will have no ties. Next door Tiezhu and his parents are talking in the house. Qinfeng did not disturb, silently toward his cave in the back of the mountain. At this point, outside the cave, sitting on a rock below the stone wall was a woman in black tights, a long sword at her waist and a long wooden box on her back. When Qinfeng saw her, she also spotted him, and a smile instantly appeared on her face. Sis, you didn't leave? Qinfeng rushed up in 3 steps, then rubbed his hands together and sat next to Qinyu. Now she is no longer the coy woman she once was. There is an additional inexplicable breath on her body, which is indescribable. Qinfeng just thinks that her sister is even more beautiful. Qinyu feigned an annoyed glare at him before complaining. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you here for most of the day and I haven't seen anyone. And that cave of yours? It looks like a place where savages live. Qinfeng smiled as he hugged his neck with his backhand before saying, just now, I went to the Smoke and Rain building to look for you, and no one was there. They left first. I came to meet you and go after them. After saying that, Qinyu suddenly thought of something and took out 2 jade tokens from her bosom and handed them to Qinfeng, saying, this is the Mountain Master Order of the Everlasting Sword Sect. One for you and one for Tiezhu. Sister you, give it all to brother Feng, he's your own brother. A brittle voice rang out from behind the two of them, and Qinyu smiled as Tiezhu had already been here for a while, just that he didn't make a sound so she didn't care about him. Qinfeng knocked him on the head and lectured, you kid likes to do this since you were a kid. Next time I'll give you a big bump on the head. Hey, Tiezhu grinned, then took out a greaseproof paper bag from his arms, revealing a steaming meat pie inside, and said, just now when my mother said that sister you came to look for you, I knew you were all here, and I brought it just as soon as it came out of the pot. The flavor of the steaming meat pie was very enticing. Qinfeng nonchalantly grabbed one and ate it. Tiezhu also ate one before handing the remaining one to Qinyu. Sister you eat too, now that we're all better off. Good. Qinyu had a happy smile on her face before handing the remaining piece of the Mountain Lord's order to Tiezhu, but he pushed it back. Now that you're hardened you don't even want Sister Moon's things? I can't go to Zhao with my father and mother. I'm going to Zhao. Tiezhu lowered his head and took a big bite of the oil cake. He couldn't see his expression. He could only judge from his tone that he wasn't in a very good mood at the moment. Thought something was up. Qinyu continued with a sigh of relief. Uncle Han and Auntie will be fine if they follow us to Smoke and Rain House. There's definitely no problem with me taking care of them. Sister you, brother Feng, you guys have never taken care of me. This time I don't want to drag my feet. I'm going to take them to the Zhou kingdom. There were many dynasties and kingdoms on this continent, but as long as people in cultivation existed, anywhere was a cultivation world. Among the many immortal cultivation realms only the Zhou kingdom was an exception, as evil cultivators coalesced there, and the local great clans and sects were all evil and devious. Tiezhu happens to be an evil cultivator. Going there is just like a fish out of water, but there is also a possibility that the road will get more and more crooked in the future. Qinfeng was about to advise, but Tiezhu suddenly stood up. He wiped the oil stains on his face and said with a grave expression, Brother Feng, your kindness in saving Tiezhu's life Tiezhu will never forget, as well as sister you who has treated me like my own brother since I was a child. Today I, Tiezhu, am here to assure you, even if in the future Tiezhu is so bad that he's a big bad guy who can't be forgiven, as long as you guys are around, Tiezhu will still be the same Tiezhu. After saying that, Tiezhu wiped his eyes, then directly turned around and left. Qinyu's eyes also reddened as she barked at his back. Tiezhu, take care of yourself. Qinfeng also shouted at him, be cautious in the future. Don't think about other people's storage bags. Iron column not fast and not slow walking. Heard these words after the footsteps began to mess, so a brain to run down the mountain. Ugh. Qinyu sighed and pulled out a handkerchief to help Qinfeng wipe his hands clean before saying, you follow us to the smoky house. I can do this on my own, and you can still protect me for the rest of my life. Silly brother. So what if my sister protects you for the rest of your life? As long as you are peaceful than anything else. After separating one after another, Qinfeng silently sat in the same spot and began to stare. He could feel his sister's strength surging during this time. Maybe she has her own path to follow. Why do you feel a little bit of abandonment? Qinfeng reached out and rubbed his cheeks. adjusting his state before taking out the Mountain Lord's order from his arms. Something that could be made from fine jade, inscribed with runes, and worth 10,000 spirit stones. It shouldn't be that simple. Later there are 2 chapters. Update is very fierce. Everyone try to keep catching up. Catching up data on this book are very important. I hope to like friends more support. Chapter 22 Wolio Mountain. Senior Sister Ding. As the spiritual energy is urged, the Mountain Lord's order immediately conveyed information about the location of Wolio Mountain, the end of the Qingyun mountain range, 300 miles to the west, shaped like a crouching cow, full of spiritual energy, worth 100,000 spirit stones. Get this order to get the crouching cow mountain. It was only after receiving this information that Qin Feng realized that the Mountain Lord order could not even be contractually recognized. This also means that as long as one is strong enough, one is qualified to obtain ownership of Wolio Mountain without spending spirit stones. Such a bit of crap is worth 100,000 spirit stones. Qin Feng's face was full of pain as he put the Mountain Lord's order into his storage ring. He really didn't want it if he wasn't already holding it in his hand. It's too damn expensive. Returning to the cave to continue practicing. Early the next morning Qin Feng ran down the mountain to take a look at Tiezhu's house, which had already moved away. The people in the village all wore gloating expressions when they saw Qin Feng. In their opinion, Qin Feng's house was burned, even Tiezhu's house was implicated and moved away. Proper bad luck. I'm a righteous monk. After reading the eyes of the townspeople, Qin Feng took a deep breath to calm down and then left. If Tiezhu sees this kind of eyes, all these people have to enter the 10,000 soul streamer to help him cultivate. All 3 streets of Qingafang were empty at this time. Only some ordinary people and government-run stores were still open normally, and it was hard to see a single cultivator on the streets anymore. Where did these cultivators run off to? It's probably because there are too few immortal cultivators over here, so they ran away when they couldn't make any money doing business. Qin Feng walked around the streets and many of the people were discussing the recent changes in Qinghafang. Some of them knew about the greatest array, but moving hundreds of miles is too difficult for mortals. Returning to the cave, Qin Feng started packing up the Spirit Gathering Formation and the Misty Tracer Formation. Aside from the 2 sets of formations and the alchemy scraps next to them, there was nothing else in the cave. A few moments later, a few monkeys chirped and climbed down the vines above the cave, staring at Qin Feng with grudging faces. The place is returned to you. Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand at the few monkeys, then walked straight out of the cave. Putting 2 divine traveling talismans on his legs, he took out a map to determine the direction. And then he was rushing without stopping. The kingdom of Zhao was close, but the everlasting sword sect was far away. Crouching Bull Mountain was even more unknown, and the Green Cloud Mountain range had to be found first. Although he possessed the cultivation of the 5th level of qi refining, Qin Feng still felt his legs aching from the long trek. You can only walk and stop to catch up. Half a month later, Qin Feng finally found his own mountain according to the Green Cloud Mountain range. Standing in the high place overlooking, Crouching Cow Mountain is more than 100 feet high. The overall undulation is gentle. The top of the mountain is flat as the back of the plow ox. Building caves and cultivating medicinal fields are extremely suitable. The most important thing was that the aura here was much denser than Qinghafang, and cultivation would be faster. The surrounding area was remote, with mountains and rivers in all directions, and the aura of any cultivator could not be felt. Qin Feng heart wondered. According to theory, the Qingyun sword sector openly selling the mountain master order should be most of the mountains have people, right? How so cold? Night is coming. Qin Feng couldn't care less. He put 2 divine traveling talismans on his legs and was ready to run to Crouching Neil Mountain. Just then, a burst of spiritual energy fluctuation suddenly emanated from the grassy earthen slope behind him. A few moments later, from it emerged a woman dressed in white. The woman had excellent looks and a slim figure, with several green vials hanging from her waist, and her body was filled with an unearthly aura. At a glance, he was an immortal cultivator, and his cultivation level was still above his own. In order to avoid any misunderstanding, Qin Feng immediately stopped his footsteps and said to her with an arch bow, "Fairy, don't be offended. I was just passing by and was about to leave." The woman glanced at the divine traveling talisman on Qin Feng's leg before asking with a smile, "You also bought the Green Cloud Sect's Mountain Master Order?" Qin Feng nodded, then pointed to the Wolverine Mountain 100 feet away next to him. "Do you know the origin of the Mountain Master's Order? I hope the fairy will tell me." The woman's eyes revealed appreciation before she told the story of the Mountain Lord's order. While Qin Feng became more and more depressed the more he listened. It turned out that the Mountain Master Order had been passed down for hundreds of years, and although those who possessed the token were able to occupy the mountain marked by the Mountain Master Order, the Everlasting Sword Sect would send someone to collect the management fee every month. The amount of the fee is based on the greed of the disciples patrolling the mountain, and if they do not pay the Spirit Stone then they will not enjoy the shelter of the Everlasting Sword Sect. and there will be many loose cultivators who will make trouble. Qin Feng was completely speechless, always feeling that this path seemed to be a bit of deja vu. After speaking, the woman turned to Qin Feng and asked, "What's your name?" "Late generation Qin Feng. My cultivation isn't much higher than yours. Just call me Senior Sister Ding in the future." After saying that, she turned around and disappeared down the slope. It was obvious that this hill had also laid down a formation to disorientate her vision. Senior Sister Ding? Qin Feng froze for a moment. His mind could not help but think of the demon girl he met that night in Jinming Mountain. It seems that her surname is also Ding. The sky was getting darker and darker. Qin Feng didn't think much about it, immediately turned around and ran towards Wolverine Mountain. The terrain on the mountain was gentle, and near the edge of the mountain, there was a peak that was more than 10 feet high, just right for opening a cave. Qin Feng took out the fiery flying sword and prepared to start, but seemed to have thought of something and then immediately switched to the running thunder sword. Bang! 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 The running thunder flying sword was sharp under the spiritual power. Cutting on hard soil and rocks was as easy as splitting tofu. It took only a few moments to open up the simple cave. It was dark by now. Qin Feng took out the Misty Tracer formation and flew around Wolverine Mountain to plant flags. Although the Misty Tracer formation was only an intermediate level formation, the range of the formation could easily cover the entire Wolverine Mountain. Just as Qin Feng was busy around, a flying boat with a greenish light cut through the night and came straight towards Wolio Mountain. When they were still 100 feet away, the people on the flying boat began to announce themselves. Zhang Shun, an inner disciple of the Everlasting Sword sect, has come here to congratulate you on becoming the mountain master of Crouching Bull Mountain. There were a total of 2 people who came. The person who spoke was dressed in white clothes and stood with his arms tied behind his back, carrying a silver white flying sword, while behind him stood a person with a slightly weaker aura and wearing a black robe. The 2 men's strengths were uneven, but either of them could easily crush Qin Feng, who was at the 5th level of the Qi refining stage. The flying boat hovered in front of Qin Feng, although there was no attack move, but the aura pressed Qin Feng all over his body. The arrival of the 2 immortal masters Qin Mouseheart is joyful. It's just that the cave is rough. It's really not able to receive the honored guests. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and deliberately revealed a puzzled look. The black-robed man on the flying boat opened his mouth and said indifferently, "Since you're stationed at Crouching Bull Mountain, you must speak the rules of our Everlasting Sword sect. If you pay 2,000 spirit stones every month, you will gain the shelter of the Everlasting Sword sect. If you don't pay, the Everlasting Sword sect, will not be responsible for anything that happens." The words fell. Qin Feng's face immediately sank, and he couldn't help but mentally greet the other party's parents. It had just occurred to me that these sect disciples had black hearts, but I didn't expect it to be even blacker than Zhao Kang. "If you, fellow Daoist, don't want to hand it over, we won't force it." A threatening expression appeared on the black-clothed man's face, and he directly directed his gaze to the next hill. Follow his gaze, only to see that on the peak next to Crouching Bull Mountain, there were more than a dozen figures dressed in black, and from a distance they could feel that each of them was at the 8th or 9th level of the Qi refining stage strength. Chapter 23, Iron Mountain Place. If you don't want to pay now, if you back out later, you'll have to wait until next month to pay. The man in black said faintly and harnessed his spirit boat to leave. Wait for the 2 immortal masters. Qin Feng immediately called out to them and then obediently took the spirit stones from his storage ring. This routine was too familiar to him. If they didn't pay the laborious management fee, the group of loose cultivators next to them would immediately rush over. Seeing Qin Feng take the spirit stone, the man in black had a smile on his face as he exclaimed, "Fellow Daoist is indeed a frank person. My name is Wang Tung. This area of the mountain is under my control. If there is anything in the future, just report my name." Wang Tang's attitude was much different after receiving the spirit stone, and he congratulated Qin Feng a few more times before driving the flying boat away. As for the man in white, he hadn't bothered to speak since his opening report of the mountain gate. "I'll let you guys jump around for now, and then I'll screw you when I figure out how to do it." After the 2 left, Qin Feng continued to set up the Misty Trail formation, and in his heart he secretly sentenced those 2 to death. The Lost Trail formation was quickly constructed. Qin Feng didn't rush to build the spirit gathering formation, but instead simply made do in the cave for the night. Early the next morning, Qin Feng hunted a flower deer in the mountains and then went directly to the next mountain. "Is Senior Sister Ding free? If you're free, come out and roast meat together." Qin Feng came next to the slope of the hill and threw the hunted flower deer on the ground while taking out the specially collected firewood from his storage ring. A moment later, a burst of spiritual energy fluctuations came from the slope. Ding Shuli walked out of the cave and looked at Qin Feng with a smile on his face and asked, "How many spirit stones did they charge you last night?" 2,000. What a black heart of a dog. Qin Feng unapologetically cursed, and Ding Shuli immediately covered her mouth and laughed in consolation. "You're at a low level of strength now. Anyone can step on you here. They won't dare to mess around when you break through to the foundation establishment stage. How much does senior sister Ding contribute each month? They can only bully you small cultivators in the chi refining stage. They can't even hide when they really run into a tough opponent. When mentioning Wang Tang and the others, Ding Shuli had a disdainful expression. Qin Feng also understood in his heart that there was also bullying in the cultivation world. Senior sister Ding's strength was at least above the foundation establishment stage. This kind of existence even the everlasting sword sect would have to try to draw in as much as possible. After all, one more friend is one less enemy. As for chi refining stage cultivators few people pay attention to. Qin Feng silently decomposed the venison, and Ding Shuli immediately frowned when he smelled the smell of blood, saying, in fact, the first period of time is fine. Low-ranking cultivators like you only pay 500 spirit stones every month. It is only in these 2 months that the requirements have been raised. If you do not want to stay here, you can sell the mountain master's order. I'm not going to eat the venison. I'm going to be in closed-door cultivation during this period of time. So if you don't have anything important to do try not to disturb me. After saying this, Ding Shuli left directly, leaving Qin Feng alone and embarrassed. However, Qin Feng quickly figured it out. He was a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and he was just a small cultivator of the chi refining stage. It's already good enough not to fall into a well in this situation. So how could you possibly eat this kind of low-grade wild game? Silently put away the things. Qin Feng took out the map from the storage ring again and looked at it, put 2 divine traveling talismans on his legs then directly disappeared in the dense forest. Crouching Bull Mountain is 500 miles north. There was a marketplace with many immortal cultivators named Iron Mountain Place. Its scale was several times larger than Qinghe Feng, and there were many more people, and all of them were immortal cultivators. Qin Feng enveloped his body in a wide black robe and silently searched for a suitable item. There had been no waste pills synthesized during this period of time, and the previous stock in by Wang Daoist's family fortune had basically been spent. Now we can only find a way to get spirit stones first. It's a pity that you can't synthesize spirit stones, or else where would you use so much effort? Qin Feng sighed and directly spent 1,000 spirit stones to buy 8 plants of longevity grass at the ground stall at the entrance of the workshop market. In this side of the cultivation world the longevity grass is hard currency. Not only is the refining of a variety of rare medicines raw materials, direct consumption can also prolong life and strengthen the body. The longer the years of the longevity of the grass the higher the value. Qin Feng took the everlasting grass and found a remote corner to prepare for the operation. Using the synthesizing ability is now a breeze, just holding it in your hand. 10 years of longevity rarer herb, may increase lifespan when taken. Otherwise mediocre. Can be synthesized, 100 years of longevity grass. Synthesize, resynthesize. After 3 rounds of fusion, the 4 10-year longevity grasses directly transformed into 1,000-year longevity grass. After repeating this again, he obtained 2,000-year-old plants. Thousands of years of longevity grass rhizome translucent, inging scattered green light, its leaves such as orchids and much whiter, filled with countless golden veins, the body permeated with a warm fragrance. Just one whiff of the scent is refreshing. That's a good one. Too bad we won't know what it's worth. Qin Feng took it in his hands and played with it lovingly for a while before loading it into his storage ring and walking out. Streets. The stallholder selling feats was repeating a demonstration of spells, while the flying sword stall was filled with a sharp aura. Selling pills. Master Chen's latest top-grade foundation building pill. Only 20,000 spirit stones for 1. Yellow-ranked upper-grade flying magic weapon. Can be used by chi refining stage cultivators as well, at a discounted price. Selling spirit beasts. Spirit beasts with the bloodline of ancient ferocious beasts. The streets were filled with all sorts of shouting and selling, all about the things that cultivators needed. Everything from the most basic necessities to advanced magic weapons and magic treasures to humanoid puppets and beautiful slaves. First time in Iron Mountain Place, Qin Feng felt that everything was new, and eventually couldn't help but stop next to a stall selling books. Qin Feng knew in his heart that he did not have a clan or a master, and he would never understand many things without learning them. Reading books is the only way to learn about the world of immortality. The books set out on the stalls were ordinary, smelling faintly of ink, and some of the books had not even dried their pens and ink yet. The stall owner was a white-haired old man at the 8th level of the chi refining stage, who was currently pinching a brush and writing something. Buy a book? He didn't look up as he wrote either. The old man began to cultivate immortality at the age of 8, and I'm 128 this year. And all these books on the stall are what the old man has seen and heard all his life, and I'll compensate you for any fakes. Qin Feng didn't answer and silently surveyed. These books covered all sorts of aspects from various general knowledge introductions, Gong Fu levels, medicinal material distinctions, to alchemy, artifact refining, array making, and talisman drawing. Qin Feng opened his mouth and asked, "Can I see it first?" Look, look, look. All these written by the old man are the real thing. 5 spirit stones per book. Take your pick. Qinfeng casually flipped through a few times, then said indifferently, I'll take them all. The old man froze for a moment, then raised his head to look at Qinfeng, his face turning a flushed red at a speed visible to the naked eye. He laughed out loud immediately afterward. This Taoist friend is really a person who knows what he's talking about. They all said that the old man's book is of no use as made up, but I didn't expect that there is still someone who has a unique vision. If you want all of them, I'll only count 3 spirit stones a book for you. Booth set up about 20 books. All add up to not much spirit stone. People write books is not easy to practice for 100 years before landing a refining 8-layer realm. Qinfeng couldn't bear to be greedy with him and directly took out 100 spirit stones before he started collecting the books from the stall. Fellow Daoist is a good man. Good people have good rewards. Seeing 100 spirit stones piled up in front of him, the old man burst into laughter. Qinfeng opened his mouth again and asked, Old man, is there a strange fate pavilion in this marketplace? Strange fate pavilion? There are 2 chiming pavilions in Iron Mountain Place now. Do you want to go to the old one or the new one? Chapter 24 Eating the Loss of Uncultured. After crowding for 3 blocks, they finally arrived at the entrance of the newly opened store of the Kiwi Pavilion. There were a few white-clad maidservants in the store who were receiving customers, and at the counter sat an old man in a black robe, the very same man who had followed Zilinger on her journey that day. After recognizing the place, Qinfeng straightened the black robe on his body before walking straight in. Inside, a maid immediately greeted her. Lord Immortal Master, may I ask if you are buying or selling something? Qinfeng looked towards the side and realized that the old man had no intention of getting up, so he whispered next to the maid's ear, I have a 1,000-year-old longevity grass in my hand. Go and call your shopkeeper. Then Immortal Master Sama come with me to the box. The smile on the maid's face intensified as she directly led Qinfeng towards the passageway inside the store. There was only one room inside the passage, and on reaching the door the maid knocked and spoke to the inside. Miss, an honored guest is here. Come in. A clear, cold voice rang out. Entering the box, he only saw a wonderful woman wearing a purple sarong sitting on a bench, absent-mindedly playing with a small black wooden box. She had a bit of sadness between her brows and looked unique, and it was only after recognizing Zilinger that Qinfeng felt relieved in his heart. People in the immortal cultivation world like to cheat each other. Even in business you have to do it with people who know what they're doing in order to be down to earth. Miss, this immortal master lord said that he has a 1,000-year-old longevity grass in his hand. Zilinger raised her head and looked at the black-robed man in front of her, asking with an odd color on her face, does this Taoist friend really have the 1,000-year longevity grass? What price are you willing to pay? Zilinger said with a smile, if it's really a 1,000-year-old growth of genuine longevity grass, it's worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. Trying to screw me again. Hearing the offer, Qinfeng turned around and walked away. Before coming to the Strange Edge Pavilion he had inquired about the price. The 1,000-year-old longevity grass was priced at 150,000 to start with. This girl doesn't look very old, but she has a knack for ripping off customers. Just as Qinfeng walked to the door, a burst of silver bell-like laughter suddenly came from behind him. Alright, no more joking with you. 160,000 spirit stones. If you have the goods at least bring them out for me to take a look. Your Excellency's style of doing business is quite rare, Qinfeng said in a nonchalant manner, then directly took out a 1,000-year-old longevity grass from his storage ring and placed it on the small table next to Zilinger. Seeing that it was really the 1,000-year longevity grass, Zilinger's eyes showed surprise and she picked it up again to examine it carefully. This time the store just opened. Is worried about not having good things as a gimmick to attract cultivators. 1,000 years of longevity grass is not very rare, but this kind of year is also regarded as a phoenix feather. After determining that the goods were fine, Zilinger directly took out a storage bag and handed it to Qinfeng. Inside is 165,000 spirit stones. Count them. Not enough, Qinfeng said indifferently and took out the other 1,000-year longevity grass from his storage ring and placed it on the table once again. Zilinger, who was about to get angry, instantly straightened her eyes when she saw the second herb. The appearance of 2,000-year-old longevity grasses at the same time was definitely a fatal temptation for certain old monster alchemists. Fellow Daoist, wait a moment. In order to emphasize the atmosphere of the Qiyuan Pavilion, Zilinger directly retrieved her previous storage bag and pulled out a small pink bag from her bosom. Inside is 350,000 spirit stones. Consider it as the Strange Edge Pavilion making a friend with your Excellency. A faint body odor still lingered on the pink pouch, and Zilinger couldn't help but blush. This was her personal money. If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't get that many spirit stones in a short period of time, she wouldn't be willing to hand over her personal storage bag. Only after determining that the number of spirit stones in his storage bag was fine, did Qinfeng open his mouth to her. I have some more shopping to do, so I hope the shopkeeper will receive me personally. Well, seeing as we're all old acquaintances, I'll receive you myself. Linger happily took the 2 longevity grasses, then clapped her hands and stood up. Qin Feng froze for a moment. An old acquaintance? Linger's expression stiffened for a moment. Seeing that the words had escaped her lips, she simply stopped pretending and said with a smile, "Didn't anyone tell you that these lowly black robes don't cover faces at all under the lookout technique?" Qin Feng felt almost dizzy. Then what is he who often wears a black robe in the streets and alleys? Maybe it's just a second cutie in the eyes of other cultivators, still suffering from being uneducated. Qin Feng sighed and simply turned around without pretending directly toward the outside hall. In order to avoid this kind of thing from happening again, Qin Feng directly bought 16 sets of yellow rank primary lowest level black robes in one breath and asked for 8 more sets of primary misty trail formations. Now that he had his own mountain, he naturally wanted to put defenses in place, and the misty tracer formation was just one of the formations he wanted to get. Qin Feng spoke to Linger again and asked, "Are there any attack type formations?" "There are intermediate flying sword formations and advanced golden light formations, and the other formations are expected to come later." "How many sets of flying sword formations are there?" 2 sets. "I'll take both sets." Linger nodded silently while using a small notebook to write down what Qin Feng needed. Perhaps the head was a little dizzy from feeling like he was making money too fast. Collecting 1,000 years of longevity grass and selling it, she can make a big profit, and now Qin Feng is buying big in the store. She can still make a profit. Qin Feng picked out a lot of things one after another, and in order to avoid being watched directly returned to the previous private room. After Linger counted the things, she directly handed him the storage bag. 16 sets of yellow rank primary black robes, 8 sets of primary misty trail formations, 2 sets of intermediate flying sword formations, 50 primary fire snake talismans, 100 lower grade spirit renewal pills, and 8 primary body forging techniques. There weren't many types of these things, but the quantity of each was extremely large, and Linger's excited little face turned red as she said excitedly, "You spent a total of 365,000 spirit stones. Just return the storage bag you just gave me. Just consider it as making a friend. The price is fine. I just buy them in larger quantities myself." After handing out the pink-colored storage bag, Qin Feng then directly changed into his new black robe in the private room. Before leaving the Qi Yuan Pavilion, Linger explained to him some more trivial matters. Late afternoon, when Qin Feng returned to Crouching Bull Mountain, he found a silhouette standing on the boulder outside the mountain. That person was none other than Wang Tang, who he had met last night, and at this moment, he was wearing a very enthusiastic smile on his face. "Brother Qin can be really careful. Just came here and set up the Misty Tracer array. If I hadn't asked Senior Sister Ding, I would have thought that you were angry and hiding from me." Wang Tang smiled as he walked up and put his arm around Qin Feng's shoulders and took out 2 fresh large fish from his storage ring. "This is my Eternal Life Sword Sect's unique spirit fish, specially brought to give Brother Qin a taste." The 2 fish were bound head to tail by the straw, their gills constantly opening and closing, emitting bursts of spiritual energy fluctuations. "Brother Wang is polite." Qin Feng received the spirit fish with a smile, then waved his hand to fade away the misty trail formation and led Wang Tang towards the mountain. The entire mountain remained densely overgrown, with only a humble cave opening up on the small peak at the top. Wang Tang stood outside the cave, then had no further thoughts of going deeper and stood still to look at Qin Feng's eyes and asked, "I've heard that Brother Qin came from the direction of the Golden Kingdom. Have you ever heard of the Golden Kingdom's immortal cultivation realm's Clear River place?" Chapter 25. Wang Tang becomes suspicious. Upon hearing the content of Wang Tang's question, Qin Feng's heart instantly became alert. The matter of the Wang family wanting to forcibly marry Qin Yu at the beginning was almost universally known. Once you admit that you're from Qingafeng, it's either or not if you stick yellow mud on your pants. Qin Feng decided to open his eyes and said with feigned regret, "I'm a casual cultivator traveling around to cultivate. I really haven't heard of this place called Qingafeng. Brother Wang is from Qingafeng? Alas, since I joined the clan last year I haven't had the chance to go back. I heard that something big happened in the Golden Country's immortal cultivation world recently, so a few days ago I went back to take a look." Alas! The smile on Wang Tang's face gradually turned gloomy, his eyes still staring deathly into Qin Feng's eyes. Late Qi refining cultivators. The gap between each realm was huge. Now that Wang Tang possessed the 8th level of Qi refining cultivation, just a simple look in his eyes could deter many low-level cultivators. Qin Feng looked at him with a blank face. Then his eyes brightened for a moment. Immediately, he took out 200 spirit stones from his storage ring and stuffed them over. "These spirit stones, Brother Wang will keep them for me, and buy more for both your parents when you return home next time." "Yes." Wang Tang laughed out loud, collected the spirit stones and looked around the mountain a few more times, then took out the flying boat and directly broke the sky. Above the flying boat, Wang Tang cupped a book in his hand. and the expression on his face gradually became grim until he gritted his teeth. The book was covered in black mottled marks and a tiny bloody handprint. Damnable. If I find out the murderer who exterminated my Wang family, I will make him suffer for eternity. Wang Tang growled viciously, and the resentment in his heart grew heavier and heavier, and he was ready for it when he was just cross-examined. As long as the other party admits that he has been to Qinghafang himself, he will be the first to strike and take him down. It is better to kill than to let go. Unfortunately, the other party has never been to Qinghe Square, and even pulled out spirit stones to bribe. How could this kind of goon kill someone and still come around the everlasting sword sect's territory? Nightfall. Xinfeng sat at the entrance of the cave and made a fire to roast fish. The firelight reflected on his face, but in his heart he felt a pang of annoyance. Damn it, did he find out or not? Just now he was looking at my hand with one eye. Could it be that he retrieved that book from the Pavilion of Strange Fate? Xinfeng absent-mindedly flipped the grilled fish, mentally agonizing over whether or not to go to Zhogua to invite Tiezhu here. He himself is now living in Wolio Mountain. A lot of things are not convenient to go out, but Tiezhu is different. He is an evil practitioner. Good and evil were not two sides of the same coin, and it was reasonable to kill one or two righteous cultivators. A burst of charred aroma came from the grilled fish, and Xinfeng sprinkled some seasoning before feasting on it. Even though it was called a spiritual fish, eating it failed to increase its spiritual power, only that it tasted slightly better. Apparently that Wang Tang guy had dismissed himself as a barker, casually tossing the large portion of the leftover grilled fish next to him. Xinfeng directly laid down on the ground. Ugh, it's hard to live in peace. After a few moments of rest, Xinfeng got up and kept running around Wolio Mountain, busily setting up the Flying Sword Formation and the new Misty Trail Formation. In order to prevent being spied on by senior sister Ding on the opposite side, Xinfeng had found an opportunity to process the Flying Sword Formation and the Misty Tracer Formation on the way back. The two intermediate Flying Sword Formations became advanced Flying Sword Formations after they were synthesized, capable of easily decapitating foundation stage cultivators and even threatening early stage Jiedan. With such a set of formations installed on the mountain, as long as you don't mess with a Jiedan stage cultivator, you are basically invincible. After the 8 sets of primary Misty Trail Formations were synthesized 3 times, they directly became human-grade extreme formations. Xinfeng did not understand how high this level was, but this level of Misty Trail Formation was much more powerful, and could withstand up to late Yuaning cultivators' divine sense probing, so it could be considered a great sense of security. Dang it. Xinfeng got to work. When laying the formation flag encountered a stone or hard soil, he immediately took out his flying sword as a chisel and poked out small holes before burying the formation flag. In an instant, the sound of clanking around Wolverine Mountain was incessant, while Xinfeng was engrossed in it and could not extricate himself from it. The more advanced the formation, the more flags there are, and the position of each flag requires a special orientation. After a busy night, the flags of the 2 sets of formations were only set out by a third. Dang! Ding ding ding! Over the next 2 days, the sound of hammers striking metal would occasionally ring out around Wolverine Mountain. The hill next to it was filled with weeds and desolate to the core on the surface, but inside it was a big deal. An extremely luxurious small courtyard, fish ponds, spiritual plants, and spiritual medicines were built all over the place in the middle of the mountain. At this point, Ding Shuli, who was dressed in a black dress, was sitting at the stone table grinding herbs. There were many bottles and jars on the stone table, as well as 5 poisonous corpses and other poisonous substances. Throwing all the poisonous mist into the black canister, a large amount of black smoke instantly emerged from it, and Ding Shuli urged his true chi in his hand to directly seal the canister before loading it into his storage bag. She moved quickly, but the weeds next to the stone table were still affected, instantly becoming withered and yellow. It wasn't until then that Ding Shuli turned his head, staring with a depressed face at the constantly busy figures around the nearby Wolverine Mountain. What kind of formation hasn't been done in 3 days and 3 nights? It's clanking and noisy. The maze formation was supposed to isolate the sound. Ding Shuli also didn't care at all about the extra person on the hill next to him. Ever since the everlasting sword sect's people had come to inquire about Xinfeng, Ding Shuli had a feeling that this person should have secrets. Then he laid the array for 3 days, and Ding Shuli watched it for 3 days, feeling like it was about to collapse. Right at this moment, she saw Xinfeng suddenly look over towards her cave. This guy, did he find out? Ding Shuli frowned as he looked around. His own intermediate maze formation was still in the middle of operation. Everything was normal. The other side. Xinfeng stood in front of the cave at the top of the mountain with a face full of excitement. His arms crossed in excitement. Hey, the formation is finally done. No one will see you even if you run around bare-assed in the hills from now on. Xinfeng grinned at the direction towards Ding Shuli's cave, then directly struck out 2 channels of spiritual energy to catalyze the Misty Tracer Formation and the Flying Sword Formation. With the array, This crouching bull mountain was truly his own. No one would know about every move within the formation. And as for late-stage Yuaning cultivators, it was simply impossible for them to come to such a trashy place. Only after the mountain protection formation was taken care of did Qin Feng begin to open up the cave in earnest. The alchemy room, practice room, and living area were all complete, and under the sharp blade of the running thunder flying sword, it only took one incense stick of time to open up the cave. After setting up the spirit gathering formation in the practice room, Qin Feng synthesized another 100 lower-grade spirit renewal pills into middle-grade spirit renewal pills. Medium-grade spirit renewal pill, after taking it, it can enhance the spirit power in the body and accelerate the realm advancement. Only effective for the chi refining stage. Can be synthesized into top-grade spirit renewal elixir. Finally, I can start cultivating. This time the realm hasn't been raised. It's been a really tight time. The fact that the cave and the formations were all constructed, coupled with the fact that there was now a spirit renewal pill to aid in his cultivation, caused Qin Feng to become excited inside. Checking again that the various formations were functioning normally, Qin Feng swallowed a spirit renewal pill and sat down inside the spirit gathering formation and directly entered a state of cultivation. At this point, outside Crouching Bull Mountain, Wang Tang cupped a long black incense in his hand and hovered in midair with his flying boat, his face grim as he surveyed the Wolverine Mountain in front of him. At this time, the entire mountain was deserted, and the weeds were densely covered everywhere, so it was obvious that a formation had been set up. And he squeezed a smile out of his face and began to yell, "Fellow Daoist Qin, quickly open the formation. Brother Wang has something to find you. Are you away again?" After continuously shouting a few times, Wang Tang threw in 5 or 6 more transmission notes one after another. After half an hour there was no movement inside. Wang Tang's face became more and more ugly, and he could not help but place his gaze on the nearby mountain. Senior Sister Ding is a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. For the sake of senior brother, she should help me break this kid's formation. Chapter 26, Chi Refinement 8th Level. Everlasting Sword Sect Recruiting Outer Disciples. Is Senior Sister Ding here? Wang Tang came to another hill and shouted, and soon a cool figure appeared in the clearing. I find this formation of as strange as well. Ding Shuli, who had witnessed the whole thing, was curious about how powerful Qin Feng's formation was, so she appeared after Wang Tang had only shouted. That delicate temperament with coldness in it directly gave Wang Tang a straight look in his eyes. The strength of the two sides was so different that he did not dare to think too much, and immediately bowed his head and said, "Senior Sister Ding, if you are willing to help me break his formation, I am willing to offer the longevity pill to Senior Sister." After saying that, he took out a small thumb-sized green bottle from his storage ring and offered it with both hands. The longevity pill was an elixir only available in the longevity sword sect. Each one could prolong life for 3 years, and outer disciples could only receive one per year, making it extremely rare. Ding Shuli faintly asked, "You have a grudge against that kid? The more he avoids me the more likely he is to have a grudge against me." Wang Tang didn't explain too much, but the hatred in his eyes was almost gushing out. "I'll try first." Ding Shuli's eyes revealed a flash of curiosity as he flew through the air towards Wolverine Mountain. Before making her move, she took out a sound transmission note and threw it into the large formation. "Senior Brother Qin, if you don't open the mountain gate formation again, Senior Sister I will force my way in." Transmission notes are made from special materials that only have the ability to transmit sound, and any formation crafting will unconditionally allow for transmission notes to come and go. After waiting for half a day with no movement inside, both of them felt that Qin Feng was doing it on purpose. A coldness appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes as he directly took out a purple flying sword and injected spiritual energy into it. "Go!" As she pointed with her jade hand, the purple flying sword surged against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 3-foot-long giant sword, stabbing straight towards the formation of Crouching Bull Mountain. Buzz! In the void, a white flicker directly blocked the flying sword, and countless mists appeared out of nowhere. In just a few moments, the entire Crouching Bull Mountain was shrouded in mist, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. This maze formation of his is even more powerful than mine. It's at least an advanced maze formation. With a single move, Ding Shuli understood in his heart that he could not break Qin Feng's mountain protection formation by himself. At the same time she was getting more and more confused in her mind. The other party was only a small cultivator at the 5th level of the chi refining stage. How could he possess such a valuable formation like the advanced Misty Tracer formation? Seeing that none of the foundation establishment stage cultivators could break Qin Feng's formation, Wang Tang became more and more annoyed in his heart. There must be something fishy about the other side avoiding him. Inside the Crouching Bull Mountain formation, Qin Feng sat on the steps of the cave, pinching the advanced fire snake talisman in one hand with a pestle and chin in the other. Feeling depressed, he was just about to enter a state of cultivation, but it turned out that there were people outside flinging transmission notes one after another. and even presuming to use violence to break open the mountain gate array. What a bully! After adjusting his state, Qin Feng had 2 advanced fire snake talismans in his sleeves before he walked out of the misty trail formation with a bewildered look on his face. Senior Sister Ding, Brother Wang. Just now I was about to close my eyes for cultivation when I opened my eyes and saw 7 or 8 transmission notes. What's the reason for calling me in such a hurry? Qin Feng looked towards Ding Shuli and Wang Tun with a face full of curiosity, and the pleasing smile that should be expected of a cultivator at the 5th level of the qi refining stage appeared on his face. Ding Shuli silently took a step back, then curiously surveyed Qin Feng. Wang Tun opened the door and directly took out a book with bloodstains and asked Qin Feng, "I'd like to ask if you've ever seen this book before?" The bloody handprints on the 5 spirit skill technique books were too familiar to Qin Feng, plus this was considered the second time he had seen them. Qin Feng still shook his head blankly. "Still talking tough at the end of your life?" The expression on Wang Tang's face suddenly became hideous. He made a backhanded motion of pulling out something. Qin Feng shivered and instantly backed up 5 or 6 feet, while both hands pinched the fire snake talisman in unison. "What are you nervous about?" A cold smile appeared on Wang Tang's face before he raised the item he was holding, which was a long black incense that was smoking. This thing was very familiar to Qin Feng, and Zilinger had found her way to her house with this thing some time ago. "This is the soul-chasing incense used to find things. As long as you've touched this, you won't be able to run away within 10,000 miles. The smile on Wang Tang's face became more and more hideous, while placing the soul-chasing incense in his hand forward, now that he had torn his face, as long as he could prove that Qin Feng had touched the 5 spirit skill technique. As time passed, the black smoke on top of the soul-chasing incense grew thicker and thicker, all of it drifting towards the direction where Qin Feng was standing. See this scene. Qin Feng's heart was in his throat. A few days ago when they went to the Qi Yuan Pavilion, Zilinger mentioned something about Wang Tang and then cast some kind of spell on herself. "It's not going to fail now, is it?" Qin Feng stared tightly at the black smoke drifting in, while Wang Tang narrowed his eyes, his hand grasping his flying sword ready to strike at all times. Just as the black smoke was about to touch Qin Feng's body, it suddenly turned a corner and drifted toward a very distant place. The scene was quiet. Wang Tang blackened his face and snuffed out the soul-chasing incense, forcing a smile on his face as he asked Qin Feng, "It seems that this is a misunderstanding. What are you nervous about, Brother Qin? Your realm is too much higher than mine, in case there is any." Qin Feng stammered and refused to finish. The meaning to be expressed was already obvious. "Brother Qin is joking about that. I'm just testing to see if you're lying." Wang Tang collected his things and exchanged pleasantries with Qin Feng before taking out his flying boat and leaving with Ding Shuli. "Test your sister." Qin Feng revealed an expression of contempt at the backs of the 2 men before turning around and returning to the cave. "Begin closed-door cultivation. Crouching Bull Mountain is rich in aura. With the assistance of the 5-fold spirit gathering formation and the spirit renewal pill, Qin Feng's strength climbed rapidly. When he got bored of closed-door cultivation, Qin Feng would sometimes go down the mountain to hunt for food, and sometimes read a book or practiced boxing and kung fu. As the days passed by, Qin Feng's body had also changed greatly, while his understanding of this world also grew. Bucket. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and his cultivation had finally reached the 8th level of the qi refining stage. Inside the cave, Qin Feng was sitting in the middle of the spirit gathering formation, and the appearance of his body seemed to be covered in a layer of mist. The majestic spiritual energy in the body's tendons and veins continuously washed the body like a torrential river, and finally converged in the sea of qi. The spiritual energy after the 8th level of the qi refining stage was no longer a wisp, but rather a large patch of what looked like a thick mist floating in the sea of qi, raising 3 minor realms in 3 months' time. That's quite fast. After you stop practicing, Qin Feng opened his eyes to feel the gushing spiritual energy in his body and felt very cozy. In the past 2 to 3 months, there was no one else except Wang Tang who came once a month. No one disturbed Qin Feng and he was happy to relax. Just then, a sound transmission note flew from outside the formation while Wang Tang's voice rang out. "Brother Qin, it's time to pay this month's management fee, 2,000 a month. At this rate even if you don't look for trouble you'll be treated like a fat sheep." Qin Feng felt that he had to do something. Step out of the cave. Only Wang Tang was seen driving a flying boat hovering outside the formation, and besides him, Ding Shuli was also on the flying boat. "Brother Wang, last month's spirit stones were all saved by me scrimping and selling my family's possessions. Can we save on this month's expenses?" Qin Feng directly opened his mouth to sell his misery. Wang Tang, on the other hand, smiled and explained, "I'm here to give you a chance." "What chance?" A puzzled expression appeared in Qin Feng's eyes, while his heart was incomparably depressed. How is it that people are always trying to give themselves opportunities? The clan recently needs to recruit a group of outer disciples, who can receive a monthly salary of 100 spirit stones per month. If Brother Qin is willing to join the clan in the future he will be a family member. and the management fee of Crouching Bull Mountain will naturally be waived. It's a pity that Qin Mao was born with a miscellaneous spirit root and had already worshipped the mountain gate of the Everlasting Sword sect once back then. Qin Feng did not lie. When the Changsheng Sword sect in the Qinghe Square openly accept disciples, his 5 elements of the mixed spiritual root of the physique of people simply do not see, and even the opportunity to the outer disciples are not given. Seeing his face full of confusion, Wang Tang smiled and explained, "Brother Qin, don't worry. I'm also a person of honor within the sect. I wouldn't dare to say anything else. At least I can make you an outer disciple of the sect's divine Dan Peak." Shindan Peak was the place where the Everlasting Sword sect refined pills by the sound of its name, and it was like a cold palace to ordinary immortal cultivators. Not only can you not learn spells in a place like this, you have endless work and herbs to grow every day. Not to mention becoming immortal and attaining immortality. Low-grade outer disciples can die of exhaustion in this kind of place, but Qin Feng was different. For him Divine Dan Peak was a gigantic Dan pill bank. Just when he was worried about not having a place to look for waste Dan, has brother Qin Feng thought about it? Seeing that the other party did not speak, Wang Tang could not help but narrow his eyes and once again revealed a threatening look. Qin Feng was happy in his heart, but still hesitated by deliberately making a hesitant expression. "Brother Wang wishes me to go? That's natural. Ugh. Then I'll go." "Sure is a wimp." Seeing Qin Feng agree, Wang Tang's eyes immediately revealed a smug smile before taking Qin Feng and Ding Shuli towards the direction of the Everlasting Sword sect. Chapter 27. The void was cloudy. Looking downward, the 100,000 great mountains loomed large, and the major mountain ranges were like giant dragons winding and undulating. This was Qin Feng's first time riding a flying magic weapon, and he couldn't help but have a shocked expression on his face. A few moments later, as the speed of the flying boat slowed down, a lofty and luxurious building came into view. Cranes danced in the void, and spirit birds were everywhere. The Everlasting Sword sect covers a wide area, and on top of the major mountains, the formations emit bursts of gorgeous light like a fairyland. When the flying boat arrived at the first building, Wang Tang directly landed on the ground then started walking. Other than Wang Tang, the other Everlasting Sword sect disciples were also walking inside in 2s and 3s with their people. "Senior sister Ding, senior brother Zhang has already arranged everything for you. Just look for him directly when you arrive at the place later." Wang Tang's face was full of fawning, but Ding Shuli just faintly mumbled. Entering the mountain gate and walking along the winding stone path for hundreds of feet, a flat land appeared ahead, where hundreds of people had already gathered. Walking up to the front, Qin Feng realized, these people were all casual cultivators from outside. Men and women, young and old, with varying strengths, all with both excited and nervous expressions on their faces. In front of him stood a bald old man wearing a green robe, turning a string of black rosary beads in his hand as he was chanting sutras with his eyes closed. And even without the use of the chi-looking technique, he could also feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. A moment later, the old man opened his eyes and looked faintly at the crowd before opening his mouth to ask, "How many people from Alchemy Peak have come?" Someone in the crowd immediately responded, "The refining room has recruited a total of 28 people." "How many people from Shindan Peak have come?" In the crowd, Zhang Shun, dressed in white and carrying a flying sword, answered aloud, 7 handymen, plus 1 guest elder. "Yes." The bald old man nodded and continued to ask about the other numbers. Wang Tang gave Qin Feng a wink and said, "You follow senior brother Zhang and the others. He will arrange for you when you arrive at the Divine Dan Peak." Zhang Shun and Ding Shuli turned to leave with a smile on their faces. 6 loose cultivators in the crowd immediately followed, and although Qin Feng was puzzled but also accelerated his steps to integrate into the team. On the road, Zhang Shun took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Ding Shuli, again shushing and introducing the rules of the clan, considerate to the extreme. As for the scattered cultivators in the rear, he simply ignored them. "Lickspittle shall not die." Qin Feng cursed in his heart and then began to observe his surroundings. The clan's internal buildings were scattered and it was obvious that each hill had a different purpose. Soon the crowd walked to the front of a mountain shaped like a triangular tripod, with a stone monument Shindan Peak erected at the intersection. There were medicinal fields all around the mountain. Some people were picking water to fertilize, some people were using implements to plow the land, and some people were holding hoes to collect the spiritual medicines. Reached the top of the mountain, Zhang Shun led a few people to receive 2 sets of handyman clothing, and issued identity cards to a few people to drop blood to recognize their masters, and then arranged their daily work and accommodation. Only after doing this did he announce the rules to the crowd with an expressionless face. "You and others are now Divine Dan Peak handyman disciples. Listen to the steward's arrangements for what to do, and do not damage the clan's property. The most important thing is not to disrespect the disciples of the sect. If you violate it, you will be abolished from your cultivation, and if you violate it, you will be raised to 9 clans." After saying that, Zhang Shun left, leaving only a few loose cultivators standing in place looking at each other. A moment later, a middle-aged man cursed angrily. What the hell? To put it nicely, we're here to work as laborers, but to put it badly, we're just being made to work as laborers. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. Several people have realized that they have been cheated by the disciples of the Everlasting Sword sect, but unfortunately, the identity token has been contracted, and it is easy to come in and hard to go out. The crowd was furious and Qin Feng pretended to curse a few times as well, then began to survey his surroundings. Divine Dan Peak was the place where the sect centralized the alchemy of pills. Even the sect elders and some inner disciples would choose to come here to make pills. As long as you find a way to get the job of cleaning the alchemy room, you can pick up spent pills until your hands are soft. Thinking of this, Qin Feng's heart was already blossoming with joy. Day 2. Before daybreak, a gong was suddenly sounded outside the room of the handyman disciples. The room was on a large bunk. Qin Feng followed the veteran handyman disciples to get up and then walked outside the room to wait for the steward to organize the day's work. Qin Feng stood in the crowd full of doubts. These people were obviously all immortal cultivators. The worst of them were at the second level of qi refining. Why did they look half dead? A few moments later, Qin Feng followed a man to the river to pick up water to water the medicine garden. The wooden barrel for picking water is a special magic weapon. Exactly how much water can be loaded Qin Feng is not clear. In any case, the barrel is put into the river for a while to be filled. The key is that the stewardship of the regulations of these barrels filled with water cannot be put into the storage ring, otherwise the loss of spirituality will water the herbs to death. After filling the 2 buckets of water, Qin Feng squatted down and put his shoulder on the stretcher, and then his physical body exerted force, and the wooden bucket did not move. Even if the feet stomped into the mud puddle, the bucket did not see up, and finally could only use spiritual power to add. The bucket which shook barely off the ground. It's heavy. Qin Feng cursed in his heart and instantly understood why those handymen were half dead. Late afternoon, the servants returned to their rooms one after another after doing hard labor, and gathered in 2s and 3s to play with stone cards or cast soundproofing shields to sit in the corners and cultivate silently. It was then that Qin Feng felt a trace of life in them. Brother, come and bet twice. The man who led Qin Feng to pick water during the day shouted at him. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. They had those who gambled on spirit stones and those who gambled on small spells, but they were all low-grade spells hardly worthy of the Grand Hall of Fame. A few moments later, the person who won the most cursed with a sad face. You mother asterisk 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 heirs. All of you take the astringent technique. This thing I used to wipe my ass is enough for a year. The breath convergence technique might be worth money in the eyes of an ordinary loose cultivator, but in this kind of place where cultivators gathered it was lowly, and there were more than a dozen identical breath convergence techniques laid out in front of the man. After the crowd ended, Qin Feng directly bought 16 books of astringent techniques at the price of 2 spirit stones a book, and then rushed straight to the outhouse. Wrote a trick, running the technique can hide their own breath. The highest can resist the 4 realms above the strongest peeping. Practiced to the great completion can hide the physical body. The heavenly order of the very best technique. It may not be resynthesized. Just from the literal meaning, Qin Feng could probably guess that the Dawi skill might already be the topmost technique for hiding and restraining breath in this side of the world. In the following days, apart from the job of picking water, Qin Feng took turns to do the job of planting spiritual herbs, collecting spiritual herbs, and cleaning medicinal herbs. As for the errand of cleaning the alchemy room, he never took his turn, because it's an easy job. It's all taken up by connections. Everyone is an immortal cultivator, plus the clan rules do not allow private fights. So on weekdays everyone practiced openly and honestly, and Qin Feng also secretly practiced the Dawi skill to the introductory stage. This day, Qin Feng was assigned the job of picking water again, together with a refining stage 3 layer of the old man. When picking to the second trip, the old man's spirit energy consumption, directly by the stretcher pressure, folded down. Living pain death. Another one dead. Doggone Wang Tung, you really sent me a good chance. Looking at the tragic situation in front of him, Qin Feng's killing heart towards Wang Tung intensified a few more points in his heart. The work partner died, but the work has to be done. This situation Qin Feng has long encountered many times. Not surprisingly, it was dark after pouring the herbs. Qin Feng accelerated his pace towards the place where he slept, running the Dawi skill, wanting to practice it to the grand completion realm as early as possible. As he passed through a bamboo forest, he could vaguely see 2 white figures inside through the scattered bamboo leaves. Qin Feng's eyes revealed a look of curiosity and immediately slowed down his pace to sneak over. Over the rustle of bamboo leaves rubbing together, the 2 could faintly be heard conversing. Senior Sister Ding, I can agree to everything else, but this really won't do. Stealing the clan's medicinal herbs is a felony. The tone of the person who spoke was humble, and it was obviously Zhang Shun, the licking dog, without a doubt. A smile spilled out from the corner of Qin Feng's mouth as he took out a shadow-retaining stone from his storage ring. This thing not only recorded images but also left sound. With this thing it was considered to be able to catch the two men in the act. So many medicinal herbs less a few plants, and what's the harm? The two sides were at a standstill. Ding Shuli was obviously a little fired up, and Zhang Shun anxiously explained. Every single one of these herbs has been strictly inventoried. Even if they're withered, they have to be handed over to be handled by the elders themselves. Senior sister, just spare me. I don't want much. Can't you just find a random handyman to frame? The handymen are all low-level cultivators. Where would they have the guts to steal? Ding Shuli was silent for a moment, then opened his mouth and said, there is a guy named Qin Feng who has good strength. I feel that this person is not simple. It would be better to. The two just conferred for a moment before deciding to steal the herbs and then frame Qin Feng, and by the way, refine them into puppets and overrun his clan. Formation. Outside the bamboo forest. Qin Feng felt his scalp numb after listening to the two men's plan. If he hadn't just used the shadow retention stone, he would probably be in big trouble tomorrow. What a vicious. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and pondered how to deal with this matter. He had many magic treasures on his body, and they could not help themselves if they came hard. It would be better to go up and fight hard. If they really let them steal the medicinal herbs, even if they jumped into the Yellow River, cannot be washed. Just as Qin Feng was about to walk out, he realized that Zhang Shun had stepped on a flying sword and left. It looked like he wanted to bolt early to leave an alibi, while giving Ding Shuli time to steal the herbs. Never let her steal herbs. Qin Feng took out the golden bell talisman treasure and cupped it in his hand, while the other hand raised the shadow retention stone and directly walked out. Who? Ding Shuli instantly took out his flying sword, but Qin Feng took the first step to light up his golden bell talismanic treasure and shadow retention stone and said with a cold smile, Senior sister Ding, you don't want the secret you just kept to be known either, do you? Chapter 28, Cleaning the Alchemy Room. Deadly business. It's you? The moment he recognized the person, Ding Shuli was visibly relieved, maneuvering his flying sword to fling scratches in the void before coldly threatening, throw the staying stone over here, or I'll kill you. Seeing the expression of contempt in the other party's eyes, Qin Feng instantly felt enraged. All this time she's been posturing as superior, and even now in this situation she continues to look down on people. Qin Feng couldn't help but come under fire and sneered. If you're not convinced, you can make a move first to try and see if you can break through this golden bell rune treasure of mine. In a flash, spiritual energy was injected into the talismanic treasure and a golden bell appeared out of nowhere, directly enveloping Qin Feng. Just in case, Qin Feng cast a few more hard earth arts under his feet one after another while taking out the fire snake talisman in his hand. A golden bell talismanic treasure? Seeing Qin Feng enveloped by the golden bell, Ding Shuli's eyes revealed a look of gravity. The golden bell talisman treasure could withstand the attack of a Jidan stage cultivator at maximum, and although it could be consumed with time, it was extremely risky. Once a fight broke out, it was bound to attract the attention of others. Ding Shuli sighed and put away his lightsaber before opening his mouth to ask, what do you want? Take off your clothes. No way. Ding Shuli was immediately infuriated, while holding his flying sword in his hand again. Just now, you and senior brother Zhang discussed plotting against my life. I didn't think of taking senior sister's life. It's not too much to ask to look at senior sister's body, right? A cold smile appeared on Qin Feng's face while he raised the fire snake talisman in his hand again and threatened. This is a high-level fire snake talisman of mine. If senior sister Ding doesn't want it, I'll fight for my life to submit the shadow retention stones to the sect elders, and then it won't just be you, but senior brother Zhang should be in bad luck as well, right? Ding Shuli didn't say anything, and in the darkness of the night there was only the soughing of the branches and leaves in the bamboo forest next to him. After pondering for a while she raised her head and coldly asked, what if I show you my body and you don't give me the staying shadow stone? Senior sister should also know what kind of days we handymen live. If it's not that handymen can't move around easily, I would have run away earlier. Later on I will let you take me out of the range of the everlasting sword sect, and after I get out I'll give you the staying shadow stone. Yes. Ding Shuli immediately put away his fly sword, then slowly placed his hand on his chest lapel to undo the lacing, while secretly sneering in his heart. After all, it is a 17 or 18-year-old child out of the everlasting sword sect. Even if it is a golden bell talisman treasure cannot protect you. As one piece of clothing was removed, the blush on Ding Shuli's face became more and more obvious. That'll do, won't it? Take off the blasphemy too. Ding Shuli's eyes revealed a smear of killing intent, but he had to do as Qin Feng asked, and moments later he was stripped naked. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction, then took out a shadow-retaining stone in its activated state from the nearby grass, which happened to record the images at this moment. What do you see here? You! Shameless! Ding Shuli's face went white and he immediately waved his hand and put a black robe on himself. In the black robe, Ding Shuli was so angry that he was trembling. If it was not protected by the golden bell talisman, he could not wait to chop the other side with a sword. If senior sister Ding steals herbs to inflict harm on me tonight, tomorrow these 2 shadow retaining stones will surely spread throughout the entire everlasting sword sect. After saying that, Qin Feng topped the golden bell talisman treasure, turned around and left, leaving only Ding Shuli murderess standing in place. Back to the residence. The many handymen were still playing cards and drinking in a disorganized manner. Qin Feng stood silently in the doorway, following every time someone went to the outhouse. Half an hour later, the ones playing cards stopped playing, the ones drinking stopped drinking, and everyone started to wonder what Qin Feng was doing. Little one, what did Qin Feng tell you? Didn't say anything. Zhang Lizi, you are the most honest one here. What did Xiao Qin tell you? Say what? He said escort me to the outhouse. Qin Feng, on the other hand, grinned straight at the crowd and did not explain, because what those people say is true and they didn't say anything at all. The next few days, Ding Shuli disappeared as if she had vaporized, and Qin Feng was too lazy to bother with her. Time passed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Although his cultivation hadn't progressed much during this period of time, Qin Feng had also figured out quite a few things about the everlasting sword sect. Zhang Shun is the inner disciple of Shendan Peak. His strength is not bad, plus he has primary alchemy level. His prestige is quite high in Shendan Peak. It is more difficult to get him. As for Wang Tang not being seen by the major peak masters, he is only an outer disciple and can be done away with any time he has the chance. This morning, when the steward divided the labor, he unprecedentedly assigned Qin Feng to the team that cleaned the alchemy room. Apart from Qin Feng, the rest of the people were all related. Although he was puzzled, but Qin Feng still followed the crowd towards the place where the work was being done. Shendan Peak under the work of the ABCD 12 alchemy area. The ranking of the former alchemy area, the more exuberant the fire of the ground. Qin Feng needed to be responsible for the cleaning of the 9 alchemy rooms in Area B. Upon arriving at the place and realizing that only one person had been arranged in the entire Area B, Qin Feng instantly felt that there was something fishy going on. An aged handyman carried a bucket of water outside, and when he saw that the one who took over the shift was a 17 or 18-year-old teenager, a look of regret appeared on his face. Qin Feng hastily took out 2 spirit stones and stuffed them over as he opened his mouth to ask, "This senior brother, this is my first time working in the alchemy room. Are there any taboos?" When the old handyman saw the spirit stones, a smile appeared on his face and he patted Qin Feng on the shoulder and said, "During this period of time, a guest elder often came over to refine pills, and every time he blew up the furnace, he would become furious, and then..." The other party made a neck-wiping motion and left with a quick step after giving Qin Feng a look of self-seeking. Qin Feng frowned as his resentment towards Wang Tang and the steward increased a few more points. Send in your cronies when the job is good. If it's not working well, let someone else get killed. If nothing else, there should be several lives in this Area B alchemy room. Son of a Wang Tang, Qin Feng cursed, then silently walked to the passageway inside the alchemy room to wait. At this time, only 2 alchemy rooms were in use, and the others had already been cleaned. Now just wait here until the people inside come out and then go in and clean up. Boo! Just then, the alchemy room at the innermost part of the passageway suddenly had an explosive sound coming from it, and the dull sound shook the ears that kept buzzing, followed by the hissing and roaring of an old man. "Come on people, hurry up and get someone to clean up the alchemy room for me. Right this way." Qin Feng responded and immediately pushed open the thick stone door of the alchemy room with his tools, only to see a white-haired old man standing at the door of the damn room. His expression twisted and close to madness. The alchemy furnace inside was rolling with black smoke, and the 4 stone walls were stained with medicinal mud that looked like splattered on them. As he passed by the old man, he could feel a strong aura on him. Qin Feng started working without saying a word, while secretly praying that the other party would never find trouble with him. It's hard to get a fat job for yourself, so don't make a mistake. While Qin Feng was seriously cleaning the alchemy furnace, the old man came over with a smiling face and asked in a kind tone, "Young man, do you think the old man's next potion will be successful?" From Smoke and Rain, congratulations to Dialogue Too Much in desperate need of platinum for being the first reviewer of this book. Congrats to Zhong Bo who loves cold greens for being the Taoist friend with the most rewards in this book. Chapter 29, Shendan Peak Master, Godogwan. Qin Feng felt sweaty with a rag in his hand. At the same time it was clear how those handymen had died. Wasn't it a matter of getting killed? Don't be afraid. The old man just wants to use your mouth for good luck. Qin Feng glanced in the direction of the alchemy furnace, where many spent pills were buried in the ashes, and immediately said, "Elder's next pill will surely succeed." Yes. The old man was instantly in a good mood and directly took out a spirit stone to reward Qin Feng before continuing to prepare the ingredients for the next furnace of pills. After cleaning up almost, Qin Feng left the alchemy room and continued to stand outside in the passageway waiting. During this period there were also other alchemists coming over one after another to occupy the empty alchemy room. Boo! Not long after, another explosion came from the alchemy room where the old man was. The stone door of the alchemy room was pushed open with a clang, and the old man walked towards Qin Feng in a furious manner, his eyes revealing a sense of insanity, obviously close to madness. Senior, wait a moment. I'll go check for you. Qin Feng preemptively said that he was going to walk towards the alchemy room, but the old man suddenly reached out and stopped him, taking out his flying sword and handing it towards Qin Feng along with his storage bag. Senior, what do you mean by this? Young man, do the old man a favor and the old man's storage bag will be yours. A pained expression appeared in the old man's eyes as he continued. Help cut off the old man's head. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng immediately stepped back a few steps. I just thought of countless possibilities, but I didn't expect this old man to play with such flowers. Estimated that their flying swords have not yet held steady will have to be his and sit to back to kill. All this realm want to kill still have to find an excuse? Please, cut off the old man's head. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't move, the old man directly knelt down with a plop. Qin Feng immediately turned around and walked to the door of the alchemy room, while at the same time placating the old man in a haphazard manner. Don't be anxious, senior. Even if the furnace is blown up there is still a chance that you can obtain a finished elixir. Senior will go and take a look for you right now. After saying that, Qin Feng directly drilled into the alchemy room. Nor is what he says a lie, such things are traced in ancient books. Except that the probability is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. The stone room was a mess, the flying ash and black smoke choking people, and a lot of waste pills were born from the ashes under the alchemy furnace, all of which had become black charcoal. Picking up the spent Dan and placing it in his hand, a small line of text instantly appeared in his vision. Abandoned seal pill, human rank lower grade abandoned pill. No effect after taking it, may cause diarrhea. Can be synthesized, 3 lines of God sealing pill. High-grade elixirs were divided into 3 grades, heaven, earth and man, and each grade was divided into 3 thresholds, upper, middle and lower. The good and bad quality of high-level elixirs is then differentiated according to the Dan lines, with 3 lines below meaning the same as the lower grade. In order to avoid being seen by the old man, Qin Feng only picked up 2 discarded God sealing pills to synthesize. The God sealing pill had a golden light like a crystal, but with a hint of translucency. 3 lines of sealing pills, after taking it, the spiritual power will skyrocket, can briefly raise one big realm. After the effect, it will be weakened for half a month. This elixir was a bit powerful, worthy of being a human-ranked elixir. Qin Feng was shocked in his heart, and without hesitation, he placed the elixir in the grass ash and rolled it a few times, then ran out of the alchemy room in a panic with the elixir in both hands. Senior, do you see if this is the elixir you refined? The old man was sitting paralyzed on the ground crying in pain at this moment, and when he saw Qin Feng running in panic, a hint of killing intent appeared on his face. The old man asked you to kill me, and since you won't kill me then I will. When he noticed the thing in Qin Feng's hand, the old man's eyes instantly released a ray of light, snatched it into his hand again to scrutinize it, and after a moment he began to laugh. It's done! Old me has finally become a success. He grasped the God sealing pill in his hand, his cloak of hair constantly bouncing within the alchemy room passageway, and the other alchemists in the alchemy room were disgruntled, poking their heads out to take a look at the old man and then immediately shrinking their heads back. It took him a good while before he stopped, straightened his messy hair, and placed his gaze on Qin Feng and asked, "You're the old man's savior. What's the name?" Junior Qin Feng. But this elixir is all thanks to Senior. The old man waved his hand unconcernedly before carefully surveying the aura on Qin Feng's body. 5 spirit roots. 8th level of Qi refining. A bit less talented than me, but you are my savior. I now officially announce that from now on, you will be my good Ogden's close disciple. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of a furnace blowing up sounded in the 5 or 6 surrounding alchemy rooms at the same time, followed by silence, with no one calling out to clean up the alchemy rooms. Bunch of losers. The old man glared at the surrounding alchemy rooms in boredom before turning his head and changing his expression to throw a token to Qin Feng. This is the Divine Dan Peak Master's order. I have to go out and come back for you after some time. After saying that, he left in a hurry, leaving Qin Feng standing in place with a bewildered look on his face. Shindan Peak Master order. Didn't that old handyman say guest elder before? Just then, one after another, people came out from the several surrounding alchemy rooms. All of these people were dressed in attire with the everlasting sword sect's logo and had strong auras, and all of them had cordial smiles on their faces when they saw Qin Feng. Senior brother Qin Feng. Oh no! Congratulations to Senior Uncle Qin for becoming Peak Master GE's close disciple, and I hope that he will take care of him in the future. The one who spoke was a man closest to Qin Feng. The other was wearing brown clothing and looked around 30 years old. but his cultivation had already reached the late foundation establishment realm. Although the rest of the people were wearing the uniform clothing of the inner disciples, they all opened their mouths to congratulate them at this moment. Such perverse treatment was a bit puzzling. Qin Feng could not help but frown and ask, "You guys are saying that Good Dog Dan is the Divine Dan Peak Master?" Returning to Senior Uncle's words, "The Divine Dan Peak Master is indeed. It's Peak Master Gu. That is, it's your master, our senior grandfather. It's just that other than the masters, the rest of us can only call him Peak Master Gu." The man's name was Chen Xiaohan, one of the true disciples of Divine Dan Peak. In terms of status, it was naturally below Qin Feng. Lu asked many more questions and probably understood what was going on. It turned out to be Good Dog Egg stuck in the alchemy master realm for many years, has not been able to break through the refining of human order pills, just happened to be hit by their own, and then became a closed disciple. Qin Feng looked straight at the token in his hand, his heart still feeling a bit unreal. His own district handyman had directly turned into the shut-in disciple of the Divine Dan Peak Master, one of the 12 peaks of the everlasting sword sect, and the name Good Dog Egg is a bit too perfunctory, right? Seeing that Qin Feng was not in a very good state, Chen Xiaohan immediately made a bow and said, "Uncle Qin, don't worry too much. Peak Master Go is willing to accept you as a closed disciple. Naturally it's not a joke, just wait at ease. My nephew will go and arrange for someone else to do the work here." "No!" Qin Feng immediately waved his big hand, stopping him from going to call someone. Chen Xiaohan's eyes showed surprise, and he could only arch his hand and say, "Then if Master Uncle has something to do at any time, just order someone to come to the Jade Spirit Cave to notify Master Nephew. Master Nephew will leave first. Go on." Only after the other party left did Qin Feng's face reveal a look of excitement. With his own identity he could now completely and openly collect the waste pills of the entire Divine Dan Peak, but only after officially becoming Good Dogman's closed disciple. A few moments later, the spent pills in the several alchemy rooms were all pocketed, and only then did Qin Feng walk straight out of the alchemy room passageway before heading towards the distant steward in charge of supervising the work. The steward in charge of the handyman was an obese, ugly-looking middle-aged fat man, known as Wang Pippi. When he saw that someone had left the alchemy area before shift change time, he glared, "Redneck, do you want to die if you go AWOL?" At the same time that steward Wang stinks, the fat smelly foot under the robe is also instantly raised and then gently lowered. It was because Qin Feng had lit up a waxed wooden token in his hand. On it were written the words, "Peak Master's Order." As an extremely terrifying pressure erupted from the token, Steward Wang could no longer support himself any longer, plopping to his knees. Chapter 30 New Identity. Divine Dan Peak Master Shut-in Disciple. "How did you have the Peak Master Order?" Even though he was kneeling on the ground, Steward Wang was still full of disbelief because in the morning Qin Feng was still an obedient handyman. Snap! Loud slaps rang out, and bright red slap marks immediately appeared on the fat face. "What the hell do you want?" Seeing an order is like seeing a person. Until then he didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. His face instantly showed an expression of aggression, and his fat body constantly trembled. "Go find someone to clean up my alchemy area. Little Master is going back to rest." Qin Feng kicked him to the ground again before he collected the Peak Master's order and clapped his hands and left. Although Shindan Peak was large in size, but news traveled extremely fast. On Qin Feng's way to the handyman rest area, many passing inner disciples saw him and took the initiative to greet him. Facing the compliments of the crowd, Qin Feng had no waves within his heart. Having a division was nothing more than having different resources, but cultivating immortality was ultimately about relying on oneself, and there was nothing to celebrate. Besides, that Godogman looked like a madman, and one had to be prepared for the other side to go back on their word. After walking for a few moments, Qin Feng sat down and rested on a boulder by the side of the road while watching the beautiful scenery below the mountain. Just by sitting here, one could overlook the scenery of half of the everlasting sword sect. At this moment, the other mountains were swarming with people, and countless disciples from both the inner and outer sects seemed to be rushing in one direction. A sudden burst of dense footsteps came from behind him, and Qin Feng immediately turned his head to look, only to see countless white clothes surging on the mountain, flying towards the direction of the mountain. And in the crowd there were several young men and women in regular clothes. Among them was Chen Xiaohan. Seeing Qin Feng sitting on a boulder by the side of the road, Chen Xiaohan immediately stopped to strike up a conversation. "Uncle Qin, you're looking at the scenery here?" Chen Xiaohan had a respectful attitude, while the rest of the few people frowned as they sized up Qin Feng and did not say anything. Qin Feng didn't care about their attitude and opened his mouth to ask, "What happened?" "Recently the ghost sect wanted to blood sacrifice a city in my country of Zhao. We repelled them once before. I didn't expect them to make a comeback. Now the clan elders are raising manpower to set out immediately to exterminate the evil cultivators. Then you guys get on with it." Qin Feng waved his hand at a few people, then turned around and continued to look at the scenery below the mountain. He was only a handyman now. He had no obligation to participate in the war, nor had he received any notice to participate in the war. So he didn't have to pay any attention to any great war at all. Only after the crowd had walked away did Qin Feng have a worried expression on his face. Because the ghost sect is within the Zhou kingdom and is the largest immortal cultivation sect in the Zhou kingdom, Qin Feng is worried that Tiezhu will join the ghost sect in order to take a shortcut. Next to the resting area for the miscellaneous disciples was a separate small courtyard, which was the room dedicated to Steward Wang. Qin Feng directly pushed open the door and walked in. Inside, there was only a bed and a table as well as daily necessities. The beds were messy, with white and brown spots everywhere, and there were many strands of hair or other supplies left on the floor by the female handyman, which made people cringe at the sight of them. Qin Feng didn't move any other items. He just found a clean piece of ground and sat down, casting a soundproof cover, and then began to cultivate. Late afternoon, an obese figure pushed the door in with his arm around the woman. And when he saw the figure in the room, he shivered in fear and pulled the woman away again. For the next few days Qin Feng just sat in his room and cultivated, letting Fatty Wang send food when he was hungry. Without the addition of the spirit gathering array, Qin Feng felt that his cultivation was progressing slowly, but he could only use cultivation to pass the time. After all, that old guy Godogdan had not yet returned. 5 days later, Fatty Wang warily pushed open the door of the room to send a message that Peak Master Go had notified him to go to the Great Hall of Divine Dan Peak. Qin Feng stopped cultivating and directly let Fatty Wang walk in front to lead the way. At the top of the mountain stood a purple palace, and in front of the door of the palace was an open space paved with flat stone slabs, and near the edge was enshrined a huge black tripod 3 feet high. When he walked into the hall, more than a dozen gazes inside instantly looked over, and some gazes seemed to carry a very strong aggression, making Qin Feng feel very uncomfortable. But the person is light and can only endure. Inside the main hall sat a white-robed old man, the very same Gugodan that he had seen before, and on either side of him stood 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. Close to the doorway stood more than a dozen other young men. Chen Xiaohan was also among them. Obviously these people were all Gudogdan's disciples and grandchildren now. Seeing Qin Feng standing straight up, Gudogdan instantly felt angry and amused, and immediately asked with a stern face, "Seeing your master, why don't you kneel and worship?" Disciple Qin Feng, meet master. Qin Feng immediately performed the salute of worship to Gugodan. And just as he got up, a storage bag came crashing down on him. "It's full of things you need to learn. Old man still has to go out for a while. Let your 5th senior sister arrange the rest for you." After saying that, Gudogeg took his feet off the chair, put on his shoes and directly disappeared in the same place. Qin Feng was full of confusion, pinching the storage bag held in his hand, always feeling that this worship ceremony was a bit of child's play, but the others seemed to have seen it coming, and their faces didn't fluctuate much. Among the 5, the young-looking woman walked out and first smiled at Qin Feng before she began to introduce the scene. 4 brothers and a sister. Nephews have 18 people. These people are the core members of the Shindan Peak. In addition to the Shindan Peak, there are more than 100 inner disciples, a number of guest elders, the outer door, a number of miscellaneous servants. After greeting several senior brothers separately and receiving the kneeling obeisance from his nephews, Qin Feng then followed his 5th senior sister to select a cave. Along the way, the 5th senior sister was asking about various things while explaining about the skills of alchemy, but Qin Feng felt like he was in a dream and didn't listen to anything. Shindan Peak has a total of 33 caves, but the aura is very general. After all, on the Shindan Peak of the people are in order to be able to go farther in the road of Dan Dao to Dancast Road, for cultivation is not very interested in. After casually picking a cave, and bidding farewell to the 5th senior sister, Qin Feng closed the stone door of the cave. The cave opened up several spaces, with stone beds and tables, and the innermost location had hot springs surrounded by clouds. Next to the alchemy room containing ground fire. Although the ground fire is not as fierce as the ground fire of the dedicated alchemy room halfway up the mountainside, but it is enough to refine ordinary pills. On the other side was a practicing room with twice the amount of spirit gathering array set up. Looking at the furnishings in the cave, Qin Feng felt in a smooth mood. Not to mention other things, the alchemist with an earth fire alone was something that outside cultivators could not hope for. The contents of the storage bag were even more ostentatious. Spirit stones 20,000, a yellow rank upper grade alchemy furnace, a Xian rank lower grade wood spirit boat, foundation building pills, aura pills, and various common pills add up to more than 30 kinds. Even though Qin Feng never lacked spirit stones to spend, he still felt his heart thumping inside at the sight of so many goodies. It seems like Godogdan is serious about accepting me as a shut-in disciple. Qin Feng sighed, then put everything away and directly left the cave to go down the mountain. Entering the everlasting sword sect for 2 or 3 months had never been an opportunity to go out. Now that he had obtained an official identity, Qin Feng wanted to go out and do some errands, and in the meantime, he went to the Smoke and Rain building to see if he could see his sister Qinyu. Wearing clothes that belonged to him, Qin Feng swaggered out of the mountain gate of the Everlasting Sword sect before he harnessed his wood spirit boat to quickly break into a flight in the direction of Wolverine Mountain. Isn't that man Qin Feng? At this point, Wang Tong, Ding Shuli and Zhang Shun, who had just returned from their mission, had just stepped into the mountain gate when they saw Qin Feng driving a flying boat shooting towards the distance. Why don't you guys go back? I'm going to run some errands. After recognizing Qin Feng's silhouette, Ding Shuli hurriedly gave an explanation and then directly followed up with his flying sword on his feet, leaving only Wang Tang and Zhang Shun to look at each other in dismay. Senior brother. Senior sister Ding has a grudge against Qin Feng? I don't know, but she's more than capable of dealing with that little handyman, so let's not add to the chaos. Chapter 31, I Want to See Sister. Overlooking the mountains and rivers in the void, he felt a sense of majesty leisurely growing within him. Qin Feng just looked at it for a while and then lost interest, accelerating his speed towards Wolverine Mountain. Just for a moment Qin Feng felt that there was someone behind him catching up, and with an extremely dense killing aura. Ting Shuli? Qin Feng twisted his head to take a look at the sudden tightening of his heart, directly catalyzing the speed of the wood spirit boat to the extreme. The two of them chased each other and soon arrived near the Wolverine Mountain. Qin Feng did not hesitate to rush headlong into the misty tracer formation and then turned around to look at her indifferently. Surname Qin, you have the balls to hide inside for the rest of your life. Ding Shuli had seen the power of Qin Feng's formations, so he didn't bother attacking the formations, but just stood quietly on the opposite side of the hill and shouted at Qin Feng. Really think I'm afraid of you? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at her before directly activating the misty tracer formation to block his vision. And there were still the fire snake talisman and other items left behind in the cave. Only after Qin Feng had put all of the fire snake talismans into his storage ring and synthesized all of the waste pills that he had scavenged in the alchemy room did he decide to go out and teach this condescending woman a lesson. If I don't show her some color, I'm afraid I'll really be chased by her in the future. Upon seeing Qin Feng's figure, Ding Shuli immediately appeared on the next hill in a murderous rage and sneered. You really dare to come out? What does senior sister Ding have to say? Qin Feng stood on top of a hill outside the formation, holding a golden bell talisman treasure in one hand and 3 high-level fire snake talismans in the other. Since you came out, I'll send you to your death. Ding Shuli flew over in the air with a black face, and a small black porcelain bottle appeared in his hand and ruthlessly smashed towards Qin Feng. Bang! The running thunder flying sword instantly appeared and directly shattered the porcelain bottle, and a large amount of black smoke instantly filled the inside of the bottle after it shattered. By now Qin Feng was basically certain in his heart that Ding Shuli was the woman in black from Jinming Mountain at night, only to see that the black smoke seems to have a spirit, straight towards his own drift. Qin Feng immediately cast a fireball art toward the black smoke smashed. Bang! The fireball passed through the black smoke and smashed straight into the stone behind it, but the black smoke was not affected at all and continued to drift towards the side. Are you playing with poison? Qin Feng squinted his eyes at the poisonous mist and once again cast the earth wall technique to try to ward it off, but by this time, a purple flying sword had already chopped and slashed at him. Buzz! The golden bell talisman treasure activated instantly while Qin Feng activated another fire snake talisman to shoot towards Ding Shuli. Tinker Bell! The purple flying sword chopped on top of the golden bell talisman treasure, instantly cutting out a tiny crack, while the surrounding poisonous mist spread over the sky, continuously corroding the golden bell light. The other party is a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator. If we don't fire all the way, I'm afraid that we won't have a chance when the golden bell talisman treasure is broken. Seeing that the poisonous mist could consume the power of the golden bell talisman treasure, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and directly took out 20 advanced fire snake talismans. The other side. Ding Shuli's eyes showed surprise when he saw the powerful little fire snake, and he immediately took out a small blue shield artifact. After the spiritual energy was injected, the blue shield instantly became several times larger, blocking her in completely. Boom! The moment the fire snake hit the blue shield, there was a violent explosion. Although she wasn't injured, her face was as gloomy as water at this moment, and it was obvious that she wasn't feeling well either. Worthy of being my good senior sister, even the advanced fire snake talisman can carry it. Qin Feng had an appreciative expression on his face. I just don't know how much you can carry. After saying that there were 2 more high-level fire snake talismans smashed out, Ding Shuli's face changed and he directly dodged towards the side, but he was still followed by the fire snakes tightly. She had no choice but to use her shield again to fend it off. Boom boom! 2 violent sounds rang out, and several tiny cracks had already appeared on top of that blue shield. Qin Feng didn't stop and continued to activate the fire snake talisman. He had plenty of this stuff anyway. You're a handyman. Where did you get so many high-level fire snake talismans? Seeing another fire snake rushing towards him, Ding Shuli's face instantly became unsightly as he immediately retreated quickly towards the back with his flying sword under his feet. Senior sister Ding, don't run away. Qin Feng collected the golden bell talismanic treasure and held it in his hand, then took out the wooden spirit boat and chased after Ding Shuli directly. Damn it! Sensing Qin Feng chasing after him, Ding Shuli immediately turned around and cast a water dragon technique to attack, only to be blocked by Qin Feng with a golden bell talisman treasure, and returned a fire snake talisman with his backhand. In the blink of an eye, Ding Shuli fled back to her Dingxiang mountain, relying on the mountain's formations to keep Qin Feng at bay. After returning to the cave, Ding Shuli felt like his lungs were about to explode with anger. His own hallowed foundation establishment stage cultivator was being chased and beaten by a qi refining stage handyman disciple. If the word got out, it would still make people laugh. Right at this moment, Ding Shuli suddenly sensed that his misty tracer formation was under attack, along with Qin Feng's mocking voice. Come out, senior sister Ding. Do you want to hide inside for the rest of your life? Boom boom boom. The fire snake talisman smashed onto the Dingxiang mountain misty trail formation one after another as if they didn't need any money. The high-level fire snake talisman is not bad, enough to rival a Jedan stage cultivator, and the district is not able to resist an intermediate maze formation naturally. After 3 consecutive fire snake talismans blew up, the mist within the misty trail formation decreased a lot, and it was obviously about to shatter. Ding Shuli's face changed drastically, immediately eliminating the formation mist and walking over to Qin Feng, asking through the formation, what exactly do you want? Although there is a huge gap between the two, Qin Feng understands in his heart that he is relying on the fire snake talisman to fight against it, and if it is a dead heat, no one can do anything about it. Looking at the other party with messy hair and a haggard appearance, Qin Feng's eyes instantly revealed curiosity and immediately said to her, I want to see elder sister. Although she didn't say what she wanted to see, but Ding Shuli had already guessed. Her hands couldn't help but squeeze into fists, her silver teeth clenching. She wanted to rush out and break the other party into pieces, but the other party had a golden bell talisman treasure and a large number of fire snake talismans in their hands. The threatening meaning in Qin Feng's eyes grew thicker and thicker as he opened his mouth and swam. Senior sister Ding, I'm not doing anything, just to see if it's okay, right? Ding Shuli immediately felt so angry that he was going to spit out blood, although he couldn't stop Qin Feng even if he wanted to leave. But this Dingxiang mountain cave mansion he had spent a lot of effort on, how could he easily give it up? And it's not like the other guy hasn't seen. Thinking of this, Ding Shuli couldn't help but show a hint of redness on her face and said in an icy tone, it's okay to show you, but from now on we owe no one anything. It seems that senior sister Ding is planning to fish out of water. Qin Feng copied a fire snake talisman in each of his 2 hands and was about to activate it, and Ding Shuli was so frightened that he took a few steps backward, and hastily reached out to undo the rope buttons on his chest lapel, jacket, long skirt, corset. Across the transparent misty trail formation, one person stood in place and silently admired, while the other red-facedly opened himself up to the world. The temperature in the air seemed to have risen at this moment. Qin Feng looked flushed, and Ding Shuli closed his eyes as if he was a fish to be slaughtered. After looking at it for half a day, Qin Feng directly turned around and drove the wood spirit boat away while leaving behind a sentence. I'll let you go for now today. I'll come back to see you later when senior brother is in a good mood. The humiliated Ding Shuli immediately put a black robe over his body and shouted at his back, I will kill you. Then I'll wait. Qin Feng casually answered and left even faster. All the way to Iron Mountain Place, Qin Feng felt his heart still pounding, while at the same time wondering a bit if he was too perverted. There is an inexplicable comfort in seeing a murderous, icy woman fall into line under her own duress. However, Qin Feng soon adjusted his mindset. He may not be a good person himself, but Ding Shuli must be a bad person. The moment she made her decision at Shindan Peak that night, she was destined to face her own wrath. In the immortal cultivation world, the so-called good and evil were all fake, and only the weak and the strong were real. This time, the wood spirit boat had arrived near Iron Mountain Place. Qin Feng found a remote location to land and put on his synthesized earth-rank upper-grade black robe again before slowly walking into the Iron Mountain Place, looking for someone to inquire about things. Fellow Daoist, is there a smoke and rain house in this neighborhood? There is, but it's just the location. Seeing the other party start to stammer, Qin Feng immediately stuffed over 2 spirit stones and managed to obtain the exact location of the smoke and rain building. Chapter 32, a magic weapon that can trap others. When he entered the Iron Mountain Market, the noisy sounds immediately hit him, and the surrounding area was bustling with flowers and countless passers-by coming and going. After crossing a few streets, I finally found the smokehouse without any problems. Qin Feng walked through the door inside and immediately a boy came up to greet him. Immortal Master, are you buying a sword or? I'm looking for your young mansion Master Qin. You are? Qin Feng. So it's young Master Qin. You come with me. Upon hearing Qin Feng's name, A warm smile immediately appeared on the boy's face as he led Qin Feng to the third floor of the Smoke and Rain building. The third floor was a huge flat floor, surrounded by many books and scrolls, while more than a dozen spirit birds were feeding. A woman dressed in black quietly sat on a chair by the window. Her face with a veil couldn't be seen. The boy and the young girl explained a few sentences and left in a hurry. But Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. Calling himself young Master Qin was not strange, but this young girl was obviously not Qinyu. The woman took off her veil to reveal her clear face, curtsied to Qin Feng and asked respectfully, "Young Master Qin is here to find Miss, right? Is she here? Miss has already explained to all the Smoke and Rain subfloors to report back as soon as they have news of you. Oh yes, Smoke and Rain also has something your friend sent you, but it will have to wait a few days." "How long is the wait? If young Master Qin doesn't mind, I'll notify the young lady now, and she'll come over with her things in 3 days at the most." A solicitous gaze appeared on the woman's face while she walked over to a green palm-sized spirit bird. This spirit bird Qin Feng has read in the ancient books. The Qin Feng bird, speed fast track hidden, can travel 10,000 miles a day in the cultivation world to assume the use of the transmission of letters. Then inform her. I'd like to meet her. 3 days might be a long time for mortals, but for cultivators, it was just a snap of the fingers. After leaving the Smoke and Rain building, Qin Feng casually found a store and bought 20 spirit fruits and 40 purple dan ginseng, spending 600 spirit stones. Ended up renting another room at the inn next door. When fighting with Ding Shuli today, Qin Feng clearly realized that his means were too singular. Firstly, the number of golden bell talisman treasures was not large enough, and secondly, the fire snake talisman attack was monotonous, and he had to add more talismans in order to completely defeat her. At this point, on the tabletop of the room were 16 maroon red fruits, as well as 32 purple ginsengs that were purple in color resembling ginseng. Cast a soundproof shield in the room and set up another divine sense prohibition. Only in the end did Qin Feng curiously pick up a brown spirit fruit, wanting to see what this thing could eventually synthesize. Ordinary spirit fruit, containing the fire spirit attribute of the fruit of the spirit tree. After taking it can refresh the mind and calm the mood. Synthesizable. 16 spirit fruits. And after 3 rounds of synthesis managed to obtain 2 fire spirit fruits. Fire spirit fruit, fruit of the fire spirit tree. After taking it, it can improve the fire spirit root and increase the speed of cultivation. Synthesizable. 100 years of fire fruit, improve fire root, increase cultivation speed, and have a chance of shrugging the bottleneck to help break through the realm. Qin Feng wasn't sure about the price of a 100-year-old fire spirit fruit, but 16 ordinary spirit fruits in exchange for a real spirit fruit was blood money any way you counted it. As the synthesis was used more and more times, Qin Feng was now able to operate it skillfully. After the 32 purple dan ginseng were synthesized 4 times, they successfully turned into 2 10,000 years purple dan ginseng. 10,000 years of purple ginseng, extremely rare medicinal herb. After taking it, it can improve the physique, increase the absorption of aura, and has the probability to improve the blood vein. It can actually continue to be synthesized, as long as there are enough materials to keep operating. But Qin Feng didn't dare to continue operating. 10,000 years of growth of medicinal herbs is already extremely rare. If then synthesize a ginseng that has become a spirit to attract the heaven and earth anomaly, then it will not be a situation that one can control. Life's little fullness is better than all. Spirit stone is not enough big deal to operate a few more times. Now it's time to go shopping for supplies. Qin Feng collected the medicinal herbs into his storage ring, put on his black robe and went out, then walked straight in the direction of the Qiyuan Pavilion. There are many stores on the street in addition to the Strange Edge Pavilion, which is much larger and more imposing. But the shopkeeper inside always gives a feeling that he is not as reliable as Zlinger. Qin Feng entered the strange pavilion. Zlinger was leading a middle-aged female cultivator in gray robes to purchase something when a maid immediately greeted her. "Guest, would you like to? I'll go around by myself." Qin Feng directly interrupted her introduction and looked around the store. Although this store was newly opened, it seemed to be doing a lot better business lately, with an endless stream of cultivators coming and going, and a lot of good stuff on the containers around the store. There were a large number of medicinal herbs, pills, and various types of magic weapons. After a while Zlinger finished her work. She walked in towards the dark passage inside with a tired face. Qin Feng waved at her, and Zlinger had a puzzled expression, but still walked over quickly. "Can I help you, my guest? I've come to sell something." Qin Feng made a slurred sound as he chewed beef jerky in his mouth. A wry smile appeared on Zlinger's face as she spat her tongue at Qin Feng before turning around and leading him towards the dark passage. After entering the room, Zlinger directly sat down on a chair in exhaustion and opened her mouth to ask, "What have you got this time?" 100 years of fire spirit fruit, 10,000 years of purple dan ginseng. Do you have enough money in your strange edge pavilion? Qin Feng said indifferently. then sat down on the chair opposite him and did not rush to take anything. Do you really have these two items? Upon hearing the items Qin Feng wanted to sell, Linger's eyes immediately revealed an expression of excitement as she stood up and said, "It just so happens that someone recently approached the Strange Edge Pavilion to buy these two things. If you have them, the 100 years fire spirit fruit will count 300,000 spirit stones for you, and the 10,000 years purple Dan Ginseng 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. A middle-grade spirit stone is worth 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones, which is equivalent to a purple ginseng that can be sold for $1 million. Both of these things are documented in ancient books, and the prices are about the same." Inside the room, Linger's gaze was tightly fixed on Qin Feng, and it looked like she wanted to go up and grab it. Qin Feng opened his mouth and asked, "Can you take out 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones now? Could it be that you have two 10,000-year-old purple Dan Ginseng? You can doubt my Linger's lack of financial resources, but you can never doubt our Qi Yuan Pavilion's lack of financial resources." Linger rolled her eyes, turned around and walked over to a black stone cabinet and pinched a few sets of fingertips before taking out a purple storage bag from inside and tossing it to Qin Feng. "That's 2,000 medium-grade spirit stones in here. Take a look." The medium-grade spirit stone's aura was even denser, and it was glowing with a blue color, as good-looking as a crystal gemstone. After determining that there were no problems, Qin Feng directly took out the 100 years fire spirit fruit and two 10,000 years purple Dan Ginseng from his storage ring. As the three spiritual objects appeared in the room, the air was instantly filled with the medicinal scent of purple Dan Ginseng and the sweetness of spiritual fruits. The moment she saw the spirit object, Linger's eyes immediately revealed a look of delight, coming forward to take it in her hand to examine it. A moment later, a curious look appeared in her eyes. "Where did you get so many goodies? Hey, I didn't mean to. Don't worry, I definitely didn't think otherwise." Seeing that Qin Feng did not speak, Linger immediately spat out her tongue, revealing a playful look, and immediately took out a storage bag containing 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones from her waist and handed it over. However, Qin Feng didn't pick it up and instead spoke. "I still have to buy some things. I would have guessed you were going to buy something." A wry smile surfaced on Linger's face once again, taking out the account book and placing it in her hands as she opened her mouth to ask, "What do you want to buy this time?" "I want some magic weapons that can subdue others or trap them, plus some defensive magic weapons and talismans, plus flying magic weapons. Exactly the same ones are best. The more the better." The others were normal, and Linger only paid attention to spells that could bind people. Seemingly thinking of something, the expression on her face gradually became strange as she once again said with certainty, "You want a magic weapon that can bind others? Aha! The kind that disables the opponent? What's the difference? Wait then, I'll go and see what all the fuss is about." Linger had a contemptuous look on her face before quickly leaving the house, while Qin Feng was filled with doubt. Is it shameful to use a spell that can trap your enemy? Chapter 33, Letter from Han Tiezhu of Ghost Sect. Linger soon returned and began to recommend the high-end magic weapons available at the Qi Yuan Pavilion to Qin Feng. 9 dragons wrapping heavenly rope. Xian class extremely high-quality magic weapon. Can be catalyzed into 9 long dragons to attack the enemy. Once the target touches the remaining 8 long dragons will also instantly arrive to the target, will be tightly entangled in the hands and feet. The Jiedan stage below the cultivator will be sealed spiritual power. Yin Yang Zimmer shield. Xian rank intermediate magic weapon. There are a large and a small shield. One bright and one dark when activated. Can defend against bright attacks and mental attacks respectively. Advanced golden light talisman treasure. Up to less than the attack of a late stage Jiedan cultivator. Perhaps knowing that Qin Feng was rich and powerful, Linger directly took out the treasure of her store. The 9 dragons winding heavenly rope. On top of that, the Yin Yang Zimu shield was also worth a lot. Just these 2 magic weapons together were worth over 600,000 spirit stones. Qin Feng held the 9 dragons sky wrapping rope and the Yin Yang Zimu shield in his hands and surveyed them. Even without injecting spiritual energy, he could feel that the materials were very special. Very happy with these 2. Even the Jiedan stage cultivators and the transformation of the divine power basically use the Xian rank magic weapon. As for the higher level is not only rare, but also have a price. It is only his own wealth can be matched. Ordinary Qi refining stage cultivators can mix 1 or 2 pieces of yellow order magic weapon even if it is a rich man. Qin Feng silently calculated whether there were any omissions in pairing the 2 magic weapons. Inside the house, on the other side of the chair, Linger's eyes grew more and more contemptuous when she saw Qin Feng holding the heaven wrapping cord in love. Now she was beginning to wonder if this guy was going to use these magic treasures to become a flower picker. Qin Feng ignored Linger's expression and ecstatically loaded up the 9 dragons heaven wrapping rope and Yin Yang Zimu shield, and opened his mouth to ask again, "How many golden light rune treasures do you have in your store?" "There are only 5. If you don't think it's enough, there are other defensive magic treasures." What is the largest number of flying spells in your store? Yellow rank lower grade wind chasing boat, 5,000 spirit stones apiece. How much do you want? 9 dragons wrapping heavenly rope, Yin Yang Zimu shield, 5 golden light rune treasures, and 32 low grade wind chasing boats. Xin Feng had the cheek to ask Zilinger to send 200 primary fire snake talismans. Selling it alone was only 5 spirit stones apiece. There was no reason for her to refuse herself as a big customer. And in the end a total of 86 million spirit stones were finally consumed in total. After giving 260,000 lower grade spirit stones and making up another 600 middle grade spirit stones, he left the Strange Edge Pavilion with his things in a big way. Back to the inn. Xin Feng immediately took out all of the primary fire snake talismans, golden light talisman treasures, and wind chasing boats. 200 fire snake talismans were just enough to synthesize 50 high-level fire snake talismans, and the power that erupted was enough to threaten early-stage Jiedan cultivators, together with the ones left over from before. Xin Feng now possessed a total of 72 advanced fire serpent talismans. Immediately after that, Xin Feng synthesized 2 more extreme-grade golden light rune treasures, and after synthesizing the 32 low-grade wind-chasing boats 5 times, they became Xian-rank extreme-grade divine wind boats. Excellent golden light talisman treasure, emits golden light according to the user's body size, making it difficult for ghosts and gods to get close within 1 zhang, suppressing all evil spirits, and up to the highest level of resisting late-stage Jiedan cultivators' attacks. Xian-rank extreme product kamikaze boat, less spiritual energy consumption. Smooth shape can break through the void. The fastest speed can be comparable to the late stage of Yuaning. Stow the stuff in the storage ring. Only then did Xin Feng feel some sense of security. With so many treasures, even if he faced a Jiedan stage cultivator himself, he would be able to retreat in one piece. After all the things were done, Xin Feng sat in his room and used cultivation to pass the time. At this point, the clearing outside Lilac Hill, Zhang Shan was holding a long jade box in his hand, and he was releasing transmitting notes continuously to the mountain protecting formation. Senior Sister Ding, I've brought the longevity grass that I promised you some time ago, and I've also arranged for you to be a guest elder. Isn't it time for you to fulfill what you promised me? Senior brother doesn't want much, just once. Zhang Shan stood outside the formation and pleaded bitterly, but all the sound transmission notes were like stones sinking into the sea without any response. As time passed, Zhang Shan's eyes showed an impatient expression, and he once again took out a transmitting note and said, "Now everyone in the sect knows that Qin Feng is Peak Master Ge's close disciple, and that day I watched you go after Qin Feng with my own eyes. You don't want this secret to be exposed, do you? Just promise to obey me, and I'll make sure to get this thing over with." Before the words were finished, a figure in a long black dress instantly appeared next to her. Ding Shuli's eyes were ice cold as he directly took out his purple flying sword and pointed it at Zhang Shan, gritting his teeth. "Even you dare to threaten me? Senior sister, I truly like you. As long as you submit, this matter I promise to rot in my stomach. If I can't kill him, could it be that I can't kill you?" Feeling the other party's threatening tone, Ding Shuli was instantly enraged and felt like he was about to be pissed off. The 3 small white porcelain bottles instantly rose up and smashed at Zhang Shan with an encircling momentum. The purple flying sword also met the wind and grew, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a 10-foot giant sword and killed out together. "Senior sister, do you really want to turn your back on me? Aren't you afraid that I'll go back to the sect and tell Peak Master go down there and tell your old lady?" Ding Shuli's eyes revealed a strong hatred, and he pinched out his fingers again one after another, casting a fire snake art towards the other party. Zhang Shan was instantly confused. He couldn't figure out why Ding Shuli was so furious, but the various means of attack had already struck, so he could only hastily take out his magic weapon to deal with it. As an inner disciple of the everlasting sword sect, Zhang Shan's cultivation had long since reached the late stage of the foundation establishment stage, and even if he had fallen into a disadvantageous position, he would still be able to deal with it calmly. A few moments later, Zhang Shanshangong has the upper hand. Ding Shuli's face was grim, and he had to retreat into the interior of the Misty Trace formation in order to fend off Zhang Shan's attack. "Senior sister, you're hurt?" Zhang Shan's eyes showed concern, but in his heart, he was ecstatic, thinking about the method of breaking the formation but in a short time and cannot be helped, can only use the means to slowly wear down the spiritual power of the formation. 3 days later, inside the Smoke and Rain building in Iron Mountain Place, Qin Feng walked up to the 3rd floor in his black robe as Qin Yu sat on a chair at the edge of the window, silently surveying the figure that had just come up at the stairway. After parting from Qinghe Place, the siblings had not seen each other for several months. Qin Feng excitedly removed his black robe hat and opened his mouth to shout, "Sis, brother!" Qin Yu excitedly rushed up and hugged him in one hand, then started to check again out of habit, asking with concern, "You're not hurt, are you?" "No, Qin Feng grinned and skillfully struggled out of his sister's arms. Darker than before, stronger, and well, a little taller than me, Qin Yu spoke to herself, and after noticing Qin Feng's ears reddening, she pouted. Still learning to be shy in front of your sister? Qin Feng shook his head. He wanted to explain that men and women are different, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. After all, it was his sister who brought him up. If he said it, it would hurt her heart. Look at you being stupid. Qin Yu rolled her eyes and turned around to pick up an iron cage from a nearby table. Inside was a small black bird the size of a palm, shaped like a crow, eyes glowing red and extremely bizarre. This is the spectral bird that Tiezhu entrusted Smoke and Rainhouse to send you. In the future, you too can send messages through this spectral bird. Immediately after that, Qin Yu took out another envelope wrapped in craft paper from her storage bag and said, "Here's a letter from Tiezhu to you." After handing over the 2 items to Qin Feng, Qin Yu sat on a nearby chair and waited quietly. The epistle contains only a few short sentences. Brother Feng, long time no see, Qing has square a goodbye. My cultivation has increased greatly, smoothly become the inner disciple of the ghost sect. Recently in the fight with the gang of dog days of the everlasting sword sect, I want to seize the merit to become a true disciple. If you receive the underworld bird, also give me a letter back. Putting down the letter, Qin Feng turned his gaze to the spectral bird in the cage and began to ponder whether he counted himself as a member of the everlasting sword sect. How's Tiezhu doing? Seeing Qin Feng finish reading the letter, Qin Yu immediately walked over. That kid is doing quite well. All mixed up as an inner disciple of the ghost sect. The ghost sect seems to be an evil sect, but it doesn't matter if he's still him. Qin Yu revealed an expression of indifference, and Qin Feng also felt that it didn't matter. He had just joined the sect himself, and apart from the chief master teacher and the 5th senior sister, the rest of the people didn't matter. Qin Feng stretched out his finger and squeezed out a drop of blood for the spectral bird to swallow, then found paper and pen to write a reply letter to Tiezhu, and finally put the letter into the spectral bird's beak before releasing it to fly out. After swallowing the blood of 2 people, the spectral bird would be able to accurately deliver letters even in the south of the sky, so Qin Feng wasn't worried that it wouldn't be able to find itself in the future. In the next few moments, Qin Feng accompanied Qin Yu to shop and buy things in the marketplace again. It wasn't until the evening of the next day that he left in his divine wind boat, quickly heading towards Wolverine Mountain. It was already dark when we arrived at Wolverine Mountain. Qin Feng hovered outside the mountain gate on his divine wind boat and curiously looked towards Ding Shuli's mountain next to him, only to see that 2 people were frantically attacking the mountain protection formation on Ding Shuli's mountain at that moment. One of them was Zhang Shun and the other was Wang Tang. At this moment, both of them noticed Qin Feng, and Zhang Shun's eyes showed surprise. "You're not dead?" Qin Feng frowned at the 2 and asked suspiciously, "Why should I die?" After 3 or 4 days in a row without breaking through Ding Shuli's mountain protection formation, Zhang Shun had already been in a hurry. Now that he saw Qin Feng alive and kicking, a brilliant plan instantly came to his mind as he sneered, "Since you're not dead, I'll kill you for senior sister Ding." Chapter 34, Destroying Zhang Shun and Killing Wang Tang. Seeing Zhang Shun and Wang Tang's unfavorable faces, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed in his heart. How do people in the world of immortal cultivation are all the same behavior? Not moving to fight and kill. Not as simple as those people in Xinghe Feng. While Qin Feng was pondering, Zhang Shun was already approaching in the air with a flying sword in his hand. In his opinion, Qin Feng was nothing more than a wasteful servant disciple who could be killed in passing. Seeing the other party pressing step by step, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a look of trepidation. Then he turned the flying boat around and ran. Only his speed was much slower than when he came. Still want to run? Zhang Shun's eyes revealed contempt as he spewed out spiritual energy under his feet and instantly chased after him. Under the full force outburst of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, his speed was incredibly fast, and in just 2 breaths of time Zhang Shun had already chased after Qin Feng. Right at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly turned around and stared at Zhang Shun's back in horror, shouting, "Senior sister Ding, don't kill him." "What?" Zhang Shun frowned, his eyes were suddenly hostile, and he turned sideways and twisted his head to look before realizing that he was empty behind him. Realizing that he had been deceived, Zhang Shun immediately pinched his fingers to cast a water shield spell in front of his body. The moment the water escape was formed, 2 3-foot-long fire snakes arrived one after another. One of the fire snakes impacted on the water shield and sent out a violent explosion, while the other fire snake drilled directly into Zhang Shun's chest. "This is the advanced fire serpent talisman?" Seeing his water shield was instantly destroyed, Zhang Shun's eyes showed a stunned look. Before he had time to react, he felt a stabbing pain in his chest, followed by no consciousness. Boom! Night in the void suddenly exploded a fierce fire, to be a flash of fire and passed away. The scene has been no Zhang Shun's figure, has already been the bones of the body, and even the storage bag did not leave. Alas! It's a pity that Tiezhu isn't here. Or else he could have added a foundation establishment stage soul to his 10,000 soul streamer. After sighing, Qin Feng harnessed the divine wind boat to once again fly towards Wangtang on Clove Mountain. Zhang Shun is a late-stage foundation cultivator. Just now if you don't use a little trick, 9 times out of 10 will escape. So Qin Feng played a trick. I just didn't expect it to go so well. The other side of the hill. Seeing Qin Feng turn around and come back, Wangtang was instantly scared out of his wits, wanting to run away but worrying that he would die an even worse death. He could only say with a forced smile, "Brother Qin Feng, actually this is all a misunderstanding. If you have any requests just mention them." Qin Feng looked at the other party expressionlessly, took out the running thunder sword from his storage ring and held it in his hand as he said indifferently, "It's only a misunderstanding between elder brother Zhang and I. There's no misunderstanding with you. We don't have any deep grudges. It's not easy to cultivate. We can't make a move." A bitter smile appeared on Wangtang's face as he held his hands up in the air to make a gesture that he did not intend to do anything at all. "But if you don't get rid of the grass, it will grow again in the spring." Even so, Qin Feng doesn't want to let him go. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Feng said faintly, "Would Brother Wang like to hear me tell a story?" "What's the story?" "In fact, I am a person from Qinghe Feng. My sister at home was born beautiful, which caused a big family in Wangjia village to miss me, and insisted that my sister go to be a concubine, and it just so happened that Qin Mao set foot on the immortal path by chance, so he killed that family by hand." After a few short sentences were spoken, a hint of coldness subtly flashed out of Wangtang's eyes, but he still wore a smile on his face as he followed Qin Feng's words and cursed angrily. That big family wanted to forcibly marry the people's daughter. Brother Qin killed her well. Qin Feng shook his head and sighed with a look of regret on his face. "It's just a pity. Unfortunately what?" Wangtang was puzzled, and only when he looked up at Qin Feng did he realize that a small crimson snake had reached his face. "How dare you pull a sneak attack?" The moment he saw the fire snake, Wangtang's face changed drastically, and he couldn't react in time before he was instantly engulfed by the blazing fire. "No pity now." Looking at the remaining remains of the corpses and bones on the ground, Qin Feng said indifferently before placing his gaze on top of Ding Shuli's mountain gate formation. Zhang Shun and Wangtang were both dead, and now senior sister Ding was left. In the dark, there was silence on Lilac Mountain. Qin Feng stood in place silently looking at the mist above the mountain in front of him, calculating in his mind how many fire snake talismans would be needed to blast the formation away. By this time the mist on the mountain began to lift, gradually revealing a slim figure. Ding Shuli's face was full of haggardness at this time, although she didn't want to face Qin Feng, but she had to come out. After seeing Qin Feng's methods, Ding Shuli was already clear that the other party's methods were far more powerful than that strawman Zhang Shun. If he didn't show up again, the mountain protection formation would definitely be crushed by the constant stream of fire snake talismans. Ding Shuli stood in the middle of the formation and explained with an expressionless face, "Just now they were trying to kill you to frame me, not me trying to kill you." Qin Feng cupped the fire snake talisman in his hand and asked indifferently, "So you don't want to kill me?" Seeing those cold eyes, Ding Shuli immediately felt a panic in her heart, but wanting to kill a person's eyes cannot be hidden. She just stared coldly at Qin Feng, did not speak. "Looks like we've met someone who's not afraid to die." Qin Feng understood in his heart and took out 5 advanced fire snake talismans in his backhand ready to inject spiritual energy. Just then Ding Shuli took the initiative to open the formation. She stood still and slowly closed her eyes, then raised her snow-white neck. It was as if he was no longer going to resist. "But, wouldn't it be cheaper to just let her die?" Qin Feng stood still for a while before taking out the 9 dragons winding heavenly rope from his storage ring. With the injection of spiritual energy, the 9-foot-long heaven wrapping cord immediately began to lengthen, while emitting a green light that flew straight towards Ding Shuli. In just a split second, Ding Shuli was bound from shoulder to foot, almost wrapped into a dumpling. Ding Shuli snapped his eyes open, but after realizing that his body's spiritual energy was suppressed by an inexplicable force, his eyes instantly panicked. "What do you want?" Qin Feng did not say anything and stood still for a while, observing with his chi surveying technique, making sure that the other party's spiritual energy had now been suppressed before slowly walking forward. Ding Shuli tried hard to break free from his bonds while Qin Feng watched silently. The first 2 times he had looked at her, Qin Feng had felt his insides burning. "I still felt the fire inside this time when I saw it up close." Ding Shuli looks very beautiful as the sign of beauty. Body also carries a kind of detached from the world. Do not eat the earth's fire atmosphere. In the 9 dragons entangled in the sky rope of the binding, that perfect body curves are also all on display. Sensing the evil in Qin Feng's gaze, Ding Shuli immediately shouted, "If you dare to do anything to me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Since senior sister Ding isn't afraid to die, then I'll have to punish you in a different way." Qin Feng carried Ding Shuli onto his shoulders as soon as he could, then turned around and rode the divine wind boat back inside the crouching bull mountain cave. After dropping her on the ground, Xin Feng took many more ancient books from his storage ring and started rummaging for what he needed. Female cultivators who had reached a certain level of cultivation were extremely attached to chastity, and now that Ding Shuli was truly afraid, she opened her mouth and cursed angrily. Stinking rascal, you shall not die. You treat me like this. Aren't you worried about someone treating your sister like this? Snap. A loud slapping sound rang out in the cave, and 5 fingerprints surfaced on Ding Shuli's face, instantly silencing him. Xin Feng narrowed his eyes at her and said in an icy tone, "You don't deserve to be compared to my sister. Get it?" Ding Shuli's expression was resigned, and he immediately cried after nodding. Like the sound of crying graves, noisy and distracting, Xin Feng directly threw the book in front of her to let her read it herself. Upon noticing the 5 words "puppet refining method" written on the books, a look of fear instantly appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes. Chapter 35, Ding Shuli's Life. Ding Shuli asked with a trembling tone, You want to refine me into a puppet? Or what? You think I crave your body?" A look of disdain appeared in Xin Feng's eyes as he picked up the puppet refining method from the ground and began to look up what materials were needed. Ding Shuli, who was sitting against the stone wall, panicked even more and cried out loud right away. Xin Feng said impatiently, "Be quiet, will you?" Instead of listening, the other party cried even louder, and had no choice but to flip her over, and then slapped her down hard on her big butt. Snap! After a moment of silence in the cave, a hint of redness appeared on Ding Shuli's face, and he immediately shouted angrily, "Bastard! I'm going to kill you!" Snap! The response was still an unrelenting slap. This time she didn't dare to open her mouth and yell, she just glared with her eyes in a sulky manner. Xin Feng didn't pay any more attention to her and flipped through the books quickly. In fact, the refining method and the puppet refining method wasn't that scary. It was nothing more than arranging prohibitions that could be manipulated in the other party's heart and divine sense. Want to perform the puppet refining method? Must go through a variety of cumbersome processes, spend a lot of materials. Just look at a moment Xin Feng is going to give up, mainly because it is too troublesome to waste. The time might as well be used to cultivate. The cave grew quiet. Between the shaking of the oil lamp, Ding Shuli carefully asked "What exactly do you want to do to not refine me into a puppet?" Xin Feng glanced at her body lightly and asked, "How old are you? Where are you from?" I'm 20, from the Snowfield domain. To run from the Snowplains domain to the kingdom of Zhao at such a young age just to steal a few everlasting grasses? A hint of sadness appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes, then fell silent, as if this conversation had stirred up her past. Xin Feng was too lazy to ask anything more, but it was a fact that she had tried to harm herself in the first place, and now she more or less had to pay the price before she could do so. So she asked politely, "Then will you give me your body?" When he said this, Xin Feng's face was a little hot. He was a fledgling in both his lives and had extreme curiosity but little experience in this area. Ding Shuli was silent. The other person seems to be in the middle of forcing and volunteering, trying to force himself to volunteer. "I have a request." Ding Shuli closed his eyes and said, "It's fine to give it to you, but we'll be clear in the future. 3 days to go, and this is the first day." It wasn't until the red plum blossomed that Xin Feng realized she was as inexperienced as he was. It was a sleepless night. Early morning. It was only when the first sunlight shone on Wolio Mountain that Xin Feng, full of fatigue, carried Ding Shuli out of the cave, sending her to Ding Xiang Mountain. Xin Feng took a few steps back to maintain a safe distance before casting a spell to retrieve the 9 dragons winding heavenly rope. Ding Shuli gave him an expressionless look before limping off into the mist of the mountain gate formation. Xin Feng awkwardly touched his nose, secretly chagrined in his heart whether he was too violent. But things have happened. Regret seems to be useless. Back to Wolverine Mountain. Xin Feng directly swallowed a spirit renewal pill, then sat down in the fivefold spirit gathering formation and began closed-door cultivation. Under the support of the spirit gathering array and the spirit renewal pill, he cultivated for 7 days in a row, with his strength still stuck at the 8th level of Qi refining realm. Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh somewhat breathlessly. This should be called a bottleneck. Cultivation bottleneck is something that every cultivator will encounter, and it takes a certain amount of precipitation to find a breakthrough opportunity. However, Xin Feng is not in a hurry. The bottleneck is just a bottleneck. If you can't do it, you can go to the Iron Mountain workshop again and get some more 100 years of spiritual fruits. Consider it a break now. Walking straight to the entrance of the cave, Xin Feng sat down on the steps and began reading the Flying Thunder Sword technique. The Flying Thunder Sword technique was based on swiftness, dominance, and killing. Although ordinary cultivators could kill people with their swords, that kind of behavior compared to the Flying Thunder Sword technique was like an ordinary person holding a longsword and a proficient swordsman dueling with a swordsman. Which one was stronger or weaker didn't need to be compared at all. The Flying Thunder Sword technique is not something that only thunder attribute cultivators can practice, but water attribute cultivators can also use water to generate thunder after practicing it to a great extent. Qin Feng's 5 attributes were complete, so there was naturally nothing to hinder him from practicing. After realizing that this thing was a good thing, Qin Feng immediately cultivated it. In the void above Crouching Bull Mountain, a dark black flying sword shuttled back and forth in the void, the sword carrying the nuisance sound of thunder and lightning, though it failed to give birth to thunder. The running thunder sword technique consumed spiritual energy much faster than ordinary flying sword techniques. After practicing for less than half an hour, the spiritual energy in the Sea of Qi was exhausted, and he could only return to the cave to recover his spiritual energy, cultivating the 5 Emperors Qi drawing skill at night and the running thunder sword skill during the day. Qin Feng felt that this kind of day was very fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, another month wobbled by. That night, while cultivating, Qin Feng suddenly felt a fluctuation coming from the identity token within his storage ring. Taking out the Divine Dan Peak identity token, a wisp of information was instantly sent into Qin Feng's mind through the token. Something is going on in the clan. Return quickly. What's the big deal? With a depressed expression, Qin Feng put away the token and put all his belongings into his storage ring before he drove the Divine Wind Boat out of the Crouching Bull Mountain formation and flew in the direction of the Everlasting Sword sect. In the meantime, there was also a cool figure on the opposite side of the mountain that rose up with a sword. Apparently she had also received the information about the clan's summoning. Ding Shuli just lightly glanced at Qin Feng and said nothing as he directly accelerated away. Qin Feng didn't pay attention to her and just slowly followed behind, directly raising his altitude to 10,000 meters when no one was looking. Chirp! A hoarse bird song sounded in the void. Qin Feng stretched out his arm and spread out his palm. A black shadow instantly flew out of the clouds and landed in his hand. After the spectral bird stood still, it immediately opened its mouth and spat out a letter that read, "The Eternal Life Sword Sect's Supreme Elder snatched my Ghost King Sect's Ghost Witch Holy Maiden. 3 days later will definitely open a bloody battle. Brother Feng must not go. I am now already seriously injured in the sect to heal my wounds." Ha ha ha. Seeing the lewdness revealed between the lines, Qin Feng couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. Tiezhu, this kid is finally on the right track. This level of battle low-level cultivators can only be reduced to cannon fodder if they go. I'm a disciple of Divine Dan Peak, so I shouldn't have to participate in the battle, right? After worrying about Tiezhu, Qin Feng immediately began to worry about himself. After all, the last time the war started, Shindan Peak has gone a lot of people. Taking out a paper and pen, he simply wrote a few words for the spectral bird to take back. Only then did Qin Feng continue to rush towards the sect. When they arrived at the Divine Dan Peak, a large group of people had already gathered in the open space in front of the main hall. There seems to be something wrong. Qin Feng frowned as he surveyed the crowd gathered in front of him. Many of these people were higher strength handymen, outer disciples and guest elders. There were very few true inner disciples, and none of the true disciples were present. Ahead of the crowd, an old man in black who had never been seen before was boosting the morale of the crowd. Recently the Ghost King sect has been frequently victimizing the cities of Zhao, moving to blood sacrifice hundreds of thousands of people. Since ancient times, good and evil are not mutually exclusive. As cultivators of Zhao, we have to take care of it. This time, if you go out to fight the Ghost King sect, if you kill 1 person, you will be rewarded with 1,000 spirit stones, and if you kill 10, you will be rewarded with a place in the inner sect discipleship. Encouraged by the black-clothed old man, the many cultivators on the scene were flushed with excitement. If they could change from a miscellaneous disciple or an outer disciple to an inner disciple, both the cultivation resources and the treatment could be considered as a step to the sky. These blood-boiling words Qin Feng how to listen to feel ironic. What infringement of the city are false words? The Supreme Elder robbed people things, and now want a manpower to fight the group fight is true. At the entrance of the large hall in the back, a number of true disciples could be vaguely seen walking in. Qin Feng was instantly more curious in his heart. Obviously it was to gather cannon fodder. Why did he even call the true disciples? Moreover, one's status was at least a small high-ranking member of the Divine Dan Peak, right? Qin Feng was puzzled in his heart, but he still kept a low profile and walked in the direction of the Grand Hall. He turned another corner as he passed by the guest elder camp and walked straight to Ding Shuli. A look of panic appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes, and he whispered, "There are so many people here. What do you want to do?" Qin Feng didn't say anything and stuffed 5 rolled-up high-level fire snake talismans into the other party's hand, and after hesitating for a moment, he stuffed another god-sealing pill into her other one. After noticing Qin Feng's intentions, Ding Shuli's eyes instantly became complicated. "Remember, you owe me 2 more. After saying this, Qin Feng turned around and walked towards the main hall, and Ding Shuli clenched her silver teeth in anger but could do nothing about it. When she saw the high-level fire snake talisman and the elixir with 3 special lines in her hand, a blush immediately appeared on Ding Shuli's face. Is this his concern for me? Smoky House notice, the current book's highest number of hyped up for 9. Hyped up to breakthrough 20 can unlock the Dog Smokin' Guns extra chapter. Everyone helped point a little hyped up. Chapter 36, Big Brother's Visit. When I entered the main hall of Divine Dan Peak, the core personnel of Divine Dan Peak had basically arrived. The Master, 5 senior brothers and sisters, and 18 nephews. Good day, Master, senior brother and sister. Shin Feng arched his hand and bowed to the several figures at the front end of the great hall. Good Dog Dan waved his hand without a care in the world, and the 5th senior sister returned the bow to Shin Feng. The remaining 4 senior brothers stood still with expressionless faces, or rested their eyes on their masters, not taking a proper look at anyone at all. Shin Feng took in the attitudes of the crowd, then silently stood next to the 5th senior sister at the edge position. She smiled and said to Shin Feng, "Senior brother, you just came here may not understand. Our Shindan Peak does not have so many rules. Come again in the future to walk into the line in a big way. No need to stick a hot face to a cold ass." Many thanks to senior sister for her teachings. Shin Feng understood in his heart that the 5th senior sister was giving herself a head start, and in his heart, his good feelings towards the 5th senior sister rose again. At this point, sitting on the chair, Good Dog Egg grasping a few peanuts in his hand, unhurriedly stuffed into his mouth, from time to time and pick up the side of the tea to take a sip, not the slightest appearance of speech. Shin Feng couldn't help but be puzzled. The 2 clans were on the verge of war. Shouldn't he as a master speak some bold words to boost morale at such a time? The 5th senior sister next to her saw Shin Feng's expression and explained in a low voice, "Don't think about anything, we are just making a show of it. Later on those people outside will leave and disperse. Isn't it going to be a war with the Ghost King sect? You just entered the clan, do not understand normal. But you remember, as long as the core power is not used is basically for show. This kind of thing more later you will understand." Shin Feng nodded and withdrew his gaze to stand in place with his eyes on the ground. After the 5th senior sister said this, Shin Feng probably understood. It's just that the cannon fodder is going to be in the war and the rest of them are making a show of it as a way to give the cannon fodder some added confidence. This trope is often used by emperors in the secular world. I just didn't realize that the world of immortal cultivation would be like this. A few moments later, the cultivators gathered outside the hall began to head down the mountain, apparently setting off to fight the Ghost King sect. It was only at this time that Good Dog Dan put down his teacup, looked up at the people in the great hall, and opened his mouth. "The clan has a high demand for pills recently. If you guys don't have anything particularly important to do, try to go to the alchemy pavilion to do as many tasks as possible. The opportunity is rare." He spoke a lot of words off and on, but Shin Feng listened to them all in a cloud and couldn't understand anything, until finally when the crowd left, Good Dogman left Shin Feng alone. "Master." Once all the people in the hall had left, Shin Feng once again arched his hand and bowed to Good Dog Dan. "Shin Feng, do you know why the old man accepted you as a close disciple?" Good Dogman sipped his tea slowly, his eyes fixed on the black mud in his fingernails. Shin Feng shook his head. The matter of why he had been discipled was something he really wasn't sure about. "I've been stuck at the 3rd grade alchemist realm for a long time, and if I hadn't met you that day, I'm afraid that I would have already developed a heart demon. That's why your old man's honored person. As long as old man is at Divine Dan Peak for a day you'll be able to enjoy the best treatment." Good Dog Dan spoke to himself, but Shin Feng felt his heart go cold. Although he didn't have much affection for the everlasting sword sect, Shin Feng had already treated all the people of the Divine Dan Peak as his own people within his heart, and even delusion to help Shin Dan Feng flourish. Did not expect people just put their own mascot. Shin Feng looked doubtfully at Gogo Dan and opened his mouth to ask, "Then what does master mean that I should do?" "You don't need to come to such meetings in the future, and do whatever you want with the rest of your own arrangements." Good Dog Egg words and the meaning of the words has been very obvious. Is nothing more than that day Chanso's Shin Feng favors. See him as a handyman, seal a shuttered disciple's name. Let him mix well. After leaving the main hall, Shin Feng made a special trip to find Steward Wang and asked him to help him collect the waste pills, and fetched some seeds of medicinal herbs that the sect did not have control over and the tools for planting medicinal herbs before leaving the sect to return to Crouching Bull Mountain. Back to the cave, Shin Feng lit the oil lamp and took out some medicinal seeds from his storage ring. There are dozens of seeds of various medicinal herbs such as blood plant, monkey head flower, Jingshan trifolium, and snow spirit herb. Shin Feng wanted to try to synthesize the seeds, but unfortunately, the seeds were not synthesized. And then he tried many things one after another, and the handwritten feats, the spirit stones, all could not be synthesized. Looks like there's no shortcut. Shin Feng sighed and waited until dawn, then directly took his tools and walked out of the cave. Weeding, turning over the ground, all the processes Shin Feng is familiar with. Also thanks to the experience of being a handyman in the everlasting sword sect. The flat land on Crouching Bull Mountain was about 10 acres, and for Shin Feng, an immortal cultivator, working was simply not too easy. Flying swords cut grass, running spiritual power to use tools to plow the land, and finally dug out gullies and ridges in order to divide the various medicinal herbs area. Just 2 days' time on Wolio Mountain will be a new look. More than 10 acres planted with medicinal herbs of the good land. Each herb was planted in half an acre of land, and all of the medicinal fields combined grew exactly 20 rare medicinal herbs. Cultivating immortality is really a physical job. Noon this day. Qin Feng picked a load of water and flew through the dense forest. The bucket and the stretcher were special ones taken from Shindan Peak and had a large capacity to hold water. Even though Qin Feng was now at the 8th level of qi refining cultivation, he still felt that the burden on his shoulders weighed 1,000 pounds. The good thing is that a quart of water is picked back to Wolio Mountain, just enough to water 10 acres of land. Arriving at the bottom of the hill, Qin Feng was stopped by a man. The man had straight features and snow-white skin, looked to be in his 30s, and carried an air of indifference that most immortal cultivators had. This person Qin Feng recognized. He was Ling Tian, Good Ogden's eldest disciple and his own senior apprentice brother. But Qin Feng had never had any interaction with him. Seeing that the other party was holding a purple compass in his hand and looking at himself with an indifferent look, Qin Feng had probably guessed the purpose of his trip in his heart and opened his mouth to ask, "What's the matter, eldest brother?" Ling Tian said expressionlessly, "Some time ago, an inner disciple died in this neighborhood. This is very close to your cave. You should know something, right?" Qin Feng put down the bucket and opened his mouth to ask, "What does elder brother want to ask?" It's fine for the outer disciples to be killed casually, but the inner disciples are all cultivated by the sect at the cost of countless efforts, so they will definitely not be allowed to suffer death for nothing. Ling Tian said to himself, then raised the compass in his hand again and said indifferently, "This is the clan's earth-ranked magic weapon, the questioning heaven compass, which can not only find the location of the corpse, but also the murderer." After saying that, Ling Tian directly injected spiritual energy into the compass and the pointer on it immediately rotated. A few moments later, the pointer stopped, and the needle pointed straight in Qin Feng's direction. Even if it was changed to a different position, that pointer was still pointing straight. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Zhang Shun was only an ordinary inner sect. What virtue could make the eldest senior brother come to personally investigate and even bring the sect's earth-ranked magic weapon, the questioning heavenly compass? And why is Big Brother standing still when he knows he's the murderer? He was initially just a small handyman and he had no friendship at all. If the other party wants to enforce the law impartially, simply will not say so much nonsense. Qin Feng quickly realized the seriousness of the matter. As if he was about to be extorted, eldest brother was well prepared, and it was obvious that he was coming for himself this time. Chapter 37, Get Him Killed. I heard you have an extremely fast-flying magic weapon? Just when Qin Feng did not know what to do, Ling Tian, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, was the first to speak. He had a gracious smile on his face, as if he really was simply asking. Finally, the picture is clear. Qin Feng had no expression on his face, but in his heart, he had already greeted all the other party's elders. Ling Tian shook the compass in his hand and injected spiritual energy once again. The pointer instantly dripped and spun, this time pointing to a rock next to him. He smiled and said, "Actually, this isn't even a heaven-asking compass, and there aren't any magic weapons that powerful in the world." Qin Feng asked with a bitter smile on his face. "Then why did senior brother decide that Zhang Shun was killed by me? That night I was passing by this side and saw someone was in the midst of a fight, so I snuck a peek, and I happened to see you use the fire snake talisman to kill Zhang Shun and an outer sect disciple. Let senior brother see that flying magic weapon of yours and use the guarantee that this secret will rot in your stomach." The smile in Ling Tian's eyes grew more and more passionate, and the threat was self-evident. "Since senior brother wants to see it, then I'll show it to senior brother." Qin Feng took out the divine wind boat from his storage ring and handed it over. Not activated kamikaze boat is only palm size. Body light green, crystal clear like a slender bamboo leaf, filled with a speed-enhancing Dao pattern is extremely extraordinary. Surprisingly, it's a Xian rank extreme magic weapon. Senior brother is really not an ordinary person. The moment he received the divine wind boat, Ling Tian's eyes revealed an expression of excitement as he held it in his hands and kept playing with it. Only after a few moments did he once again place his gaze on Qin Feng and said, "Please trouble senior brother to withdraw his divine sense from my divine wind boat, lest senior brother's refining of the divine wind boat injure you. So overbearing. Take it for a second and it's your kamikaze boat." Qin Feng's heart was shaken with anger. He didn't move and looked at the other party. The other party didn't hide his realm. The aura emanating from his body was at least in the late Jiedan stage. This level of existence, not to mention whether or not the fire snake talisman could succeed in its sneak attack. Even if it did, the everlasting sword sect would never let it go. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng still chose to withdraw the divine sense that remained on the divine wind boat, and immediately afterward the other party resumed the indifference of the party. "Count on your kid's good sense. Don't worry, Zhang Shun's matter is over. After getting the divine wind boat, Ling Tian left without hesitation. Back to Wolverine Mountain. Only after activating all of the formations did Qin Feng's face reveal a look of annoyance. Good you Ling Tian, robbing whoever's stuff is bad in favor of mine. You already have a way of taking death. Qin Feng was so angry that he didn't even want to pour the water directly sitting on his but on the field canyon, pondering how he could get Ling Tian killed without God knowing it. He is the probability that he is a late stage of foundation cultivation. It is not difficult to get him killed. What is difficult is the clan. With Ling Tian's alchemy talent and strength, he was under the focus of attention in the sect, and if he were to die, it was possible that the everlasting sword sect would really move something to find the murderer. After thinking about it, Qin Feng eventually thought of Smoke and Rain House. "Tai Miao, a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator, dares to rob me." The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more he felt his heart was stuffy, so he directly threw the ladle in his hand to the ground, took out 2 divine walking talismans and slapped them on his legs, and directly rushed towards the direction of Iron Mountain Place. Without the divine wind boat, there wasn't even a flying spell now. Although he could fly with his sword, but Qin Feng didn't want to use it. In case you are targeted by anyone again, by then even the running thunder sword will have to be robbed. The rugged and winding mountain road was not easy to walk. Running for a long time, the legs would become sore and swollen. Qin Feng's heart's hatred for Ling Tian also became more and more intense. "Son of a, I'll get you tonight." On the verge of entering Iron Mountain Place, Qin Feng had wanted to put on a black robe, but thought better of it. His realm was too low. What if Ling Tian was secretly following him? Wealth is not exposed. If the other party knows that his storage ring is loaded with more than 1 million spirit stones, it is estimated that he can directly move to kill the idea of overcoming the goods. Passing through a bamboo forest, the entrance to Iron Mountain Place was ahead. Qin Feng had just walked into the marketplace with his front foot. A figure dressed in a black robe instantly appeared in the bamboo forest at the back. This kid is really rich. Just got robbed of the divine wind boat, now he's coming to Iron Mountain Place. Looks like he's planning to buy another one? Ling Tian's entire body was shrouded within a black robe, and his tone was filled with inexplicable excitement, as he vaguely felt as if his fate was about to change drastically. After using the secret method to lock onto Qin Feng's aura, Ling Tian immediately followed. At this point, on the streets of Iron Mountain Place, Qin Feng mixed in the crowd, walking slowly. On the way to the Smoke and Rain building, Qin Feng always felt a pang of uneasiness. Passing by the Pavilion of Strange Fate, Qin Feng walked in smoothly and directly found Zlinger. "Yo, change of style today, huh?" Seeing that Qin Feng wasn't wearing a black robe, Zlinger immediately smiled and opened her mouth again to ask, "Did the rope you bought last time work well? If it doesn't work, well, I have another one here." Qin Feng said to her without saying anything with a sullen face, "I might be in trouble. Do me a favor." "You're still in trouble?" Zlinger raised her eyebrows, and the expression on her face gradually became serious. Qin Feng didn't say anything and directly took out paper and pen from his storage ring to write a short epistle and said to Zlinger, "Can you send someone to Smoky House to deliver a letter for me?" A few moments later, Qin Feng was entertained by the maidservant outside and bought 2 high-level fire snake talismans to hold in his hands before leaving Iron Mountain Place in a big way. This kid ran so fast that he bought 2 fire snake talismans? Mixed in the crowd of Ling Tian saw this scene some disappointment. Followed by leaving the Iron Mountain Square, he looked for a less crowded location to take out the kamikaze boat, and then in the eyes of the crowd envy directly break the sky and go. "How come you don't feel panicky now?" After running continuously for a few hours and about to arrive at Wolverine Mountain, Qin Feng suddenly felt calm in his heart and was completely free of the distracted feeling he had just experienced. "Forget it, my sister will definitely arrange for me right away when she receives the news. Go back first." Back to Wolverine Mountain, Qin Feng put all the spirit stones, magic weapons, and techniques on his body into a storage bag that was not commonly used, and then dug a hole in the cave and buried it. The storage ring in his hand only contained the Yin Yang Zemu shield, the fiery flying sword, a few divine walking talismans, a divine sealing pill, and 10 fire snake talismans. These things were shabby to the extreme for Qin Feng, but they had long been the top of the line for an ordinary qi refining cultivator. Late afternoon, Qin Feng left Crouching Bull Mountain ready to go back to the sect overnight. After all, Ling Tian was already almost a dead man. He had a special identity, and when the time came, it would surely cause the entire everlasting sword sect to shake, and he would have to create his own alibi. Qin Feng had just left the cave and was halfway up the mountain. A figure dressed in white flew in with a sword, stumbling and falling onto the nearby Clove Mountain. Obviously Ding Shuli had returned. Qin Feng immediately blurted out, "Senior Sister Ding, what happened?" When the other party didn't respond, Qin Feng ran directly towards Ding Xiang Mountain. When he arrived at the top of the mountain, the formation had already closed. Perhaps sensing his arrival, the formation immediately opened a small opening, and immediately closed as Qin Feng entered. The scene inside is very different from the outside. There were a large number of houses, small courtyards, spiritual springs and various medicinal herbs, and the whole was filled with an inexplicable mood. This is the aura produced when the number of spiritual objects reaches a certain level. At this time, Ding Shuli's face was miserable. White sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard was constantly stuffing pills into his mouth. Chapter 38, Returning to the Everlasting Sword Sect. After taking the elixir, Ding Shuli turned around and returned to the house in the courtyard to heal his wounds. Not speaking since the beginning, Qin Feng stood in the courtyard feeling extraordinarily tormented. Wanted to walk around a bit but was afraid she'd set up a formation. Wanted to care about the other person but they didn't care about themselves either. Senior sister Ding, I'm going to go out to run some errands first, and I'll come back to see you after a while. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng felt it was better to leave first and shouted to the house. When you walked up to the formation, it automatically opened a gap. Nightfall. The sky was full of stars waving their light recklessly as Qin Feng ran towards the Everlasting Sword Sect as fast as he could with his legs affixed to the divine walking talisman. He didn't run far before he saw two figures dressed in black come into view. Both stood on top of the black flying boat, hovering in the air to observe themselves. Qin Feng froze for a moment and immediately realized that this was his own sister coming after feeling the other party's eyes out of place. Sis? Qin Feng shouted tentatively. Qin Yu jumped directly from the flying boat to Qin Feng and asked with concern, Brother, are you okay? After saying that, she habitually started checking Qin Feng for any missing body parts. Feeling his sister's care, Qin Feng was instantly touched. After all, he had only notified Smoky Rain House with a letter to help himself to an individual, and she had led Smoky Rain House's highest combat force to come all night long. If he hadn't met himself here, I guess Ling Tian would have been done for tonight. Sis, I'm fine, Qin Feng said with a red face before bowing and saluting the figure on the flying boat again. Late Senior Qin Feng. Meet Senior. Li Qingqing landed next to him and smiled as she nodded to Qin Feng, saying with a hint of appreciation in her eyes, It's been a long time. Your cultivation has improved again. It was just a fluke. Qin Feng responded humbly before setting his gaze on Qin Yu and said, Sister, the other party is just a foundation establishment stage cultivator. How can we let Elder Li do it himself? We were out on a mission and happened to run into you here. Qin Yu grinned and smoothly reached out to pinch the tendon flesh on Qin Feng's arm, as if doing so would make her happy. Li Qingqing said indifferently, It's not true that we're on a mission, but we've made a detour of at least 1,000 miles by not following the road. Mother! Qin Yu let out a pout, her bright face under the moonlight reddening a bit. Soon she asked about Qin Feng and Ling Tian. When she learned that Ling Tian had robbed Qin Feng's divine wind boat, Qin Yu's face instantly revealed a touch of fury, along with her soft and gentle hands becoming extraordinarily cold at the moment. As she entered the Smoke and Rain building for a longer period of time, her heart changed quite a bit. Before it was just tenderness, but now it was softness. She still coaxed Qin Feng like she did when she was a child. She said, Don't worry, little wind. In a couple of days, Sister will personally help you get rid of him. Qin Feng revealed a flash of surprise in his eyes and asked doubtfully, You can deal with foundation establishment stage cultivators? Our martial arts practicing ones kill low-level cultivators just like cutting vegetables. Cough cough. Don't worry about it. Qin Yu smiled and patted her chest, and chatted for a while more before the siblings parted. Before leaving, she also did not forget to reach out and pinch Qin Feng's nose. On the flying boat, Li Qingqing patted Qin Yu's back with a face full of heartache and said in a tangled tone, Xiao Yu, he already has a Taoist couple. You still have a chance to recultivate now that you've dispersed your power. Listen to my mother and don't continue, okay? Qin Yu stood at the back of the flying boat. At this time, her breath was as cold as 10,000 years of metaphysical ice, and there was a silver-white light flickering vaguely in her pupils. Mother, how can you tell that he has a Taoist couple? Li Qingqing was silent. With her realm she could easily tell that Qin Feng was no longer a virgin, but there was no point in talking about this kind of thing. I don't regret it. Said I'd protect him for the rest of my life. A soft smile appeared on Qin Yu's face, and the happiness that swirled in her eyes was also happiness. At this moment she seemed to have returned to that time in Cheng Yifeng. Li Qingqing sighed and didn't say anything else, but only felt that her daughter's life was miserable. From the first day when mother and daughter met, the request she made was that she had to protect Qin Feng. On the first day of her martial arts training, she was asked what she wanted to learn, and she still wanted to learn something powerful that could protect Qin Feng. Although Qin Yu was now making rapid progress in the martial arts path, but the price is a race against time, and if you can't reach that height within 10 years, you'll suffer the backlash of killing intent. Doggone Ling Tian. It was already dawn when Qin Feng arrived at the sect, continuously running all night. Now legs have long been sore and unbearable, but Qin Feng feels that all this is worth it. He just paid some hard work and spirit stones. Ling Tian lost his life in order not to arouse suspicion. Qin Feng swaggered in through the mountain gate of the Everlasting Sword sect before rushing straight to the Divine Dan Peak. This time to the clan Qin Feng intends to stay for a longer period of time. Not only a long time but also to fully attract the attention of others. By the time Ling Tian died he had an alibi and there is no suspicion. When Qin Feng passed by the alchemy area halfway up the Divine Dan Peak, Steward Wang immediately ran over. Immortal Master Qin, why are you here in person? I've packed everything and am preparing to send it to you after a while. Steward Wang squeezed out a greasy fawning smile on his face and hurriedly took out another small silver white iron bottle from his storage ring, saying, the stuff is all in there, according to your request. No matter if it's round or flat, all collected. Just started a few days ago. Not a lot of quantity. The small iron bottle contains Qiankuan. The capacity inside is very large. The divine sense swept through the instantly can feel the number of waste pills inside. At least 1,000. Qin Feng said with a satisfied smile on his face as he weighed the vial. You've done a good job. When this immortal master has studied the Dan Dao thoroughly and refined the foundation establishment Dan, there will be no shortage of benefits for you. Fatty Wang. There's no rush. I'm only at the 6th level of Qi refining. Immortal master, take your time. Slow work makes fine work. Fatty Wang excitedly reddened. His mouth said that there is no hurry and his eyes has long shown the light of joy. Pouring all the pills in the bottle into the storage ring, after returning the bottle to Fatty Wang, Qin Feng explained again. I'll be living in the immortal demon cave during this period of time. Just send me the collected pills when you're empty every day. Good. Don't worry. Immortal Master Qin. Get Qin Feng's promise. Wang Fatty has now long been excited all over the body. Not to mention once a day to send. Even if it is a day to send 10 times he is also willing. After all, what Qin Feng had promised was the foundation building Dan A. A good thing that an ordinary loose cultivator would rarely get one in his lifetime. Leave the alchemy area. Walking half a mile up the mountain, one could see a stone path that encircled the entire Shindan Peak, with a total of 33 cave dwellings built around it. Qin Feng's cave is in the 17th position. The stone monument at the entrance of the cave is written Immortal Demon Cave 3 words. Before moving into the cave level when Qin Feng name. I did not expect to so quickly have a good mark. Rumble. With the infusion of spiritual energy and divine sense, the thick basalt door at the entrance of the cave slowly moved open. Qin Feng did not have time to appreciate the fancy scenery outside. Directly entered the cave and closed the door, then began to fuse the waste Dan. At this point, a disciple dressed in white came straight to the entrance of the Dan King's cave, which ranked first among the 33 caves. He reached out and threw a transmission note in, then quickly left. Inside the cave, Ling Tian sat on the triple glazed jade lotus king's futon, expressionless as he looked at the transmission note in front of him. At this time, Ling Tian already knew about Qin Feng's return to the sect, and even Steward Wang knew about the collection of spent pills. He just couldn't figure out what Qin Feng wanted with the scrap Dan. Could it be that he wants to study the alchemy techniques through those waste pills? Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared in Ling Tian's eyes as he immediately got up and left the cave towards the Great Hall of Divine Dan Peak. Chapter 39, Receiving Sect Tasks. Having snatched an Xian rank extreme magic weapon from Qin Feng, Ling Tian was very joyful in his heart. Just for some reason, he always felt flustered in his heart during this period of time, and seemed to be very resistant to Qin Feng. Cultivators have unique insights into their emotions. Ling Tian has a plan in his heart at this time. Either find a way to get the person out of the Everlasting Sword sect, or find a way to get the person killed. Upon arriving at the Great Hall of Divine Dan Peak, he immediately arched his hand at Godogwin and said, Senior, recently the sect has been in need of a huge number of pills. It's just that we're just too busy. As far as I know, 5th senior brother Qin Feng has already made some progress in the path of the Dan Dao, so why don't we arrange some simple tasks for him? Or to plug the mouths of the onlookers? Good dog Dan frowned, feeling that what his eldest disciple said was also somewhat reasonable. Many people in the Everlasting Sword sect knew that he had accepted a close disciple, and if the progress of the supply of pills was too slow this time around, the Divine Dan Peak would inevitably cause dissatisfaction from the Patriarch. Good Dogman opened his mouth and asked, he should be back at Wolverine Mountain by now, right? Senior brother and the clan have deep emotions, and he has already returned early this morning. Then go ahead and arrange it. Good Dog Dan casually waved his hand and concentrated on studying the Dan recipe in his hand again. Receiving his master's permission, Ling Tian's eyes revealed a touch of joy, and immediately turned around and left the hall, starting to think about what task he should arrange for Qin Feng. The other side, inside the Immortal Demon Cave Mansion, a wooden box was placed on the stone table, containing dozens of pills, and a small number of discarded pills that had not been synthesized were still left on the ground. Qin Feng's hands turned into residual shadows and were synthesizing rapidly. Every time he picked up 2 waste Dan of the same attribute he would get a slightly better quality elixir. And week after week, The number of waste Dan decreased rapidly and the number of elixirs in the box increased slowly. Half an hour later, all the waste dawn were thoroughly synthesized, and Qin Feng took a cursory glance at them. There are about 12 types of pills in the box: foundation building pill, spirit renewal pill, face residence pill, and aphrodisiac pill. Basically, there are all kinds of pills required by various cultivators, and the quantity of each one is more than 10 pills. Although the grades of these pills were not as rare as the God-sealing pills, all of them were worth at least several million spirit stones when taken out and sold. As long as I completely monopolize the waste pills, I won't be able to spend all my spirit stones even if I want to in the future. Looking at the box densely packed pills, Qin Feng felt cozy in his heart to the extreme. What top spiritual roots, what innate Tao body, are not as good as their own synthetic ability 1/10,000th. According to the development of this effect, as long as one is willing, even if one gets high on drugs and invites someone to imbibe, one can break through above the transformation spirit stage 100% of the time. However, Qin Feng did not have that kind of intention at the moment. The Five Emperors Qi drawing skill was an extremely high-grade gong method of the Earth stage, tailored for the 5 spirit roots, and the cultivation above only needed to be gradual. The cave was equipped with basic necessities, and a bronze mirror hung on the wall. Walking up to the bronze mirror, his face immediately came to life. Wheat complexion, not to talk about looks than Panin, but also belonged to the kind of durable. The overall look has been very mature. Qin Feng put all the pills into his storage ring and then stuffed a resident pill into his mouth. Just one of these things could lead to eternal youth, and its value was a few points more precious than the foundation establishment pill. This time, a dark yellow talisman suddenly floated in from within the cave, followed by a woman's voice resounding from within. Are you free now, senior brother? I'm your 5th senior sister. Open the stone door of the cave, only to see a figure wearing a light yellow gauze skirt with a charming figure standing at the entrance of the cave. The person was none other than the 5th senior sister. When she saw Qin Feng open the door to his cave, a worried expression instantly appeared on her face and she opened her mouth to ask, "Did you offend eldest senior brother? 5th senior sister, what does that say?" Now that the sect's pills are urgent, all of the alchemists at Divine Dan Peak are rushing to make alchemy pills, and Master has agreed to allow you to receive the sect's alchemy tasks. But the tasks that eldest brother has assigned to you are the foundation establishment pill and the Jingshan pill. These 2 pills can only be made by at least a late first-grade alchemist, and he knows that you just joined the clan not long ago. 5th senior sister stomped her feet anxiously and added, "Once a clan mission is received, there will be chastisement if the mission fails. The foundation building pill and the meditation pill?" Qin Feng froze for a moment, and in his heart, he probably guessed that the eldest senior brother is trying to catch up with the whole world. Robbed his own kamikaze boat not to mention, but also want to drive himself out of the clan. It's too damn much. 5th senior sister opened her mouth after thinking for a while. 6th senior brother, why don't you send them all to me after the herbs are delivered later, and I'll help you refine them. Qin Feng rubbed his hands awkwardly and said with a face full of embarrassment, "Senior sister, I want to try it myself first, but I was in too much of a hurry to go out and forgot to bring my alchemy furnace." You don't even bring something as important as an alchemy furnace, and you still want to complete the mission? The 5th senior sister froze for a moment, but eventually took out a small pink furnace from her storage ring. "This is the 1,000-flower furnace I used last year. If senior brother doesn't mind it, try it out first. Not too much, not too much." Qin Feng hurriedly put away the 1,000-flower furnace, then turned around and went into the cave to fumble around for a while, taking out a resident skin pill and handing it to her. "Senior brother, what is this?" "The face residence pill. Just think of it as me exchanging the pills for senior sister's alchemy furnace." This is the resident Dan?" A surprised expression appeared in the eyes of the 5th senior sister, who hesitated for a moment before accepting it. The value of the face residing pill far exceeded that alchemy furnace. Perhaps feeling embarrassed, 5th senior sister took out many books on alchemy from her storage ring and handed them to Qin Feng, and urged again, "If you can't finish the mission, don't tough it out. Remember to come find senior sister." "Yes, send off the 5th sister." Qin Feng silently sat at the entrance of the cave and waited, while taking out a few alchemy handbooks written by other alchemists to read. After about an hour or so, 2 outer disciples arrived at the entrance of Qin Feng's cave. "Elder Qin, we've brought medicinal herbs to your old man." "Aha." Qin Feng nodded and then pointed to the empty space within the cave, signaling them to place the herbs there. The herbs for the various pills were all packaged in matching cloth bags, and as the number of herbs taken out increased, they gradually piled up into a small mountain in the open space. Qin Feng froze as he watched. Wasn't his task 2 types of pills? There must be at least 200 sets of those herbs on the floor. Seeing that the 2 still had no intention of stopping, Qin Feng immediately walked up to them with a black face and asked, "How much more is there?" "Back to Elder Qin. The herbs for the Foundation Establishment pill and the Jingshan pill are 200 sets each, and the Grand Elder said that after 20 days, you only need to turn in 300 pills. Qin Feng nodded and didn't say anything else. The average rate of pills per furnace was 3 pills, and surrendering 300 pills was reasonable by definition, but the time was too short. Refining 300 pills in such a short period of time, even if Godogwin came, he might not be able to accomplish the task. But Qin Feng didn't really care. He had the ability to synthesize. So if he couldn't make a good elixir, could it be that he wouldn't be able to make a bad elixir? 400 sets of herbs can accomplish the task by just playing around. Stay until the two have left. Qin Feng directly closed the stone door of the cave, then began to survey the medicinal herbs in the cave, and his eyes could not help but reveal an excited light. After all 400 sets of herbs have completed their tasks, they should still be able to earn quite a bit. Chapter 40 Ling Tian. Death. The 1,000-flower furnace was pink in color, with many delicate flowers engraved on it, obviously something used by women. But at this time, Qin Feng couldn't care less, and directly set up the 1,000-flower furnace on the fireport of the cave's alchemy room, and took a few sets of Foundation Establishment Dan's medicinal herbs and put them next to it. As the spiritual energy was injected, the 1,000-flower furnace instantly swelled up a bit in size, and the ground fire underneath sensed the spiritual energy and also began to slowly bubble outwards, and in just an instant the temperature within the entire cave began to rise, throwing the herbs into the Dan furnace in accordance with the order, while the divine sense paid high-intensity attention to the changes in the herbs, so as to decide how much fire to use. Qin Feng was very ambitious and planned to refine at least 8 pills in this furnace. Bang! A few moments later, a muffled sound came from within the 1,000-flower furnace, and even the lid of the furnace was shaken and trembled. The moment he blew up the furnace, Qin Feng turned off the ground fire and then poured out all the dregs from the Dan furnace. The smell of medicine and paste emanated from the ashes. Qin Feng rummaged through the dust for a while and found 8 black and completely carbonized pills, and his eyes immediately revealed an expression of excitement. It's done! I'm a genius. 8 discarded pills could be synthesized into 2 lower-grade Foundation Establishment pills, which was equivalent to refining 2 Foundation Establishment pills in this furnace alone. According to this efficiency, the herbs for the Foundation Building pill and the Meditation pill combined would only require 150 sets to complete the task. The rest, naturally, goes into your own pocket. Immediately after tasting the sweetness, he concentrated fully on refining the elixir, and after a long time the herbs ran out. When Qin Feng walked out of the alchemy room to fetch the medicinal materials, he noticed several transmission notes floating by the stone bed inside the cave. These transmissions came from the 5th senior sister and the other 2 senior brothers, as well as some people they didn't recognize. All of them expressed a single meaning, informing Qin Feng to immediately go to the Great Hall of Divine Dan Peak. What's the hurry? Qin Feng was full of doubts as he walked out of the cave to take a look. It was already late at night outside. Just in time, an outer disciple dressed in black was running this way at a fast pace, and when he saw Qin Feng he breathed a sigh of relief and said under his breath, "Immortal Master Qin, you've finally come out. Peak Master Gu is furious right now. What happened? Go ahead and hurry to the Divine Dan Peak Grand Hall." The disciple's face was red. His hands were pinned on his knees, desperately breathing through his mouth, looking like he was running very fast. "Okay, I'm on my way." Qin Feng patted the dust on his body, closed the cave door and then slapped 2 more divine traveling talismans onto his legs, and flew towards the main hall of Divine Dan Peak, while muttering in his heart. He had clearly said that he should not go to the Great Hall if he was fine, but now he was in a hurry to call himself over. Clearly something good is happening. Catching up on the road, Qin Feng's mouth corners rose. How can not suppress? Arriving at the Great Hall, almost all of the core personnel of the Divine Dan Peak had arrived. Only Ling Tian's figure was nowhere to be seen. Good dog egg face sadness. Sitting in the center of the hall on the chair is drinking mulled wine. Next to the table, chairs are all slammed to the ground. The rest of them stood around with their heads down and didn't say a word. Feeling that the situation was not good, Qin Feng carefully slipped in next to the doorway and sneakily moved to the side of the 5th senior sister again. Pretending not to understand, she asked in a low voice, "Senior sister, what happened?" 5th senior sister carefully glanced at the master next to her before turning her head to Qin Feng's ear and whispering, "Something happened to eldest brother. We haven't found out exactly who did it yet." "Ha?" Qin Feng deliberately revealed a very shocked expression and asked again in a low voice, "When did this happen? Isn't eldest brother very strong? It's less than an incense stick of time from now, and it's rumored that the clan has sent someone to cut and check. Smokehouse is a professional. It's a wonder they can find out." Qin Feng was secretly happy in his heart, and on the surface, he did not move to secretly observe the reactions of the people around him. Although the 5th senior sister was in a low mood, she wasn't too sad, probably just remembering the love of her fellow disciples. The remaining 3 senior brothers also did the same by just keeping their heads down and not speaking, and some of them even had worried faces, perhaps worrying about the task of alchemy. The saddest people on the scene were none other than Gudogdan and Ling Tian's several disciples. At this time, in the True Disciples team, 2 good-looking female revisionists were sobbing in a small voice, crying pear blossom with rain to make people feel sorry for them. Gudogman raised his head and swept his gloomy gaze over the crowd, then said in a hoarse voice, "Everyone's here. Everyone follow me." After saying that, he walked straight out of the great hall and then took out a palm-sized, oubliette-like flying magic weapon. Everyone consciously stood up after the flight spells were activated, and although it was unclear, Qin Feng followed suit and stood right next to the 5th senior sister. A few moments later, Gudogdan led many disciples to the main peak of the Everlasting Sword sect, Divine Sword Peak, in a rage. Before the flying mage had even landed, someone from below opened his mouth in a difficult tone and shouted, "Peak Master Gu, the use of flying mages is prohibited within the sect. Off. I want to see the Patriarch." Gudogdan gave the man a scolding, then harnessed his magic weapon and flew toward the palace at the top of the Divine Sword Peak. At this point, the Divine Sword Peak was brightly lit. Looking in through the spacious door, there were at least 50 or more people gathered inside. The aura of these people was strong. The weakest of them were in the late stage of foundation establishment strength. As for how powerful the strongest was, Qin Feng couldn't tell. Gudogdan led the Divine Dan Peak crowd to barge straight into the grand hall, immediately causing countless people to stare. The crowd. An old man in white clothes saw Gudogdan rushing in and immediately greeted him with a bitter smile. The old man was the Eternal Life Sword Sect's Grand Elder, Chen Kuan, whose cultivation had already reached the great perfection of the Jidan stage, and was only a foot short of Yuaning. Although his cultivation is heavenly, he is still unwilling to easily offend in the face of a high-level alchemist such as Gudogdan, and can only smile bitterly. "Peak Master Gu, we're already investigating this matter to the fullest extent. What are you doing running over here in the middle of the night?" Gudogdan sank his face and bowed to Chen Kuan, then said, "Eldest elder, you've seen how I've been working for the clan for so many years. There's hard work without merit. I would like to ask the Patriarch to come out of the gate and use the heaven-asking compass to find the murderer to avenge my disciple's death." Chen Kuan showed a bitter smile on his face and pacified. "We've all seen how much Peak Master Gu has given, but this time the Sovereign's retreat is a joint casting of the Divine Sword with the Supreme Elder. So how can we stop so easily when the matter is so important? How about 2 more months? Gudogman's face was as gloomy as water, and he said in an angry tone, "Since you won't help me find the murderer, then from today onwards, all the personnel of Divine Dan Peak will stop refining pills, and will open the furnace again when the real culprit is found." This, Chen Kuan showed a difficult expression, while at the same time resting his gaze on the rest of the people in the hall. The people would understand, and immediately began to persuade. "Peak Master Gu, we're also saddened that this happened, so don't get carried away. The most important thing right now is to maintain the normal functioning of the sect. We've already sent people out to investigate. I believe we'll find out the results soon." Gudogman's face tightened and he skimmed at the crowd. "Among all of you present, the worst is a late stage of foundation establishment cultivation. Can the people who sent people out check as fast as you guys? I now ask all of you to go out and look for it. If you can't find any traces by dawn, you'll have to wait for the Patriarch to come out of the gate," said at the end of the Gudog egg tone much softer. He also understands in his heart that people cannot come back from the dead. The clans still have to function normally. Seeing Gudogdan softening, Chen Kuan was relieved and hastily assured, "Let's do as Peak Master Gu requested. Later on, Old Me will also personally go out to check." The crowd is united in its opinion. Many high-ranking cultivators soon appeared around the Eternal Life Sword sect, and they traveled around in the void, using all sorts of magic weapons to look for clues about Ling Tian. Several senior brothers and sisters and facsimile disciples from the Divine Dan Peak also went, except Qin Feng, who didn't go, because he is only at the 8th level of the Qi refining stage. His strength is too low. "Go back to the Immortal Demon Cave and close the stone door." Qin Feng was lying on the bed with a happy smile on his face all of a sudden, because when he wrote to Smoke and Rain House that day, he had specifically instructed himself to ask for possessions. Unsurprisingly then by now Ling Tian's storage bag was already in the Smoke and Rain building. "I don't know who made the move. If it was my sister, would it be found out by the Ask the Sky compass?" After being happy, Qin Feng began to doubt their professionalism again. After lying on the bed for a while, Qin Feng got up and walked into the alchemy room to continue refining pills. As the night passed, the waste pills were synthesized into a full 40 or so lower-grade foundation building pills, the efficiency of which was unknown how many times higher than the rest of the alchemists. Dawn. Qin Feng sensed that the spectral bird responsible for sending the message seemed to be in his vicinity. So he left the sect to find a hidden location and rode his flying sword in the direction of Iron Mountain Place. Chapter 41, Senior Brother is Not Greedy. Xinfeng stepped on the fiery flying sword and maneuvered it to quickly travel through the void. A few dozen kilometers away from the everlasting sword sect, a black bird pierced through the clouds and landed steadily on Xinfeng's shoulder. Waiting in a hurry, are we? Xinfeng smiled and stroked the head of the spectral bird before spreading out his hand for it to spit out what it had in its mouth. Iron Pillar wrote in his letter, Brother Feng, the Tai formation set up by the Haoran sect in the Golden Kingdom has been tampered with, causing close to 80% of the living beings in the entire Golden Kingdom to all die. Now that the Golden Kingdom has undergone a strange change, with corpses everywhere and ghostly aura, countless low-level evil cultivators have gathered, and in a short while it will be reduced to a fertile ground to nourish evil cultivators. Evil cultivators and souls, I want all of them. I'll meet up at Qinghe Square in a month. Brother Feng will help me. After reading the letter, Xinfeng used a stone to write a good word on a leaf, and then he let the spectral bird carry the leaf back to resume his duties. On the way to Iron Mountain Place, Xinfeng had been thinking about the Golden Kingdom in his mind. How many people should it be when 80% of all living beings are dead? The number of people in a country is less than a few million and more than a few tens of millions, and it is not too much to say that 80% of the living beings are dead, and that the corpses are piled up in mountains. The most crucial thing was that the Haoran sect should be a righteous sect by its name, right? I can't believe they would do such a thing. Xinfeng was glad that he and his sister left in time, otherwise he might not have been able to escape Too Big Formation. 2 hours later, Xinfeng successfully arrived at Iron Mountain Place. This time there was no Ling Tian to threaten himself. Xinfeng directly found a deserted place to land, then strutted into Iron Mountain Place towards Smoke and Rain Building. When she arrived at the Smoke and Rain Building, Xinyu was sitting inside the counter, flipping through an ancient book in boredom. The two siblings looked at each other and smiled, then tacitly walked into the box inside the first floor. Xinyu pulled out a dark purple storage bag and handed it to Xinfeng, saying in a gentle tone, "It was taken off him, and there should be nothing missing from it." Xinfeng took the storage bag and glanced at it, which was filled with pills, Dan furnaces, and various medicinal herbs. In addition to this there were surprisingly many women's intimate clothes, and the divine wind boat was likewise inside. Although it was returned to its rightful owner, Xinfeng felt that he didn't quite want it. This divine wind boat had been used by Ling Tian, so if he took it out and used it again he might get into trouble. After thinking about it, he still chose to stuff the storage bag into his arms. The big deal was that he would go to the Qiyuan Pavilion later and directly dispose of it. Now Xinfeng was most concerned about whether his sister would be in trouble, so he opened his mouth. "Sister, this guy's identity in the Everlasting Sword sect is not simple. It's said that the Patriarch will help with the investigation after a while. Do you guys want to be prepared?" "Prepare for what?" "I've heard that the Patriarch has a very powerful heaven-asking compass in his hands, capable of finding corpses and murderers." Xinyu smiled unconcernedly, then reached out and pinched Xinfeng's cheeks and said confidently, "We're just getting paid to do our job, and if the Eldritch Sword Sect Patriarch is chattering, we'll still be able to shut him up." She spoke in a soft tone, but with an inexplicable undertone. This confidence might have come from Li Qingqing, or other strong people from the Smoky Rain Tower. After a few moments of small talk between the two siblings, Xinfeng took out a face resurfacing pill and handed it over. She held it in her hand and looked at it for a moment before opening her mouth and asking, "What is this?" "The pill of residence. It can make you stay young and beautiful all the time." Poor mouth. Xinyu glared at him with a red face, but still put it in her mouth and ate it in a very civilized manner, muttering that she didn't feel anything. Xinfeng smiled and asked again, "Sister, when you cultivate, do you need to take pills or something like that?" Xinyu's eyes flickered with a glint as she asked with a smile, "What? You've learned to refine pills?" "Ha, a little bit. Let's go eat. I'm a little hungry." Xinyu rubbed her flat belly, got up and pulled Xinfeng towards the outside of the Smoke and Rain Building, obviously not too keen on answering this question. After finishing the meal, Xinfeng accompanied Xinyu back to the Smoke and Rain Building, and when she went upstairs, Xinfeng sneaked over to the counter to settle Ling Tian's bill, assassinating a late-stage Jiedon cultivator and retaining his belongings. Smoke and Rain Tower's offer was 500,000 spirit stones, and Xinfeng directly took out 50 Foundation establishment pills as payment. This scene happened to be seen by Xinyu, who came downstairs. Her face sank, and she directly grabbed Xinfeng's ears and returned to the counter, telling the person who collected the items to return them. "If you don't take your stuff back, I'll ignore you from now on." Xinyu's eyes were a little moist, seemingly immediately able to cry out. Xinfeng awkwardly waved his hand at the person collecting the bill inside, then pulled Xinyu to the door and whispered, "Sister, this time it's me who took the initiative to look for Smoke and Rain House to work, so this account must be settled. If I look for you then I definitely won't pay. I might even look for you to ask for money to spend." Really? Aha. Then you can call me directly next time you have something to do. Right now I'm in charge of the business of the Smoke and Rain House in Iron Mountain Place. In order to coax Qin Yu happy, Qin Feng pulled her on the street, and is to buy jewelry and buy sugar gourds and scallion pancakes, until the two stomachs are eaten to hold up before they began to walk back. After bidding farewell to Qin Yu, Qin Feng went to the Qi Yuan Pavilion to buy 32 lower-grade wooden spirit boats, and in the meantime, he asked Zilinger to help him deal with Ling Tian's Qiankuan bag. After all, this girl even dared to sell the gongfu of an evil cultivator. So what was a district of dead items? The entire contents of the Qiankuan bag were all converted into spirit stones, roughly worth 1,600,000 spirit stones, which translated to 1,600 medium-grade spirit stones. Of course, the most valuable one was the Xian rank extreme flying magic weapon Divine Windboat, which alone was worth 700,000 spirit stones. With these spirit stones plus the ones in the Crouching Bull Mountain Cave, Qin Feng roughly calculated that he now possessed roughly 3 million spirit stones. The wealth is on the verge of rivaling that of some small local immortal cultivation families. By the time we got back to Wolverine Mountain, it was completely dark. Qin Feng first went back to his cave before coming to Ding Shuli's cave, standing outside the mountain and shouting, "Is it convenient for senior sister Ding? I have something to find you." After waiting for half a day with no movement, Qin Feng threw another transmitting node in. After a few moments, a puff of white smoke rose from the surroundings, and the void gradually twisted and opened a gap, revealing the true environment inside. Dressed in a long white dress, Ding Shuli stood at the entrance of the house and asked with an expressionless face, "What is it?" "Just wanted to come and see senior sister." Qin Feng grinned, then took out the 9 dragons tangled heavenly cord from his storage ring and injected spiritual energy into it. Anger surfaced on Ding Shuli's face, and he immediately took out a small shield in front of his body and rebuked Qin Feng. "What do you take me for?" she asked Qin Feng so hard not to answer. "But the shy knife is difficult to enter the sheath. The rope are pulled out, how can easily take back?" Qin Feng cheeky said. "We had a deal for 3 times. After saying that, Qin Feng directly maneuvered the 9 dragons sky-wrapping rope to sweep towards Ding Shuli. Boom! In an instant, a purple flying sword flew out directly from Ding Shuli's hand, slashing fiercely on top of the 9 dragons winding heavenly cord. Xian rank extreme magic weapon is not this fragile. Qin Feng directly right hand support, instantly divided the rope into 9 cuts, in different directions to attack Ding Shuli. At the same time, his left hand choked to cast the wooden vine technique. A murderous intent erupted from Ding Shuli's eyes as he directly took out a light golden talisman from his hand. The moment he saw this talisman, Qin Feng froze for a moment. "Isn't this the damn fire snake talisman he gave her?" Qin Feng frowned and asked, "Senior sister Ding, are you sure you want to use this against me?" Ding Shuli also froze for a moment, but Qin Feng seized the opportunity to directly use the 9 dragons wrapping heavenly rope to securely bind him. "You're shameless." After reacting, Ding Shuli immediately cursed. Qin Feng turned a deaf ear and used his qi surveying technique to observe and make sure there were no traps around before moving forward. "Senior sister Ding, I'm offended." Qin Feng picked her up in his arms, then pushed open the door of the room directly behind her and walked in. There was a very specific smell in the room that was exactly the same as that on Ding Shuli. Just by simply smelling the scent, Qin Feng felt his mind already starting to heat up and walked straight towards the bed inside. Ding Shuli threatened with murderous rage. "Surname Qin, you're so mean and nasty. Even if you get my person, you won't get my heart. Don't worry, senior sister. Senior brother isn't greedy. He only needs your people. Asshole." Unconsciously the night passed. Day 2. It was already noon when Qin Feng woke up. When he rolled over to check on Ding Shuli, he realized that she had already woken up for a long time. Only that she was bound by the 9 dragons wrapping heavenly rope and couldn't move at all. Although he wanted to help her untie the rope and have a good chat, he was worried that her flying sword was too sharp. Feeling someone's still fiery gaze, Ding Shuli was so angry that she directly twisted her head to the other side. An awkward smile appeared on Qin Feng's face before he tentatively opened his mouth to ask, "Senior sister Ding, do you know what martial artists cultivate?" "I don't know." I really don't know." "So, do you know about the smokehouse?" After Qin Feng reminded him of this, Ding Shuli immediately turned his head around and asked with a frown, "You dealt with the smoky house?" Chapter 42, Qin Yu's Path. Hearing the 3 words smoke and rain house, Ding Shuli reacted greatly, not even caring about last night's anger. Qin Feng looked at her curiously and asked, "What's so special about Smoky Rain House?" "It's very special. The Smoke and Rain building looks like an assassin organization, but it's actually similar to a clan. And they're huge. And what they practice isn't immortal arts, but something similar to evil arts." There was a hint of scorn in Ding Shuli's tone, as if the Smoky Rain building was more terrifying than even an unusual evil cultivator. Qin Feng asked, "What do they cultivate?" A kind of thing that uses killing as its path. Cultivating to the great achievement realm except for not using magic weapons. They can fly in the sky and hide in the ground just like the immortal cultivators. However, the lifespan of the people who cultivate this kind of thing is usually not very long. Xin Feng's heart was immediately worried. The way of man. The loss is not enough to serve the surplus. Xin Yue's strength soaring may be related to longevity, but the people in the Smoke and Rain building are definitely not cuties, perhaps trying to gain a higher realm in this way. The room was silent for a moment, the atmosphere gradually falling into awkwardness, and Ding Shuli opened his mouth to ask, "Your combat power is off. Could it be that you're from the Smoke and Rain building?" Xin Feng did not answer this question and opened his mouth to ask with a hint of curiosity on his face on purpose. Then if the people from the Smoke and Rain building are similar to evil cultivators, then could it be that they eat people when they cultivate? Pretty much. I heard that they use the heaven and earth's fury, miasma, and various poisonous mists combined with the soul to be able to refine something called the Rakshasa Dan. Rakshasa Dan? Xin Feng secretly memorized this name and decided to try it when he had the chance. Unusual Rakshasa Dan might have a bit of side effects, but the Rakshasa Dan that he had made himself had absolutely no side effects through synthesis. Ding Shuli opened his mouth to say something, but he saw that Xin Feng's eyes were on fire again. "What else do you want?" "Senior sister. I have to go back to the sect later. I won't be able to visit you for a long time." Xin Feng grinned and directly blindfolded her with his clothes. "You're too much." Ding Shuli tried to stop it but soon lost his voice. Afternoon. Xin Feng rode the wood spirit boat away from Ding Xiang Mountain and rushed straight to the sect. The Everlasting Sword sect had returned to business as usual. The crowd searched for clues about Ling Tian for a full night. There were no clues and they could only end it hastily, but now the clan was investigating the people Ling Tian had contacted in the past. Just after arriving at the Immortal Demon Cave, a few disciples from the law enforcement hall came over to inquire about Xin Feng's whereabouts during this period of time. Aside from having made 2 trips to the Iron Mountain workshop, Xin Feng had basically been refining pills at the sect. Only after the law enforcement hall disciples had left did Xin Feng push open the door of the cave and walked in with a cozy face. In the immortal cultivation realm, although there was a great deal of deceit, most people spoke of killing their enemies in person or using other means, and very few people invited the people from the Smoke and Rain building. Smoke and Rain House more than 10 years ago also only served the secular world, only in recent years began to enter the scope of the immortal cultivation world, so no one at all suspected to Smoke and Rain House head. Back to the cave. After adjusting his state, Xin Feng entered the alchemy room with the herbs for refining the foundation establishment pill while humming a tune. It was so enjoyable. The other side. In the great hall of the Divine Dan Peak, Good Dog Egg is giving the 5th disciple Sun Yulan to hand over the daily chores of the Shendan Peak. All kinds of tokens, clan tasks, treasury books. In the past, Ling Tian was in charge of these things, and now that he was dead, he naturally had to find someone to fill in. Although Good Dog Dan was the peak master of Shendan Peak, he was obsessed with the Dan Dao and drinking with his old friends, and he was simply too lazy to care about this crap on weekdays. Only after explaining all the things, Good Dogwen sighed. "Yulan, those 3 senior brothers of yours don't want to be in charge of Divine Dan Peak, so you have to be on top of things." Sun Yulan nodded, then said worriedly, "Don't worry, master, my disciple will definitely take care of all this. It's just that I'm afraid that 6th senior brother is in trouble right now." "What kind of trouble?" 6th senior brother has a rigid personality. Some time ago eldest senior brother sent someone to arrange the task of refining foundation building Dan and Jing Shendan for him, and 6th senior brother accepted. It's natural for him to pay the price for blindly accepting a mission with a heart higher than the sky, so don't worry about it and do your business. Good Ogden's face sank slightly, clearly dissatisfied with this approach of Xin Feng. A freshly initiated disciple who dared to take up the sect's alchemy mission was a bit too crazy. Even Good Dogman inwardly regretted accepting him as a disciple in the first place. "Master, then the apprentice will take his leave." Sun Yulan sighed in curtsy before turning around and walking out of the grand hall before rushing straight towards Xin Feng's cave residence. Throwing 2 consecutive transmission notes inside, the thick stone door slowly opened after a few moments. Xin Feng's body was covered in dust, and his face was stained with countless black ashes. Seeing him in this state, one didn't need to ask to know that he was refining pills. It's just that the frequency of blowing up the furnace was a bit too much, wasn't it? Xin Feng arched his hand in greeting and opened his mouth to ask, "5th senior sister, is there something wrong? How many times have you blown up the oven?" Sun Yulan frowned as she looked at the cave behind Xin Feng, only to see that it was smoky and dusty, as dark as the inside of a cooking stove that cooked rice and burned fire. Xin Feng smiled and explained, "Just starting to refine pills. It's normal for the furnace to blow up, but you're not right." Sun Yulan's eyes revealed a touch of doubt, then shrugged her nose to smell the surrounding smell, then asked in surprise, "You refined the foundation building pill?" How does fifth senior sister know? Even though there's a smell of paste everywhere, I still smell a fragrance that belongs uniquely to the Foundation establishment pill. Hey, it was just a fluke. Feng awkwardly shrugged his shoulders, was about to argue, but he saw that the fifth senior sister had already flown away. It looked like she was going to go and tell Master the good news. Feng understood in his own heart. A cultivator who could refine a Foundation establishment pill would be valued in any sect. After all, Foundation establishment stage cultivators were the true backbone of the clan's fighting force. And Foundation establishment Dan was naturally extraordinarily important. Unable to stop the fifth senior sister, Feng let her go and continued to turn around to refine the Foundation establishment Dan. Blowing up the furnace once could obtain 8 waste Dan. Just enough to synthesize 2 lower grade foundation building Dan. This kind of efficiency was an extremely explosive existence in any place. Feng indulged in the fun of blowing up the furnace, and dull explosions would ring out every so often throughout the cave. After a long time, the stone skin around the alchemy room was blasted and began to fall off. Until late in the evening, a burst of medicinal scent emanated from the bruised thousand flower furnace, and only then did the Feng sure realize that he seemed to have really succeeded. Should we blow it up? Feng's eyes revealed a tangled color. His goal was to scrap the Dan, and before that, whenever the Dan took shape, he would violently increase the flame to raise the temperature and blow up the furnace. Sometimes when he didn't pay attention and forgot to raise the temperature, Feng would still blame himself and feel that he had wasted his time. Now that he saw that the elixir was about to take shape, Feng felt a little excited inside. They say that alchemy is difficult, and I've only blown up the furnace 60 or 70 times, and it's still a success. An expression of joy appeared in Feng's eyes as he began to attempt normal alchemy. Bang! A muffled sound suddenly came from the thousand flower furnace, and even the body of the furnace exploded with a crack. Feng didn't want to say anything, but only swore inwardly that he would be a dog if he ever made normal alchemy again. After casually synthesizing 2 more lower grade foundation building Dan, Feng walked over to the stone table next to him and began to take stock of his harvest during this period of time. The number of Foundation establishment pills reached over 160, although all of them are inferior, but at last they can deliver. There are still more than 30 sets of medicinal herbs left, all of them are their own. After putting the remaining Foundation establishment pill herbs into his storage ring, Feng began to continue refining the Jingshan pill. The Jingshan Dan could prevent heart demons from arising, and had the effect of smoothing the heart and calming the chi for cultivators, so the difficulty and value of refining it was similar to that of the Foundation establishment Dan, but it was all the same to Feng. But it just depended on whether the bombing was fierce or not. From the storage ring to take out their own alchemy furnace to set up, Feng began to blow up the furnace process again. The time stipulated for refining pills was 20 days. And Feng completed it in only 4 days. In order not to arouse suspicion, after refining the elixir, Feng cleaned up a bit in the cave, and then he began to cultivate his Gongfu, 5 Emperors Qi drawing technique, Dao Yi technique, and running thunder sword technique of the heart. 20 days passed quickly. Without realizing it, it was the day Feng handed over the mission. At the entrance of the warehouse at the summit of Shindan Peak, Sun Yulan looked at the ever-darkening sky and anxiously walked back and forth in the aisle. These days she had gone to the immortal demon cave to look for Feng, wanting to ask him if he wanted to help, but the notes were all like stones sinking into the sea without a reply. This batch of pills was urgent, and the other major peaks would immediately send people to pick up the pills. If you can't get the elixir, the consequences are serious. Sun Yulan's anxious brain was sweating, and there was already a line of figures appearing one after another in the open space outside the storehouse, waiting to take the pills. Elder Sun, we have been ordered to come and fetch the Foundation establishment pill and the Jingshan pill. A disciple who had just arrived respectfully bowed his hand to Sun Yulan, and the rest followed. Wait a while, the medicine delivery man hasn't come yet. Sun Yulan spoke to the crowd before setting her eyes on the road in the distance again. There was a disparity in status, and the disciples who took the medicine could only stand and wait. A few moments later, a figure emerged from the grass at the side of the depot. The moment she saw that figure, Sun Yulan immediately walked up and asked anxiously to Feng, "Senior brother, have you refined the pills yet?" Chapter 43, The Everlasting Pill and the Rakshasa Pill. In the limelight, Feng took out 2 small silver-white iron bottles and handed them over while saying, "Senior sister, I only have 2 of these bottles. You have to return them to me." Sun Yulan blankly glanced at him, took the bottle and probed it with her divine sense, and when she realized that the 2 bottles contained exactly 300 pills combined, a shocked expression instantly appeared in her eyes. 20 days to refine more than 100 Foundation establishment pills and Jingshan pills. Sun Yulan felt that she was finding it hard to finish, and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, did you refine all these?" "Aha." Feng nodded and glanced at the people around him before placing his gaze on top of the attic next to the storehouse. There was a plaque hanging on the attic's front door that read, Wan Dan Pavilion in 3 big words, like a place to put the Dan formula. But Qin Feng wasn't sure and could only ask to Sun Yulan, senior sister, what is the Wan Dan Pavilion for? It's filled with alchemy-related information and some Dan recipes. Can I watch? Hearing the 3 words Dan formula, Qin Feng instantly became excited. A smile appeared on Sun Yulan's face as she confidently took out a black token and walked to the front of the 10,000 Dan Pavilion, using the token to open the pavilion's prohibition before she said with a smile, you are asking the right person. Now I am in charge of all the affairs of the sect. With your identity, everything inside can be looked at. You go in first. I'll come back to call you when I'm done. Sun Yulan said and pushed Qin Feng in before reclosing the prohibition. Wandan Pavilion is the most strictly guarded place in Shindan Peak except for the warehouse. In addition to the disciples guarding around, the entire pavilion has been set up by the clan's strongest people to set up a ban, and someone who forcibly breaks into it will immediately be discovered. Enter the inside of the Wandan Pavilion. One could only see that the entire interior of the attic had been hollowed out, and there were dense shelves all around, with countless books related to alchemy placed on each shelf. A cursory look at the things inside is roughly divided into 3 categories. One category is alchemy techniques. These Qin Feng is not interested in. The other 2 major categories are the Dan formulas commonly used by cultivators and some strange elixirs. After his divine sense swept through the entire interior of the 10,000 Dan pavilion to make sure that there was no second person present, Qin Feng began to take a quick tour through the many shelves. Eternal life pill? When he was about to enter the area of Qi Min pills, Qin Feng saw a book on an inconspicuous shelf. The rest of the Dan formulas were just a page of yellow paper. Only the Dan formula for the longevity Dan was written in a book, as thick as a thumb, and the cover on the surface of the book was full of creases. Obviously it had been flipped through often. Curious, Qin Feng picked up the book on the eternal life pill and glanced at it. Origin of the Dan formula. Its function. Ingredients. Refining. At first, everything was normal, but when he saw the refined longevity pill, Qin Feng's brows furrowed and he immediately put it back on the shelf. During the refining process of the longevity pill, it is surprisingly necessary to use the cultivator's essence blood to water the furnace, and to use the soul to nourish the pill. This is a evil art. The longevity grass was a unique medicinal herb of the longevity sword sect, and with the 3 words longevity pill, there was no need to guess that it was something from the longevity sword sect. Combined with what Tiezhu's letter said, the clan's supreme elder snatched the Ghost King clan Ghost Witch Saint Girl. If they were righteous monks, wouldn't they use these things? Even Qin Feng began to doubt whether the handyman disciples sent out that night had actually gone to war with the Ghost King sect. Qin Feng's face tightened as he reached out again to restore the position of the books to exactly the same as before he headed towards the area of Qi Men's elixirs. Most of the elixirs in the Qi Men elixir area were used by evil cultivators. Acacia, blood storming pill, soul enchanting pill. Although these things were evil, they were still much worse than the mischief of the longevity pill, and could be said to be completely different. After wandering around for half a day and still finding nothing, Qin Feng was ready to walk to the door and shout at the 5th senior sister to open the door when he realized that at the bottom of the container at the edge there was a dark red Dan formula with the words Rakshasa Dan. Finally, Qin Feng's eyes showed excitement. The Rakshasa Dan's formula was placed in the most inconspicuous corner, and even had a thin layer of gray on it. In order to not let anyone realize that this Dan formula had been touched, Qin Feng directly lay down on the ground to watch it. The Rakshasa pill was a human-ranked elixir. Only for Qin Feng's brows to knit together again when he saw the recipe. The main raw materials for refining the Rakshasa Dan were not herbs, but rather the 3 Qi of Fury, Yin, and Miasma, with some cold herbs attached. After taking the Rakshasa Dan, it could enhance the body to harbor the fury in killing Qi, but the side effect was that it would make people depressed until they were as cold as ice. How come the recipes for all these pills are so evil? Qin Feng sighed and firmly memorized the Rakshasa Dan's formula in his mind before walking to the entrance of the Wandan Pavilion and sitting down. Now Qin Feng probably guessed to know why the sister did not say Rakshasa Dan. It is estimated that she does not want to let herself worry. Or, she also hates her current state of life? Qin Feng secretly decided in his heart that he would try to help his sister refine some Rakshasa Dan in a few days. It just so happened that it was already almost time for the appointment with Tiezhu. The golden state is now changing into a human purgatory. The break gasoline gas is bound to be the most. Miasma, this thing in the mountains, can be encountered from time to time. Raw materials is not a problem at all. Thinking about this, Qin Feng couldn't help but have a smile on his face. As long as there are enough materials, the most that can be done is to blow up some alchemy furnaces. After leaving the 10,000 Dan Pavilion, Qin Feng drove his wood spirit boat straight towards Wolverine Mountain. Darkness. Qin Feng stood on the wood spirit boat, feeling the gusty wind blowing against his face, but his heart was as calm as water. To cultivate immortality is to cultivate longevity. It didn't matter whether the everlasting sword sect was righteous or wicked, one was just relying on it for the time being. Although he was favored by the clan, he was working as a handyman and refining pills, so he didn't owe anyone. On the verge of arriving at Crouching Bull Mountain, Shinfeng suddenly noticed that there were people fighting on a mountain 20 miles away. All kinds of light flashed and it looked like the fight was intense. Not one to watch the action or be a yellow bird, Shinfeng flew straight toward the mountain in his wood spirit boat. Right at this moment, a fiery red glow suddenly erupted from the place where the fight was taking place. Advanced Fire Snake Talisman? Shinfeng squinted his eyes and looked at Ding Shuli's cave, and finally decided to go over and take a look. The wood spirit boat's flight speed was not fast, but 20 miles was only a few breaths. Upon arrival at the scene, they only saw 4 cultivators in the late stage of chi refinement manipulating flying swords to attack Ding Shuli, and a young man in white clothes with a better face was sitting on the rock at the back. The spiritual power fluctuations emanating from the man were much stronger than the chi refining stage, and he looked like a foundation establishment stage cultivator. The surrounding area was filled with poisonous smoke, and several loose cultivators were stuffing antidote pills into their mouths as they fought. Looks like a draw, but there is definitely still an advantage to having more people over time. Seeing someone driving a flying boat over to watch the show, the white-clothed man sitting on the rock immediately stood up and said to Qin Feng as he arched his hand in greeting, "I am Feng Ping, a disciple of the Extreme Bliss sect. Today I was momentarily careless and was robbed by this woman of the Foundation establishment pill in her hand, so please don't intervene, fellow Daoist." Chapter 44, Breaking Through Foundation Establishment. Disciple of the Ultimate Bliss sect? A moment of inattention to be robbed of a potion? If it is said that Ding Shuli stole the herbs planted in the ground by someone's family, he would believe it, but to say that he robbed the Foundation establishment pill, why would he rob this thing when he has already established his foundation? It's clearly an excuse for robbing people's women, not to mention robbing your own woman. Qin Feng did not move to land the wood spirit boat on the ground before smilingly returning Feng Ping's bow with a smile. "I'm really sorry, I'm actually her man. How do you think this should be resolved?" When Ding Shuli, who was in the middle of the fight, heard these words, his movements stopped for a moment, and the purple flying sword in his hand suddenly chopped even more fiercely, and it was like a breakthrough directly beating those 4 chi refining stage cultivators into a state of retreat. Feng Ping himself was gentle and elegant, but at this moment, he was so angry that his face turned black. His eyes looked coldly with hostility, as if he was calculating how to get Qin Feng killed. After a few moments of contemplation he asked with a sneer, "So what do you want to do about it?" Qin Feng was about to speak, but he suddenly stared behind him and shouted, "Senior sister, get him while you can." Feng Ping stood motionless, apparently using his divine sense to probe the situation behind him, and said disdainfully, "Is that all you've got?" The sneak attack didn't work, so Qin Feng simply stopped pretending. Straight away, he took out a bunch of golden-colored things from his storage ring. Feng Ping squinted his eyes for half a day, but the other party had too many things in their hands, at least 50 sheets. Stacked together it was impossible to see what they were. Come, now I'll let you see my greatest dependence in traveling the world." Qin Feng drew out a fire serpent talisman and injected spiritual energy to catalyze it. Shasta! A tiny fire snake appeared above the palm of his hand. The moment he saw the fire snake, Feng Ping's face changed drastically, and immediately took out a small dark black wooden sign to stop in front of his body, followed by a talisman. The fire snake talisman wasn't that scary. What was scary was a bunch of fire snake talismans. The black wooden plaque instantly expanded several times after being catalyzed by spiritual energy, directly blocking him behind. After that talisman was inspired, it immediately transformed into a golden bell that covered Feng Ping inside. Golden Bell Talisman. A defensive talisman similar to the Golden Bell Talisman Treasure. Only the strength was far worse than the talisman treasure and could only be used once. Feng Ping was extremely fast, and only in the blink of an eye, he had set up his means of defense, and that was when the fire snake arrived as well. Boom! The moment the fire snake touched the black wooden sign, it exploded, directly blowing out a few cracks on the outside of the wooden sign, and the whole body was burned somewhat charred. Even if it didn't break, it was also ruined. "You're a casual cultivator. How could you possibly have a high-level fire snake talisman?" Seeing that his magic weapon had been directly blasted into oblivion, Feng Ping's eyes immediately revealed an expression of fear. Although the district's one magic weapon was irrelevant, there was still a bunch of them in their hands. "How come I can't have a high-level fire snake talisman? It's hilarious." Qin Feng sullenly activated 2 fire snake talismans again to charge towards the other party. Damn it! At this time, Feng Ping was sweating anxiously and immediately took out another round shield to block in front of his body. There are quite a lot of magic weapons. Seeing that the other party seemed to have a lot of magic weapons, Feng simply didn't bother wasting time with him and directly activated 10 fire snake talismans in one breath. Seeing so many fire snakes rushing over, Feng Ping's eyes went straight and he turned around to run, but he was blocked by the oncoming purple flying swords. Boom boom boom. In an instant, Feng Ping was completely engulfed by the fire snake, directly leaving his corpse without bones. The few Qi refining stage cultivators who were fighting with Ding Shuli had their faces changed drastically when they saw this scene and turned around to flee. Feng directly threw out 4 more fire snake talismans, sending them underground to reunite with Feng Ping. The top of the mountain was completely quiet. Ding Shuli looked at Feng expressionlessly for a long time before saying, "Thank you." Feng did not say anything, directly took out the wooden spirit boat and began to rush back. It was late at night. You can clearly see the 10 acres of medicinal fields on Wolverine Mountain. The field is weed-free, and countless bright green shoots have already drilled out of the soil and are radiating vitality. A thin layer of mist permeated the elixir seedlings, and just taking a breath made one feel refreshed. Elixirs really do improve the environment. We'll get some spirit trees to plant when we have time. As an immortal cultivator with excellent land planting genes, how could a mountain not be filled with spiritual plants? Enter the cave. Feng stuffed 2 spirit renewal pills into his mouth before sitting down in the middle of the fivefold spirit gathering formation. After this period of time, Feng felt that his bottleneck had loosened, and there was a probability that he would break through to Foundation establishment before going to Qinghe Square. The spiritual qi of Wolio Mountain was much denser than that of the outside world, and coupled with the fivefold spirit gathering formation, the spiritual energy in Feng's body was rapidly increasing, and his realm was rising by leaps and bounds. 2 days later, Feng's realm had successfully reached the 9th level of the Qi refining stage Great Perfection realm. Immortal cultivators will be blocked by qualifications, bottlenecks, and heavenly bindings, various factors, and it is possible to make no progress for many years even in the great round of the refining period. However, Feng cultivated the 5 Emperor Qi drawing skill. After cultivating the 5 Emperors Qi drawing skill to reach the perfection realm, one would only need to dissipate their power once and then recultivate, and they would be able to regain their realm in a very short period of time, ignoring any bottlenecks or minor realms, silent for half a year. Finally waiting for this day, disperse the power. Inside the fivefold spirit gathering formation, Feng sat cross-legged, the spiritual energy on his body rapidly radiating like water vapor. In just a few moments, he fell from the Qi refining stage Great Perfection realm to the 1st level of Qi refining, until he became immortal with no cultivation. Feng was still sitting in the middle of the spirit gathering formation, his body filled with a mysterious aura. As the 5 Emperors Qi drawing skill reoperated, the spiritual Qi that hadn't dispersed within the cave was instantly sucked back in, and countless spiritual energy seemed to be subjected to an inexplicable suction as it flew closer towards the direction of the cave. The 1st level of Qi refining, the 2nd level of Qi refining, the 3rd level of Qi refining. Feng's realm began to climb upwards, and in less than an incense stick of time, he directly reached the 4th level of the Qi refining stage realm. After dispersing and recultivating, the spiritual energy within the sea of Qi became denser and thicker, and was almost on the verge of reaching the level that only Foundation establishment stage cultivators had. The 8th level of Qi refining. The 5 attributes of spiritual energy within Feng's Qi Sea had become extremely dense, from the previous state of mist to a state of dense reach. 9th level of Qi refining. The spiritual energy of the 5 attributes began to repel each other, seemingly dividing the ground in preparation for the aura to be liquefied. Feeling the surging incomparable spiritual power in his body, Feng was so excited in his heart that he directly gritted his teeth and stuffed 2 more renewal pills into his mouth to accelerate. Noon. A layer of black clouds suddenly drifted over Wolio Mountain, and the sky was instantly overcast. Sensing the abnormal weather, Ding Shuli immediately stepped out of the cave to check. When she noticed that countless heaven and earth spiritual energy was rapidly converging towards Crouching Bull Mountain, a shocked expression instantly appeared in her eyes. What is this guy doing and how did he cause anomalies in heaven and earth? It couldn't be breaking through to Foundation establishment, could it? But soon she dismissed the idea. Qi refining stage cultivators breaking through Foundation establishment did not cause a vision. Even the existence of a demonic talent only had a chance of attracting heaven and earth visions when breaking through Jiedan. Rumble. Black clouds surged in the void. Countless electric lights flickered in the clouds, and in no time at all, it clattered with torrential rain. There was very little rain in the surrounding area, with only Wolverine Hill being blanketed in torrential rain. What kind of vision is this? Ding Shuli frowned and reached out to catch a drop of rainwater in his palm to observe it. I only saw that the rainwater was crystal clear and emitted a faint sweet smell, and it was only for a moment that it emanated, leaving only shallow traces of water in the palm of my hand. Surprisingly, it's spirit rain. How is this possible? Seeing that Crouching Bull Mountain was covered in spiritual rain, Ding Shuli's eyes immediately revealed a look of envy. Chapter 45, The Secret of Not Being Able to Synthesize Feats. The rainstorm came and went quickly, and it stopped in less than an incense stick of time. Inside the cave, Qin Feng was radiating surging spiritual energy fluctuations, and his body had a more subtle aura than before. Obviously reaching the foundation establishment stage realm, there was an additional clear and rich spring in the sea of qi, containing extremely pure spiritual energy. In addition, the divine sense was also more specific. Even without opening his eyes, he could clearly see things within 3 feet of him. Is this what it feels like to be in the foundation stage? Qin Feng opened his eyes and felt the changes after the breakthrough and was excited inside. Step out of the cave. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, and the entire Wolio mountain was wrapped in rich spiritual qi, and the medicinal herbs in the medicine field were struggling to absorb the spiritual qi. The faster-growing herbs were already 2 inches tall and green by now, and even the weeds on the ground had grown to half a man's height in a very short period of time. The 5 Emperors Qi drawing technique is worthy of being an Earth rank extreme grade technique. It actually attracted spirit rain at the time of the breakthrough. Feeling the change in the environment, Qin Feng was slightly shocked in his heart, but in his heart, he was also clear that all these auras were induced by the breakthrough to foundation establishment, and would eventually dissipate. This immortal master has already broken through foundation establishment. How can the cave be so shabby? Feeling the majestic spiritual energy in his body, Qin Feng was full of energy and already dared to call himself an immortal master. Leave the hill. Seeing Ding Shuli standing not far away watching the Wolverine Mountain, Qin Feng ignored her and directly took out his wood spirit boat and flew in the direction of Iron Mountain Place. There were still 31 wood spirit boats left in the storage ring, so Qin Feng planned to go to the Iron Mountain workshop this time to buy a little more and do his best to build himself some equipment. For example, if you want to make a flying spell, you have to do it to the extreme. Another example is the Fire Serpent Talisman, which is to be synthesized and combined until it is able to threaten the great powers on all sides. In addition, cultivation techniques, formations, magic weapons and magic treasures, all have to keep up with the grade. An hour later, Qin Feng appeared in the Iron Mountain Market wearing his synthesized Earth rank upper grade black robe. Everyone else's magic weapon had a name, so Qin Feng simply gave his black robe a name as well, Shadowed Sky Robe. This time, Qin Feng did not go to the Qi Yuan Pavilion and went directly to the Tongxian Hall, which did the most business in Iron Mountain Feng. Entering inside, a cacophony of sounds immediately hit him. The entire Tongxian Hall covered a large area, with all sorts of items placed in separate areas, like the warehouse of some large sect was huge. This immortal master, are you selling or buying something? Qin Feng waited in place for a long time before a boy was free to come over to receive him. After reaching the cultivation level of foundation establishment, being able to utilize extruded spiritual power to control the emission of different sounds, Qin Feng pondered for a moment before directly choosing Wang Tang's voice. I want to buy something. After saying that, Qin Feng directly handed out the list that had already been written in his hand, which read 96 yellow order lower grade wood spirit boats and 128 sets of primary spirit gathering array. Seeing the content on the list, the boy instantly realized that it was a certain big clan's person coming to purchase supplies. And the smile on his face instantly intensified quite a bit as he respectfully said, Sir Immortal Master, you come with me. After saying that, he guided Qin Feng into a box, and there were 5 or 6 such boxes in the Tongxian Palace. Inside sat a woman in a long red dress, and when she saw the contents of the list, a slight smile appeared on her face as she said, there are more of these things, but we only need an hour to prepare them all. If you have no problem with it, I'll ask someone to prepare the goods. How many spirit stones do these things require? About 2,800,000 spirit stones. Qin Feng nodded and paid 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones as a deposit before he directly left the Tongxian Hall. Spirit stones can be spent damn fast. 3 million spirit stones were almost spent in this instant, but getting money was easy for Qin Feng. Rent a room in the inn next to the street, and then swept a few stalls on the spirit fruit, and all bought the same species. 16 ordinary fruits could be synthesized into 100-year spirit fruit, and the entire stock of several ground stalls added up to more than 100. After returning to the inn, Qin Feng directly began batch synthesizing. 10-year spirit fruit, 100-year spirit fruit, fire spirit fruit, 10-year fire spirit fruit. It wasn't until the synthesis reached the 1,000-year fire spirit fruit that Qin Feng stopped. 1,000-year fire spirit fruit, after taking it, you can enhance your realm, improve your foundation, and have a chance of realizing the fire spirit Taoist body. It has been synthesized to the limit and may not be synthesized again. The gaze towards the fire spirit fruit had a few more lines of small print, suggesting that it could no longer be synthesized. I thought I could synthesize infinitely. Qin Feng sighed. He had planned to make 2 10,000-year-old fire spirit fruits to earn a fortune, but he didn't expect to have reached the extreme after synthesizing it into a 1 000-year-old spirit fruit. However, Qin Feng also had some suspicions that it was because the roots of these spirit fruits were too low. If they were synthesized directly with fire spirit fruits, perhaps they could reach a higher level. A total of 5 red, crystalline, fist-sized fruits lay on the table. These fruits were glowing red all over, and it seemed like there was magma slowly flowing inside. But they smelled like a refreshingly sweet flavor. 100 years of fire spirit fruit can be sold for 300,000 spirit stones. 1,000 years of fire spirit fruit can not just be 10 times as simple. Something that had a chance of comprehending the fire spirit Dao body had a fatal attraction even for some yuaning old monsters. This stuff is pretty good. Take it and sell it first and I'll make some more. He directly loaded the 5 spirit fruits into his storage ring, and then slowly walked towards the Tongxian Hall. After this flurry of activity almost exactly 1 hour. Once again, when he came to the Hall of Tongxian, there was already a boy waiting at the door to receive him, and when he saw Qin Feng coming over, the boy immediately introduced him into the box. Inside was still the red-skirted woman with a nonchalant smile on her face, while in her hand was a dark red storage bag. She waited until Qin Feng approached before she pushed the storage bag from the table to Qin Feng and said indifferently, "Fellow Daoist, you have everything you want. If you think there's nothing wrong you can check out." Took the storage bag with a sweep of divine sense. Inside neatly placed wooden spirit boat and primary gathering array. The number is only too much. Obviously gifted sum. Qin Feng didn't rush to settle the bill and asked again, "You guys can settle the bill with treasures here, right?" "Could be. Well, let's see how much this is worth." A fist-sized, translucent red fruit exuding a refreshingly sweet aroma instantly appeared in Qin Feng's hands before being placed on the table. The moment she saw this spirit fruit, the woman's eyes instantly revealed an expression of surprise as she uncertainly asked Qin Feng, "1,000-year fire spirit fruit? Aha!" A flush appeared on the woman's face as she carefully held it in the palm of her hand to scrutinize it, and took out a tool to test her spiritual power. After determining that it was the real thing, her eyes were excited, and her face showed a touch of foxy aura smilingly as she said, "Lord Immortal Master, if you want to settle your bill with this fire spirit fruit, our Tongxian Palace will make up at least another 8,000 medium-grade spirit stones for you." The conversion was equivalent to selling this spirit fruit for 11 million lower-grade spirit stones, which was already a very good price. After sensing the other party's sincerity, Qin Feng said indifferently, "There's no rush. I still have to buy some things. What would your lordship like to buy? Our Tongxian Hall happens to have a few earth-ranked magic weapons right now, so if you're interested I'll immediately have someone send them over for you to take a look." The woman's attitude had changed from one to the next after seeing the man's wealth. Qin Feng asked indifferently, "Is there a cultivation technique?" The Gongfu is also available, but the highest level Gongfu is only the primary level of the earth rank. The other party wanted to introduce other feats, but was interrupted by Qin Feng waving his hand. "I want a larger quantity, preferably one that can cultivate to the yuaning stage or higher. The more the better." The woman asked with a puzzled face, "Does your honor want a large number of cultivation techniques or a large number of the same cultivation techniques?" "Same." Hearing this, the woman was even more certain that the person in front of her was the head of some big sect or some upstart sect, and she hurriedly said, "I also ask your honor to come with me to the storehouse to make a selection, so that the quantity and type can be seen clearly." Entering the treasury of the Hall of Tongxian, Qin Feng instantly understood why the feats he had copied could not be synthesized. It was because the books and scrolls of feats here carried a faint arcane aura on them, as if the creator of the feats had left his will on these items. The stronger the divine sense, the clearer it could be sensed. Smoke and rain building. Congratulations. Thank you. Love to eat big meat dumplings. Yen blue sky many times to remind the text of the error. Thank the collapse of the snake mice rewarded the catalyst for the mouse. Tomorrow for the mouse and many rewarded the book friends plus more. Chapter 46 Bulk purchase of supplies. In the Tongxian Hall's library of feats, most of the techniques can only be practiced at one stage, such as from foundation building to yuaniying stage, or from jiadan to transformation of god stage, and the higher the stage of cultivation the more expensive the price will be. The two people in the many gongfa know how when the selection of half a day did not find as suitable. The woman seems to guess that Qin Feng opened his mouth and said, "Immortal Master, don't put the quantity first. If you have your eyes on any feats, my Tongxian Hall can help you replicate the feats. The quantity is not a problem." Copying and reproducing cultivation techniques required strong divine sense and intent, and it took at least a jiadan stage cultivator to do so. As the saying goes, a true word is a falsehood. If the divine sense and intent were not strong enough, they could not reproduce the meaning in the gongfu, and the person learning the gongfu could not comprehend the meaning from it. Since the Tongxian Hall was able to help with the copying of the gongfu, things would be much easier. Qin Feng directly chose the yellow rank intermediate level technique that he had been eyeing since he first came in, titled 9 Heavy Heavenly Dipper Strength. This set of techniques could be cultivated from the foundation establishment stage to the transformation spirit stage, and it was paired with a set of powerful heavenly dipper sword formation cultivation methods. Lord Immortal Master has a good eye. This 9 heavy heavenly dipper strength is one of the most powerful of the yellow ranked feats, and a volume of it only costs 100,000 spirit stones. The woman smilingly picked up the 9 heavens big dipper strength and handed it to Qin Feng for inspection, while at the same time asking tentatively, "How many books does Lord Immortal Master intend to copy?" "Right now I happen to have 2 elders free in the Hall of Tanxian. 128 books. Try to get them to me in 5 hours. Upon hearing this amount, the woman's face immediately showed an embarrassed expression. If it is an unusual magic weapon treasure, can still find a place to mobilize? But copying the gongfa, this kind of thing at least to the late Jiedan cultivator can be completed. To ask for so many feats in a short period of time, even if one were to tire out Elder Liang Ming of the Tanxian Hall, it wouldn't be enough. Each technique could be sold for 100,000 spirit stones, adding up to tens of millions. She was not willing to miss out on such a great deal and immediately bowed to Qin Feng and asked for instructions. "Lord Immortal Master, could you let my daughter go and confer with the Grand Elder?" "Go on." Qin Feng returned to the previous private room and took out paper and pen from his storage bag to start adding what he was still missing. In addition to formations and various talismans for daily consumption, the aura of Wolio Mountain is not very rich now, so Qin Feng feels that he must at least get some spirit trees to improve the environment. As for the spirit springs, this kind of thing is only born where the aura of heaven and earth converge. Only great powers can have the means to carry it, and it can't be thought of now. In addition to the spirit tree, Qin Feng also wrote spirit plant liquid on the list. There were so many medicinal herbs planted on the mountain. If they were left to grow naturally, I don't know when they would have to wait. Using spiritual plant liquid to catalyze their growth was undoubtedly the best way. A few moments later, a middle-aged bald man wearing a golden robe fitted with a mouthful of gold teeth followed behind the woman in red and walked into the private room where Qin Feng was. The woman introduced, "This is our Tanxian Palace's Grand Elder, the Golden Toad Realist." Qin Feng nodded his head and just gave a faint glance at the Golden Toad Realist without any action. The other party was at most a late-stage Jiedan cultivator, so he didn't want to see through the sky-shading robe he was wearing, and there was absolutely no need to talk to him much. Sometimes the more you say, the more you reveal the cracks. Seeing that the other party was ignoring him, the Golden Toad Realist tentatively peered at the black robe on Qin Feng's body. When he found that he could not see through, he immediately realized that the person in front of him was not simple, and immediately bowed his hand and said with a humble attitude, "I've heard that you need a large amount of merit laws, and although my Tanxian Hall can copy merit laws, I really can't copy out that large a share in a short period of time. If you are willing to wait a few days, I will give you the price of 90,000 spirit stones a book. How about it?" 10,000 less spirit stones per technique was equivalent to a direct shortfall of 1,280,000. Qin Feng shook his head, still using Wang Tang's voice, and said, "At a price of $1,100,000 per feet, I want it by tomorrow morning at the most." The Golden Toad Realist only felt a rush of heat all over his body at this moment, and his forehead couldn't help but start sweating. He was much simpler to cut the price, and it was the first time he had ever seen someone who offered to raise the price. This business he also really want to do, but in such a short period of time want to copy more than 100 books of gongfa. Alone Tanxian Hall of people is absolutely not enough. Have to do if you can only call the outside to help. Then your excellency will come tomorrow to pick up the goods. Golden Cicada gritted his teeth and agreed. Although there are not many Jiedan stage cultivators within a few hundred miles, as long as they are willing to spend spirit stones there will be people who are willing. Also I need something else on this. How much do you have in the store? Qin Feng pushed the list in his hand to the Golden Toad Realist, only to see that it read, a large amount of spiritual plant liquid, a large amount of spiritual trees, a large amount of mountain protection formations, a large amount of attack talismans and defense talismans. The Golden Toad Realist looked towards the red-clothed woman behind him with a face full of doubts, and then cautiously opened his mouth to Qin Feng and asked, "Fellow Daoist, how large is this large amount?" Qin Feng didn't answer, but first inquired about the prices of various items. The price of an ordinary spirit tree was roughly 300,000 spirit stones. The most common and satisfying number of Qin Feng's mountain protection formations were roughly 50,000 spirit stones a set. The most common spirit plant liquid was 5,000 spirit stones a barrel. As for talismans and other things, they were quite a bit cheaper compared to each other. Qin Feng bought another 16 spirit trees, 100 buckets of spirit plant liquid, 128 sets of mountain protection formations, and a number of other various talismans. Inside the box at this time, the Golden Toad Realist and the red-clothed female cultivator who had initially received Qin Feng were already flushed with excitement. Selling so many high-priced items could already be comparable to the previous year's profit of the Iron Mountain Place Tongxian Hall. Fellow Daoist, don't worry. Tongxian Hall, will definitely prepare the goods required by fellow Daoist early tomorrow morning. The golden-toed realist immediately glared at the female cultivator behind her, then immediately turned around and went to start preparing things. Lord Immortal Master, we have superior guest rooms here. If your old man doesn't mind, my slave can accompany you to rest your feet. The woman in red twisted her body and walked to the front. Her chest sash unconsciously slipped down a lot, exuding a fascinating aroma, obviously using some kind of seduction method. In terms of stature and posture, she was much worse than Ding Shuli, and most importantly, it was Qin Feng's first time dealing with the Hall of Tongxian. So what if, in the middle of the errand, someone rushed in and shouted that this woman was his Taoist partner? Seeing that the woman was getting closer and closer, Qin Feng immediately drank in a cold voice. You're looking for death. My lord, forgive me. My slave just wanted to accompany your lord so that your old man can come often in the future. Qin Feng stood up and asked indifferently, does your Tongxian Hall sell Rakshasa Dan? Rakshasa Dan? The woman's eyes, when revealed a touch of surprise, immediately said, Rakshasa Dan is there, but some days ago was bought away. Now there are less than 20 left. All are 2 lines of pills. I'll take them all. The Rakshasa Dan was a human rank elixir, and although very few immortal cultivators used it, the price was as high as 3,000 spirit stones apiece. After packing the 17 Rakshasa Dan into his storage ring, Qin Feng left the Tongxian Hall and returned to the inn. By now it was afternoon. Qin Feng planned to synthesize all the Rakshasa dawn before making a trip to the Smoke and Rain building. After showing his wealth in the Tongxian Hall today, he would need a strong person to help him block people when he left the Iron Mountain Place tomorrow. Chapter 47, Synthesizing the Extreme Rakshasa Pill. Back to the inn. Qin Feng cast a restriction in the room and then took out all of the Rakshasa dawn and placed them in the palm of his hand to observe them. There was no longer a distinction between upper, middle and lower grades of human-grade pills, and only the Dan lines could be used to determine whether the quality was good or bad. From 1 to 9, with pills with 9 Dan lines being the very best. When holding the Rakshasa Dan in his hand and observing it, a line of small letters immediately appeared in his sight, detailing the effects of the pill. 2 lines of Rakshasa Dan, after taking it to enhance the body. Enhance the power, killing, with a small amount of toxin to affect the nature of the heart, until madness, can be synthesized. 6 lines of Rakshasa Dan. Currently, Qin Feng only had 17 2-stripe quality Rakshasa Dan in his hand, and after 3 rounds of synthesizing he obtained 2 extremely high quality Rakshasa Dan. Extreme Rakshasa Dan, non-toxic, no side effects, can greatly enhance the physical quality and power, can be synthesized. Rakshasa Divine Elixir, pills at the moment such as the size of a thumb. The body red, the surface with 10 quite subtle Dan lines pleasing to the eye. The extreme Rakshasa Dan does not have any toxins and does not affect the mind. The text shows that you can also synthesize the Rakshasa Divine Elixir, which by its name alone is even more powerful. However, Qin Feng was a bit hesitant. Sister's strength is not very strong now. Rashly taking too high level of elixir may be the opposite of things. It is better to give her 2 extreme rosary elixirs first. Loading the 2 pills into his storage ring, Qin Feng directly left the inn to rush to the Smoke and Rain building. In the evening, the sky suddenly rained heavily. Pedestrians on the street were in a hurry, looking for shelter from the rain. Some people took out their umbrellas to walk in the rain, and there were also high-ranking cultivators who chose to release their spiritual power to isolate the rain outside of their bodies by 3 feet. Qin Feng quickly weaved through the rain without using a luo umbrella or spiritual energy outward, because his sky-shielding robe could avoid water. In the smoky mansion, in a practicing room made of Xian iron, 18 lifelike wooden statues were erected. Qin Yu was wearing a black practicing uniform, standing in the middle of the many wooden sculptures with her eyes closed, her left hand holding the scabbard of her sword and her right hand resting on top of the hilt. Next, your opponent is a martial arts expert in the Qi refining stage great perfection realm. Li Qingqing stood in the corner of the practice room and reached out to strike 18 strands of purple gas into the wooden statues, and those wooden statues instantly opened their eyes glowing with purple light rushing towards Qin Yu. Qin Yu still had her eyes closed tightly. Only her right hand drew her sword in a swift manner. Madaka! Sharp blade sheathed, the waist twisted around in place, accompanied by the continuous stabbing out of the arm. 18 points of cold-ons instantly and precisely hit the wooden people's eyebrows, directly stabbing out a small hole in the location of their heads. Clang! The return of the sword to its sheath was smooth and fluid, as if it had been practiced thousands of times. It was not until then that Qin Yu opened her eyes, and there was a purple light in her eyes that was slowly dissipating. Well, Qin Yu's body exuded an extremely cold aura, so much so that her face had little expression. My daughter is great. It's raining outside. Let's take a break. Li Qingqing squeezed out a smile on her face, wrapped her arms around Qinyu and walked out of the practice room to the window in the third-floor hall. Mother and daughter stood in front of the window, looking at the street pedestrians rush, but away from the Qingqing feel pain in the heart like a needle. Qinyu did not have any emotional fluctuations on her body until she saw the figure rushing through the rain on the street, and only then did her eyes flash with a strange ripple. What's wrong? Li Qingqing curiously looked towards the figure. Although the other party was in the rain, the robe seemed to be able to waterproof, and he himself couldn't even see through the prohibition on the other party's black robe. Da-da-da-da. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. The figure walked quickly to the entrance of the smoke and rain building, and it was only a moment before a maid came up the stairs to inform them. Master, Miss, someone is asking for an audience. Let him up. Qinyu was the first to speak, while Li Qingqing froze for a moment. At this time, the coldness of her body had long since dispersed, and her breath was as gentle as water, compared to when she was in Xinghafang in general. Da-da-da-da. What footsteps sounded as Qin Feng walked up the stairs and immediately uncovered the hood of his black robe when he saw Qinyu and Li Qingqing. Next to the practicing room, there was still a strong chill and murderous aura remaining inside, in addition to the horizontal and vertical sculptures of wooden people. Sis. Qin Feng took it all in and bowed to Li Qingqing again. Qin Feng has met Auntie. Li Qingqing wore a sad face and waved her hand at Qin Feng before she turned to look out of the window, leaving space for the two siblings to talk. What brings you here, brother? Qinyu quickly stepped forward and took another disgusted look at the rainwater on the other party before finding a towel to wipe it off. Sis, I'm here to see Auntie, and I have a little gift for you on the way. Qin Feng shoved a small jade bottle into Qinyu's hand and waited until she wiped the rainwater clean before walking to the window and saying to Li Qingqing, Auntie, how many spirit stones does it take for your old man to make one strike in the smoke and rain building? You brat, I asked to follow Xiaoyu to call me, and you're still not happy about it. If you want me to make a move, you have to take at least 1,000 spirit stones now. Qin Feng didn't like to owe favors, and when he heard this he was immediately delighted in his heart and immediately asked, medium-grade spirit stones? Inferior spirit stones. What's the difference between this and not receiving spirit stones? But it doesn't matter if you owe a favor. The other party is your sister's real mother. Just return the favor when you have the chance. Qin Feng's requirements were not high when he left Iron Mountain Place tomorrow, as long as Li Qingqing guaranteed that he hadn't been marked on his body and that no one would follow him for an hour. It would be fine. After a few brief chats, Qin Feng sat down to chat with his sister again and didn't leave the smoke and rain building until it was dark, returning to the inn to rest. In the smoky mansion, Qinyu cupped the small jade vial in her hand and scrutinized it carefully, a happy expression in her eyes. Li Qingqing sat next to her and said with a smile on her face, there should be something good in this bottle. Take it out and take a look. He wouldn't give it to me if it wasn't good. A rare expression of pride appeared on Qinyu's face before she opened the cork of the bottle and poured out the contents, only to see 2 pills with a reddish body and 10 subtle dandelions on the surface roll from the mouth of the bottle into the palm of his hand. The elixir exuded a faint fragrance, like a sugar bean. This seems to be Rakshasa Dan? The moment the Rakshasa Dan appeared, Qinyu was instantly worried. The 7 killing technique she was currently practicing was the Tao of killing, and the way it was practiced and used was no different from that of an evil cultivator. She was worried that Qin Feng would be cynical after cultivating immortality, and she was worried that Qin Feng would disown herself as her sister. When she saw the 10 stripes Rakshasa Dan, a shocked expression instantly appeared in Li Qingqing's eyes. Because the Rakshasa Dan was very special, she had crisscrossed the immortal cultivation world for decades and knew countless alchemy masters and patriarchs, and at the maximum, she could only concoct a 2-stripe Rakshasa Dan. But these 2 Rakshasa Dan given by Qin Feng were unexpectedly of extreme quality. Little Moon, this is the first time Mother has seen an extreme Rakshasa Dan. That little brother of yours is treating you well. An ambiguous smile appeared on Li Qingqing's face, and Qinyu's face immediately turned red. Day 2. Qin Feng instantly felt more than a dozen divine senses sweeping over him as he stepped out of the front door of the inn in his sky-shading robe. Although the divine sense of these people was a touch away, Qin Feng guessed that he was most likely being targeted. It is inevitable to encounter these things when venturing into the world of cultivation. Qin Feng was not the least bit panicked in his heart, and walked straight towards the direction of the Hall of Tongxian, completely disregarding how many people were following behind him. These people are going to die later anyway. Chapter 48 Immortal Grade Technique 5 Emperor's God Execution Technique. The Tongxian Hall did not have many guests at this time. When Qin Feng arrived, the woman in red was already waiting at the door, and when she saw Qin Feng come in, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Lord Immortal Master, you've finally arrived. You've waited so hard for your slave. Things are ready, right? Ready. An excited smile appeared on the woman's face and she immediately twisted her waist to lead Qin Feng towards the box. In the box, besides the golden-toed realist, There was also a white-haired old man in a Taoist robe. The two men immediately stood up and arched their hands in greeting when they saw Qin Feng enter. But Qin Feng was too lazy to bother with them and spoke directly. "Give me the stuff and you guys can figure out how many spirit stones in total." Seeing that Qin Feng was about to settle the bill so painfully, a smile appeared on Taoist Golden Toad's face as he reached out and pulled out a storage ring from his sleeve pocket and handed it over. "The items are all inside. Please take a look, fellow Taoist." As his divine sense swept through, he could instantly sense that this storage ring was at least of middle-grade Xian rank quality, containing space equivalent to a large family mansion. Inside were neatly arranged the formations, wooden spirit boats, and the Nine Heavens Big Dipper strength technique that Qin Feng needed. In addition to that, there were also 16 spirit trees, 100 buckets of spirit plant liquid, as well as 3 types of attack-type talismans and 2 types of defense-type talismans, with 400 talismans of each type. Seeing so many things, Qin Feng's heart was excited because there were enough things in this storage ring to support a small sect. After making sure that the items were fine, Qin Feng slipped the storage ring onto his finger before turning his gaze to the woman in red. The other party immediately had the sense to quote the price. "My lord, counting the deposit you gave before, all the things you bought add up to 16,350 medium-grade spirit stones. The 1,000-year-old fire spirit fruit you gave counts 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. You can just make up another 6,300 medium-grade spirit stones." Although the price was the same when switching from lower to middle-grade spirit stones, it always gave off a feeling of being more expensive. Qin Feng was silent for a moment before he opened his mouth and asked, "What if I take out another 1,000-year-old fire spirit fruit? And the 1,000-year-old fire fruit?" Not waiting for the woman to open her mouth, next to the Golden Toad, real person immediately came over. Grinning with a mouth full of big gold teeth full of fawning, said, "Don't worry, Lord Immortal Master. If you're willing to take another 1,000-year-old fire spirit fruit, we'll give you a calculation based on 6,000 spirit stones, and make up for your 4,000 medium-grade spirit stones." Qin Feng didn't hesitate and directly took another 1,000-year fire spirit fruit out of his storage ring. The Golden Toad realist and that white-haired Taoist's eyes were all looking straight, and they immediately let the woman in red go fetch the spirit stones. Waiting on the way, Qin Feng spent another 400,000 or so lower-grade spirit stones to purchase over 100 yellow-rank lower-grade flying swords. Get 6,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Qin Feng hung the storage bag on his waist within the black robe, then left the Tongxian Hall straight to another store selling cultivation items. "Fellow Taoist, what do you want?" Replacement storage ring. A few moments later, Qin Feng had a brand new Xian rank extreme grade storage ring and a Xian rank extreme grade Qiankuan bag in his hand. As for the ring and the Qiankuan bag containing spirit stones given by the Tongxian Hall, they were exchanged for spirit stones by him. This man is alert enough. The second floor of the Tongxian Temple. The Golden Toad realist and the white-haired Taoist sat opposite each other. A blue compass was placed in front of the two of them, and after seeing the compass pointer stand still, they knew that the storage ring and the Qiankuan bag had already been exchanged. A cold smile appeared on the white-haired Taoist's face as he said, "He's unwilling to reveal his true appearance. He definitely won't be a local powerhouse. I've already put the word out. No matter which power ends up winning, you and I will both get a piece of the pie." The Golden Toad Taoist said with a hint of melancholy and regret on his face. "If I wasn't worried that the other party is too strong, I couldn't help but want to do it myself. If he still has the third fire spirit fruit on him, I don't know how much of a shock it would cause in the cultivation world of Zhao." There were a total of 2 exits in Iron Mountain Place, and Qin Feng chose the direction that was out of his way. When he walked to the exit of the marketplace, he bumped into a black-clothed woman with a long sword at her waist. Who was this person if not Qinyu? She was teasing a small yellow dog with a dog's tail grass and seemed to have a feeling in her heart as she raised her head to look at Qin Feng, then turned her head to look at the bamboo forest next to her. The bamboo forest was clearly empty, but Qin Feng felt that a pair of eyes was looking at him. At this time, Li Qingqing's voice rang in his ears. "There are at least 20 people following behind. You didn't rob the Tongxian Temple, did you? Just hear the sound and not see the person is worthy of the Smoke and Rain House. Reliable." Qin Feng smiled awkwardly and opened a gap in his black robe to allow the other party's divine sense to check if he had been put under some sort of tracking mark. Just instantly Li Qingqing gave the answer. "No problem. Auntie's kindness is as deep as the sea. Qin Feng will never forget it for the rest of his life. Sis, I'll see you again in a while." After Qin Feng finished speaking, he directly drove the wood spirit boat to break through the air, while Qinyu carried the little yellow dog back to Iron Mountain Place. Soon there were more than a dozen more figures at the exit of the Iron Mountain Place writing flying spells up into the sky. It was just that they were attacked by a mysterious attack before they could completely fly, and their bodies exploded all over the place. Even the Jiedan stage cultivators were inevitable. In the blink of an eye there were more than a dozen bloody corpses on the ground, causing the cultivators following behind to stop in their tracks instantly. Xin Feng took a glance from afar to make sure that Li Qingqing had helped him clear those stray fish before he landed on the ground with peace of mind. After finding a hidden location to synthesize 2 wooden spirit boats, and injecting spiritual power into the sky shading robe, he urged the sky shading robe to change its style, before flying towards the direction of Crouching Bull Mountain. Back inside the Crouching Bull Mountain cave, Xin Feng took out all the 9 Heavenly Dipper strengths and started synthesizing them. 9 Heavy Big Dipper Strength, Yellow Ranked Middle Grade Technique. Fierce spiritual power is like a giant wave, 1 heavier than 1 strong. With the Big Dipper sword array, fire and water rooters cultivate the best. Can be synthesized, 9 Divine Paths Technique. Until now, Xin Feng had roughly grasped the rules of synthesizing abilities. Items such as medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits increase their year when synthesized, while items such as magic weapons and talismans enhance their quality. As for the cultivation technique synthesis, it perfects the technique while also improving the quality. After the first round of synthesis, all the feats were transformed into the 9 Heavy Divine Tao technique, followed by a second and third round. The names and qualities of the feats are changing rapidly: the 9-fold Divine Tao technique, the 5 elements Divine Tao technique, the 5 elements Tao Ancestor technique, until finally Xin Feng forgot how many times he had synthesized it, and more than 100 merit laws were synthesized into a golden scroll. The scroll was golden in color, with 5 colors of light flickering outside, and 5 small figures of different colors could be seen sitting in the light. 5 Emperor's Execution Technique, Immortal Level Technique with 5 attributes, can be cultivated from Foundation to Mahayana stage, comes with 1 set of execution formation for Immortal, Divine and Devil, not resynthesizable. As for the techniques behind the Mahayana stage, a more advanced synthesis is needed. After all, the potential of the 9 Heavy Heavenly Dipper is limited. Immortal rank techniques are truly extraordinary. Seeing the vision of the flowing light outside the 5 Emperor's God Execution Technique scroll, Xin Feng immediately became short of breath. Not to mention cultivation. Just by glancing at this vision one feels that one is already invincible, which shows the hegemony of the Gong method. Opening the scroll, there was a ray of golden light inside that instantly rushed out to drill into the center of his brow at an extremely fast speed. Xin Feng only felt his mind go numb as tens of thousands of small, densely packed golden characters instantly appeared in his mind, all of which were related to the 5 Emperor's God Execution Technique formation. Immediately after that, a small person with a multicolored blow appeared in his mind, sitting cross-legged, seemingly cultivating. Spiritual energy is absorbed, operates, and finally returns to the Sea of Qi, sometimes as fast as the fast wind, sometimes as a wild wolf. Xin Feng followed the colorful villain to synchronize his Gong methods, and a layer of colorful light gradually emerged on his body, until after completely mastering the invincible God Execution Technique, that little man has been consumed. Cultivators need to consolidate their realm after breaking through the realm, and before that, Xin Feng didn't have the Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivation Technique, so he hadn't consolidated it. After 3 hours of cultivation, the spiritual energy held within his body was already more than 20 times more powerful than when he had just broken through the Foundation Establishment. With just a thought, the 5 types of spiritual energy exploded like a shocking wave, instantly filling all the limbs and bones, sensitive and swift, yet fierce and overbearing. Whether you use a certain spiritual power singularly or in a mixture, it doesn't make the slightest difference. The synthesized 5 attribute feats were as if they were customized for Xin Feng. Sure is awesome. Just a slight feeling of the current state is already hot. Xin Feng felt that if he encountered another unusual cultivator like Zheng Shun and Ling Tian again, he would be able to split them alive with just his flying sword. For the next 2 days, Xin Feng was synthesizing formations, setting up formations, synthesizing talismans, flying swords, and flying boats. In the end, he obtained a heavenly ranked superb flying sword with a piercing moon and a 1,000-mile flying shuttle, as well as 2 heavenly ranked superb formations that could withstand a Mahayana stage cultivator, the 4-elephant Xuanwu formation and the heaven-shattering divine concealment formation. 2 sets of formations, one for offense and one for defense. After activation, Wolio Mountain was solid as gold. However, the spiritual energy required for the operation of a heavenly grade extreme formation was extremely terrifying, and the 4-elephant Xuanwu Grand Formation alone had consumed nearly 500 medium-grade spirit stones in half an incense burner's time. If 2 sets of running for a day is about 40,000 to 50,000, Xin Feng directly chose to use them as a backup formation. These life preservers can be used without, but not without. After doing so, Xin Feng experimentally took out 2 more identical alchemy furnaces. A moment later, Xin Feng was dumbfounded, because the alchemy furnace for some reason also showed that it could not be fused. But Xin Feng was already very contented, based on the things alone that could be synthesized now were enough to use themselves for a long time. Step out of the cave. It was the height of the sun outside, The spirit medicines in the medicinal field hadn't been moisturized by water for several days, and at this time, they were somewhat absent. Qin Feng took out 2 buckets of spiritual plant liquid and 8.5 foot tall spiritual tea trees from his storage ring. Cultivation of Immortals' 100 arts includes spiritual plants. Drilling spiritual plants and alchemy are just as learned. Only Qin Feng is too lazy to study. Directly by ready-made. Primary spiritual plant liquid, watering once a day will increase the plant's growth cycle by 5 days, more watering will kill it. Can be synthesized, intermediate spirit plant liquid. Notice, this book from today onwards to maintain a minimum of 10,000 daily updates. Now the first chapter. Later there are 2 chapters. All 3,000 words of the big chapter. From tomorrow onwards, every morning before 9 o'clock update. In addition to thank, user 30870730 sent the inspiration capsule. Chapter 49 An appointment at Kingafang. The wooden barrel containing the spirit plant liquid looks ordinary. In fact, it is also a special magic weapon very capable of loading. The only difference is that it can be loaded into the storage bag only. 100 barrels of spirit plant liquid. Qin Feng synthesized all of them. Intermediate spirit plant liquid. High-grade spirit plant liquid. Human rank lower grade. Human rank middle grade. After 4 rounds of synthesis, there are already only 6 barrels left. Human grade medium grade spiritual plant liquid. Watering once a day can increase the plant's growth cycle by 100 days. More watering is invalid. Synthesizable, human grade upper grade spirit plant liquid. There were already few people in this world who could produce human rank spiritual vegetation liquid, let alone human rank medium grade. 1 year of watering with this kind of spiritual plant liquid was equivalent to 100 years of natural plant growth. Qin Feng immediately got a little bit of spiritual plant liquid and came next to the medicinal field to test it. As the spiritual plant liquid dripped into the root position of the medicinal herb, the entire medicinal herb immediately began to grow at a speed that was visible to the naked eye, and at this speed it would grow to roughly 1 year and 3 days at most. The immortal cultivation world. It really is omnipotent. Qin Feng was excited in his heart, but the medicinal fields were all ordinary medicinal herbs planted for fun, and were not yet worthy of enjoying the spiritual plant liquid. Turning around and returning to the open space at the entrance of the cave, Qin Feng started synthesizing those 8 10-year portions of spiritual tea trees again. All 8 of them were synthesized, instantly obtaining a 10,000-year-old spiritual tea tree, which Qin Feng directly planted in the open space next to the cave. With the moment the spirit tree was planted down, a mist of spiritual qi instantly filled the entire Wolio mountain. In the medicinal herb field, countless medicinal herbs were wrapped in this mist, releasing aura along with it as they continued to thrive. At this point, the aura concentration of Wolio Mountain had reached as much as 3 times that of the outside world. Outside the mountain gate there are many mountain protection formations, and inside the gate there are spiritual medicine fields, spiritual trees and caves. Such a thriving scene made Qin Feng have the idea of truly settling down in this place for the first time. Qin Feng walked to the back of Crouching Bull Mountain and opened an opening in the misty trace formation, stopping the aura from leaking out while allowing people to pass through freely. The moment the mouth opened, a small black bird immediately flew in. It looked at the scene on Wolverine Mountain with a curious face before opening its mouth and spitting out a letter in Qin Feng's palm. This letter is from Tiezhu, asking him to meet him 2 days later at the back of Qinghafang. With a surprise, putting down the envelope, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a flash of anticipation. Although Tiezhu was an evil cultivator, this kid was definitely a genius within the evil cultivators. Killing, burning, looting and plundering is completely uneducated, and ruthlessness is not a problem. What can be said by him to be a surprise should not be bad. However, before leaving, just in case, Qin Feng immediately went to another trip to the Iron Mountain, placed Qi Yuan Pavilion and bought many misty trail formations back to upgrade the mountain gate formation. It wasn't until the level of the misty trace formation had also reached the celestial extreme grade and upgraded to become the heaven concealment formation that Qin Feng felt that it was foolproof. The concealment formation didn't consume much spiritual energy, and the aura of Wolio Mountain was enough to support it on its own. As for the heaven-smashing divine concealment grand formation and the 4-elephant Xuanwu grand formation, Qin Feng placed 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones in the formation's activation position. If one was unlucky enough to be seen by a top-tier powerhouse, one could still remotely manipulate the formation to counterattack. Before leaving, Qin Feng planned to pay a visit to Ding Shuli on the opposite side of the mountain. After all, she often researched various poisons and might have knowledge about things like miasma and fury. As he flew out of the Crouching Bull Mountain cave with his wood spirit boat, he happened to run into Ding Shuli, who was also heading this way. As the two met and hovered in the air, Ding Shuli had a trace of an unnatural expression on his face as he said to Qin Feng, "I'm going out to run some errands later, and I wanted to buy 2 fire snake charms from you. Senior sister Ding, I happen to be looking for you as well." Qin Feng grinned and flew straight towards the opposite side of Ding Xiang Mountain. Ding Shuli had a helpless expression on his face but still followed. If you have anything to say, say it here. She exuded an icy aura and her eyes were wary. Qin Feng grinned and directly asked about collecting the Fury Qi and Yin Qi. Ding Shuli didn't say anything and directly took out 2 small bottles from his pocket and threw them over. Qin Feng immediately stepped back a few steps while his divine sense probed the 2 small bottles to make sure there were no problems before receiving them in his hands and storing them in his storage bag. Seeing that he looked like an enemy, there was a smile in Ding Shuli's eyes that flickered as she said in an icy voice, "These 2 bottles are at least as good as a high-grade fire snake talisman. You'll sell me another." Just halfway through his sentence Ding Shuli froze. This was because she saw the other party pull out a light green-colored twine-like magic weapon from her storage ring. The moment she saw the 9 dragons winding heavenly rope she realized what was going to happen next. "Senior sister, I may have to leave for a while, so I'll give you the fire snake talisman later." After saying that, Qin Feng directly maneuvered the 9 dragons winding heavenly cord and flew towards Ding Shuli. She didn't resist, just closed her eyes and said in an extremely cold voice, "This is the last time, and I expect you to keep your word. Senior sister, if you don't want to be in the middle of nowhere, I'll also trouble senior sister to open the formation." Qin Feng said in a gentle tone and waited until the formation was opened, then immediately tied her up with the 9 dragon heaven wrapping rope and hugged the beauty. The cave remained the same, except that there was an additional scarred wooden statue in the boudoir, with the word Qin engraved on the statue's chest. "It seems that senior sister Ding still has a lot of fire in her belly towards me." Qin Feng sighed and placed his gaze on top of those delicate red lips. Ding Shuli was like a shivering beast at that moment, her eyes shy and angry. The moment his lips touched, he immediately felt a stinging pain in his tongue. But strong people never complained about the circumstances. Qin Feng did not choose to retreat. Instead, he loosened the 9 dragons' heavenly wrapping rope. Her eyes still blossomed with murderous intent, but she was no longer biting or poisoning. 3 hours later, Qin Feng took out 5 fire snake talismans from his storage pouch and placed them on the bedside before resting his gaze on her. Ding Shuli was wrapped in a quilt and said coldly with her back to Qin Feng, "You've done what you had to do. Why don't you go? Senior sister, I have something to say to you. Have a fart." "Not this time." After saying this, Qin Feng turned around and flew out of the room, only to feel a wave of killing intent violently erupt from behind him, followed by the sound of a wooden sculpture exploding in the room. Qin Feng didn't dare to pause and took out his wood spirit boat and flew in the direction of Qinghe Square. Tiezhu had written many times, and he could never miss his appointment. As for Ding Shuli, Qin Feng feels that his relationship with her is somewhat indefinable. At first it was only with the mentality of revenge on her to do those things, but now she seems to be out of place. And Sister Qin Yu's attitude also let Qin Feng elusive. Although 2 generations face this situation also dare not jump to conclusions. In case they will be wrong, people really just put themselves as a younger brother it? That's why playing dumb is the best way to deal with it. The back of the mountain in Qinghe village. The trees on the mountain had withered and the flowers and plants were yellow and lifeless. A wild wolf with red eyes and white pus dripping from its mouth burrowed out of the dense forest, its fur hanging from its body in one piece in the east and one in the west, and the flesh and blood inside its body had long since rotted away. Bang! A fist-sized stone was thrown in an arc, accurately smashing into the coyote's head, instantly calling its head open. "Since you are already worse off than dead, you might as well enter my 10,000 soul streamer and help me cultivate." A dark-skinned, gray-clad teenager jumped down from the entrance of the cave that hung nearby, only to see that he took out a small dark red flag and gently stroked it. A wisp of black gas was instantly incorporated into the flag from the body of the wild wolf, and the teenager was none other than Tiezhu. Now that he was becoming more and more skillful in the manipulation of the 10,000 soul streamer, the small dark red flag was now reddish black. Ho ho ho! Just at this time, inside another cave next to the cave entrance, a few more ape whistles suddenly came from the cave. Immediately after that, like a raging storm of stones smashing towards Iron Pillar, a wisp of black gas floated out from the 10,000 soul streamer, directly forming a wall to block the stones. Iron Pillar cursed angrily at the cave. "Sinful animals, if it weren't for the fact that you've developed a little bit of spirit, I would have let you enter the 10,000 soul streamer long ago." When the words fell, the stones inside smashed even more fiercely, and Tiezhu held back his killing intent and quickly retreated to his cave, then directly lay down in the mouth of the cave and waited in boredom. Brother Feng used to arrive early. Why hasn't he come this time? Tiezhu grumbled with a face full of depression, then began to count the cultivators passing by on the sky. Since arriving here yesterday, Tiezhu had seen cultivators passing by from time to time. There were cultivators from both the good and evil paths, the least of which were at the late stage of qi refining cultivation. The strongest even had jieden cultivation, but most of them were foundation establishment stage cultivators. It was the middle of the day, and there were more and more cultivators passing by in the surroundings. She refining stage and mid-foundation establishment stage cultivators Tiezhu didn't even need to look at them squarely. Only foundation establishment stage great perfection and Jiedan cultivators would make Tiezhu seriously wary. There was still a clear distinction between being able to take someone else's life and someone else taking one's own life. Tiezhu. Late afternoon. Several figures landed next to the cave one after another. A total of 3 men and 2 women. All with early foundation establishment stage cultivation. Seeing Tiezhu lying in the cave entrance, several people directly ignored him and then walked towards another cave entrance. One of the youngest women said excitedly, "I can't believe I can still run into a spirit monkey here. What luck!" The black-clothed man with the strongest strength in the crowd, who had reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, explained with a smile, "Senior sister, this is an earth spirit ape. Don't look at their small size. They grow up to be very strong in battle." Hearing this, the woman became even happier and whispered again, "Unfortunately my strength is too low. It should be difficult to subdue them. It's just a first-order spirit beast. Senior brother will just help you later. And you'll definitely shine in the sect competition in the future. I found these monkeys first myself." Hearing a few people chattering about a few monkeys in the next cave, Tiezhu sat up at once, noticing Iron Pillar's movements. The man in black immediately looked at Iron Pillar with a face full of arrogance and said indifferently, "Fellow Daoist, we are disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. You can leave if you have nothing to do. I found these monkeys first, so if you guys are okay, hurry up." Tiezhu responded in imitation of him, while one of his hands reached into his sleeve and gripped the 10,000 soul streamer. The black-clothed man's face sank, and he immediately patted a dark red bag on his waist. Inside flew out a small dark red snake. The small snake is about 3 feet long. Scales all over the body, exudes a metallic luster. The pupil is a golden yellow color. The moment the small snake appeared, the surrounding temperature steeply rose a lot. The man said proudly, "This red flame snake of mine has reached the level of a third-order spirit beast. It can be a strong match for early-stage Jiedan cultivators. Today I'm in a good mood. If you leave now I can let you go. Third-rank spirit beasts are so powerful. Can you let me see them?" Right at this moment, a figure shrouded in black robes drilled out from the dense forest next to him. He carried a silver-white flying sword engraved with thunder patterns in his hand. Tiezhu repeatedly glanced at the flying sword. A smile appeared in his eyes, and without hesitation, he drew out the 10,000 soul streamer and fiercely stroked it. And in an instant, countless black smoke filled the air. Iron Pillar taunted at the Spirit Beast sect. "Few more people. All day long. You only think about picking up girls. You don't work hard in cultivation. I'll let you be brothers in the 10,000 souls. The author has something to say about it, so you can read it." Chapter 50, Little Monkey. Spirit Beast. Tiezhu struck extremely fast. The surrounding area was instantly wrapped in black mist. Along with Qin Feng felt a blackness in both eyes. The black mist was filled with fury, accompanied by a burst of ghostly cries and howls of ear-piercing sounds coming out, enough to affect one's mind even before the battle began. "Senior brother. He's an evil cultivator." The youngest woman of the Spirit Beast sect was so scared on the spot that she lost her face. And apart from her, the rest of the people, the 4 of them, took out their magic weapons to meet the battle. "Little evil cultivator. How dare you haunt in broad daylight? See the power of my red fire snake," the man in black shouted. And the red fire snake immediately opened its mouth and spewed out a flame to force back the black mist directly in front of it. The remaining 4 were each prepared for battle, either with spirit beasts or magic weapons, and easily repelled the erosion of the surrounding black mist. Sect disciples were just different. Both their battle fit and their heritage were awesome, and they got back their advantage in just a split second. However, Qin Feng felt that it didn't matter because he hadn't made a move yet, and just now, at most, Iron Pillar had tested the depths of the other party. The wind still froze. "What big brother? Hurry to get Tiezhu shouted at Qin Feng with an anxious look in his eyes. With a clench of his teeth he cast the 10,000 soul streamer again, directly releasing densely packed nether souls from it to surround the perimeter. And the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling became more and more piercing to the ears. Coming. Take it easy." Qin Feng infused the running thunder flying sword in his hand with spiritual energy before throwing it directly into the air. Spiritual energy was equivalent to power for cultivators, a force that could manipulate flying swords or magic weapons through the air. Just now, Qin Feng didn't make a move, was observing the cultivators from the other camp, constantly comparing the gap in spiritual power between the other side and himself. Now Qin Feng had a number in his heart, with a small realm difference. His own spiritual energy was all at least 10 times stronger than the strongest mid-foundation establishment cultivator on the opposite side. Buzz off! Strong spiritual energy was injected into it, and the running thunder flying sword continuously emitted a buzzing sound in the void before it directly stabbed towards a woman in the opposing camp. "Because she's the weakest. Senior sister, be careful." Seeing Qin Feng strike, The man in black's eyes revealed a flash of surprise and immediately took out a golden bell and threw it into the air, while at the same time pinching his knob with one hand and pointing fiercely at Qin Feng. The golden bell's shape was rapidly expanding, only stopping when it was 3 feet tall and 6 feet wide, slowly drifting in the void and crashing directly towards the running thunder flying sword. Knock! The golden bell was stabbed out by the running thunder flying sword with a small dot, emitting a dull ringing sound, still flying towards Qin Feng without slowing down. At this time, Qin Feng felt some movement under his feet and looked down only to realize that his opponent had cast the wooden vine technique. Although this small spell does not do much damage, but it has the ability to control and keep people, and ordinary swords and knives simply can't chop and slash. I had wanted to hide some of my cards, but now I had to take them out and use them. Qin Feng was filled with helplessness as he took out a 6-foot-long, 2-inch wide, glistening white long sword with a groove in the center from his storage ring, just a flick to the vines at his feet. The wooden vines were instantly sliced into a few cuts, and at this time, that red fire snake flew in front of him, and opened its mouth to bite towards his neck. Qin Feng held the stabbing moon-flying sword and teased it up with a sword. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clashing instantly came out, and sparks of fire were even hacked out of the red fire snake. How come these magic weapons are just like scrap metal without injecting spiritual energy? Qin Feng was depressed in his heart and immediately began to inject spiritual energy. In an instant a dazzling light lit up above the stabbing moon-flying sword. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Feng slashed down with another backhanded sword. Pust! The head of the third-rank spirit beast red fire snake was chopped off in an instant, leaving only the crimson body to fall to the ground and keep writhing and struggling. That black-clothed man and the red fire snake had signed a contract heart and soul connection, and at this moment, his heart and soul were similarly damaged, and a mouthful of blood instantly sprayed out of his mouth. Buzz off! The golden bell kept rotating and flying over, trying to snap Qin Feng inside from top to bottom. It was only at this moment that Qin Feng realized that this golden bell was not simply a defensive artifact. It seemed to be able to attack as well. However, the stabbing moon-flying sword had already been taken out, so Qin Feng naturally wanted to try its power. With a thought, the slender-bodied stabbing moon sword instantly rushed out, as if a streak of streaming light rushing towards the golden bell. Click! The non-stop rotation of the golden clock was pierced directly by the piercing moon-flying sword. The golden clock internal even issued a cracking sound. Straight down to the ground, completely fell into a pile of broken copper. Pust! The magic weapon was damaged. The man in black sprayed out another mouthful of old blood. His mind was hurt one after another. At this time, his face was as pale as paper, and his eyes showed a color of fear. Qin Feng did not continue to use the stabbing moon-flying sword and directly switched back to the running thunder-flying sword. On the one hand, the stabbing moon consumes spiritual energy extremely horrible. Just 2 strokes consumed nearly half of one's spiritual energy. On the other hand, it is worried about being discovered. At this point, Iron Pillar used the thousands of souls within the 10,000 soul streamer to condense into a giant black skeleton, constantly charging and interfering with several people. He himself was holding 2 sharp iron claws and constantly wrestling with the other party, his body haunted by black gas like a demon. Qin Feng maneuvered his flying sword to directly join the battlefield. The strongest of the other party had little fighting power at this point. The next natural thing was that the soldiers were defeated, and in just a few moments they were all dying. After seeing how powerful the two were, the man in black immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy. This fellow Daoist, we are disciples of the Spirit Beast sect, please show mercy. Before doing it, self-reporting the mountain gate is a deterrent. After doing it, self-reporting the mountain gate is a threat. Only the other party is very clever to say more euphemistic. You guys, I think it's better to enter my 10,000 soul streamer and help me cultivate. A cold smile appeared on Tiezhu's face as he directly threw the 2 black claws in his hand into the void. Those 2 black claws grew against the wind and the skull arranged in a zigzag pattern, forming a monster whose body was partially vaporized. Iron Pillar's big move to start. The several people who were already dying naturally couldn't withstand the destruction of this monster, and in 3 or 2 strokes, they were put inside the 10,000 soul streamer, leaving only the bloodied corpses twitching on the ground. The monster threw the corpses of several people into its mouth and chewed on them, making clicking and crunching sounds every now and then spat out some storage rings, Qiankuan bags, and other items, bodies and bones. For killing people, Qin Feng did not have much feeling, but for things like dividing the storage bag is still happy to see. Brother Feng, the 2 of us can completely walk sideways under the Jiedan stage cultivators when we join forces. Tiezhu was picking up things and talking at the same time, an excited expression on his face. Qin Feng skimmed his mouth and opened his mouth to ask, you didn't call me here just to do this kind of thing, did you? There must be something important, but let's divide these up now. Tiezhu rolled up all the things he had picked up in his clothes and then crawled towards the cave next to him, while Qin Feng curiously looked towards the cave next door. which was once his own temporary cave. At this moment there happened to be a few furry heads poking out from inside, cautiously observing the situation outside, and sensing Qin Feng's gaze, they quickly shrunk their heads back in. Monkey? A surprised expression appeared in Qin Feng's eyes as he rushed into the cave with an arrow step. Those monkeys had already climbed up the vines hanging down from above the cave, and when they saw Qin Feng standing at the entrance of the cave, they stayed on the vines and weren't afraid of people. 3 big and 1 small. The 4 monkeys were just hanging on the vines vigilantly looking at Qin Feng. Sure enough, it's you little guys. Qin Feng and them were already old acquaintances and could be recognized from afar with a glance. Woo woo. One of the monkeys let out a yell at Qin Feng while pointing at the traces left behind by the ash pile that was once inside the cave. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and only thought of one possibility. When he first fused the waste elixirs, some of the badly broken ones were simply unusable, so he threw them away. Did you guys eat these? Woo woo. Several monkeys nodded excitedly, and one of them gave a thumbs up. So you haven't crossed over, have you? The 4 monkeys had blank eyes, not knowing what the 2-legged beasts in front of them meant by what they said. Although the breath on them was weak, they were at least considered to be spiritually intelligent to understand human speech. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng opened his mouth and asked, "Are you guys willing to go cultivate with me?" Some of the monkeys shook their heads, while others kept making chittering noises from their mouths, noisily causing Qin Feng to frown, seemingly sensing that Qin Feng couldn't understand the beast language. A few monkeys showed contempt in their eyes before fleeing down the vines. Nuts! Qin Feng cursed and was pondering whether or not to take some strong-arm tactics to catch 2 of them to go back and help him manage the mountain gate when a furry figure slid down the vines. It was a small monkey, no more than 4 feet tall, thin and sparsely furred, but with clear, penetrating eyes. Woo woo! It pointed to the gray trace next to it and then to its mouth, then spread its hands at Qin Feng, looking like it wanted to eat. Are you going to eat this stuff? Qin Feng took out a body-strengthening elixir from his storage ring and handed it over. The little monkey's eyes revealed a brilliant light and immediately snatched it over and stuffed it into his mouth 3 times. Want some more good food? Woo woo, come with me, I'll let you eat your fill later. Qin Feng reached out and patted the little monkey's head as he turned around and walked towards the outside. The few people that he had just killed were from the spirit beast sect. Their cultivation method was related to the royal beasts, so they would naturally have herbs on their bodies for raising spirit beasts and the like. The little monkey's eyes showed a flash of hesitation, but it still carefully followed. Next door in the cave, Iron Pillar was wrapped in a dark black prohibition, and was currently refining the storage bags of those people just now. When he saw Qin Feng come in and there was a small monkey sprawled furtively at the mouth of the cave, an expression of disappointment immediately appeared on his face. Brother Feng, it was 4 spirit monkeys just now, how come you only subdued 1? Accepting my ass. You think I'm from the spirit beast sect who can contract spirit beasts? Qin Feng rolled his eyes and smoothly grabbed an already refined storage bag from the side. Yellow-ranked flying swords, talismans, various medicinal herbs, the secret of contracting beasts, silk transparent blasphemy. After rummaging for a long time, Qin Feng found a golden gourd in his storage ring that contained a light green medicinal pill. Spirit feeding pill, a pill of no grade or rank that opens the spirit of a spirit animal and raises its cultivation level. Can be synthesized, lower grade spirit feeding pill. Woo woo. Seeing the light green pill in Qin Feng's hand, the little monkey's eyes revealed an excited light and immediately ran to the front eyeing it. Want some? Woo woo. Then would you like to be my contracted spirit beast? The little monkey nodded frantically as Qin Feng handed out a spirit feeding pill that was immediately swallowed whole before looking blearily at it again. Don't worry, I'll give it to you when I learn the deed. Qin Feng unhurriedly picked up the beast contracting technique that he had just turned over, only to realize that it was not a cultivation technique, but a spell that specialized in contracting beasts. The good thing is that it's not very difficult to practice. Chapter 51 Blood Spirit Stone. For the next half hour, Tiezhu had been sitting inside the forbidden system forcibly refining the storage bag that he had just harvested, while Qin Feng practiced the beast contracting technique. The beast contracting technique sounds profound, but it is actually the method of manipulating the soul. The use of divine sense to dig a little bit of the soul of the spirit beast to be contracted into their own soul, to play the effect of a glory and a fall, although cruel but really good. Only after he had mastered the method of contracting did Qin Feng place his gaze on the little monkey and said to it, "Next I'll start signing the contract. From now on we'll be our own people. If there's a mouthful of meat for me, there's a mouthful of soup for you. How's that?" Woo woo. The little monkey nodded excitedly while his eyes were looking straight at the golden gourd in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng operated the beast contracting skill, and the invisible and intangible divine sense immediately transformed into a large hand that reached into the monkey's brain and grabbed out a trace of soul. The monkey immediately chirped and screamed in pain, and Qin Feng also felt his mind swelling a bit hard. Brother Feng, why did you let those monkeys go just now? That was a spirit beast. I heard it was also some kind of earth spirit ape. Seeing that Qin Feng had only contracted a monkey, Tiezhu, who had just finished his busy schedule, immediately revealed a pained expression. Qin Feng, on the other hand, said without a care in the world, "They are not related to me. Forget it, let's split the stuff." Tiezhu excitedly poured out the contents of all the storage bags. A few storage pockets came together with roughly 60,000 spirit stones, and flying swords and magic weapons added up to 8. 2 spirit beast pouches, various talismans adding up to more than 60, a number of medicinal herbs, a number of feats, spells, and other miscellaneous items, in addition to which there was a small wooden box containing 3 walnut-like seeds. We're rich in this wave. Seeing the way these items were piled up together, Tiezhu's eyes instantly revealed an expression of excitement, while Qin Feng was unperturbed. "Brother Feng, let's split it equally between the two of us, or the usual rule of you choosing first. Those 3 seeds, the spirit beast bag and all the spirit feeding pills belong to me, and you take all the rest." Okay, then I'm welcome." Tiezhu hesitated for a moment, then directly started loading things into his storage ring, while Qin Feng opened the wooden box and took the contents into his hands, and a line of small words immediately appeared before his eyes. 10,000 beasts tree crystal core, growth of 10,000 years, birds and beasts flocked, and the spirit of the land full of ancient wood born of the crystal core, buried in the soil can be rooted and sprouted. There is a chance to become the Beast King tree. Can be synthesized, Beast King tree seed. Qin Feng did not move and put the crystal core back into the box before storing it in his storage ring. At this time, Tiezhu had already pushed all the spirit feeding pills and spirit feeding dawn in front of Qin Feng, and had a guilty expression on his face as he said, "Brother Feng, you've always let me have my way every time you share something. Why don't you come with me to Zhou when you're done this time and I'll treat you to some flower wine?" As he said this, a strange smile appeared on Tiezhu's face, clearly no longer a fledgling. Qin Feng knocked his head without saying anything, took out 2 spirit feeding pills and threw them to the little monkey, then started refining the spirit beast pouch. Spirit beast pouches and storage pouches have similar uses. It's just that one is pretending to be a dead thing and the other is pretending to be a living thing. This spirit beast sack still had the previous owner's spiritual ban remaining on it, but the other party's spiritual power was not as strong as Qin Feng's, and it was refined in just a few moments. Only after putting the little monkey into the spirit beast pouch did Qin Feng ask Tiezhu with a face full of gravity, "What good can come out of a strange change in the Golden Kingdom but a ghostly aura?" Tiezhu leaned his back against the stone wall of the cave and said with a palpitating heart, "It's said that the Haoran sect discovered a large spirit vein in the Golden Kingdom 2 years ago, and the Haoran sect's Grand Elder is said to be on the verge of going halfway into the ground, needing a large amount of blood spirit stones to hang on for half a breath. So the Haoran sect fooled the people of the Jin imperial family by saying that they would help them cultivate immortality, and then fooled the Jin emperor into cooperating in setting up the Tai formation. The formation appeared to be fine on the surface, but in reality, it was drawing on the qi and blood of the living beings of the Golden Kingdom to cultivate the blood spirit stones. The power of qi and blood happened to activate the dusty underground 10,000 devil cauldron, and as a result, the blood spirit stone was wasted, not to mention that it released the remnants of the 10,000 devil souls, and it is estimated that the 10,000 devil cauldron will reveal itself in another 5 days or so." Hearing this outrageous claim, Qin Feng immediately wrinkled his brows and could not help but ask skeptically, "Are you reliable with this information?" "Just kidding. I'm now a true disciple of the Ghost King sect. The information is absolutely true," Tiezhu swore. Qin Feng opened his mouth again and asked, "Besides the 10,000 demon cauldron, are there any other good things?" "The 10,000 devils tripod is just a good thing. A heavenly ranked artifact that can seal all things that are sinister and evil. When the time comes, the 10,000 demons will belong to me and the tripod will belong to you." Qin Feng was a bit torn. When a heavenly ranked magic weapon comes out, the strongest people besides the Jidan stage cultivators and the Yuaning stage cultivators may also show up to grab it. With a rookie like myself and Tiezhu, I would have to stand far away from the crowd, lest I get splattered with blood. However, Qin Feng had previously seen descriptions of blood spirit stones in ancient books, using qi and blood combined with a secret method to nourish the spirit stone, prompting the transformation of spiritual energy into vitality. Blood spirit stones can strengthen the body and prolong life, and they are basically not sold on the market. If there was a chance to get a blood spirit stone, even a half-finished one might be considered a chance. Seeing Qin Feng's silence, Tiezhu thought that he had concerns and opened his mouth again to explain. "We only have 3 clans here in the middle of nowhere, the Everlasting Sword sect, the Ghost King sect, and the Spirit Beast sect. Right now, the main forces of the 3 great clans are on the other side of the Green Cloud mountain range grabbing a large spirit vein, and the ones who came here are just some small shrimps." Seeing that Tiezhu knew the trajectory of the 3 great sects like the back of his hand, Qin Feng felt a bit annoyed in his heart. Although he is a person of the everlasting sword sect, he is completely loose. No one cares about himself at all. Then do it. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng still decided to try teaming up with Tiezhu. Whether or not one could reap the benefits was not to be said. As long as there were no cultivators above the Jiedan level, one could basically live a very nourishing life. This time, the everlasting sword sect token inside the storage ring began to vibrate again. Something is wrong with the sect. Return quickly. Go back to your sister. Qin Feng ignored the vibration of the identity token and directly got up and walked with Tiezhu in the direction of Qinghe Feng. The place where the 10,000 demons cauldron appeared was only about 100 miles away from Qinghe Square. The distance was not far enough to be able to rush over there slowly and easily, and it just so happened that both of them were planning to take a look at Qinghe village. After all, that's where it used to be. On the way down, there's desertion all around. From time to time there were beasts panting in the jungle along the roadside, mostly walking corpses with soulless, rotting bodies wandering about, numbly gnawing on the rotting corpses along the roadside. The village was littered with corpses, some of which had been reduced to dry bones, while others had not yet fully decomposed. The rotten stench of rotting flesh wafted through the void, and the whole village seemed to have stood still in the river of time, wafting with an air of sadness. Over the village, a layer of black gas hangs over it, which is baneful gas, as well as Yin gas and ghost gas. People here die and have incomplete souls, and even if they go to hell, they don't have a chance to be reborn. Qin Feng ran his spiritual power to isolate the smell of the outside world, while Tiezhu had a sad expression on his face. Brother Feng, if we were ordinary people I'm afraid we'd be white bones by now, right? Doggone how ransacked, Tiezhu cursed, and in the process, he took out the 10,000 soul streamer from his sleeve and shook it in the void, shouting, "Folks, if you are willing to enter my 10,000 soul streamer, the day I, Han Tiezhu, ascend to become a god, I will certainly personally send you to reincarnation and a good birth." As the words fell, a gust of gloomy wind immediately blew in the surroundings, dim light out of the many pale green souls, from the old man down to 3-year-old children. They were wearing worn and patched clothes, looking haggard and standing not far away, looking at Qin Feng and Tiezhu with blank faces. Some of their souls were already on the verge of nothingness. Seeing the scene, Qin Feng slightly moved. All of them are remnants of the soul state, cannot enter the reincarnation, can only become a lonely ghost? There might be a glimmer of hope in becoming a ghost soldier by entering the 10,000 soul streamer. Seeing that they didn't seem to have a spirit, Tiezhu's eyes reddened a bit and he shouted again, "Folks, I, Han Tiezhu, promise that on the day I ascend to become a god, I will personally send you to reincarnate." This time they seemed to have heard it, and they all turned into wisps of black smoke and floated towards the 10,000 soul streamer. The village's Yin energy was instantly reduced by most. Qin Feng took out the bottle again and collected the demonic Yin Shi that had coalesced within the confines of Qinghe village before he and Tiezhu continued to Qinghe Square. There were countless corpses and bones by the roadside, and many ordinary people with hard lives were like walking corpses at this time, thin and only skin and bones. Doggone how ransacked. Qin Feng also followed Tiezhu's tone and cursed before taking a step into the Qinghe Square market. The stone road on the street was covered by wind and sand, and it was densely packed with footprints that had been stepped on recently, so it was obvious that a lot of immortal cultivators had come during this period of time. In the houses on both sides, one could occasionally come across evil cultivators practicing to absorb the fury, while the rest of the loose cultivators waited for the right moment in groups of 3 or 5. The people who come here are not all here for the 10,000 Devil's Cauldron, and some are here to make a fortune. There were no more mortals to be seen on the streets except for the cultivators. Just turning around makes you feel tasteless. Qin Feng and Tiezhu turned around and left Qinghe Feng, heading towards the place where the 10,000 Devil Cauldron was about to come out. Just then, a huge treasure ship suddenly appeared in the void passing over Qinghe Feng. There were at least hundreds of people in the treasure ship. The Jiedan stage cultivators were in the lead, and the rest were all foundation stage disciples. Seeing this scene, the loose cultivators below all frowned. If a clan intervened, the rest were basically out of luck. Qin Feng recognized the logo of the Everlasting Sword sect on that ship. If your sect sent someone, then someone from the Ghost King's sect must have come as well. I have to hide my identity. With a depressed expression, Tiezhu took out a black robe from the Qinkuan bag on his waist and put it over his body. Qin Feng's heart was a little shaken. After all, the blood spirit stone was the most important thing to him. Since the people from the Everlasting Sword sect had come, it would be better to go and look for the blood spirit stones before the 10,000 demon cauldron came out. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately patted Tiezhu and opened his mouth to ask, "Can you find those blood spirit stones?" "Brother Feng, the blood spirit stones have all been ruined or completely unformed. What do you want that thing for? I have a feeling it will work for me." "Then let's take you to the blood spirit stone first." Tiezhu sighed and immediately led Qin Feng towards the front. The direction was exactly where the Everlasting Sword sect had just gone. Apparently the location of the Blood Spirit Stone and the location where the 10,000 Devil Cauldron was about to come out were not far apart. Catching up on the road. Apart from Qin Feng and Tiezhu, there were also a large number of loose cultivators who were also rushing in that direction. Thank you for rewarding the list of 2 Big Brother, user 30870730 and the only break the ancient one only I deserted the Emperor. In addition to other friends of the reward I have seen. Very grateful for your support. Overnight a night really cannot stay up. Tentatively 2 more. Make up for it tomorrow. Overnight a night only to write 6,000 words. Ashamed of all of you. Tomorrow we'll make up for it. Chapter 52 Digging Blood Spirit Stones. Encountering the 10,000 Devil Cauldron. The mountains rise and fall. Amidst the peaks, there is a low, surrounded by natural caves, 1,000 Caves Mountain. At this point, the perimeter of the 1,000 Cave Mountain was surrounded by people, of which were divided into 4 camps. The people of the Everlasting Sword sect were all dressed in white, with flying swords behind their backs or standing empty-handed. The disciples of the Ghost King sect wore black clothes and carried different magic weapons, and each of them revealed a strong fury. The people of the Spirit Beast sect were dressed differently, and the only thing they had in common was that each of them had a Spirit Beast pouch hanging from their waist. The rest were basically scattered cultivators, gathering in groups of 3 to 5 around the neighborhood, or hiding in the dense forest waiting for the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Qin Feng was on a small hill not far away, looking towards the 1,000 caves' direction from afar, and already had a rough plan in his heart. If they fight later, even if they don't have a chance to get to the 10,000 Demon Cauldron, they can still take the opportunity to collect some baneful chi, Yin Chi, or something else, and it's naturally the best if they can pick up a few storage bags, although they are not bad, but some storage bags can always bring surprises, such as those disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. Brother Feng, don't look, I've found the place. Tiezhu cupped the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand and stood at the entrance of a mountain stream cave below. At this moment, there were countless ghosts flying back from the mountain stream, obviously finding the location of the Blood Spirit Stone. Blood Spirit Stones required a secret method combined with blood chi to nourish them, and were only considered Blood Spirit Stones after successfully converting the spiritual energy inside. Now that the Haoran sect's operation had failed, not only did they not get the Blood Spirit Stone but also destroyed the Spirit Vein. Other than Qin Feng, all the other cultivators were not interested in the Waste Stone. The mountain stream was dimly lit. Qin Feng and Tiezhu entered successively. The further inside the passageway the narrower it became, surrounded by blackness, but for the cultivators it was like daytime without the slightest effect. Walked about 20 feet, in front of the convenience of a hole in the ground. The hole in the ground is only 3 feet deep. The bottom is filled with mud, vaguely visible in the mud in a dark red stone. Obviously this was a half-finished Blood Spirit Stone. Brother Feng, this should be what we're looking for. Look at this iron pillar sat on a nearby rock and waited, seemingly bored, and took out another piece of raw meat and ate it. Qin Feng squatted at the edge of the hole in the ground and reached out to pick out the dark red stone for a closer look. Scrapped Blood Spirit Stone, mediocre. Doesn't look like it's doing much, and actually doesn't do much. Can be synthesized, inferior Blood Spirit Stone. Seeing that Blood Spirit Stones could be synthesized, Qin Feng's heart immediately became excited. The quality of the Blood Spirit Stone depends on what quality Spirit Stone is converted. Even if it's just a lower grade Spirit Stone, converted Blood Spirit Stone can add half a year to the cultivator's lifespan, and it goes without saying that it enhances the physique. The effect of a mid-grade Blood Spirit Stone could be at least 10 times more effective. This Spirit Vein contained quite a few medium-grade Spirit Stones. If all of it was excavated, it would be a huge fortune, whether for personal use or for sale. Qin Feng was so excited that he didn't really want to go out and grab any 10,000 Devil's Cauldron anymore. He just wanted to stay here and dig for Blood Spirit Stones. It was a pity that this hole in the ground was too small to dig at all, and even using a flying sword was inefficient, and it was also easy to damage the Blood Spirit Stone. Feeling Qin Feng's emotional ups and downs, Tiezhu immediately opened his mouth and asked, Brother Feng, how is it? It's kind of useful. Do you have a way to dig up these discarded Blood Spirit Stones? Tiezhu was silent for a long time, hard not thinking that he could have any way to dig for Spirit Stones, before he finally pointed to the Spirit Beast pouch on Qin Feng's waist and said, This Spirit Beast of yours seems to be an Earth Spirit Ape. Why don't you let it try? Qin Feng felt that it was not reliable, but still released the little monkey from the Spirit Beast pouch, intending to let it try. One person and one monkey had now unilaterally signed a soul contract, and it could immediately feel whatever Qin Feng thought. The little monkey came out of the Spirit Beast pouch and immediately let out a whimpering cry, indicating that it wanted to eat the spirit feeding pill. Then help me dig out some red rocks first, Qin Feng said tentatively, and in his heart, he didn't know if this little guy would be able to do it. The little monkey's eyes glowed at this and he jumped right in. The dirt in the pit met it like water, avoiding it on its own, and in just the blink of an eye its body completely disappeared from sight. Through divine sense probing, Qin Feng could sense that it was now traveling through the underground earth layers, just like a fish swimming in the water. Not bad for a spirit beast. Qin Feng was both happy and envious. If a cultivator wanted to be able to come and go freely in the earth like it did, he would have to spend at least a year or two cultivating the earth escape technique to the grand completion realm before he could do so. But people are spirit beasts, even if they have just opened the spirit of wisdom will be recluse. Completely not a cultivator can be compared to. I should have known I'd need one too. Seeing that the earth spirit ape was so powerful, Tiezhu sighed at once, but without much envy in his eyes. He turned around and walked under the stone slab next to him, huffing and puffing. He took the side door and Qin Feng is not the same. Lack of what big deal to rob is. Their own cultivation of spirit animals. How much effort ah. A few moments later, the earth spirit ape burrowed out of the mud pit, shook the mud from its body, and reached out to place the 4 waste blood spirit stones at Qin Feng's feet. Qin Feng handed it a spirit feeding pill as a reward and then told it to continue down to look for blood spirit stones. Under the temptation of the spirit feeding pill, the earth spirit ape was full of energy. In less than an incense stick of time there was a large pile of blood spirit stones, at least as many as 200 of them. Well done. Keep up the good work. Qin Feng handed it a spirit feeding pill as a reward, but this time, the earth spirit ape had a difficult expression in its eyes, and its mouth continuously emitted a whimpering sound, dead set against going. What's wrong? Seeing this scene, Qin Feng was instantly puzzled, and Tiezhu, who was huffing and puffing and sleeping next to him, also sat up from the stone slab. Woo woo. Although it had signed a spirit contract, it was now not even a first-order spirit beast and could not express language at all. I don't suppose you've been working too long and are hungry? Woo woo. The earth spirit ape shook its head frantically, a look of fear on its face as it kept pointing its finger at the ground. Could it be that there's something terrible underground? Qin Feng and Tiezhu glanced at each other, and an excited gleam appeared in each other's eyes. Brother Feng, let this little thing lead the way. Let's both dig down and see what's going on. Woo woo. The earth spirit ape shook its head frantically, so anxious that it was on the verge of spitting out human words. Under the coercion of a big stick plus sweet dates, the earth spirit ape had to jump into the earth pit to lead the way, while Qin Feng and Tiezhu followed behind with flying swords and bone claws to violently excavate the hole in the ground. The magic weapon is not good at digging up spirit stones, but the power of punching holes is still great. Half an hour later, there was a sudden flash of light coming from below the hole in the ground that the two were digging. To the place. Tiezhu's tone revealed excitement as he directly swung the bone claw in his hand to pierce the earth beneath his feet. Rumble. Countless dirt instantly fell downward. If not for Qin Feng's timely imperial sword pulling on the iron pillar, it was estimated that both of them would have to fall down. The little monkey, half of its body set in the earth, reached out and pointed down, and Qin Feng put it away in his spirit beast pouch before riding his flying sword downward. It's a huge cave. The bottom of the cavern is littered with gurgling, bubbling lava. Golden flames emerged from the chakra, an earth-fire dragon vein that had already taken shape. Next to it in the wider lava, 8 reddish chains engraved with golden runes spread out from within the magma, tightly wrapping the black giant tripod above. On top of the giant tripod is carved with dark red symbols, demonic gas lingering, at this time is constantly struggling, seems to want to break free from the chain. The magic cauldron? The moment he saw this large cauldron, an expression of excitement immediately appeared on Tiezhu's face. It's not easy to find a place where you've stepped on iron shoes. Brother Feng, I knew I'd have good luck following you. Iron Pillar grinned and took a step to jump onto the burning crimson stone next to him. Rolling smoke rose from the soles of his shoes, but he didn't care in the slightest and didn't seem to be able to feel the heat as Qin Feng stepped on his flying sword and landed next to it. Even though he had spiritual power to protect his body, he still felt that the scorching heat of the lava was about to roast him. The 10,000 demons cauldron was bound by chains, and the demonic aura emanating from it was not a star stronger than the Fury Anin aura. Just by watching it from close range, Qin Feng felt uncomfortable, but Iron Pillar was full of enjoyment and took out 2 bone claws and started attacking a nearby chain. The 10,000 devils cauldron suppressed many devils and evil spirits, and these chains were specialized in suppressing devils. Now the demons inside the 10,000 demons cauldron were nourished by their blood and chi and seemed to have increased their strength greatly. Even if they didn't cut the chains, it wouldn't take long for them to rush out. Sensing that the number of demons inside was not small, Qin Feng could not help but feel a little worried and asked Tiezhu, "Can you handle releasing these demons now?" "Don't worry. My 10,000 soul streamer has now grown to be a top-tier yellow-ranked magic weapon, and the demons inside are at most at the Jedan stage of strength, so it's no problem at all to pack them in." "Alright then, hurry up and get ready to collect the demons." Qin Feng took out the stabbing moon flying sword from his storage ring and pinched another 20 advanced fire snake talismans just in case. Tiezhu glanced at the piercing moon-flying sword in Qin Feng's hand and without the slightest hesitation directly used an overhead talisman to fly over the 10,000 devil cauldron. With the injection of mana, the 10,000 soul streamer instantly grew in size, directly covering the 10,000 devil cauldron. Brother Feng is counting on you. Don't worry. These chains were not low in strength, but Qin Feng was equally confident in his stabbing moon-flying sword. Chapter 53, Divide the 10,000 devil cauldron and return home with a full load. As spiritual energy was continuously injected into the stabbing moonsword, a silver-white light instantly lit up above the sword body. Qin Feng did not stop and continued to inject spiritual energy into it. The amount of spiritual energy required to maximize the power of a heaven stage extreme magical artifact was also a lot, although he could use it right away now. Qin Feng intended to inject more spiritual energy to stimulate as much of the power of the moonstrike sword as possible. Buzz off! The stabbing moon sword constantly trembled, and Qin Feng felt that 2/3 of the spiritual energy within his Qi had been depleted in just the blink of an eye. Almost, with a thought, the stabbing moon sword instantly slashed towards the chain that the iron pillar had just attacked. Clang! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the iron chain engraved with runes was instantly split into two. The break was smooth and even, and the stabbing moon sword was unharmed. It was worthy of being a heavenly rank extreme flying sword. Qin Feng was overjoyed and maneuvered the stinging moon to continue chopping the next one. As the chains were chopped off one after another, the black demonic chi that surfaced on the 10,000 devils cauldron was also increasing. An iron pillar maneuvered the 10,000 soul streamer to release a powerful suction force that directly sucked all the demonic chi in. Tiezhu's face was suffocatingly red as he shouted at Qin Feng. Brother Feng, hurry up again. I can't hold it for long. Seeing this, Qin Feng did not intend to continue dawdling and directly exploded all of his remaining spiritual energy to control the flying sword. Dang! The remaining few chains were all chopped off, and countless hissing and roaring sounds instantly emanated from within the 10,000 demons cauldron. As a terrifying black mist erupted from within, Tiezhu reached out and slashed at his chest, his sharp nails instantly cutting through the skin and slicing right through the heart. Heart's blood instantly gushed out, all of it spilling over the 10,000 soul streamer. Boom! In an instant, the entire 10,000 soul streamer trembled continuously, erupting with an even more powerful suction force. A human-shaped black gas just rushed out of the 10,000 devils cauldron and was immediately sucked in by the 10,000 soul streamer, which was equivalent to pouring water from one bottle into another. Although the remnant souls of the 10,000 devils within the 10,000 devil cauldron had long since leaked out, their will was still within the 10,000 devil cauldron. At this point, after the 10,000 soul streamer had absorbed all the demons within the 10,000 demon cauldron cleanly, its body had turned dark black, and the skulls on it became more and more hideous and terrifying. As if they were about to come to life, the 10,000 demons tripod lost the support of the demon and instantly fell downward. Tiezhu caught it with his quick eyes and carried the tripod and flew to the stone block beside Qin Feng. Windy, this stuff is yours. Tiezhu grinned and directly threw the 10,000 devil cauldron to Qin Feng, then beautifully surveyed the 10,000 soul streamer in his hand that had changed color. Qin Feng took the 10,000 demon cauldron and surveyed it. Heavenly rank primary magic weapon. Can make medicine. Can suppress and collect demon souls. It just so happened that there was still a lack of a suitable pill refining furnace, and although the 10,000 demons cauldron was a bit of a killjoy, at least there was no fear of blowing up. The 10,000 devils cauldron was a masterless object, and with the brand of divine sense typed into the cauldron, it was only a matter of moments before it was successfully refined. The 10,000 devils cauldron was able to change its size at will after refining. Qin Feng transformed it into the size of a palm and put it into his storage ring before he began to survey his surroundings. Above the magma was a burnt white layer of earth, in which some dark red unformed blood spirit stones could be seen from time to time. Unformed blood spirit stones were similar to waste dan, useless and unable to be processed twice. The rest of the immortal cultivators wouldn't want them at all. Qin Feng planned to wait until he needed it later to dig slowly. Now that both the 10,000 devils and the tripod had been received, Qin Feng immediately returned the same way with Tiezhu. When walking out of the mountain stream, vaguely can hear the sound of a fight coming from the other side of the Thousand Cave Mountain. And the commotion is not small, obviously a fight. Qin Feng and Tiezhu immediately ran up to the top of the mountain and found a hidden place to look towards Thousand Cave Mountain. Only the Thousand Cave Mountain was haunted by black gas at this time. Every hole in the mountain was constantly bubbling with black demonic gas. The people from the three major sects had already started a melee, all doing their best to try to occupy the hilltop position, and the rest of the casual cultivators were looking around for opportunities. All sorts of flying swords and spells collided in the void, and the light of talismans and spells continuously exploded in the void. Just for a few moments there were many dead and wounded. Qin Feng turned to Tiezhu and asked, "These demonic chi seems to have just leaked out of your 10,000 soul streamer, right?" Had. Those demons were too powerful just now. Leaking some demonic aura is just right for them to smell. Xin Feng was not interested in the matters of the sect, but he was still curious and asked something about the Ghost Witch Holy Maiden. But this question Xin Feng felt that all three views cracked, because the Ghost Witch Saint is not a person, but the Ghost King of the clan to raise the whole clan's efforts to cultivate a Ghost King, with which the double cultivation of yin and yang can break through the bottleneck, and even prolong life. Everlasting Sword Sect's Supreme Elder to rob the Ghost Witch Saint daughter. Surely not for the people to get rid of the harm is just. Tiezhu also asked something about the Everlasting Sword Sect. The two men crouched at the top of the hill for a few moments and left separately when they felt that there were no leaks to be picked up. One goes back to the Ghost King sect, and the other goes back to Crouching Bull Mountain. Along the way, there were more and more people heading to the Thousand Cave Mountain, and countless loose cultivators were like wild beasts that had smelled the fishy smell, rushing towards the Thousand Cave Mountain. Xin Feng was shrouded within a black robe as he unhurriedly navigated the wood spirit boat back, collecting some more miasma from bottles in the mountain forest along the way. Woo! Back to Wolverine Mountain. Xin Feng immediately released the Earth Spirit Ape. When the skinny Earth Spirit Ape saw the rich spiritual energy around him and the 10,000-year-old spiritual tea tree next to the cave, he was so excited that he kept pounding his chest, casually throwing out a spirit feeding pill. The Earth Spirit Ape caught it and quickly stuffed it into its mouth with a cozy expression on its face. Xin said to it, "This will be our home from now on. As long as you are obedient, the days will get better and better. If you don't, I'll eat monkey brains. Understand?" Woo. Although the Earth Spirit Ape didn't understand what eating monkey brains meant, it still nodded its head obediently. "Alright, go pull weeds in the field. These medicinal fields are ours." Xin Feng casually pointed to the medicinal field in front of the cave's door and arranged a job for it. Then he couldn't wait to return to the cave. This trip to Qinghe Place was richly rewarding, obtaining a heavenly rank primary 10,000 Devil Cauldron, semi-finished Blood Spirit Stones, Earth Spirit Monkeys, and 10,000 Beasts Tree Crystal and Cores. Among them, Blood Spirit Stones and 10,000 Beast Tree Crystal Cores were hard to buy even if one spent Spirit Stones, and after taking these two items out, Xin Feng immediately started synthesizing them. Scrapped Blood Spirit Stone, mediocre. Doesn't look like it's doing much, and actually doesn't do much. Can be synthesized, inferior Blood Spirit Stone. There were a total of two types amongst the semi-finished Blood Spirit Stones, formed from medium-grade Spirit Stones and lower-grade Spirit Stones, but the synthesis process was the same. Inferior Blood Spirit Stones, low-grade Blood Spirit Stones, perfect Blood Spirit Stones. After synthesizing to a perfect Blood Spirit Stone, the text says it can't be synthesized. Complete Blood Spirit Stone, use it to increase your lifespan by 1 year, strengthen your body, and increase your chi and blood. It has reached the top level and cannot be synthesized again. Xin Feng was holding a Blood Spirit Stone formed from a lower-grade Spirit Stone. The body was red and crystal-like, and there was a dark red liquid flowing inside. Holding the Blood Spirit Stone and running the gong method, he immediately felt a majestic force of vitality pass out from the palm of his hand. Just in the blink of an eye, the vitality inside was absorbed cleanly, and the Blood Spirit Stone turned into a plain dull stone. After absorbing the Blood Spirit Stone, Xin Feng felt that his strength grew a little bit, and his physique and chi and blood also went up a little bit. As for his lifespan, he didn't feel much. According to the text on the synthesis bar, a lower-grade Blood Spirit Stone can increase life expectancy by 1 year, and a middle-grade Blood Spirit Stone can increase life expectancy by 5 years. Xin Feng directly loaded all the Blood Spirit Stones into his storage ring, intending to give some to his sister and Tiezhu next time he went to the Smoke and Rain building. Earlier, when he was fetching the 10,000 Devil Cauldron and saw Tiezhu infusing the 10,000 Soul Streamer with his heart's blood, Xin Feng felt that evil cultivators were a high-risk profession, and that sooner or later, if they didn't have a strong lifeblood, they would be sucked into dryness. Being an immortal cultivator himself plus being young, he had little anxiety about the aspect of longevity and physique. But Xin Yu and Tiezhu are different. One practicing martial arts and one evil cultivator, equivalent to both overdrawing their bodies in exchange for strength. The Blood Spirit Stones were all put away, and the Spirit Feeding Pills and Spirit Feeding Pills were all synthesized. Only in the end did Xin Feng take out the small wooden box and take out 3 10,000 Beast Tree Crystal Cores from it. 10,000 Beasts Tree Crystal Core, growth of 10,000 years. Birds and beasts flocked, and the spirit of the land full of ancient wood born of the Crystal Core, buried in the soil, can be rooted and sprouted. There is a chance to become the Beast King Tree. Can be synthesized, Beast King Tree Seed. Beast King Tree Seed, blossoming and fruiting once every 100 years. The Beast King fruit can stimulate the potential of spirit beasts and enhance their qualifications. It has reached the top level and cannot be synthesized again. Looking at the one remaining 10,000 Beast Tree Crystal Core, Xin Feng's eyes revealed a look of regret. It was a pity that there were only 3 crystal cores. If there was one more, it would have been possible to synthesize 2 Beast King Tree Seeds. On preciousness, this Beast King tree seed was even more rare than the 10,000 Devil Cauldron. At this point, the left side of the cave had been planted with 10,000-year-old spiritual tea trees. Qin Feng roughly selected the terrain and finally planted the Beast King tree seeds 3 feet away from the spirit tea tree. After burying the seeds in the soil, Qin Feng synthesized 2 more buckets of all 6 buckets of human-grade medium spiritual plant liquid. 1 extreme, 1 superior. The top-quality spiritual plant liquid can be watered once a day to increase the growth cycle by 130 days. The human-grade extremely high-grade spiritual plant liquid as a whole looks clear and translucent, like a mountain spring emitting a faint fragrance. Watering only once a day can increase the growth cycle by 180 days, which is equivalent to 2 days for a year of unusual plant growth. Qin Feng took out a small wooden ladle and scooped up half a ladle of extreme spirit plant liquid and poured it onto the small earth bag that had just been buried. The spirit plant liquid slowly penetrated into the soil, and a burst of white aura suddenly and gradually filled the area around the seed. A few moments later, only a smattering of shoots could be seen slowly drilling out of the soil. The speed was slow but still observable to the naked eye. Qin Feng casually cast a restriction around the shoots, and after thinking about it, he added a restriction to the spirit tea tree as well. Do it all. Qin Feng took out the Running Thunder flying sword and practiced the Running Thunder sword technique in the open space outside. After breaking through the foundation establishment, the divine sense and spiritual energy were even stronger. Qin Feng was already able to rehearse the Running Thunder sword technique in its entirety, and his proficiency was rapidly increasing. The flying swords kept shuttling in the void, and wherever they passed, electricity flashed and boomed continuously, like running thunder. When the set of Running Thunder sword technique was practiced, the Earth Spirit Ape immediately ran over. It glanced in surprise at the Beast King tree shoots next to it before reaching out and pointing to the medicinal field, indicating that the job was done. Being a spirit animal, weeds and elixirs it still distinguished clearly. At this time, there was no grass at all within the medicinal field, only green herbs. Qin Feng patted its head with satisfaction and then asked, "Would you like to eat something fancy?" "Woo woo." The Earth Spirit Ape nodded frantically as Qin Feng unhurriedly took out a handful of dark red pills. Each of these pills carried 3 dandelions on them. Unusual unranked spirit feeding pills could only strengthen the spirit beast's body, and their spirituality and wisdom had to be comprehended by themselves. Qin Feng, on the other hand, directly synthesized the spirit feeding pill to the top level, the 3-striped spirit feeding pill. It strengthens the body, increases spirituality and wisdom. The most important thing is that if you eat too much of it, you won't explode and die, and it's a must-have for spawning spirit beasts. No. 54, the Master's Call. Alchemy. Woo woo. The moment he saw the 3-striped spirit feeding pill, the Earth Spirit Ape's eyes instantly glistened and his mouth watered. Qin Feng took out a wooden basin from his storage ring and filled the spirit feeding pill into it, then placed it in front of the Earth Spirit Ape. Eat up, eat up. Receiving permission, the Earth Spirit Ape immediately grabbed the spirit feeding pill and stuffed it into its mouth, swallowing it whole without even chewing. More than 10 pills were swept away by it in the blink of an eye. After eating it, the Earth Spirit Ape continued to look at it with bated breath, revealing an appearance of still wanting to eat it, but Qin Feng didn't want to give it, intending to wait 2 days to see the effect. After all, the start of the spirit feeding pill is relatively low. If the effect is not good, then change some higher level pills. After circling around the mountain, Qin Feng returned to his cave and took out more than 100 sets of primary spirit gathering formations from his storage ring and started synthesizing them. Intermediate gathering formation, intermediate gathering formation, advanced gathering formation, Xiankuan swallowing sky array, heavenly rank extreme array. During the operation of the strong suction convergence of spiritual energy, the concentration of spiritual energy within the array can be higher than the outside world by 10 times. The maximum absorption of spiritual energy within a radius of 300 miles. It has reached the top level and cannot be synthesized again. 10 times the aura. 1 year of seclusion is equivalent to 10 years of seclusion for other cultivators. It might not seem like much, but if it was placed in a place where the aura was extremely dense, the effect would be quite obvious. Right now the aura of Crouching Bull Mountain is twice as rich as outside, plus the array addition. Qin Feng was already getting excited just thinking about it. The Xian Koan Heaven Swallowing Formation did not have a formation flag, but only 3 round jade cones inscribed with Xian Kuns, which were carved with auspicious clouds and beasts and shaped like pagodas. Simply place it in a triangle. Activate the formation, then sit as in it. Qin Feng replaced the original 5-fold spirit gathering formation with the Xian Kuan Swallowing Sky Formation, then sat in and felt it. The spiritual energy within the formation could be freely mediated according to demand, and Qin Feng directly attempted 10 times the spiritual energy. Shasta. The 3 jade cones released light, forming a white pagoda to protect Qin Feng in the center, and the array of aura inside the pagoda was abundant and continued to get stronger, with Qin Feng as the center. Inside the cave, Crouching Bull Mountain, and the surrounding mountain ranges. Wherever the divine sense can probe can see that there is a spiritual chi that is constantly converging and coming. Those spiritual chi were like water currents encountering a whirlpool, constantly rotating and gathering with Wolio Mountain as the center. A little too anticlimactic. Qin Feng was inwardly shocked and at the same time somewhat torn. This speed of cultivation was fast, but the risk of exposure was also great. After constant testing, Qin Feng finally chose to cultivate at 8 times the speed. Although there were still visions appearing during the operation of the array, they only existed within Crouching Bull Mountain, and there would not be any changes in the outside world. Unconsciously 3 days passed. During this period of time, in addition to practicing daily, Qin Feng would also water the Beast King tree with spiritual plant liquid, feed the Earth Spirit Ape with spiritual pills, and read books. At this point, the Earth Spirit Ape was already a circle larger than when it first arrived, 5 feet tall and furry. His looks were both adorable and slightly animalistic, and his eyes glittered with a longing for the spirit feeding pill at all times. The growth rate of the Beast King sapling was much slower. Spiritual plant liquid watered for 4 days now only to grow into a 3-inch high sapling, hanging alone with 4 tender leaves. The meadow next to the medicine field. The Earth Spirit Ape is holding a scythe to cut grass, doing a decent job. Qin Feng intends to teach it to plow the land, watering and planting spiritual medicine after a while. The medicinal field couldn't be left empty when he wasn't at the mountain gate, could it? Just then, a transmission note shot up from outside. Reaching out, that transmitting note was immediately yanked into his hand, and the voice of the 5th senior sister resounded from within. Are you there, senior brother Qin? I'm looking for you for something. Step out of the formation. 5th senior sister Sun Yulan was standing under a tree at the moment and was curiously surveying the opposite side of Mount Clove, and she didn't turn her head until Qin Feng approached her. Qin Feng arched his hand and bowed. Senior sister, you're looking for me? Seeing Qin Feng's unperturbed appearance, Sun Yulan immediately frowned and said, you haven't been to the sect during this period of time. Master asked me to inform you to return to the sect tomorrow. He's going to teach us the Imperial Dan technique. It's a rare opportunity. You can't afford to be absent. Alchemists also had the knack of refining pills, but this kind of thing could only be understood and needed to be witnessed in person in order to comprehend it. The Imperial Dan technique was obviously Godogwen's unique skill. Don't worry, senior sister. I'll return to the sect first thing in the morning. I'm sure I won't be late. Okay, so I'll go ahead. Ha! Sun Yulan was all set to turn around and walk away when she suddenly turned her head and stared at Qin Feng with a face full of gravity. You've broken through to Foundation establishment? Just a fluke. Buy you a drink when you're free. After saying that, she took out her flying magic weapon and left in a hurry. Qin Feng stood in place with a hint of doubt on his face. Didn't this old man Godogdan say that he would let me muddle along and not care about anything? Now letting the 5th senior sister come to deliver the message. What do you mean? Although he was upset, but Qin Feng still planned to go back to the sect tomorrow. It was because when he was reading a book 2 days ago, Qin Feng saw a description of the Everlasting Sword sect in an ancient book. The real valuable thing of the Everlasting Sword sect was not the everlasting grass, but the ethereal wood sword, which was forged by a secret method and could easily cleave through low-ranked magic weapons. The ethereal wood sword was similar to most flying sword magic weapons, yet it had a very counterintuitive advantage that it could have the sharpness of a flying sword even without injecting spiritual energy. The equivalent of an ordinary person with an ethereal wood sword would have a chance of beheading a low-ranked cultivator. At that time, when he saw the literature related to the ethereal wood sword, Qin Feng's first reaction was to get 2 of them over to see if they could be synthesized. If you can synthesize it, get some more and get your sister a weapon she can use. Day 2. Qin Feng arrived at the Great Hall of Divine Dan Peak early in the morning and it was empty. He waited for half an incense stick before a man in his 30s walked slowly. This is the 2nd senior brother, Qin Feng, just when the worship of the teacher saw him one side. In addition to no further interactions, and even do not know his last name, he gave Qin Feng an expressionless look and said nothing as he walked straight into the passageway next to the main hall. Due to the fact that he was wearing a white robe that was transformed by the sky shading robe, the 2nd senior brother couldn't see through Qin Feng's strength, but Qin Feng was able to see through him at a glance. The middle stage of foundation building is just what is there to be proud of. If no one is there, this kind of goods can be completely chopped by a sword. Just then, outside, 2 or 3 more figures came over one after another, and the still alive senior brothers and sisters had all arrived. Seeing that Qin Feng was on time for his appointment, Sun Yulan had a happy smile on her face and pointed to the passage next to her. Senior brother, quickly come with us. Master should already be waiting for us in the alchemy room. Yes. Qin Feng smiled and nodded his head to follow immediately, while preparing to show a friendly smile to the other 2 senior brothers as well, but they were indifferent and just as uncaring as the man in front of them. At the end of the passageway, there was a generously sized alchemy room. The Dan furnace and medicinal materials had all been prepared, and Godogwon was currently sitting on a nearby chair with his eyes closed. Only when everyone was here did he stand up and start maneuvering the ground fire, saying at the same time, "Next I will use the Royal Dan technique to refine 3 furnaces of Foundation Establishment Dan. Whoever can learn it will be the eldest senior brother from now on." After saying that, Godogwon started operating straight away. The earth fire roared to life, the temperature in the alchemy room rose steeply, and a medicinal herb was wrapped in divine sense and thrown into the furnace. Qin Feng couldn't see what the art of Royal Dan was, and he hadn't even fully mastered basic alchemy. After watching the alchemy for 3 times, he probably understood in his heart the role of the art of Royal Dan. The art of alchemy of the Imperial Dan is bound to be an extremely high-quality elixir if it succeeds, and if it fails it is a waste of elixir. And only elixirs that are familiarized to the extreme can be cast with the art of the Imperial Dan. After the 3 furnaces of foundation building Dan had been refined, Godogwon said to the 4 people in front of him with a tired face, "Next, you will be given 3 hours. Whoever can refine an extreme-grade foundation establishment pill, or a human-grade foundation establishment pill will be the eldest senior brother." After Godogdan finished speaking about the requirements, he handed out 3 more sets of herbs to each person, and then kicked the few people out. The freshly made pills had residual warmth and a strong Dan fragrance, so there was no worry about anyone cheating. Outside the passage there are several small alchemy rooms, 1 for each. Aside from Sun Yulan, the other 3 quickly walked into the alchemy room, seemingly determined to win the position of the eldest senior brother. Qin Feng turned to Sun Yulan and asked, "Fifth senior sister, are there any benefits to becoming a senior brother? You want to be a big brother, huh?" Sun Yulan teased and laughed, then said, "Being a big senior brother is equivalent to being a deputy peak master. The entire clan can have unimpeded access except for the Forbidden Land, and you can also make deals openly and honestly, and you can usually receive tasks with priority." After saying a few words in general, Sun Yulan also walked into one of the alchemy rooms. Qin Feng chose a position on the edge and was secretly a bit grateful. Qin Feng had mastered the laws of synthesizing elixirs when he had concocted his own waste elixir synthesis in the past. As long as it was synthesized in time, both the fragrance and temperature of the Dan were exactly the same as the freshly baked Dan, and it could be completely concealed from the world. The deputy peak master position Qin Feng originally had little interest in. However, the identity of the eldest senior brother traveled unimpeded in the sect, and could also trade openly. This benefit was just too tempting. "I have my sights set on the senior brother position." A light appeared in Qin Feng's eyes as he unlocked the stone door of the alchemy room and laid down another restriction. Finally, he took out the 10,000 demon cauldron from his storage ring. Today's 3, currently a chapter. In addition to thank yesterday's list 1 list 2 Big Brother, Fried Sky Gang, Ma Shu Dan and user 308700730. Chapter 55, The Sect's Positive Hair Evil. Placing the 10,000 devil cauldron at the mouth of the fire. He also placed the bundles of categorized medicinal herbs on the stone table next to him. Only after doing all this did Qin Feng unhurriedly integrate his divine sense into the mouth of the fire, controlling the earth fire to gush out to heat the 10,000 demons cauldron. Boom boom boom. The ferocious earth fire violently scorched the underside of the 10,000 demon cauldron, and it took a long time before the temperature was raised. And at this time, the sound of the flames in the next alchemy room had been lowered a lot, obviously entering the refining and splitting of the Dan. Qin Feng was a little anxious in his heart and directly turned on the fire of the earth fire to its maximum level. In an instant the entire alchemy room was filled with the sound of the earth fire whistling and the temperature was rising rapidly. This 10,000 devil cauldron is too durable for baking tests, isn't it? Seeing that the 10,000 devil cauldron had yet to reach the right temperature for a long time, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a bit depressed in his heart. While considering whether or not to change the alchemy furnace, the temperature inside the 10,000 demons cauldron finally lifted. Divine sense wrapped the strain of medicinal herbs slowly added to the tripod. In the high temperature constantly burning, killing, refining juice, condensing liquid, concentration, refining, split Dan. The first half of the process of alchemy Qin Feng has long been a perfect furnace. After reaching the part of the Dan link is the most likely to blow up the furnace. However, Qin Feng felt that it didn't matter. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by synthesis. After splitting the pills, 8 small rounded pill balls appeared inside the 10,000 demons cauldron. According to the normal alchemy process they still had to be allowed to forge inside the tripod and absorb the elements contained in heaven and earth. However, Qin Feng's alchemy means were simple. Almost there. Blow it up. Qin Feng directly lowered the temperature of the flame at the mouth of the fire, and the temperature within the 10,000 demons cauldron instantly lost its balance, and the power that had already been absorbed by the elixir instantly returned. Boom! Dull sounds resounded within the alchemy room as Qin Feng's divine sense wrapped around the 8 ruined dawn and took them out, then immediately added a second round of herbs to them. 8 waste pills could synthesize a medium-grade foundation building pill, and to synthesize an extreme-grade foundation building pill, one would need at least 4 furnaces. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng secretly took out another set of foundation establishment pill ingredients from his storage ring and placed them on the stone table. It's against the rules, but others may not be honest, like the alchemy room next door where the second senior brother is, which has now blown up for the second time. In the passageway outside the alchemy room, Good Dog Dan couldn't help but have a disappointed expression in his eyes as he listened to the sound of blowing ovens coming from one after another. In addition to Qin Feng, the rest of the people have entered the clan since childhood to follow him in alchemy, and these 10 years have passed, and even the foundation establishment Dan can't be fully mastered. What a bunch of losers. Good Dogman was so angry that he opened his mouth to curse. At this time, the sound of a furnace blowing up resounded again in the alchemy room where Qin Feng was. Biggest big loser. 3 hours passed quickly. Good Dog Dan sat expressionlessly in the hall. Successively the pills in the hands of the 5 disciples. The top quality is almost extreme. It's a pity. Medium quality. Way off. Of the 5, the 3rd and 4th senior brothers and 5th senior sister were eliminated on the spot. When he saw that his second disciple, Shin Chong, was pinching 2 extreme-grade foundation building Dan in his hand, Gu Gooden's face eased up a bit. None of them are unproductive, but they're not all individually unproductive. Where's yours? Good Dog Dan came to the front and looked at the elixir in Qin Feng's hand with an expressionless face, and his eyes immediately revealed an expression of surprise. The remaining few people also looked over one after another. The foundation establishment pill in Qin Feng's hand was round, full, and richly scented, with a few dragon-shaped marks faintly on it. This was the most standard extreme elixir, and a further step would allow for a breakthrough to reach the human rank. But just now, Qin Feng's alchemy room clearly had the most blown-up furnaces, so how could he refine this kind of pills? Good Dog Dan frowned as he held the elixir in his hands and watched it repeatedly before picking up the foundation establishment elixir that Shin Chong had refined. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was quiet for a long time. Good Dog Dan returned to his chair and resumed his seat before opening his mouth to Qin Feng and Shin Chong. Qin Feng just joined the sect not long ago and is unfamiliar with the rules and distribution of the sect. The position of senior brother will be temporarily replaced by Shin Chong. Qin Feng can be granted the treatment of a senior brother, and after a year you can split the winners and losers individually. How about it? I'm fine with that. Being able to take the place of his eldest senior brother, Shin Chong naturally had no problem with it, and he twisted his head to stare at Qin Feng with a threatening look. If you dare to have an opinion, I'll make you look good. I'm okay with that. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at Shin Chong with a look of death before a soft smile appeared on his face again. Seeing that the two were fine with it, Good Dog Dan took out the Peak Master's order and drew on the token with one hand, then pointed fiercely. In a flash, Qin Feng felt something extra in his identity token. With this, he should be able to travel anywhere outside the clan's forbidden land without any obstruction. It was at this time that Good Dogman said faintly, "Since all of you have no opinions, let's disperse." Shin Chong stays. When leaving the Great Hall, the 2 eliminated senior brothers both squeezed out smiles at Qin Feng, but Qin Feng didn't give them a good look and went straight after the 5th senior sister, Sun Yulan. At this moment, she had a downcast look on her face and was pinching her skirts in the direction of the cave. Seeing Qin Feng catching up, she squeezed out a smile on her face and congratulated. "Senior brother, you're great. Just a fluke." Qin Feng responded humbly and then walked side by side with her. The 2 of them walked towards the cave area while chatting idly, and it was only when they were almost at the place that Qin Feng opened his mouth to inquire about the matter at hand. "Senior sister, I heard that the clan has a very powerful flying sword." Before the words were finished they were interrupted by Sun Yulan just waving her hand. She swallowed the spirit fruit in her mouth and said with a face full of chagrin, "I just remembered when you said this. The contribution of the 300 pills you refined last time has been sent down. Don't forget to go to Tianji Peak to check. What you're talking about should be the ethereal wood sword. It's something unique to our clan. The ethereal wood sword issuance requirements seem to be relatively high. The second elder brother only redeemed a handful of them after working so hard to concoct pills for the clan all these years." Qin Feng probably had an idea of the ethereal wood sword in his heart. This thing was supposed to be the principle of the everlasting sword sect's security, and it hadn't even been circulated within the sect let alone outside. However, the more things that could not be bought with money, the more precious they were, and after bidding farewell to the 5th senior sister, Qin Feng immediately headed down the mountain. The Tianji Peaks points were issued in a very special way. According to the difficulty of the task the 4 characters A, B, C, D were issued. Of these, A is the hardest to obtain, while the things that can be exchanged for a points are rare. For example, redeeming a mountain peak to become the peak master of a sect to become a sect of its own, or redeeming human-level pills. Ethereal Wood Sword is also among the redemption. This shows how rare this sword is. After wandering around the sect, Qin Feng went to find Fatty Wang again. Taking the waste Dan collected during this period of time, he explained that he would help him keep an eye out for news of the Ethereal Wood Sword. After dropping a lower-grade foundation building Dan, Qin Feng turned around and left the sect. Back to Wolverine Mountain. Ding Shuli was adding formations on the next hill, and it looked like it was still a set of high-level misty trail formations. At this moment, her breath was weak, as if she had been seriously injured. Qin Feng flew next to Ding Shuli in his wooden spirit boat and opened his mouth to ask, "Senior Sister Ding, are you alright? You're back in the clan again?" Ding Shuli glanced in the direction Qin Feng had returned with an odd expression in his eyes. "What's wrong?" Qin Feng looked at her suspiciously, always feeling that Ding Shuli was getting more and more out of sorts during this period of time. And, since that cannon fodder incident, it seems like she rarely sees her return to the sect. Seeing Qin Feng's dumbfounded look, she immediately sighed and opened her mouth. "In fact, I entered the Everlasting Sword sect to steal the Everlasting Grass, and became a guest elder by chance. You gave me the Fire Snake amulet that night." Ding Shuli began to recount what happened that night, and after the crowd gathered and set off, they did encounter people from the Ghost King sect. Only the two sides didn't fight, but instead entered a canyon under the leadership of their respective clan elders. After entering the canyon, immediately a group of people dressed in black and holding long swords rushed out, slaughtering the people of the two clans indiscriminately, and the strongest elders of both sides stood directly next to each other and watched the show. Ding Shuli's own strength is not low, plus the Fire Snake talisman power is strong, which barely found the opportunity to escape back. Speaking of which, she couldn't help but show a flash of intense killing intent on her face and said indignantly, "It seems to outsiders that the Everlasting Sword sect is a righteous sect, but I actually saw it clearly that night. The Ghost King sect's people are dividing up the souls and baneful chi, and the Everlasting Sword sect's people are collecting the hot blood from the hearts of those who just died." Qin Feng asked suspiciously, "Senior Sister, how are you sure it's someone from our Everlasting Sword sect? They all had etheric swords in their hands. I could see them clearly." After saying that, Ding Shuli did not care about Qin Feng's reaction and continued to start reinforcing the formation. Qin Feng, on the other hand, felt a bit confused, originally thinking that the Everlasting Sword sect was not evil even if it wasn't. "I didn't realize that people are morally upright hair evil." Ding Shuli had discovered the secrets of the two clans, so it was no wonder that he hadn't returned to the clan during this period of time. It's better to find a way to get a few ethereal wood swords first. Qin Feng sighed and turned around to fly toward his cave, while his inner sense of belonging to the sect weakened a few more points. Back to Wolverine Mountain. Qin Feng had just put away the wood spirit boat when he saw the earth spirit ape jump out. Woo woo! It squatted on the ground and looked blearily at the storage ring in Qin Feng's hand. At this point, all the leveled places on Wolio Mountain have been turned into fields by the earth spirit apes. Only they haven't partitioned to dig ridges yet because Qin Feng didn't teach it that it wouldn't. Good performance. I'll go to Iron Mountain Workshop later to get you some higher grade goods. Qin Feng took out a handful of human-rank spirit-feeding pills from his storage ring and placed them in the Earth Spirit Ape's palm. After the Earth Spirit Ape ate the spirit-feeding pill, it immediately patted the folds on Qin Feng's clothes in a well-behaved manner before reaching out and pointing to the field next to it that had yet to be tidied up. Qin Feng rubbed its head and began to teach it to divide the field area and furrow the field can. Just for a few moments it learned. Standing on the ground with a hoe, with legs spread wide and the hoe held high, he dug hard to gather the soil for the field, and did it in a good manner. Qin Feng stood in place to supervise the work. It was only after a while that he turned around and returned to the open space at the entrance of the cave, taking out the human-rank spirit plant liquid to water the Beast King tree. At this point, the Beast King tree has grown to 6 inches tall and possesses 9 tender green leaves. Although it was still a sapling, it was already able to release aura, making the aura around the Wolverine Mountain denser and denser. Putting the wooden scoop away, Qin Feng injected spiritual energy into the clothes on his body, and the sky shading robe immediately began to change shape after being urged by the spiritual energy, transforming into a huge black robe that enveloped his entire body. The journey to Iron Mountain Place was roughly 800 miles, so Qin Feng planned to take this opportunity to try out the 1,000-mile flying shuttle, which was also a heavenly-grade extreme magical artifact. The unactivated shuttle was only 3 inches long, with a slender shape like a bamboo leaf and a light green color. Shuttle and Qin Feng heart to heart. Just a thought immediately transformed into the shape of 2 feet long and 3 feet wide, slender wooden boat. Qin Feng stepped on it and injected spiritual energy to try to maneuver the shuttle. Buzz! A slight vibration sounded. Qin Feng felt that the spiritual energy in his body was instantly consumed by more than half, followed by the surroundings began to become blurred. Chapter 56, Divide the Blood Spirit Stones. Buzz off! The 1,000-mile flying shuttle continuously made a vibrating sound. cutting a long white trail in the void. Just in the blink of an eye, Qinfeng seemed to see the outline of the Iron Mountain place amidst the mountains. Woohoo! So fast! Qinfeng's pupils dilated, immediately controlling the 1,000-mile shuttle to stop. If he flew over like this again, he would probably have to attract the attention of many people. After finding a remote place to put away the 1,000-mile shuttle and hold it in his hands, Qinfeng's heart was relieved. If this flew directly over Iron Mountain place, it would definitely become a conspicuous bag and then be missed by quite a few people. With such a fast speed, it's estimated that the linking dance stage cultivators won't be able to catch up. Qinfeng patted the flying shuttle in his hand. His eyes revealed a look of delight. This flying shuttle could be considered a good treasure to save his life. After entering the Iron Mountain place, Qinfeng went straight to the Smoke and Rain building. The top floor of the Smoke and Rain building was empty, and in the practicing room next to it, Qinyu was continuously swinging her sword to attack the wooden man pile, while Qinfeng just stood in the doorway and watched quietly. Qinyu's aura had gotten much stronger again after not seeing her for a while. Qinfeng guessed roughly in his heart, if he didn't use the Fire Snake Talisman and the heavenly ranked magic weapon, he probably wouldn't even be a match for his sister by now. But getting stronger all comes at a price. Looking Qi technique just a simple sweep. Qinfeng can see that her Qi and blood is much weaker. Perhaps life expectancy will also be greatly affected. When Qinfeng froze, Qinyu had already walked up to him. She smilingly pinched Qinfeng's cheeks as she wiped her sweat. Again. Ha! Qinfeng grinned and returned to the hall to cast a ban before he sat on the chair next to her and quietly watched her drink water. Qinyu put down her water cup and said to Qinfeng with a face full of complaints, "Don't run around during this period of time." A while ago the news of 2,000-year-old fire spirit fruits circulated in the Iron Mountain place. A lot of people were thinking about the person who sold the fire spirit fruits, and a large number of cultivators were robbed every day. "Don't worry sis, I'm sure I'll be fine." Qinfeng responded with a smile before opening his mouth and asking, "Sister, your body should be affected by your sudden surge in strength, right?" Qinyu froze for a moment and immediately shook her head, then raised her fist and said, "Your sister. I'm in good health. Do you think the immortal cultivator's Qi-looking technique is vegetarian?" Qinfeng rolled his eyes and then took out all the blood spirit stones. "What is it?" "The blood spirit stone. It's said to increase longevity, and I'm not sure if the effect is good or not." Qinyu recognized the blood spirit stone, and Qinfeng didn't know how powerful the blood spirit stone's effects were, so he asked her to try it on the spot. There were two ways to use the blood spirit stones, directly absorbing them or forcing out the essence inside with spiritual energy. Qinfeng was not sure if what his sister cultivated could be directly absorbed, so he directly used his spiritual power to force out the essence of an extremely high-grade blood spirit stone and wrapped it with his divine sense and sent it to Qinyu. The blood spirit stone that had lost its essence instantly dimmed, and even cracked a few cracks. "I was beginning to suspect that you'd come here specifically to test me." Qinyu pouted and glared at Qinfeng before reaching out to take the essence and swallow it directly. A white light lit up in Qinfeng's eyes as he stared closely at his sister's body changes. After using the blood spirit stone, the Qi and blood power in her body instantly went berserk, and there were hidden signs of becoming stronger amidst the berserkness. As for whether or not there was any increase in lifespan, Qinfeng couldn't tell, so he could only open his mouth and ask, "Sister, how does it feel?" Qinyu didn't say anything and just squinted her eyes to feel the changes within her body. After a long time she opened her eyes. Her eyes showed a surprised color and asked, "Where did you get it?" "That's a secret, but I can get you as many as you want later." Qinfeng grinned, his heart happy to the core. The blood spirit stone on the side of the Qinghe place was a medium-grade spirit vein with a staggering amount that just Qinyu and Tiezhu wouldn't be able to use up in their lifetime if they were to use it for the two of them. "You still have secrets from me, huh?" Qinyu rolled her eyes and whispered again, "You quote a price and I'll have Smoke and Rainhouse give you the spirit stones. It's my mother's money anyway, so it's not worth it." Before the words fell, a figure in a long blue dress had already appeared in the hall. The person who came was none other than Li Qingqing. The moment she appeared, the restriction laid by Qinfeng immediately fragmented and lost its effect. "That's thinking about your mother's money." Li Qingqing glared at Qinyu with a face full of doting love before placing her gaze on Qinfeng and finally looking at the red stone on the table. With just a glance, a shocked expression instantly appeared on Li Qingqing's face. The hall was silent. Qinfeng felt embarrassed. Qinyu wanted to know the value of these blood spirit stones, and no one spoke for a while. It was only after a long while that Li Qingqing raised her head with a flushed face and asked Qinfeng, "Are all these blood spirit stones that you gave to you?" Qinfeng nodded, and Qinyu realized that these blood spirit stones seemed to be very valuable, and immediately stood up, picking up an incomparably translucent extremely high-grade blood spirit stone and asked, "Mother, is this blood spirit stone precious?" "Priceless. In our southern region immortal cultivation realm, blood spirit stones haven't appeared for decades. and the method of refining them is only known to the Haoran sect, but they also failed some time ago. If I had to say what it's worth, I'd have to say its price to sell. Li Qingqing explained a few sentences before finally placing her gaze on Qin Feng and said excitedly, "Little Wind, where did you get these blood spirit stones? Auntie is willing to pay a high price for them." It was Qin Feng's turn to be embarrassed. Looking at Li Qingqing's appearance, she should also be in great need of blood spirit stones. If she wanted this matter, it would be fine. It would be a little hard to equip the entire smoky house if she wanted to. Qin Yu hurriedly reached out and pulled the corner of Li Qingqing's coat. She immediately realized that she had lost her temper and squeezed out an awkward smile on her face before stepping back a few steps to sit on the chair next to her. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Feng opened his mouth and asked, "Auntie should also need blood spirit stones, right? Although these blood spirit stones are plentiful, they're not enough for Xiao Yu to use. I'm already old. It's better to leave the opportunity to her." Li Qingqing glanced at the blood spirit stone in front of Qin Feng, a look of regret appearing in her eyes. There are 7 of the middle grade and 14 of the lower grade left, which is not much indeed. Noticing the look of regret on the other party's face, Qin Feng immediately opened his mouth and asked, "How much is enough if my sister is going to use it?" "You'll need at least 200 for better color, and more for poorer color. It's only 200 pieces in the district. A single extreme blood spirit stone could increase one's lifespan by 5 years, and the effect might decrease the more one used it." 200 blood spirit stones were conservatively estimated to increase Qin Yu's lifespan by at least a few hundred years. Qin Feng was relieved in his heart and asked again, "How much does Auntie need?" Li Qingqing smiled and said, 1 or 200 pieces is not too little, and 3 or 500 pieces is not too much. Putting aside the value, to synthesize so many blood spirit stones, it would take a lot of time just to dig up the semi-finished products. Although the Smoke and Rain building had a large number of manpower, Qin Feng did not want to expose his abilities. "You'll just have to take your time and find a way to get it yourself." Seeing that Qin Feng didn't say anything, Li Qingqing smiled and said, "Auntie is old, so don't think about me. As long as you and Xiao Yu are doing well, Auntie is out of line to say that. I'll find a way to get as many as I can." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Feng left behind 1 extreme grade blood spirit stone alone before splitting the rest into 2 portions and handing them to Li Qingqing and Qin Yu respectively. A flash of surprise appeared in Li Qingqing's eyes before she handed her share to Qin Yu without hesitation. Since cultivating immortality, the one who was most worried was his sister, and now that he knew that the blood spirit stone was useful to her, Qin Feng was naturally in an extremely good mood. The 2 siblings exchanged pleasantries for a while before Qin Feng put on his black robe and hat and left the Smoke and Rain building. Before leaving, Qin Feng also explained to his sister that she should use the Smoke and Rain building's connections to transfer that mid-grade blood spirit stone to Tiezhu. It was already evening. There were many fewer people coming and going on the streets. Qin Feng walked straight towards the Qiyuan Pavilion, and a trace of anger couldn't help but appear in his heart as he passed by the Hall of Passage Immortals. The last time he sold the 1,000-year-old fire spirit fruit, it turned out that these guys turned around and betrayed themselves. Sooner or later, I'm going to have to trash this store. Come to the Court of Odd Fellows. Qin Feng didn't look for Zilinger and directly bought something under the hospitality of the maids. Spirit beast pills, spirit plant liquid, several identical spirit beast breeding methods and the yellow rank intermediate 10,000 soul scripture. None of these things were very expensive, and even with a large number of them, they only cost 120,000 lower grade spirit stones. After buying something, Qin Feng left Iron Mountain Place. This period of time, in addition to the realm, did not improve. Other things added a lot of things. A short period of time cannot even think of what is still missing. It was evening by the time we got back. A white flying boat could be seen floating outside of Wolverine Mountain from a long distance away, with several figures standing on it. Qin Feng was puzzled in his heart, but he still took off his black-robed hat and flew over slowly with his wood spirit boat. Qin Feng was instantly dumbfounded when he got closer. This was because among the people standing on the flying boat was Good Ogdan, and besides him there were 3 older old men and a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man appeared to be around 40 years old, wearing a black cloth coat and long hair casually draped behind him. At this moment, he was staring at a lavender compass in his hand with a grave expression, seemingly searching for something. Qin Feng screamed in his heart that it was not good to be able to make even good dogmen stand back. This man was either a patriarch or an elder. Chapter 57, Spirit Beast Technique, Cultivating Earth Spirit Ape. Qin Feng approached. Aside from the middle-aged man who was observing the compass, the rest of the group, including Gu Dogwen, had their gazes on him. Qin Feng immediately arched his hand and bowed. "Greetings, master. Greetings, seniors." Good Dogman nodded expressionlessly, and the rest of the people nodded their heads in greeting as well, before placing their gaze on the middle-aged man. The last time her scent was detected, it would have been around here. The middle-aged man said to himself, then raised his head to place his gaze on Qin Feng and asked, "You're a disciple of the clan?" Qin Feng was full of doubts, and only after Godogdan reminded him did he rush to arch his hand and bow, saying, "Disciple Qin Feng, meet Lord Sovereign." Li Qingyun lightly glanced at Qin Feng, put away the compass and opened his mouth to ask, "Do you recognize Ding Shuli, the guest elder of Divine Dan Peak?" "Recognize. There was contact between you?" "Contact?" Qin Feng did not know what contact the other party was talking about, but looking at the situation it was obvious that he had come to find Ding Shuli to silence him. Thoughts swirled in his mind, but Qin Feng wasn't slow on his lips and immediately replied, "Once when Disciple was still a handyman, I ran into Elder Ding once. At that time, she probably wanted to steal the medicinal herbs was discovered by the Disciple. If not for someone passing by, I'm afraid that the Disciple had already been killed by her." Qin Feng made up a random lie to disguise himself as a victim. Plus, this was the edge of Crouching Bull Mountain, and at any time, he could activate the sky-splitting divine concealment formation, so he was full of energy and wasn't half nervous at all. Li Qingyun didn't say anything. His eyes were like needles piercing into Qin Feng's eyes for a long while before he withdrew his gaze and glanced towards the opposite side of Ding Shangshan again. 5 spirit roots and still able to break through Foundation establishment. "You're very good," he said faintly, and then he drove the flying boat away, not saying anything more since the beginning. At this moment, the Lilac Mountain was wrapped in the misty trail formation, and looked like any other mountain from the outside. Qin Feng didn't know if they had seen the signs or where Ding Shuli was now, so he stood in place for a while before turning around and heading back to Wolio Mountain. Back to the cave. Qin Feng began to synthesize the spiritual plant liquid that he had just bought. The spirit plant liquid could only be raised to the upper grade of the human rank at the highest, and could be catalyzed for 150 days by pouring it once. Synthesizing a bucket of human rank upper grade spiritual plant liquid was used to water the Beast King tree, while the rest Qin Feng all synthesized medium grade spiritual plant liquid to water the elixirs in the medicinal fields. Now that the earth spirit apes were becoming more intelligent, they were perfectly capable of doing these jobs. Beyond that, the spirit beast breeding method was upgraded into the spirit beast skill, and the 10,000 soul scripture was upgraded into the Xian rank intermediate nurturing spirit technique. The spirit beast skill was a technique that only spirit beasts could cultivate, prompting the return of their bloodline to their ancestors. The nourishing god technique, on the other hand, was a technique that specialized in cultivating the divine sense, and in addition to raising the realm, a cultivator's strong divine sense also had tremendous benefits. Next time, Qin Feng was in seclusion, and apart from personally watering the Beast King tree with spiritual plant liquid every day, he spent the rest of his time cultivating the God Nurturing Technique and the 5 Emperors God Execution Technique. With the Spirit Gathering Array and the Spirit Renewal Pill, both cultivation and divine sense were growing by leaps and bounds. This time, Qin Feng closed his eyes for a full month. The realm has already reached the early stage of foundation building consummation, and it is only 1 foot away from the middle stage of foundation building realm. Having hit a bottleneck, it's finally time to take a break. A bonfire was raised at the entrance to the cave. Qin Feng slowly turned the rabbit leg in his hand and gradually roasted it until it was golden in color and charred. The earth spirit ape, on the other hand, was squatting beside the campfire pile, constantly turning and roasting a 200-pound hair-bearing wild boar. All of these prey are what it got back. Although it didn't cultivate the spirit beast skill, didn't eat the higher level spirit beast Dan, but its intelligence has been no less than 10-year-old human cubs. The body type is a full expansion of a circle, 9 feet tall, smooth body lines, like a huge monkey, and apes simply cannot touch the edge. At this moment, the earth spirit ape was staring with excitement at the food in the fire, black and fishy and smelly, but its mouth was watering as it watched. Woo woo, the earth spirit ape gestured at Qin Feng, signaling that the boar meat was ready to be eaten. "You're allowed to eat alone." Qin Feng waved his hand and directly turned around to enter the cave. The spirit beast Dan he bought last time had not been synthesized yet. It was just as well that the spirit feeding pill was now finished, so I took this opportunity to give it a better meal. Qin Feng picked up the spirit beast Dan and placed it in his palm, synthesizing it while still knowing the potency of the Dan. Medium-grade spirit beast pill. Spirit beasts can increase their spiritual intelligence, strengthen their physique, and have a small chance of awakening their bloodline after taking it. Can be synthesized. Divine Beast Dan. Divine Beast Elixir. 3 lines of Human Order Elixir. Spirit beasts can increase spiritual intelligence. Fit Aura. Greatly enhance the strength of the body. Long-term use of the bloodline can be awakened. It has reached the top level and cannot be synthesized again. Although the Royal Beast is also a means that immortal cultivators often use, it is ultimately not as extensive as the 4 arts of immortal cultivation, and pills on the aspect of the Royal Beast are even more incomparably scarce. The Spirit Beast Dan on the market was the top of the line for spirit pets. and Qin Feng felt that giving the Earth Spirit Ape the Divine Beast Dan wasn't a bad deal. When the Beast King tree bore fruit later on, it would naturally have its chance. After synthesizing all the Spirit Beast Dawn, a total of 62 Divine Beast Dawn were obtained. Step out of the cave. The Earth Spirit Ape had already finished eating the entire boar, and at this time, with a rounded stomach, it was lying on the ground to bask in the sun. Come here, I'll let you have some of the premium stuff. Qin Feng waved his hand at the Earth Spirit Ape, and it immediately jumped up from the ground and ran to Qin Feng in 3 or 2 steps. Woo woo! When he smelled the scent of the Divine Beast Dan, the Earth Spirit Ape immediately breathed heavier and trembled with excitement. Qin Feng was beginning to worry if it would become incontinent if it was too excited. What a ing no gooder. Qin Feng angry slap in its huge head. Purely this point of physical strength, equivalent to scratching it, handing it the Divine Beast Dan. Qin Feng took out the Spirit Beast skill from his storage ring again. This gong method was divided into 2 parts, which in layman's terms were external and internal. According to the written instructions, it needs to be recited to the pet often, similar to preaching until the pet understands and comprehends them before they can start practicing. Seeing how the Spirit Beast skill was used, Qin Feng's person went numb. You don't have enough time for yourself, and you have to read to it? Qin Feng looked at the open space not far away in a depressed manner. The Earth Spirit Ape that had just finished eating the Divine Beast Dan was rolling around on the ground at this time, with many pale ears and other debris on its body, and was generally unlike a countryside dirt dog except for its unlikable size. Woo woo! Sensing the murderous aura in Qin Feng's eyes, the Earth Spirit Ape immediately ran over to squat obediently in front of him. I'm going to tell you something, it's very important. If you don't understand it and can't remember it, I'm going to eat a monkey's brain. Understand? The Earth Spirit Ape touched his head and immediately nodded furiously. The Spirit Beast skill's external cultivation method was relatively simple, similar to a human martial artist's body refining, exercising strength and polishing the sinews and bones, while the internal cultivation was a short incantation. Only after reading out all the contents of the Spirit Beast skill did Qin Feng place his gaze on the Earth Spirit Ape. Remember? Woo woo! It clutched its head and began nodding frantically once again. Abolished! Seeing this guy with a silly look on his face, Qin Feng felt a headache all of a sudden, but he didn't bother with it. Walking out of the crouching bull mountain formation, there was an obese figure standing in the open space outside the mountain gate, and he was preparing to use a sound transmission note by pinching it in his hand. Seeing Qin Feng come out, Steward Wang immediately had a fawning smile on his face as he arched his hand and bowed to Qin Feng, saying, Elder Qin, there's news on the matter you asked me to keep an eye on. News of the ethereal sword? Right. I only received the news this morning. I heard that the Peak Master of Luyun Peak was poisoned by fire. Whoever can take out the Xianmei 9 turns Dan, he'll give away an ethereal wood sword. When I received the news, I immediately rushed to your place. Qin Feng was silent. The Xian D 9 turns Dan was a 9-striped elixir that could cure all poisons, and in terms of value, it was already comparable to a Xian-class primary magical artifact. A single ebony sword is worth that much? Why doesn't he go to the neighboring markets to buy pills? Fatty Wang's face was suddenly suffocated in red and said carefully, it is said that there is no such elixir in any of the surrounding workshops, so, only spread the news within the clan. Maybe we can stumble upon it. Qin Feng nodded. Taking out 20 lower-grade spirit stones from the storage ring and handing them to Fatty Wang, he then took out the wood spirit boat and flew in the direction of the sect. Today 3 more. Write 2 chapters was sleepy, but see everyone rewarded gifts. I climbed up overnight angrily code a chapter. In addition to thank, smoking gun fast update. Rewarded sprinkle flowers. This name is True Love Fan Chapter 58, The 9 Revolutions of the Xuanhe Pill. Enter the mountain gate. On the way back to Divine Dan Peak, Qin Feng heard quite a few people discussing about the Xian D9 turns Dan, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Isn't it just a 9-stripe elixir? As long as the information was true, even if it was a higher level elixir, one had a way to get it out. There wasn't much in the area of the cave where the true disciples lived. Qin Feng walked straight past his immortal demon cave and towards 5th senior sister Sun Yulan's cave. A few pots of pink herbs were planted at the entrance of her cave, and the faint scent was pleasant. At this moment, the stone door of the cave was tightly closed, so Qin Feng took out a sound transmission note and threw it in. A few moments later, the stone door opened, and Sun Yulan appeared at the entrance of the cave, carrying a pasty smell of alchemy blowing up the furnace. She asked with a disheveled face, Senior brother, is there something wrong? Qin Feng opened the door and asked, I heard that the Peak Master of Luyun Peak is in dire need of the Xuanhe 9 turns pill. Has senior sister heard about this? I've been in closed door alchemy for a while. Sun Yulan's face was full of bewilderment and seemed to have thought of something. Covering her mouth and laughing lightly, she said, Elder brother, you want to trade for the ethereal wood sword in his hand? Ha! It just so happens that I have one in my hand. Qin Feng didn't say anything about the ethereal wood sword, and then asked in a pretense of worry, if I had given him the elixir, would he have gone back on his word? A smile appeared on Sun Yulan's face as she patted her chest. What's wrong with that? Although our eternal life sword sect doesn't have much of a reputation in the eyes of outsiders, we still won't go back on our word to our own people. Then I'll believe you for a while. Qin Feng secretly muttered in his heart and bid farewell to Sun Yulan before heading straight towards the Divine Dan Peak's medicinal material storehouse. The Divine Dan Peak medicinal herb storehouse held the entire clan's medicinal herbs, and had open access to the clan's disciples, so as long as they could afford to pay a spirit stone, they could purchase them. It was already late in the evening when they arrived at the herb store. There were 2 inner disciples standing at the doorway, and when they saw Qin Feng arrive, a fawning smile immediately appeared in their eyes. Elder Qin, what is your order? I'm going to enter the 10,000 Dan Pavilion to take a look and get some more herbs later. Elder Qin, you follow me. An inner disciple immediately led Qin Feng in the direction of the Wan Dan Pavilion. Although there was a ban on entering the 10,000 Dan Pavilion, they also had tokens in their hands to open the ban. Qin Feng entered the 10,000 Dan Pavilion and searched around for a while, found the Dan formula for the Xian D9 turns Dan and copied it down, and when he came out, he happened to pass by the location where the Eternal Life Dan was placed before. When you look around, the books on the immortality pills are gone. Walk out of the Wan Dan Pavilion. Qin Feng handed the Dan prescription he had just copied to the disciple waiting at the door and said, raise 10 sets of herbs for me according to the Dan prescription. The 9 revolutions of the Xian Diablo pill? That disciple just glanced at the Dan formula, and a look of difficulty immediately appeared in his eyes. Qin Feng frowned and asked, what's wrong? Elder Shen had already greeted them in the morning. The disciples of Divine Dan Peak are not allowed to use these herbs. A look of embarrassment appeared on the face of the disciple watching the door, and Qin Feng's face immediately sank. The Elder Shen that the other party was talking about was none other than second senior brother Shinchong. Just my master's words? Peak Master Gu didn't say anything, but Elder Shen said he wanted to use these herbs. Qin Feng was silent. The Xian D9 turns Dan was a top human-ranked elixir. Could he be sure of refining it? But no matter what, this medicinal herb was something that he himself absolutely had to get his hands on. Taking the clan's identity token out and holding it in his hand, he said indifferently to the 2. Master has already said that Shinchong and I are of equal status, so I won't make things difficult for you. Hurry up and go grab 10 sets of herbs. The 2 men who were responsible for guarding the medicinal herb storehouse immediately had difficult expressions, exchanged glances with each other, and ultimately decided to go and help Qin Feng collect the medicinal herbs. A few moments later, 10 bundles of medicinal herbs appeared at the entrance of the medicinal herbs storehouse. Each bundle of medicinal herbs had at least 100 plants, in addition to many other materials, such as the ice spirit stone, the Xuanhe stone scatter. Elder Qin, there's still one more cherished herb missing, so you'll have to collect it yourself. What's missing? Fire spirit fruit spirit liquid. Qin Feng did not say anything and directly put the medicinal herbs on the ground into his storage ring before turning around and leaving. The fire spirit fruit spiritual liquid has to be formed by soaking the fire spirit fruit for at least 100 years for one night. This stuff is rare, but I happen to have it in my own hands. As for the cost of the medicinal herbs, it would be deducted from each month's salary. There was no need to give spirit stones. Qin Feng had just left on the front foot, and Shinchong came on the back foot. He led a man dressed in white with a charming smile on his face and said, Brother Chen, if you help me accomplish this matter, I'll treat you to a drink at Heavenly Star City some other day. The man in white was 8 feet tall, with a handsome face, snow-white skin, and an aura of elegance and jade-like gentleness emanating from his body. In the face of Xin Chang's compliments, he only gave a faint After the 2 of them arrived at the entrance of the medicinal material storehouse, Shinchong changed his face and instructed the disciples watching the door to bring out all the medicinal materials for the Xian D9 turns Dan. When he saw that there were only 5 or 6 sets of herbs left, Xin Chang's face darkened. How come there's only so much? Back to Elder Shen. Just now Elder Qin made a visit and took away 10 pairs of herbs. 5 or 6 sets of herbs would be enough. A confident expression appeared on the white-clothed man's face, and Xin Chang's face was gloomy as he looked at the 2 men and angrily rebuked them. Didn't I say no one was to touch these herbs? The aura of his body was ancient and swirling. It was so hateful that he could not wait to kill these 2 disciples right on the spot. So scared that one of the disciples immediately knelt down on the ground and hurriedly said, He said that he is equal in status to you and has the right to use the herbs. Equal status? Xin Chang's eyes revealed a touch of gloom. It was true that the status was equal, but it would soon be unequal. When the man in white put the medicinal materials into his storage ring, Shinchong then accompanied him towards the Divine Dan Peak alchemy area. The earth fire in the alchemy area was ferocious, making it an excellent choice for refining high-grade pills. The other side. Qin Feng also returned to Wolverine Mountain. The first thing Qin Feng did when he returned to the cave was to take out the 1,000-year-old fire spirit fruit and then soak it in mountain spring water. Soaking once will not have any effect on the 1,000-year-old fire spirit fruit at all. If it is until the fruit is soaked, then the value of the spirit liquid is basically back to the capital. How to do it will not lose. During the time he waited for the fire spirit fruit spirit liquid, Qin Feng circled around the perimeter of the mountain. The medicinal field on the hilltop was well tended by the earth spirit ape. The ground was free of any weeds, and even the rest of the area beyond the hilltop was free of weeds. It looked pleasing to the eye. The earth spirit ape, on the other hand, was in an empty medicinal field, pushing a huge rock for fun, and the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger, more than dozens of times stronger than when he first arrived. That would be its special workout, right? Qin Feng cast a look at it with his chi-looking technique. As the earth spirit ape pushed the boulder, a thick force of chi and blood was erupted from his body with each force. Although it had spiritual power in its body, the earth spirit ape didn't seem to have found a usage method to use its spiritual power, and only relied on brute force to push the boulder. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and directly waved his hand at the earth spirit ape. Woo woo! Seeing his master call for him, the earth spirit ape immediately rushed over, and after arriving in front of him, he obediently squatted on the ground and waited for Qin Feng to issue an order. Qin Feng pointed at the Beast King tree sapling next to him and said, "This thing is very valuable. You know? Woo woo." The earth spirit ape immediately nodded, a look of excitement in its eyes. Qin Feng took out the human-grade upper-grade spiritual plant liquid from his storage ring again and explained to it, "From now on, you have to water the sapling with the spiritual plant liquid once a day. Once a day. Understand?" The earth spirit ape turned around, lying on the ground and carefully glancing at the Beast King sapling, his eyes revealing a look of gravity as he nodded at Qin Feng. It had observed the Beast King sapling countless times before this, but unfortunately, it was blocked by Qin Feng's prohibition. "Starting tomorrow, water it once a day and don't touch it or I'll eat monkey brains." Woo woo. The earth spirit ape nodded frantically, then ran away, clutching his head. Now it can clearly realize what a monkey brain is. Isn't it just eating its own brain? Seeing the earth spirit ape react violently, Qin Feng could not help but roll his eyes, turned around and entered the cave to start cultivating. One night later, the fire spirit fruit spiritual liquid soaked well. The fire spirit fruit in the basin was still the same as before, but the mountain spring water had already turned into a dark red and somewhat viscous liquid, smelling like a faint fragrance. Qin Feng took out the few remaining true fire charcoal from his storage ring and placed it next to him, then took out all the herbs for the Xian D9 turns Dan. Although it was the first time he had refined such a high-level elixir, Qin Feng did not feel half as nervous in his heart. This was because one only needed to refine the waste pills to be considered successful. Chapter 59. Rumble. As the true flame charcoal was ignited, hot flames instantly gushed out, crazily scorching the bottom of the 10,000 devil cauldron. Although the temperature was not as high as the ground fire of the divine Dan Peak, Qin Feng felt that it was almost enough to refine the waste pills. As the temperature gradually rose, Qin Feng began to add medicinal herbs to the 10,000 demons cauldron one after another. In less than half an incense stick of time, all the medicinal herbs formed a streak of light green medicinal mud inside the tripod. It wasn't until then that Qin Feng added the fire spirit fruit spirit liquid to it. A few moments later the medicinal mud had been thoroughly formed, emitting a strange fragrance, and it was ready to be divided into pills. In order for the later synthesis to be able to infallibly reach the human extreme grade, Qin Feng chose to split the maximum number of Dan. 12. 12 pills in a furnace is already the limit of this world's alchemy, but not Qin Feng's limit. A moment later, the medicinal mud within the 10,000 demons cauldron was divided into 12 portions, while the 10,000 demons cauldron began to shake slightly. Boom! Before I could get to the next process, it just blew up. A human-ranked elixir. It's really powerful. Qin Feng let out a sigh of emotion and immediately took the discarded pill out of the 10,000 demons cauldron, holding it in the palm of his hand and observing it. These herbs had just been divided out before they could round the Dan and blew up in the furnace, and now they weren't in a rounded state at all, but rather a very regular piece of black charred crystals. Qin Feng was a bit worried about not meeting the criteria for a wasted Dan, but a line of small letters had already appeared in front of him. Unformed Shen Mei Zhou Yun Dan, after taking the body is as cold as frost. Blood coagulation. There is a possibility of freezing to death. Can be synthesized into inferior Xian Mei Zhou Yun Dan. Is that even possible? An unexpected look appeared in Qin Feng's eyes, and he immediately began to refine the next furnace of pills again. Week after week, the 5 furnaces of pills were quickly refined. In front of Qin Feng lay more than 50 black crystals emitting a paste-like odor, which were glistening and translucent. Unlike unusual charred elixirs, a human-ranked elixir. It really is extraordinary. Qin Feng sighed with emotion and directly began synthesizing. One of the pills blew up the furnace too badly, damaging 3 of the ruined pills. And now there were 57 Xian Nian 9 revolutions ruined pills left. After 2 rounds of synthesis, Qin Feng obtained 14 pills. Xuanhe 9 turns pill, a human-ranked top-grade elixir that can detoxify all poisons in the world, restrain all fire poisons, cleanse the body, improve the physique and prompt the absorption of aura to be more fluent. Can be synthesized, ghost pill of the underworld? Could it be that because the Xianhan 9 turns Dan started at a relatively high level, it only needed to be synthesized twice to reach the quality it deserves? Looking at the 14 Xian D9 turns Dan in front of him, Qin Feng felt like he was dreaming. Thinking back to when he had refined pills before, he had never encountered such a situation. Of course, the difficulty of refining the other elixirs was also much lower than the Xian D9 turns Dan. Putting all the pills away, Qin Feng took out a separate small bottle to contain another Xian D9 turns pill. After packing up the waste for alchemy, Qin Feng quickly left the cave, intending to go to the sect to exchange the ethereal wood sword. It was midday. Just stepping out of the cave you could see that snow was continuously drifting outside, and at first it was as fine as broken grass. A few moments later, the snowflakes began to grow larger, and it rained gooseflesh. Is it winter so soon? Qin Feng stared straight at the snowflakes outside. After breaking through the foundation establishment, he hadn't paid attention to the temperature changes in the outside world for a long time, and he didn't realize that the seasons had changed until he saw snow now. Time flies. The Everlasting Sword sect had dozens of peaks in total, 7 of which were closest to the Everlasting Peak and were known as the Everlasting Seven, and the Flowing Cloud Peak was one of the 7 peaks. When he arrived at the foot of Luyun Peak, the surroundings were already white. Goosefeather snow was still falling, and heaven and earth seemed to have turned white at this moment. Qin Feng found someone to lead the way and rushed straight towards the Great Hall of Luyun Peak. The one responsible for leading the way was a Flowing Cloud Peak disciple of the 8th level of the Qi refining stage, who looked to be just 17 or 18 years old, carrying a silver white, red tasseled lance tied on his back. The aura on this disciple was stronger than most of the people in Divine Dan Peak. After all, the people of Shindan Peak focus on alchemy, while the people of the 7 peaks focus on fighting. Catching up on the road. With a face full of entanglement, the teenager turned to Qin Feng and asked, "This elder, do you really have the Xian D9 turns Dan on you?" Qin Feng gave him a puzzled look and opened his mouth to ask, "Why do you ask?" Alas, during this period of time many people have said that there is a potion, only to realize that it is not when they arrive at the place and see that it is just about the same effect, and the peak master has been furious several times. Does it have to be the Xian 9 turns Dan to work? Ha! A depressed expression appeared in his eyes, and he immediately stopped and said awkwardly, "Elder Qin, if you don't have the Xian Diablo 9 turns pill, let's not go." "I have. Come on." Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand at him before walking straight in the direction of the mountain. There were many buildings constructed on the summit of the Flowing Cloud Peak. In addition to a number of martial arts arenas paved with arcane stone slabs, many people were up there practicing their moves and polishing their muscles. The aura of these people was strong, and when they saw Qin Feng wearing the white robe of the Divine Dan Peak, they all revealed fawning smiles even if they didn't come to greet him. The two of them walked through the martial arts arena and came straight to the outside of a wide small courtyard. The teenager said respectfully, "Elder Qin, this is our peak master's courtyard. I'll go and deliver the message for you." Qin Feng stood still and waited, watching as he ran to the door to negotiate with the disciple guarding the gate, speaking for a while, and pulling out 2 more spirit stones and shoving them over before running back. "Elder Qin, it's already been arranged." The teenager was full of excitement as he pointed to the entrance of the courtyard, while Qin Feng was a bit depressed. "You've come to deliver a life-saving elixir to their peak master, and you have to give some favors to get it in? Go inside. Our master is inside." The 2 disciples watching the door glanced at Qin Feng expressionlessly, then each turned away without the slightest hint of leading the way. Qin Feng glanced at the 2 men. His heart became even more depressed. Since when did foundation establishment stage cultivators start being so crazy? But they both don't usually survive long with this behavior. Walk into the yard. What was seen was a house built of fine boxwood, with all kinds of swords, spears, swords and halberds of magic weapons placed inside the hall. Step into the hall. Immediately, he could sense the unusualness of the side room next to him. The surroundings were cold. The temperature in that room was scorching hot, and there was a large amount of dark red water vapor spreading out from the cracks in the door, which was extremely appalling. Qin Feng walked to the door and knocked on it, shouting inside. 6th disciple Qin Feng under Good Ogden's seat, seeks an audience with the peak master of Luyun Peak. "What is it?" The voice coming from inside was slightly hoarse, and Qin Feng immediately responded. "I heard that senior is in dire need of the Xian D9 turns Dan, and disciple happens to have one in his hand. It's quiet in there." The door to the room opened, From inside came out two maidens wearing white robes with veils of superior appearance. After coming to the front, the two immediately saluted Qin Feng in unison. "Greetings to Elder Qin. Let the maid come out to meet people. This is the intention to try the elixir first?" Seeing that a large amount of red mist filled over inside the door, Qin Feng was worried that it might be contagious. So he didn't bother with that much and directly took out the Xian D9 turns Dan from his storage ring and handed it over. Chapter 60, The Ethereal Wood Sword arrives. Yard. The cold wind whistled. Goosefeather snow rustled down. And chills rose everywhere. The two disciples watching the door at the entrance of the courtyard shrunk their hands in their sleeve pockets and chatted in whispers about how many more female disciples had come to the sect and who was the most beautiful. Qin Feng stepped on the heavy snow and paced back and forth, trying to shrink his hands into his sleeves, finally feeling a hint of coolness. Well, has the feel of winter now. This time, the house in the courtyard suddenly came from a burst of wailing sounds. Listening to the voice was the Peak Master of Luyun Peak. After all, there was no other man inside except him. "It's not good. Peak Master is spitting blood." The two maids ran out of the house in a panic to call for help, darting past Qin Feng and rushing out of the courtyard in the blink of an eye, still continuing to call for help. The two disciples watching the door narrowed their eyes at Qin Feng and without saying anything directly took out their flying swords and coldly drank. "What have you done to our master?" Qin Feng was dumbfounded. What he had given was indeed the Xianmei 9 Revolutions Dan. That's right. A large group of Flowing Cloud Peak disciples soon gathered around, each with an unpleasant expression on their faces as they stared coldly at Qin Feng. There was basically no defense in this situation, so Qin Feng intended to turn around and go into the house to take a look. The crowd suddenly jumped out of a stout figure, starting with a small silver-white sword straight to the undershirt. Qin Feng felt a chill on his back, could only take out the yin-yang Zimu shield to ward it off. At the same time, there was a trace of anger in his heart as he shouted at the crowd. "The one I gave was indeed the Xuanhe 9 turns Dan. Now it's to go in and see how the Peak Master is doing. You still want to go in and harm my master?" The burly man who had just struck out opened his mouth, his voice dull as thunder, his eyes revealing a wary look. "Harm your mom's coins." Qin Feng cracked his mouth and held the yin-yang Zimu shield in both hands as he said to the crowd, "Then you guys go in and carry the person out. If the person is dead, I'll admit it. Now you're doing it before the 8 characters are even mentioned. Is this your way of treating guests in Luyun Peak?" The crowd at the scene was silent. At a time like this, if a person dies, the first one to make contact is sure to get in trouble. As the crowd hesitated, the burly man said with a sullen face, "I'll go look." After saying that, he passed in front of Qin Feng and walked straight towards the house, only to stand still just as he reached the doorway. "What's the situation?" Qin Feng asked with a frown while getting ready to fetch the 1,000-mile flying shuttle. "If people do die themselves, immediately slip away and the etheric sword." "Master, are you okay?" the man asked respectfully to the door of the side room, so outsiders could not see what was going on. The crowd held their breath, only to hear the Peak Master of Luyun Peak weakly say, "I'm fine. Quickly invite senior nephew Qin in for me." "Yes." The burly man's face turned red as he immediately turned around and walked out of the courtyard, bowing his hand to Qin Feng and said, "Senior brother Qin, just now I was worried that my master was overly hasty, so I apologize to you." "No harm done." Qin Feng waved his hand, put away the yin-yang Zimu shield, and turned towards the house. Just as he reached the door, a strong smell of blood hit him. The room is brightly lit. A man in his 40s and wearing a black robe was currently sitting on the bed and running his energy to heal his wounds. Beside the bed lay a huge bubbling cold water tank. At this time the water tank and the ground are all blood. The man was the Peak Master of Luyun Peak, Mo Wenjian. Although his strength was strong, his breath was weak at the moment, obviously tossed by the fire poison. "Late Senior Qin Feng. Meet Senior. Your old man Ji's disciple. Call me Uncle Mo." The man opened his eyes. At this time, his face had regained its rosy color. He looked at Qin Feng with a smiling face and opened his mouth. "The Xianxian Underworld 9 turns Dan is worth a lot. Tell me, what reward do you want?" A joyful look appeared on Qin Feng's face as he immediately said, "Disciple wants an ethereal wood sword." Mo Wenjian reached out and waved his hand, and two things immediately appeared beside the bed. One was a long sword, 4 feet long and 3 inches wide, smooth and incredibly sharp, and the other was a bamboo scroll, so it was impossible to see what was inside. He said indifferently, "The ethereal wood sword is certainly precious, but your elixir saved old man's life, so my Flowing Cloud Peak's Flowing Cloud Sword technique, you can take it as well, but you can only cultivate it yourself." "Thank you, Senior Uncle." Qin Feng's eyes revealed excitement as he carefully walked over to the bedside and put the ethereal wood sword and the Flowing Cloud Sword technique into his storage ring. "Then Master Nephew will take his leave." "Well, go ahead." Walking out of the room, Qin Feng's heart only completely relieved. Finally got the ethereal wood sword. The disciples outside had already dispersed. leaving only the gatekeeper and the teenager who had just led the way, as well as the burly man who had just made a move with Qin Feng. The other party looked to be around 30 years old, with a simple and honest face, and was standing at the door of the courtyard, staring at Qin Feng with an apologetic smile. Seeing Qin Feng walk out of the courtyard, he immediately said with a sincere expression, "Senior brother Qin, I'm really sorry about what just happened. In the future, if you have something to help out, feel free to send someone to inform me. Don't worry, senior brother, I didn't take it to heart." Qin Feng waved his hand with a smile on his face and took out a few more lower-grade spirit stones and handed them to the teenager leading the way before leaving. The snow is still falling. The snow on the road was already so deep that the feet crunched on it, and on the left there were a few playful female disciples piling up snowmen, and on the right there were also two teenagers practicing their swordsmanship under the pine tree. Qin Feng walked straight in the direction of the lower mountain. Between the snowflakes, vaguely see the wind and snow in the middle of two silhouettes, closer to realize that it is Xinchong. As for the other person, Qin Feng does not recognize. After Xinchong recognized Qin Feng, his face immediately slumped, and then pretended not to recognize him as he passed straight by. "Brother Shen, does this person have a problem with you? Just how does he deserve it?" It's nothing more than Master's kind heart accepting him as a named disciple. The two conversed at a low volume, but they didn't shy away from it either. Qin Feng skimmed his lips and secretly greeted Xinchang's parents in his heart before leaving the sect. At this point, Xinchong led the people to the top of Luyun Peak in a light manner. He said expressionlessly to the two disciples watching the door, "We want to see Peak Master Mo." The disciple in charge of watching the door shrunk his hands into his sleeves and said indifferently, "Our Peak Master is preparing for seclusion." Xinchong frowned and asked, "Wasn't he poisoned by fire and in dire need of the Xuanhan 9 turns Dan? Who are you? Want to see our Peak Master can?" But well, one of them rubbed his fingers at Xinchong. The meaning of wanting favors was self-evident. Snap! A crisp slapping sound rang out, and a red mark instantly appeared on the face of the disciple who rubbed his fingers, and he reached out to cover his face full of resentment. Xinchong rubbed his wrist and looked at the disciple coldly, asking, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't know." Snap! After flinging two loud slaps, Xinchong walked straight into the courtyard, while the man in white stood in place and waited. A few moments later, Xinchong walked out angrily, pinching a Shin D9 turns Dan in his hand. His face was blue. "Brother Shen, what's wrong?" It was snatched by that bastard Qin Feng. "His name is Qin Feng? No wonder the aura is somewhat similar to my old rival there." A subtle expression appeared on the white man's face, while Xinchang's face was overjoyed as he hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, "Brother Chen has a beef with him as well?" "I don't have any beef with him, but I have a grudge against his smoky house sister, and I have to let her taste the loss of her beloved family and friends." Smoke and Rain Building? Can Brother Chen tell us more? When he learned that Qin Feng and the Smoke and Rain Building had a great relationship, Xinchong immediately felt his mind clearing up, and he had even been able to guess the cause of his eldest brother's death. The other side. Qin Feng felt his ears burning a bit just after he returned to Crouching Bull Mountain, so he quietly stood at the entrance of his cave and began to meditate. Second senior brother Xinchong controls the medicinal materials of the Xuanhan 9 turns Dan, and today he went to the Luyun Peak, and the person beside him does not look simple. According to this time projection, in all likelihood, second senior brother went up to Flowing Cloud Peak to deliver pills, right? I get the jump on you and then you start plotting something? It would be great if we could create a talisman that breaks karma, so that even if we kill someone within the clan, we won't be discovered. Qin Feng touched his burning ears and always felt a little unsettled in his heart. It's better to be proactive than to sit on the sidelines. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately made a trip to the Iron Mountain workshop to purchase a large amount of talisman-making materials and related books. Chapter 61, Plotting the Second Ethereal Wood Sword. It was dark by the time we got back from shopping. Qin Feng saw a dark shadow sneakily running towards the foot of Wolio Mountain, which was particularly conspicuous in the snow at night. Who's there in the middle of the night? Qin Feng squinted at it and immediately chased after it with his wood spirit boat. As it approached, the figure also sensed Qin Feng's presence and immediately stopped and turned around. As Qin Feng prepared to activate the Extreme Fire Spirit Talisman activation, the other party hastily uncovered the masked black cloth on his face and shouted, "It's me!" A clear and cold voice rang out, and only then did Qin Feng notice that underneath the black cloth was a snow-white and somewhat clear cheek. "What the hell are you doing?" Qin Feng frowned and looked at Ding Shuli. Her small face was frozen red at this moment. Her mouth was gasping for hot air. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked a bit of a mess. I wasn't planning on doing anything." A hint of panic appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes before he sidestepped and looked into the distance as a way to escape Qin Feng's gaze. "It's not a good idea, is it?" Qin Feng was about to turn around and leave when he realized that she didn't have the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy in her body and looked like an ordinary person. and the direction she was going was exactly a mountain stream at the foot of Wolio Mountain. The mountain stream was also shrouded for most of the time when the concealment array was in operation, and if one had never seen Wolio Mountain before, they would definitely not know that there was a mountain stream there. Just in an instant Qin Feng guessed her current situation. Now that the everlasting sword sex people were looking around for him, hiding was the safest course of action. However, she reinforced the formation of Clove Mountain, but she herself was hiding at the foot of Wolverine Mountain. A good move to blacken the lights. The mountain streams are safe, but the conditions are ultimately worse. In order to give her a leg up, Qin Feng intended to find a reason to take her back to his cave, so he opened his mouth and asked, "Do you know how to make talismans?" "What's wrong?" A puzzled look appeared on Ding Shuli's face. "Come back to the cave with me if you know how to make talismans, and teach me how to make talismans." She stood in place with a tangled expression and did not say anything. Qin Feng also did not give her the opportunity to refuse. Directly lowering the height of the wooden spirit boat to her waist, directly embraced the wooden spirit boat. It was only when he wrapped his arms around her waist that Qin Feng realized that she was cold and her lower half was already mostly wet with snow. Returning to Wolverine Mountain, Qin Feng placed her from his arms onto the ground before he opened his mouth to ask, "What about your cultivation?" "I sealed up. Now I'm just a normal person. You don't have to worry about what I'll do." Ding Shuli gave Qin Feng an expressionless look, then stood in place at a loss for words. She was equally worried that Qin Feng's mountain had some kind of formation. "It's absolutely safe in Wolio Mountain. As long as you don't mess around, I don't mind if you regain your cultivation. I'll go change first." Ding Shuli touched the package behind himself, then turned around and walked into the cave next to him. Woo woo. After the stone door of the cave was closed, the Earth Spirit Ape immediately jumped out from behind the mountain and kept pointing at the stone door of the cave in front of Qin Feng with a curious expression in its eyes. Perhaps it wanted to know who that new two-legged beast was. Qin Feng said as he stroked its head, "Consider her a guest, but you have to keep a close eye on the things on this mountain. Don't let her move around. Understand?" The Earth Spirit Ape immediately nodded frantically. The current Ding Shuli was nothing more than an ordinary human in its eyes, without the slightest threat to speak of. "Go get some firewood for the fire." Qin Feng sent the Earth Spirit Ape away before taking out the ethereal wood sword from his storage ring. "I didn't have time to take a closer look at it when I was at Luyun Mountain, and only now that I held it in my hand did I realize that the heavy weight wasn't too far off from a normal iron sword. Ethereal wood sword, sharpness is comparable to a yellow order top-grade flying sword. Hard and incomparable. Can be chopped and slashed, easy to fold in case of thorns. Can be synthesized, divine wood sword. Sure can synthesize." When his eyes rested on the ethereal wood sword, a line of text immediately surfaced, and Qin Feng's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. At this exact moment, the Earth Spirit Ape carried a bundle of firewood, a bundle as big as the thickness of his waist. Qin Feng stepped forward and raised his hand to slash his sword against the firewood, only to see the ethereal wood sword silky smoothly cleave through the entire bundle of firewood as if it were cleaving on a stream of water. The broken firewood lost its support and immediately began to slide, making a constant clicking sound. "That's too sharp, isn't it?" Looking at the neatly sliced firewood, Qin Feng was dumbfounded and couldn't wait to go to the everlasting sword sect to get some more back. If the ethereal wood sword was this powerful, how powerful would it be if it was replaced with the divine wood sword? Putting the stuff away in his storage ring, Qin Feng felt like his mind was now filled with fantasizing about what to do with the second ethereal wood sword. Second senior brother also has the ethereal wood sword in his hand. Is it necessary to find a time to talk to him about his heart? Thinking of what Shin Chong had done to himself, Qin Feng couldn't help but have the idea of finding him to talk to him pop up in his heart. This was the cultivation world of the weak and the strong, and at certain times it was still necessary to strike first. Thinking of this, Qin Feng became more and more determined to learn how to make talismans. Taking out a book on making talismans from his storage ring, the 4 arts of immortal cultivation contained the 4 means of Dan, formation, artifacts, and talismans, which were almost the most commonly used things by immortal cultivators. While talismans and pills are divided into 3 grades like heaven and earth and human, talismans under the human grade are called non-entry grade talismans. For example, the fire serpent talisman was the most basic of the uninitiated talismans. A talisman is equivalent to sealing a spell in a talisman, and when you need to use it, you can just activate it with spiritual energy and release it. Darkness. The fire crackled as it burned. Qin Feng held a book that recorded many spells in his hand to view it. At this point, inside the cave, Ding Shuli had already changed his clothes. A white girdle long skirt will be a handful of waist package dimple and convex, although the face is not powdered, but still exquisite and charming. 3,000 green silk like a waterfall. Insert a blue hairpin to show more atmosphere. After doing all this, Ding Shuli only had the heart to observe the layout within the cave. The stone bed, stone table, practicing room, and alchemy room were empty in all directions. Only the practicing room had 3 pagoda-like jade stones placed in it. Is this guy that frugal? Ding Shuli sized up the cave for a moment, then opened the cave door and headed out. Walking out of the cave, what was visible to the eye was the lush green medicinal fields outside, followed by a half-human tall tree next to the cave. Reaching out to touch the tender green leaves, your fingertips can immediately feel a slight coolness, while also smelling the faint aroma of tea. This is the spiritual tea tree? Ding Shuli looked at Qin Feng doubtfully. At this time, she had already hidden the spiritual energy in her body, and could not perform the qi-looking art, so she simply did not know the value of the spiritual tea tree in front of her. Aha! Qin Feng nodded his head in response, then opened his mouth and asked, Senior sister, do you know of any spells that can shield karma? What do you mean? Let's say I killed Zheng Shun. The clanspeople have a way of tracking me. I want to learn a spell that can keep the clanspeople from tracking me. Know what I mean? Ding Shuli looked bewildered and looked at Qin Feng with a wary gaze as he bristled. If you want to break karma, you must at least reach the god transformation stage. What about evil cultivators? Is there anything the evil cultivator can do? Qin Feng was truly in dire need of a spell that could perfectly handle the scene after a murder, and at this moment, his eyes flashed with a strong desire for knowledge. Ding Shuli stared blankly at Qin Feng for a long time, not knowing what was going on in his head. After a few moments she sighed. I know 1,000 poisonous insect technique that can gnaw away at the enemy's spells, corpses, and even the surrounding spiritual energy and any aura, so it should be something you want to learn right now. Chapter 62 Don't have this kind of talisman? Then I'll make it myself. The 1,000 poisonous insect technique required the absorption of poisonous qi into the body to be used as spiritual energy, so that it would be more powerful when it erupted at any time. If the 1,000 poisonous insect technique was only cast with spiritual energy, it would have very little power and would only be able to gnaw on corpses. For Qin Feng, as long as the 1,000 worms came with the function of gnawing on corpses and breath, it would be fine. As for the power level, it would be left to synthesis. However, when he heard that the 1,000 poisonous insect technique needed to contain poisonous qi within his body in order to maximize its power, Qin Feng's face instantly stiffened and he felt a chill run down his back. If she really retained the poisonous gas in her body, then wouldn't she be hovering at the doorstep of the ghost gate for all the things she had done before? What's wrong with you? Ding Shuli looked at Qin Feng suspiciously, thinking that he was not interested in the 1,000 poisonous insect technique. It was silent for a long while before Qin Feng opened his mouth to ask, You have retained poisonous gas in your body? Seeing Qin Feng's face look out of sorts, Ding Shuli instantly understood what was going on inside him, a wacky smile appearing on his face as he didn't say anything. Qin Feng felt more and more scalp numb, eyes and nose, immediately running spiritual power to check the state of the body. Even the sea of qi, sea of consciousness are not spared, but after half a day of checking did not find any anomalies. Don't look. I did poison you the first time, then why can't I find out? Ding Shuli blankly glanced at Qin Feng, sat on the big rock next to the fire and said impatiently, You can learn if you want to, but if you don't, forget it. Learn, but I'll just learn the less powerful ones. For the rest of the night, Qin Feng was learning the 1,000 poisonous insect technique by heart. Although Ding Shuli had sealed his cultivation, he was still able to dictate the tricks. 1,000 poisonous insect art is a more advanced spell, practiced to great completion. After the show will have a dense poisonous insects composed of smoke, where the insect fog passes through not an inch of grass, covering the scope of all things that can be swallowed will be gone. Old ancestor of 1,000 poisons, the Tao is heavenly, and the insect male and female, help me ascend to immortality. Qin Feng's mouth silently recited the mnemonic. His fingers pinched, though what attribute spiritual energy in his body instantly swam all over his body, gradually transforming into a layer of black mist outside of his body. Qin Feng's fingers pointed fiercely at the millstone-sized stone in front of him. Pardon. As if the black mist had a spirit, it immediately lunged towards the stone. Zigzag. A sound of ablation and corrosion rang out, and in just the blink of an eye the smooth stone was gnawed out by the poisonous insects formed by the black mist with large and small holes. However, Qin Feng hadn't completely mastered this spell yet, and the black mist only lasted for 3 breaths before disappearing, leaving behind only a stone with a pitted appearance. Seeing that Qin Feng was able to execute the 1,000 poisonous insect technique in such a short period of time, a flash of surprise appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes. He is a water and would double spirit root just fit the 1,000 poisonous insects art, and it also took 2 whole days to cast it at first. I didn't expect Qin Feng, as a 5 spirit root with extremely low talent, to have such a high level of enlightenment. By now it was light. Qin Feng was still standing on the empty space next to him, tirelessly casting 1,000 poisonous insect spells on the stone, and after a few spells, the stone, along with the weeds on the ground, were all devoured, and even the soil was gnawed down into a small pit. At this time, Qin Feng took out the fiery flying sword with a face full of pain, intending to try to see if the 1,000 poisonous insect technique could devour breath or not or something like that. The fiery flying sword was one's contracted magic weapon. Both the scent and intuition had a deep impression. If one could not sense the scent of the flying sword after being devoured by the 1,000 poisonous insect technique, then basically this would work. Thinking of this, Qin Feng immediately placed the fiery flying sword on the open space and then began to cast the 1,000 poisonous insects technique. The fiery flying sword is a Xian-ranked magic weapon. Qin Feng cast out the spells not to mention devouring. Even nibbling on the surface is a bit of a struggle. But Qin Feng is still not discouraged, casting one after another. It was already dawn, and the whole of Wolverine Mountain was clearly visible. Ding Shuli withdrew his gaze from Qin Feng and began to carefully survey his surroundings. Upon noticing a faint layer of white mist shrouding the spirit tea tree next to the cave, a shocked expression immediately appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes, knowing that this was the aura released by the spirit tree. This spirit tree can actually release aura visible to the naked eye. It must be at least 1,000-year-old spirit tree, right? While Ding Shuli's heart was shocked, his line of sight moved a little to the side and saw another sapling that was about 7 inches tall. The sapling was emerald green, more than a dozen pieces of tender green swaying in the wind, releasing the same white aura mist visible to the naked eye as it swayed. Seeing all of this, Ding Shuli instantly understood why Qin Feng's cultivation had skyrocketed. These two spirit trees were able to release spiritual qi, and together with the more than 10 acres of spiritual medicine fields outside, the spiritual qi of the entire Wolio Mountain was at least twice as rich as the outside world. The speed of cultivation in this environment was naturally extremely fast. Seeing that Qin Feng was still obsessed with the 1,000 poisonous insect technique and unable to extricate himself, Ding Shuli was bored and walked over to the 10,000-year spiritual tea tree with the intention of relieving his boredom. Just as she approached the spirit tea tree, she saw another large wooden barrel filled with a light green thick liquid next to her near the stone wall. This quality of spirit plant liquid is at least advanced, right? A shocked look appeared in Ding Shuli's eyes, intending to come closer to determine the quality of the spirit plant liquid. At this time, however, he suddenly felt a hot air coming from the top of his head. Looking up, Ding Shuli instantly froze, only to see an ape head as big as a millstone hanging upside down on the cave mountain looking at himself. Perhaps it was so close that the only thing visible to the eye was its head. Woo woo! The earth spirit ape made a sound from its mouth and deftly jumped in a single leap directly in front of Ding Shuli, then reached out to protect the barrel containing the spirit plant liquid. At this time, the earth spirit ape was close to a zheng in height, with a sturdy body type and a smooth beauty at the same time, looking more like a monkey. A reproachful look in its eyes stopped her Li from continuing on. This is an earth spirit ape? How could the spirit wisdom be so high? Seeing the humanized expression on the earth spirit ape's face, Ding Shuli was once again shaken inside. She had originally thought that Qin Feng's conditions were tougher when she had changed her clothes in the cave before, but she hadn't expected people to be so generous. Spirit trees, spirit fields, spirit animals all matched. Woo woo! The earth spirit ape reached out and made a gesture for her to step back, then picked up the wooden ladle to water the 10,000-year-old spirit tea tree and the beast king sapling with the spirit plant liquid. After doing this, it picked up the barrel to water other medicinal herbs in the medicine field. Although the body size is huge, to do the work is very meticulous. What the hell is this guy's origin? Ding Shuli was shocked beyond measure in her heart, and after realizing that Qin Feng had returned to his cave, she simply lifted the seal as well, took out a set of spirit gathering array from her storage ring and placed it in place, casually laid down a ban, and directly sat on the ground to start cultivating. At this point, the cave, Qin Feng sat down at the stone table and began to study the talismans. Making talismans normally involved drawing a specific pattern on the talisman paper according to the way the spells were performed, and then injecting spiritual energy. Seemingly simple in fact, it was similar to alchemy, but where a breath was unstable it would be a lost cause. These were all based on the process of making off-the-shelf talismans. No one had made the 1,000 poisonous insect art into a talisman before this, so Qin Feng now needed one more to find out a pattern that could represent the 1,000 poisonous insect art. Sasha. Qin Feng lifted the talismanic pen and wrote odd runic patterns on the talismanic paper quickly before injecting 1,000 poisonous insect technique spiritual energy into it. Boom! A small flame burned up from the rune paper, leaving only ashes. Failure is the mother of success. Again. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Qin Feng had already drawn and scrapped thousands of talisman papers in these 10 days, and the long hours of non-stop concentration had filled his eyes with blood. This thing doesn't have a high sex to price ratio. Qin Feng put down the talisman brush and looked at the freshly drawn talisman paper in his hand with a disappointed expression in his eyes. If these 10 days had been used to practice the 1,000 poisonous insect technique painstakingly, it would probably have already reached the small achievement realm. wasting time in order to make talismans, not to mention the discarded talisman paper had cost $10,000 or $20,000. With a depressed expression, Qin Feng placed the freshly drawn talisman paper in the center of the stone table and then ran his spiritual energy to cast the 1,000 poisonous insects technique. Buzz! A light flashed out from the talisman paper and Qin Feng was delighted. Immediately withdrawing the mana he had cast out, the light on the talisman paper instantly disappeared when it lost its mana support, revealing its dull yellow nature, and the pattern on it was somewhat broken. This is finally not on fire. Qin Feng took the talisman paper in his hands with joy, and a line of small letters immediately appeared in his eyes. Discarded 1,000 venomous worm charms, mediocre, nothing useful, can be used to burn fires. Can be synthesized, 1,000 poisonous insects charm. Qin Feng's eyes immediately flashed with excitement. It's finally done.